primordial unity chi technique and was absolutely eager for the second half. He guessed correctly. Jiang Hong was indeed very eager and planned to take the risk. Are you planning to seize it? Jiang Chen asked, seemingly seeing through Jiang Hong's thoughts. Jiang Hong nodded. Yes. This could be a bait. It's hard to say for sure whether the jade slip truly contains the inheritance of the second half of the primordial unity chi technique, Jiang Chen said. I have a way to identify it. The inheritance is not a problem, Jiang Hong replied. Oh? Jiang Chen was curious. Jiang Hong explained, I learned a skill for identification from a friend, which can identify the information of items. According to the identification information, that golden jade slip contains the complete inheritance of the primordial unity chi technique. Jiang Chen was astonished. It seemed Jiang Hong had matched with a very powerful world. No, Jiang Hong was already a silver member. The way to obtain items was probably not just random matching. He recalled the scene he saw when he joined the club and had an epiphany. What do you plan to do? Jiang Chen asked. Wanting to seize the inheritance from an unknown old monster and escape safely was not easy. Jiang Hong frowned and thought. Blue Star, Magic City. In the manner, Jiang Chen watched the video and said, let me ask around for you and see if there's any way. In the video, Jiang Hong nodded. He also planned to mobilize friends to find a reliable method. Jiang Chen contacted Wu Yang from the island world. Brother, there's something. He explained the situation to Wu Yang and asked, do you have any solutions over there? In the island world, Wu Yang, who was enjoying a summon maid's massage, received Jiang Chen's message, rubbed his chin in thought and replied, there is indeed one thing. It's a one-time item. Oh? Tell me more. Jiang Chen sat up straight. Wu Yang, this item is called the Void Walking Pearl. It allows you to walk hidden in the void for a duration of 10 minutes. According to your brother's words, that friend is a cultivator. 10 minutes is enough to walk a long distance. Escaping danger shouldn't be a problem. Jiang Chen, that's a good item. What do you need? Wu Yang, brother, if you need it, just take it. Jiang Chen, that won't do. This void walking pearl was for Jiang Hong, and he definitely needed Jiang Hong to give something in return. Wu Yang thought for a moment and said, brother, I don't need anything else. I want a complete set of cultivation system materials, including chi refining, formations, alchemy, etc. The more comprehensive, the better. Jiang Chen was surprised. What? Want to change your cultivation path? Wu Yang did not hide his inner worries and said, brother, you know the situation in my world. I need to prepare some trump cards. Not just the cultivation system, I've also observed other systems. Jiang Chen fell silent. The island world where Wu Yang was located was very deep. What was the purpose of the person hidden behind the scenes, controlling everything? Why abduct people from various worlds? Why cultivate these island masters? When he was weak, Wu Yang didn't care about those things. But as he grew stronger and his status rose, some questions had to be considered. Alright, no problem. After consulting Jiang Hong through the video, Jiang Chen agreed. Then, Jiang Chen entered the communication space and obtained the Void Walking Pearl, which was a gray pearl. The usage was very simple, just crush it. Unfortunately, I can't directly send items. I can only give you the Void Walking Pearl through the communication space. Let me explain this item to you first. Through the video, Jiang Chen carefully explained the usage and precautions of the Void Walking Pearl. Jiang Hong listened attentively. The two refined their plan, considering all possible consequences. One could imagine that once Jiang Hong succeeded, he would definitely be pursued by a large number of cultivators. That was a legacy directly pointing to the path of immortality. Who wouldn't be tempted? Not to mention golden core and nascent soul cultivators, even those at the transformation stage, void stage, or even the harmonization and great ascension stages would be intrigued. After carefully refining a plan, it was time to take action. First, Jiang Hong entered the communication space. Although Jiang Hong had retreated to the back of the crowd, his disappearance was still noticed immediately. This caused a stir among the cultivators. However, before they could do anything, Jiang Hong's figure reappeared. Just as a cultivator was about to question Jiang Hong, and some even attempted to cast spells to control him, Jiang Hong seemed to crush something, and his figure vanished again. What's going on? Jiang Hong's disappearance and reappearance, then disappearance again, caught the attention of the illusory figure and the many nascent soul grand cultivators. Just as they were about to take action, another change occurred. The golden jade slip in the illusory figure's hands suddenly vanished. This part of the plot is indeed a bit long, but it will end in the next chapter. The chapter after that will introduce a new storyline. The sudden turn of events caused the illusory figure's expression to change. It also made the many cultivators present turn pale, immediately unleashing their spiritual senses to search. Damn it! The illusory figure could no longer maintain his facade, erupting with a terrifying aura that froze the entire hall, trying to force the little thief who had snatched the legacy jade slip to reveal himself. but it was utterly ineffective. That person seemed to not exist at all. Respected one, please lift the spatial blockade. I will help you catch that thief and let you deal with him as you wish. A nascent soul grand cultivator stepped forward and said, "Humph, ants, go. Die." The illusory figure was furious. At this point, he no longer pretended. With a wave of his hand, a blood-red formation activated. The originally ordinary hall was instantly shrouded in red mist. The floor beneath their feet lit up with red formation patterns. Damn it, this is the blood-refining great formation. This old monster really intends to refine us. A cultivator couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the formation. At this moment, the cultivators present could no longer remain calm. They each employed their methods. Some manipulated magical treasures, casting powerful spells towards the soul body of respected Yuan Yi. Others attempted to break the spatial blockade and escape. However, respected Yuan Yi was at the peak of the transformation stage, infinitely close to the void stage. Such an existence as spatial blockade was not something ordinary cultivators could break. Not to mention that the strongest among them was only at the mid-nascent soul stage. Even if a transformation stage cultivator came, it would take considerable effort. In the end, only a very few cultivators managed to use their trump cards to forcibly break the space and escape the cave. The remaining cultivators were all refined into blood essence. Humph. Kid, do you think you can obtain the legacy so easily? Naive. Looking at the scarlet crystal formed from the condensed blood essence in his hand, respected Yuan Yi's soul body smiled sinisterly and vanished from the hall. His methods were far from exhausted. He wanted to give that kid a surprise. Without needing to guess, he already knew that the one who snatched the legacy was most likely the physical vessel he had chosen. Truly worthy of being the vessel he selected, it had quite a few tricks up its sleeve. 1,000 miles away from the transformation stage cave, Zhang Hong fell out of the void, covered in blood and injured. This was due to the spatial fluctuations caused when respected Yuan Yi froze the space. The disparity in strength was too great, escaping was not easy. It was only thanks to the void-walking pearl that he managed to escape, otherwise, it wouldn't have been just an injury. This place isn't safe, quickly use the anywhere door to leave. Zhang Chen's voice came through. Zhang Hong nodded, waved his hand, and opened a pink portal, diving right in. Traversing through endless space, Zhang Hong arrived 50 million kilometers away, appearing on a deserted island. Zhang Hong quickly retracted the anywhere door, scanning the surroundings with his spiritual sense. After confirming there was no danger, he let out a long breath. A smile finally appeared on his ordinary, unremarkable face. In the communication space, by the stream. Thank you, fellow Daoist. Zhang Hong returned the anywhere door to Jiang Chen, using the any door to escape from the cultivation world where Zhang Hong was previously located. Was part of the plan. Zhang Hong's seizing of the inheritance that directly pointed to the path of immortality could not be kept a secret. Unless that old monster Yuan Yi could kill every cultivator cleanly. But Zhang Hong felt that was unlikely. As cultivators, who doesn't have a trump card? In the cultivation world, miracles are the least scarce. There have been instances where a low-level cultivator took out a celestial artifact to forcefully kill an enemy. Even if just one cultivator escapes, everything that happened in the cave regarding the inheritance that directly points to the path of immortality could spread. Although Zhang Hong concealed his identity, there was still a possibility of exposure. There are countless bizarre methods in the cultivation world. Moreover, too many people died during this trip to the cave, especially among the 200 cultivators who entered the core inheritance area. Probably more than half would die. It's possible that even a few in the nascent soul stage would perish. With so many deaths, that part of the cultivation world would definitely not remain calm. Therefore, the best plan was to leave that cultivation world and go to an unfamiliar realm to develop and grow. The place Zhang Hong came to was not chosen randomly, it was a cultivation world he found in an ancient text, the Tianqing continent. The cultivation world of Tianqing continent is very prosperous, and it is said that there are even beings in the god transformation stage. Friend, this is the complete inheritance of the Hunyuan Ichi Ju. Zhang Hong took out the golden jade slip from his personal space. Jiang Chen nodded. The two exchanged glances, placed the jade slip on the ground, and retreated 10 meters back. Looking at the golden jade slip, Zhang Hong said solemnly, "Are you coming out on your own, or are we going to force you out? Don't doubt our methods." His words seemed to be directed at the air, as the golden jade slip showed no change. "Just extract it directly," Jiang Chen said. Zhang Hong nodded, took out a soul targeting item, and prepared to act. It seemed that the other party realized they were not playing tricks. This was serious. The golden jade slip finally changed. A chilling aura emerged. Kid, you have quite a few tricks. How did you discover me? But it doesn't matter, wanting to deal with me is wishful thinking. Why are there two auras practicing the Hunyuan Ichi Ju? A cold remnant soul was about to rush towards Jiang Hong. Then, it noticed Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had been practicing the Hanyuan Ichiju since the body refinement stage with a more solid foundation and a heavier aura. This left the old monster somewhat stunned. In these tens of thousands of years, I have guided countless ants to practice the Hanyuan Ichiju and not one has succeeded. Now, suddenly two appear? The old monster's tone gradually became frantic. Jiang Chen and Jiang Hong exchanged a glance. They sighed inwardly, as expected of an old monster. It had many tricks. Regarding whether there were any methods hidden in the jade slip, they were not very certain. Mainly because this old monster had too many tricks, they were being cautious. After obtaining the golden jade slip, Jiang Hong did not dare to be careless and directly tossed it into his personal space. It wasn't until he entered the communication space that he dared to take it out. Unexpectedly, the other party really had hidden a wisp of remnant soul in the jade slip. But what did the other party mean by that? Was the Hanyuan Ichiju difficult to practice? Not to mention Jiang Hong and Jiang Chen, even Jiang Xinan had already entered the door. It doesn't matter, kid, you're out of luck, become my vessel. The remnant soul snorted coldly and was about to rush towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen and Jiang Hong slightly shook their heads, making no move at all. The old monster frowned. What did these two little guys mean? Did they not care about him? Even if he was just a wisp of remnant soul, he was not something a golden core or chi refinement stage kid could deal with. Could there be some other method? Before he could figure it out, he felt a terrifying shockwave. Faced with this shockwave, the old monster had no power to resist. The remnant soul was directly shattered and disappeared into the void. Jiang Chen and Jiang Hong had been quietly watching the whole time. What is this place? This is the communication space of the club. There are many rules in the club, one of which is ensure the absolute safety of members in the communication space. It is precisely because they thoroughly understood the club rules that Jiang Chen and Jiang Hong felt fearless. A mere remnant soul in the transformation stage cannot stir up trouble in the communication space. Fellow Daoist, is the Hanyuan Ichiju difficult to practice? Jiang Hong scratched his head, puzzled. Jiang Chen shook his head, not at all. I entered the initial stage as soon as I practiced it. My daughter was about the same, she entered the initial stage right away too. Then how did this old monster take tens of thousands of years to choose? Jiang Hong scratched his head, genuinely confused. He also entered the initial stage right away. It seemed to take him about 15 minutes, right? This old monster took 10,000 years and still couldn't find a single person who successfully practiced the Hanyuan Ichiju. It just doesn't make sense. Is this old monster just incredibly unlucky, picking only useless people? Or is there another reason? Jiang Chen couldn't figure it out either. But this old thing really managed to survive. A mere peak in the transformation stage. Could actually live for tens of thousands of years. Even surviving in a soul state is quite impressive. It shows that this old fellow is not simple at all. What a pity, this old thing must have quite a few good things, but I don't know where they are hidden. Jiang Hong sighed. Speaking of this, made him angry. Other powerful beings left behind legacies, and even if they were traps, they would leave some treasures in the ruins. For example, spirit stones, medicinal materials, magical artifacts, inheritances, and so on. But this Yuan-y old thing, in such a large cave, aside from various killing formations, didn't even leave behind a single spirit stone. It's simply stingy to the extreme. Jiang Chen stroked his chin and said, this old thing has a big secret. The Hanyuan Ichiju definitely didn't come from nowhere. This old thing must have had a great opportunity. The cave you found is just a trap set by the old thing for its reincarnation, not a real cave. The good stuff should be in the real cave. Also, the one that was just destroyed was only a wisp of the old thing's remnant soul. This old thing probably isn't completely dead yet. There might still be a part of its remnant soul surviving outside. Jiang Hong nodded in agreement, his eyes narrowing. For now, let's focus on cultivating in the Tianqing continent. Once we reach the void stage, we can go back and settle accounts with that old thing. It shouldn't be so easy to kill that old thing. Jiang Chen patted Jiang Hong's shoulder. Jiang Hong nodded. As a member of the Transcendental Club, his growth rate was undoubtedly rapid. Looking back, a year ago, he was just a chi refining stage disciple. After joining the Transcendental Club for about a year, he had already broken through to the golden core stage. Give him a few more years, and achieving the void stage shouldn't be a big problem. Fellow Daoist, here. Jiang Hong replicated a copy of the Hanyuan Ichiju and handed it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't stand on ceremony, taking the jade slip and asking, what does my brother need? Jiang Hong shook his head. Fellow Daoist has helped me enough. If it weren't for you, I would have probably missed this inheritance. Not to mention, I also gained the entire fortune of a nascent soul stage cultivator. I've already gained a lot, how could I ask for more? After thinking for a moment, Jiang Hong took out an item, which was a book, and said, this is a skill book for identification, a gift for you. Thank you for lending me the any door, allowing me to cross millions of kilometers to come to the long-desired Tianqing continent. However, I will have to return sooner or later, and I will trouble you to lend me the any door again then. No problem. Jiang Chen nodded, looking at the skill book. Jiang Hong introduced. The identification skill book, after learning, allows you to master the ability to identify. Identification skills are divided into levels, starting at level 1, allowing 1 identification per day. Level up to 2, allowing 2 identifications per day, and so on. I am currently at level 3, allowing 3 identifications per day. Additionally, the higher the level, the more detailed the information obtained from the identification. Jiang Hong said. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This is a good thing. With this skill, he could easily identify unfamiliar items in the future. Also, this is the cultivation system information that Daoist Wu needs. Jiang Hong took out a pile of jade slips, at least 100 of them, all of which were handed over to Wu Yang. Jiang Chen nodded, not being polite, and put away the identification skill book and the jade slips. In this round of trading, Jiang Chen gained a complete inheritance of the Hunyuan Ichiju and a book on identification skills. Fellow Daoist, I still need to familiarize myself with the new environment, so I will take my leave for now, Jiang Hong said, cupping his fists. Jiang Chen nodded and replied, farewell. Before leaving, Jiang Hong also left Jiang Chen with over 100 blank jade slips. After leaving the exchange space, Jiang Chen let out a long breath. Checking the time, it was already 6 in the afternoon on October 25th. He had a video call with Jiang Hong at 10 in the morning. This video call lasted for a full 7 or 8 hours. Looking at the more than 100 blank jade slips left by Jiang Hong, Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. This brother really. Taking out the cultivation system materials left by Jiang Hong, there were a total of 106 jade slips. Jiang Chen casually picked up one jade slip to take a look. It was a detailed explanation of alchemy knowledge. He had already mastered part of the content in these 106 jade slips. After filtering through them, Jiang Chen replicated the parts he had not yet mastered onto a blank jade slip. After finishing all this, Jiang Chen contacted Wu Yang and handed over the 106 jade slips to him, completing this transaction. With everything done, Jiang Chen stood up and stretched. After moving around a bit, he walked out of the bedroom. Stepping out of the villa and into the courtyard, Jiang Chen lazily lay down on a lounge chair, watching the sunset on the horizon, absorbing the gains from this experience. First was the identification skill book. Following Jiang Hong's guidance, he directly tapped it on his forehead, and the skill book transformed into twinkling starlight, which Jiang Chen absorbed. Closing his eyes, he felt the information in his mind. TSK, this so-called skill is equivalent to a talent inheritance. Jiang Chen clicked his tongue. It seemed the skill book likely came from a game world. By the way, didn't Jiang Hong say he would use a peculiar item to trade for 2 intermediate gene enhancement potions? Why didn't he mention it? Did he forget? That seems unlikely. He guessed that since he had just arrived in a new place, he hadn't had the chance to think about it yet. Or perhaps, he hadn't gotten that peculiar item yet? Shaking his head, he stopped overthinking and began testing the identification skill. First, he identified the object in front of him, a very sturdy Wangwali coffee table. Jiang Chen, is that it? Nothing more? That's quite simple. It seemed that a level 1 identification skill wasn't very useful. What were the upgrade conditions? Closing his eyes to contemplate for a moment, he opened them again inside. The upgrade conditions were quite simple. It was based on usage experience. Currently, the identification skill was level 1, 1/10. Not bad. This skill gained a bit of experience with each use. In the Purple Gold Bay Manor of Magic City, in the courtyard, Jiang Chen communicated with the club and contacted Jiang Hong to inquire about the identification skill. Jiang Hong replied quickly, the identification skill book comes from a peculiar world where everything is composed of data. According to my friend, that is a game world. In that world, killing monsters can gain experience, and experience can upgrade skills. After the skill book left that special world, perhaps due to different world rules, it underwent some changes, and upgrades can only be achieved through usage. Jiang Chen thought to himself, indeed, it is a game world. A game world. Strictly speaking, the island world where Wu Yang is located can also be considered a game world. How is the situation on your side? After understanding the skill situation, Jiang Chen asked Jiang Hong about his current situation. Jiang Hong, the deserted island I am on is not far from the Tianqing continent. I can vaguely see the outline of the continent. I plan to rest on the deserted island for a while to digest this harvest before heading to the Tianqing continent. Later, after disconnecting from Jiang Hong, Jiang Chen picked up the jade slip of Hunyuan Ichiju and pressed it against his forehead to check it out. After about 10 minutes, Jiang Chen opened his eyes, his expression filled with astonishment. Truly worthy of being the technique that directly points to the path of becoming an immortal, it is indeed. Profound. He felt dazed and confused, as if his brain was about to fry. With his realm not yet reached, he could only memorize the content in his mind and wait until he attained the necessary level to practice. However, after obtaining the complete inheritance, Jiang Chen discovered that this Hunyuan Ichiju inheritance was not complete. To be precise, this part of the inheritance from the body refinement stage to the great ascension stage, and then to the crossing tribulation to become an immortal stage, is collectively referred to as the mortal realm chapter. Above that, there is the immortal realm chapter. That guy Jiang Hong has a long way to go. Jiang Chen sighed. He estimated that to obtain the immortal realm chapter of the Hunyuan Ichiju, he would have to seek out the old monster Yuan Yi. Even if that old thing didn't have the immortal realm chapter inheritance, he should still have some relevant clues. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen stopped thinking about it. Becoming an immortal? Too far away. He was still just a small fry in the qi refinement stage. But it's time to establish my foundation. Jiang Chen looked at the sky and decided to establish his foundation tonight. His qi refinement cultivation was already perfect. With no further progress possible, he could only establish his foundation. He had long prepared the spiritual materials needed for foundation establishment. What is needed for foundation establishment? In the cultivation world, that would be a foundation establishment pill. But for Jiang Chen, creating an environment rich in spiritual energy and preparing some heavenly materials and earthly treasures for foundation establishment was enough. Dad, I'm back. While Jiang Chen was pondering about foundation establishment in the recliner, his daughter's voice came through. Jiang Chen turned his head and said, "You came back, so what are you shouting about?" Jiang Xinan blinked, wondering what was wrong with her dad. Dad, who made you unhappy? Tell me so I can cheer you up. Jiang Xinan giggled as she sat beside Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was speechless. This little cotton-padded jacket was not to be spoiled. Shaking his head, he asked, "Did you encounter any problems while practicing the Hunyuan Ichiju?" "No. What's wrong?" Jiang Xinan shook her head. "It's nothing." Jiang Chen shook his head, stood up, and said, "Let's go, Xiaoqi has made dinner." After dinner, Jiang Chen accompanied his daughter to watch some television. By 9 p.m., he returned to his room. Passing through the portal, Jiang Chen arrived at Ruweixing. "Is the secret chamber ready?" Standing in the central mansion of Jiang City, Jiang Chen asked. "Jiang Xiaoqi, it's ready," Jiang Xiaoqi replied. Jiang Chen nodded and walked deeper into the mansion. Arriving in front of the secret chamber, he instructed Jiang Xiaoqi to guard outside while he entered alone. The secret chamber was quite large, measuring 300 square meters and was 5 meters high. The chamber was filled with swirling mist. If a cultivator were to come here, they would be shocked to discover that this mist was actually spiritual energy. The spiritual energy had transformed into mist, indicating just how rich the spiritual energy in the chamber was. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen felt a sense of impending breakthrough. Forcing that feeling down, he walked to the center of the chamber, where there was a 3 by 3 meter pool with purple mist swirling above it and a purple liquid flowing, resembling an immortal pool. Jiang Chen was very familiar with the liquid in the pool. It was the essence of 10,000-year-old spiritual marrow. Indeed, this 3 by 3 meter pool, about 70 centimeters deep, was filled with 10,000-year-old spiritual marrow. To be precise, this spiritual marrow had exceeded 10,000 years. In terms of quality, it far surpassed the bottle of spiritual marrow that Jiang Hong had traded to him back then. It was precisely because of this pool of spiritual marrow that the spiritual energy in the secret chamber was so rich. On the edge of the pool, there were 2 trays, each containing 3 fruits. Among them, 3 were white fruits called creation fruits. The other 3 were purple fruits called enlightenment fruits. Both were rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures. If it weren't for the rich spiritual energy of Ruweixing combined with its primitive society, finding such treasures would be completely impossible. These 2 types of fruits could help Jiang Chen forge a perfect foundation. The creation fruit contained supreme creation. The enlightenment fruit could allow him to enter an enlightenment state. After checking everything and finding no issues, Jiang Chen took off his clothes and sat cross-legged in the pool of 10,000-year-old spiritual marrow. As his body made contact with the spiritual marrow, a massive energy began to surge into him. Jiang Chen swallowed an enlightenment fruit and entered the state of enlightenment. In a state of enlightenment, his cultivation technique operated, crazily absorbing the energy from the 10,000-year spirit essence. Jiang Chen guided this energy, continuously compressing and refining his own magical power. Until a certain critical point, his magical power began to undergo a transformation. With the support of the enlightenment state and the 10,000-year spirit essence, Jiang Chen's magical powers successfully passed through a transformation, completing a foundation establishment. For an ordinary cultivator, undergoing a transformation in magical power would allow them to officially break through and advance to a foundation establishment stage cultivator. However, Jiang Chen had prepared so much that he was naturally not satisfied with just one transformation. Supported by the immense energy of the 10,000-year spirit essence, Jiang Chen's magical power soon welcomed its second transformation, followed by the third, fourth, fifth. 2 hours later, Jiang Chen's magical power had undergone 90 transformations. Still have some energy left. After sensing the remaining energy of the 10,000-year spirit essence, Jiang Chen continued to operate his technique and his magical power transformed again, 91 times, 92 times, 93 times, until 99 times. The transformation abruptly stopped as if encountering a bottleneck. Jiang Chen closed his eyes and muttered to himself, "Is this the limit?" According to Jiang Hong, when breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, undergoing 99 transformations in magical power is equivalent to 99 foundation establishments, which is the limit foundation. There is a legend among cultivators that in ancient times there was a prodigy who achieved 99 foundation establishments. In the end, that prodigy ascended to immortality and became a significant figure in the immortal realm. However, in the cultivation world where Jiang Hong resided, there is another saying, 99 foundation establishments are the limit but not perfect. 100 foundation establishments are considered perfect. In the Ruweixing, Jiang Chen's central residence. In the cultivation secret chamber, Jiang Chen, sitting in the 10,000-year spirit essence pool, opened his eyes. He was not satisfied with the limit foundation, he wanted a perfect foundation. If there were no conditions, he would have accepted it. But the key was he had a spirit-rich primitive planet. Various legendary treasures of heaven and earth in the cultivation world were at his fingertips. With such abundant conditions, it would be unreasonable not to achieve 100 foundation establishments. Feeling the bottleneck encountered after his magical power underwent 99 transformations, Jiang Chen was not worried, he was well prepared. He reached out and swallowed 3 creation fruits, and the immense power of creation continuously washed over his dantian in magical power. His dantian in magical power began to undergo astonishing transformations. Under the immense power of creation, the originally solid bottleneck gradually shattered. Jiang Chen's magical power and dantian were about to welcome their 100th transformation. Time passed slowly. 5 hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. Until a certain moment, Jiang Chen's body in the 10,000-year spirit essence pool trembled, and the spiritual mist in the secret chamber was completely absorbed by him. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. His dantian, his magical power, finally welcomed their 100th transformation. 100 transformations, achieving perfection. At this point, all Jiang Chen could do was to smoothly break through to the foundation establishment stage. Another 2 hours passed, and Jiang Chen finally completed his breakthrough. In the secret chamber, Jiang Chen opened his eyes and looked inward at himself. His dantian had transformed into a small world, with thick liquid magical power flowing within, forming rivers and lakes. With a thought, a strand of magical power condensed in his hand, forming a magical power sphere. Jiang Chen had a feeling that without any technique enhancement, this magical power sphere alone could instantly defeat any early foundation establishment cultivator. When he cast techniques, even mid to late foundation establishment cultivators would not be his opponent. Once his techniques were updated, he would have almost no rivals in the foundation establishment stage. The foundation of 100 transformations was not just talk. In terms of combat power, it was merely the most superficial manifestation. The most important thing was that 100 transformations laid an incredibly solid foundation for him, making his path to immortality smoother. Standing up, Jiang Chen put on his clothes and looked at the pool. The energy of the 10,000-year spirit essence in the pool was exhausted. One can imagine how many resources Jiang Chen consumed for this breakthrough. Stepping out of the secret chamber, Jiang Chen looked at the sky outside and muttered, "By the way, why is there no phenomenon? I should have broken a record, right?" In novels, the protagonists always experience a phenomenon when they break through to the limit of a realm. Even if one breaks through the limits during the chi refining stage, they would still have the golden lotus emerging from the ground. But for him, it was just ordinary. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen called over Jiang Shaoqi, who had kept watch all night, and they passed through the random door back to Blue Star. Upon returning to Blue Star, it was already a little past 6 in the morning on October 26th. Nan, is the sun rising from the west today? Seeing Jiang Xinan making breakfast in the kitchen, Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. This girl, in the days after moving next to him, would still cook. Ever since Shaoqi arrived, she hadn't stepped into the kitchen again. In the kitchen, Jiang Xinan felt a bit embarrassed. It had been a while since she last cooked, right? Yes. Mainly because Shaoqi was too diligent, leaving no room for her. That's right. She brought the prepared breakfast to the dining table, looking up and down at her father and Jiang Shaoqi. "What's wrong?" Jiang Chen asked as he sat down at the table and picked up a youtiao. "Dad, you and sister Shaoqi?" Jiang Xinan asked, puzzled. "Oh, I broke through last night and Xiaoqi kept watch, Jiang Chen replied. Dad, you broke through? You've established your foundation? Jiang Xinan blinked, standing up in surprise. Jiang Chen nodded, having nothing to hide from his daughter. That's great. Jiang Xinan was very happy for her father establishing a foundation. This realm, compared to the qi refining stage, was equivalent to a transformation in life. It wasn't just a transformation in strength. The key was the transformation in lifespan. The lifespan during the body refining and qi refining stages was similar to that of ordinary people living around 100 years. Once one breaks through to the foundation establishment stage, they would have a lifespan of 300 years. If nothing unexpected happens, Dad could live for 300 years. What an incredibly long time that is. In ancient times, it would be equivalent to living through a dynasty. Alright, it's just a breakthrough. Focus on your cultivation. The resources for your foundation establishment are already prepared, Jiang Chen said. Dad, I'm already at the 7th layer of body refining, and I can advance to the 8th layer tonight. Next month, I'm confident I can advance to the qi refining stage, Jiang Xinan said, clenching her small fist with a confident expression. She longed for the qi refining stage, because once she reached the qi refining stage, she could learn various techniques. Techniques like flying with the wind, fireball technique, ice spike technique, and so on. She had yearned for them for so long. After breakfast, her daughter changed into professional attire and went to work at the company. Jiang Chen, having nothing to do, prepared to go out for a stroll. Having just completed his breakthrough, and due to using rare treasures like the creation fruit, the 10,000-year spirit essence, and the enlightenment fruit, his realm was very stable and he didn't need to spend more time consolidating it. Additionally, after advancing to the foundation establishment stage, his techniques would also need to be updated. The techniques he learned before were all first-tier techniques. The strongest sword technique he had was only a first-tier top-level one. First-tier techniques were suitable for qi refining stage cultivators. Once at the foundation establishment stage, first-tier techniques would no longer suffice. There were many options for second-tier techniques. During this time, Jiang Hong had traded quite a few techniques to Jiang Chen, all of which were above the second tier. After some selection, Jiang Chen first chose a set of top-level second-tier 5 elements techniques. He had delved deeply into the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, so he naturally wouldn't give them up. Then he selected a top-level second-tier sword technique, a top-level second-tier invisibility technique, and a top-level second-tier wind and thunder technique. Once at the foundation establishment stage, he would be able to fly with a sword. The speed and agility of flying would far exceed that of flying with the wind. The top-level second-tier sword technique would not only allow Jiang Chen to fly with a sword but also to wield it against enemies with greater power. The sword technique was created for killing. Flying with a sword was just a bonus. The top-level second-tier invisibility technique was also very strong. The first-tier invisibility technique would become ineffective once an attack was made. However, the second-tier top-level invisibility technique would not, providing a stronger concealment effect. The second-tier top-level wind and thunder technique was also a highly destructive technique. It could summon wind and thunder. Jiang Chen did not learn the second-tier wind technique. Initially, he learned the wind technique for flying. Now that he had the sword flying technique and the wind and thunder technique was also adept at speed, there was no need to learn the wind technique anymore. After selecting the techniques, the next step was to comprehend and cultivate them. With 8 top-level second-tier techniques, once I learn them, my configuration in the foundation establishment stage should be decent, right? Jiang Chen walked out of the manor, lost in thought. Raising his head, he found himself on the main street of Zijin Bay. The smooth street was bustling with people, quite lively. Most of these people were employees of various companies under the Jiang family, along with their family members. Strolling casually along the main street of Zijin Bay, Jiang Chen noticed that besides the group employees and their families, there were also quite a few tourists who had come to visit. Recently, due to the Jiang group, Zijin Bay had become famous. Many people couldn't believe that in just a few months, the Jiang family had built a modern office park in Zijin Bay, especially the 600-meter-tall Jiang building, which attracted a lot of attention. As a result, many tourists came to see it for themselves. With more visitors, the miracle of Zijin Bay was confirmed. Although there were still some who stubbornly denied it, it was of little consequence. On both sides of the main street of Zijin Bay, there were many shops. Most of these shops were rented out to the families of group employees, allowing them to run small businesses. There were also some shops open for external investment. It was working hours now, so the street was still a bit quiet. After work, it would truly be bustling. After wandering around, Jiang Chen arrived at the Jiang Group building. Chairman, On the top floor of the building, in the president's office, Jiang Xinan's secretary quickly stood up to greet Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen waved his hand, knocked twice on the door, and walked into his daughter's office. Jiang Xinan, who was reviewing documents, looked surprised to see her father. "Dad, what brings you here?" "I had some free time, so I thought I'd come and see you," Jiang Chen said as he sat down on the sofa. "How's the group's business lately? Has moving to Zijin Bay affected you at all?" Jiang Xinan shook her head. "Definitely not." She put down the documents, stood up to stretch, and sat down on the sofa opposite her father. Knock knock. The secretary knocked on the office door and entered with 2 cups of coffee. "Chairman, President, here's your coffee." Jiang Chen nodded and looked at the secretary. She was a good-looking girl with a capable demeanor. The secretary bent down to place the coffee and then left the office. Jiang Chen took a sip of the coffee and shook his head. "Not as good as tea." Jiang Xinan rolled her eyes. "You should take a look at what tea you usually drink. That's all premium tea. How could this coffee possibly compare?" After chatting casually with his daughter for a while, Jiang Chen was about to suggest having lunch together, when he paused, opened the communication club, and checked the chat bar, discovering a message from Dai Shuayer. "Dai Shuayer to Uncle, the spaceship you ordered has arrived. Delivery at noon, so get ready." Jiang Chen. Well, it seemed he would have to let his daughter eat alone. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen replied with a, "Okay." He looked at his daughter and said, "All right, I won't disturb your work anymore." "Dad, let's have lunch together," Jiang Xinan said. Jiang Chen waved his hand. "No, I have an appointment at noon." "Oh." Jiang Xinan pouted, thinking her father was being dishonest. What kind of appointment could a middle-aged homebody like him have? Arriving at his own chairman's office, Jiang Chen sat down in the boss's chair and instructed Jiang Shaoqi, who had followed him, prepare a big feast for lunch. Jiang Shaoqi, what cuisine? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Let's have one dish from each of the 8 major cuisines of China. Oh, and also Western food, steak, foie gras, caviar, and so on." I don't think I've ever treated that girl to Western food. Since getting to know Dai Shuayer, it seemed Jiang Chen had only ever taken her out for Chinese food. He hadn't thought about it before, but today he wanted to treat her to something new. Jiang Shaoqi, okay. All right, go ahead. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Jiang Shaoqi left the office to start purchasing ingredients. In the office, Jiang Chen opened a document to review. As the chairman of the group, important documents were always sent to him. Usually, he didn't have the mood to review these documents. It was Jiang Shaoqi who helped handle them. Today, having made a breakthrough in his cultivation, he was in a good mood and decided to take a casual look, casually flipping through a document. It was about the construction of the group's overseas branches. With dozens of overseas partners and the recent turmoil in Western markets, the Jiang Group had successfully penetrated the Western market. After browsing through a few documents, Jiang Chen lost interest. Although the content was quite substantial, often involving projects worth hundreds of millions or even billions, to him, it was just dull. He tossed the documents aside and decided to let Jiang Shaoqi handle it. Lazily leaning back in his office chair, Jiang Chen took out a jade slip, pressed it against his forehead, and closed his eyes to contemplate. He needed to quickly comprehend the 8 selected techniques. The second-tier top-level techniques were somewhat challenging to grasp. After half an hour, Jiang Chen finally learned the invisibility technique. As his mana flowed, his figure gradually disappeared. Just as he vanished, there was a knock on his office door, and a voice called out, "Dad, what are you busy with?" "Ha? Where's Dad? Gone?" Jiang Chen dispelled the invisibility technique and looked at his daughter. "What's up?" "Ha?" Jiang Xinan blinked innocently, then exclaimed in surprise, "Dad, is that invisibility technique?" "Yes," Jiang Chen nodded. "Dad, I want to learn it." Jiang Xinan walked over with a grin. "Let's talk about it after you cultivate your qi." Jiang Chen shook his head. "Is there something you need?" Jiang Xinan said, "I want to hold a meeting for the group's executives. Do you want to join?" "You go ahead, I won't be attending." Jiang Chen shook his head. "Oh." Jiang Xinan wasn't surprised. She had thought of asking since her father was at the company. "Boss, the dishes are ready," Jiang Shaoqi called. Jiang Chen checked the time. It was past 11 in the morning. He went to the rooftop garden of the building, used the invisibility technique, and flew towards the manor on the wind. The second-tier invisibility technique allowed him to cast other spells while remaining invisible, which was very useful. From now on, he could soar freely in the sky without worrying about being discovered. With the second-tier invisibility technique, as long as he didn't want to be found, no one on this blue planet could detect him. Returning to the courtyard, Jiang Chen looked at the table full of delicious food and contacted Dai Shuayer. "Lunch is ready, do you have time?" Dai Shuayer replied instantly, "I'm coming." Jiang Chen smiled and waved to gather the dishes, then went to the communication space. On the rooftop, Jiang Chen and Dai Shuayer appeared simultaneously. "Hello, Uncle," Dai Shuayer greeted, waving her hand. A long dining table, 2 chairs, and utensils and napkins were quickly set up. Jiang Chen looked on, wanting to tease, this girl is really skilled. Let's eat. Jiang Chen waved his hand, bringing out steaming plates of food. Looking at the table full of delicacies, Dai Shui'er's eyes sparkled, and without hesitation, she sat down at the table. Oh, what's this? Dai Shui'er pointed curiously at a few plates of Western food. This is Western cuisine from our blue planet. This is steak. This is foie gras, caviar, black truffle. Jiang Chen introduced one by one. Dai Shui'er, curious, picked up chopsticks and took a piece of cut steak to her mouth, chewed a few times, and nodded. Not bad. Quite delicious. In the communication space, on the rooftop. After tasting the Western dishes Jiang Chen brought, Dai Shui'er nodded. Very good, quite unique, but how should I put it? I feel like Huaxia cuisine suits my taste more. Especially this Sichuan cuisine, it's so fragrant. And this Cantonese cuisine, it's also good. If you like it, eat more, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Dai Shui'er naturally didn't hold back, picking up chopsticks and a small bowl of rice. She began to eat heartily. Jiang Chen smiled and poured her a drink made from spirit fruits. Oh, what is this drink? It has spiritual energy. Dai Shui'er put down her bowl and chopsticks, picked up the drink, took a sip, and her expression turned astonished. She had achieved success in martial arts and could sense the spiritual energy in the drink. Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. This is a drink made from spirit fruits. So delicious, uncle, you're really extravagant. Spirit fruits. I usually use them for cultivation, Dai Shui'er complained after gulping down a large mouthful of the drink. Jiang Chen chuckled, drinking it regularly is also a form of cultivation. It's not wasteful. That's true. Dai Shui'er said no more, took a big gulp of her drink, and continued to feast heartily. Seeing her eat so deliciously, Jiang Chen also felt hungry and picked up his chopsticks. In his foundation building stage he had already begun fasting. But eating was a habit that humanity had cultivated for thousands of years, and he wouldn't give it up. After eating and drinking to their fill, Dai Shui'er put down her chopsticks, lazily reclined on the sofa chair, rubbed her little belly, and wore a look of complete satisfaction. Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry to get down to business either, and started chatting with Dai Shui'er. As they talked, the conversation turned to Dai Shui'er's grandfather. My grandfather can't step into the extraordinary for now. Once he cultivates the extraordinary path, unless he can ascend in one leap to the realm of a martial arts master, he won't be able to extend his lifespan, Dai Shui'er said with a worried tone. Jiang Chen comforted her, actually, there's no need to rush. The longevity pill can help your grandfather extend his life by 60 or 70 years. I'm sure there will be a way. Treasures that can allow someone to ascend in one leap do exist. Once we grow up, perhaps we will encounter one. Dai Shui'er nodded, regaining her spirits. What you said is right. From what I understand, our Kanglan star has made great progress in genetic technology recently. At the current pace, it won't be long before the advanced gene enhancement potion is successfully developed. Theoretically, the advanced gene enhancement potion has longevity effects. Once it's successfully developed, my grandfather might have a chance to step onto the extraordinary path. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Is the news confirmed? Dai Shui'er nodded. Basically confirmed. Jiang Chen felt joy in his heart. An advanced gene enhancement potion. If he could get his hands on it, his qualifications would be extraordinary. After finishing their small talk, the two of them had rested enough. Dai Shui'er stood up, waved her hand, and Jiang Chen felt the sky darken as 10 enormous spaceships appeared. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in delight. These 10 spaceships were entirely black, giving off a very sturdy feeling, without any major highlights. This is the Type 011 spaceship, capable of carrying 2,000 flying vehicles. Dai Shui'er introduced it to Jiang Chen again. Jiang Chen nodded and asked, can androids pilot it? Of course, that's not a problem, Dai Shui'er replied with a nod. Let's go inside and take a look, Jiang Chen said. Dai Shui'er nodded, opened the hatch, and the two entered the interior of the spaceship, touring various areas. Overall, this spaceship was, to put it bluntly, meant for cargo transport. It was very suitable for planet development. Jiang Chen was quite satisfied with this spaceship. Not bad, Jiang Chen nodded and looked at Dai Shui'er. Dai Shui'er understood Jiang Chen's meaning, chuckled lightly, and waved her small hand again, causing a silver spaceship to appear. This spaceship, while not as large as the Type 011, was much more luxurious and filled with a sense of science fiction, clearly not an ordinary cargo ship. Is this the Type A03 spaceship? Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. This spaceship really matched his aesthetic. Yes, this is the A03 luxury comfort model spaceship. Don't be fooled by its smaller size compared to the Type 011, with a length of only about a kilometer. Its power system, defense system, weapon system, and even the materials used for the hull are all far superior to the Type 011. Among top-tier spaceships, it is considered high-end. Dai Shui'er highly praised this spaceship. Jiang Chen also liked it very much, and went inside to take a look. Arriving at the spaceship's cockpit, Jiang Chen sat in the chair and activated the spaceship's artificial intelligence. This thing could be operated in a foolproof manner. No pilot was needed. As long as there was artificial intelligence, one could maneuver the spaceship whatever one wanted to do. They just needed to give commands to the AI. Not bad, not bad. Jiang Chen was very satisfied. Dai Shui'er blinked, looking eagerly at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen wanted to laugh, waved his hand, and a large pile of spirit-infused treasures appeared. Dai Shui'er's eyes sparkled. This is body-refining liquid made from the blood of demon beasts. You're still in the postnatal realm, right? Using this to refine your body can accelerate your cultivation progress. This is the Peiyuan fruit. Jiang Chen introduced these items. Dai Shui'er swallowed hard. With these heavenly materials and earthly treasures, her martial arts cultivation would surely soar. Uncle is amazing. Dai Shui'er was very happy, waving her hand to store these heavenly materials and earthly treasures away. By the way, girl, do you have any way to get me a few more intermediate gene enhancement potions? Jiang Chen suddenly thought of something and asked. His stock of intermediate gene enhancement potions was running low. Dai Shui'er thought for a moment and said, no problem. After bidding farewell to Dai Shui'er, Jiang Chen returned to reality. Shao Qi, let's go to Ruweixing. Jiang Chen waved his hand, opened a portal, and stepped into Ruweixing. Upon arriving at Ruweixing, Jiang Chen waved his hand and 11 spaceships appeared, hovering in mid-air. Shao Qi, arrange for personnel to board the ships, head to other continents, establish bases, and set up a communication network. Jiang Chen instructed. Shao Qi nodded, yes. Then she added, boss, how should we arrange the A03 spaceship? Jiang Chen looked at the silver spaceship shining in the sunlight and said, starting today, it will be my exclusive vehicle. Shao Qi nodded, should we give the spaceship a name? Hearing this, Jiang Chen stroked his chin in thought and said, the A03 spaceship will be named the Zijin. As for the other ships, you can name them as you see fit. Alright, Shao Qi replied, and began to mobilize personnel to make arrangements. Before long, 10011 type spaceships were activated. We still don't have enough biosynthetic humans. As the biosynthetic humans boarded the ships to head to other continents, Jiang City suddenly felt much emptier, and some ongoing projects were forced to halt. We need to procure another batch of biosynthetic humans, Jiang Chen muttered as he contacted Dai Shui'er. On Azure Blue Star, in a villa, Dai Shui'er, who was sorting and categorizing cultivation resources, was slightly taken aback when she saw Jiang Chen's message. They had just parted, and Uncle was already thinking of her? I must be quite charming. But Uncle is also pretty handsome now that he's younger. Lost in her thoughts, Dai Shui'er skillfully opened the message, Jiang Chen. Girl, get me another 1 million biosynthetic humans. Dai Shui'er scratched her head. Uncle's appetite was getting bigger. 1 million biosynthetic humans. In those feudal dynasties with low personal combat power, they could change dynasties. But considering Uncle had a primitive planet waiting to be developed, it wasn't surprising. Perhaps even 1 million wouldn't be enough. Uncle, is 1 million enough? Dai Shui'er asked. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and realized it wasn't enough. Then, make it 10 million. Dai Shui'er clicked her tongue. Alright, as expected of Uncle, directly multiplying it by 10. But in business, the more the better. Okay, no problem, I'll deliver in 10 days. Jiang Chen, not bad, quite efficient. Dai Shui'er, now that I have Grandpa's support, I can mobilize all the resources of the Dai family, so efficiency is naturally high. Jiang Chen, alright, thank you. Dai Shui'er, no need to be polite, Uncle. Just prepare some heavenly materials and earthly treasures for me. Jiang Chen, no problem. After their conversation, they finalized the deal for 10 million biosynthetic humans. Ruweixing, Jiang City. After disconnecting from Dai Shui'er, Jiang Chen strolled around the city. After a period of construction, Jiang City was completed, the streets were smooth, and the houses were orderly. It was a city with an ancient style, infused with a hint of wildness. Unfortunately, it felt a bit empty. Stepping out of Jiang City, Jiang Chen arrived at the riverbank, looking across at the fire tribe and asked, Shao Qi, has there been any movement from the fire tribe recently? Jiang Shao. She replied, yes, the fire tribe is expanding, having absorbed many small tribes in the forest. The population of the fire tribe has reached over 40,000, nearing 50,000. Jiang Chen nodded. They sensed the threat from Jiang City and wanted to expand their population and strengthen their power. Jiang City has been bustling with construction and exploration, rarely interacting with the fire tribe. They only sent people from the military camp to occasionally exchange information and conduct some trades with the fire tribe. The fire tribe has survived in this area for many years and possesses many valuable items. For instance, some rare spiritual ores. The fire tribe knows these are good things, as they can sense spiritual energy from the ores. However, they do not understand how to refine and forge them. This is where Jiang Chen and his group benefit. They only need to use some everyday items, like salt and iron, to trade for those precious materials. Perhaps sensing Jiang City's strength, the leader of the fire tribe, under pressure, began to aggressively annex smaller tribes. However, this kind of blind population expansion. Jiang Chen shook his head. Do they have enough food? In the primitive tribal era, productivity was low and survival depended on hunting. Having more people was not necessarily better. Without enough food, a large population would only become a burden. The fire tribe has traded quite a bit of food with us, Zhang Shaoqi said. This, Jiang Chen was speechless. Buying food from Jiang City to expand their strength and guard against Jiang City. What was that leader thinking? If Jiang City simply cut off their food supply, wouldn't the fire tribe collapse? Of course, perhaps the fire tribe's expansion was not just to guard against Jiang City. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen said, let's have the military camp try to see if they can take control of the fire tribe. But remember, the martial arts classics, including all knowledge beneficial to the development of civilization, must not leak out. Understood. Zhang Shaoqi nodded, noting this down. After discussing the fire tribe, Jiang Chen took a stroll around the military camp. He had been at Ruweixing for some days now, and the people in the military camp had nearly all grown up. Calculating the time he had set up the barracks on September 5th. As of today, 52 days have passed, and the number of summoned soldiers in the barracks has reached 520. Among them, 169 are those eliminated from the barracks, who have joined the military camp system to practice martial arts. The military camp has been stationed at Ruweixing for 20 days now. These 20 days have been a transformation for the military camp. When they first arrived at Ruweixing, the strongest in the military camp had just barely stepped into the innate realm. Now, all of the first batch of over 100 who settled in Ruweixing have entered the innate realm. Additionally, the military camp has produced 3 masters, martial arts masters. Compared to the barracks system, they are silver-level experts. Compared to the cultivation system, they are foundational period experts. The rapid growth of the military camp is inseparable from daily battles with various beasts and the abundant supply of precious materials. Of course, in terms of strength, the military camp is still far behind the soldiers from the barracks. The soldiers from the barracks are all silver level, equivalent to all being foundational period cultivators. How can they compare? Jiang Chen pondered that it was time to arrange for a batch of soldiers from the barracks to come to Ruweixing. Such a powerful force would be somewhat wasted. On Blue Star, having the bioengineered beings is enough. If they encounter something that the bioengineered beings cannot handle, it would not be too late to send soldiers from the barracks to deal with it. Jiang City, military camp base. Most of the personnel in the military camp were out exploring, with only a small number stationed in Jiang City, including a master. This master from the military camp is a woman named Jiang Yu, a name given to her by Jiang Chen. Jiang Yu, come practice with me, Jiang Chen said. I dare not. Jiang Yu bowed her head. Jiang Chen, there's nothing to be afraid of, come quickly. Yes. Seeing that the boss indeed intended to spar with her, Jiang Yu no longer refused. She stood firm 50 meters away from Jiang Chen, her aura instantly reaching its peak. The next moment, Jiang Yu charged at Jiang Chen like a cheetah, her speed as fast as lightning, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Afterimages are illusions created when the human eye cannot keep up with the target's speed. For Jiang Chen, whose soul power is strong, Jiang Yu's speed was just average. When Jiang Yu was only 20 meters away from him, a thick earthen wall suddenly appeared. The earthen wall did not stop Jiang Yu. With a crash, the earthen wall shattered under Jiang Yu's impact. Jiang Chen remained calm, continuously casting his 5 elements techniques, summoning green vines, golden shields, water curtains, and firewalls, which left Jiang Yu struggling to cope. After a round of sparring, Jiang Chen gained a better understanding of his own strength. In the same realm, as long as he avoided close combat with martial artists, they were no match for cultivators. Just like Jiang Yu, her strength and speed were not weak, yet after a long while, she couldn't even get close to Jiang Chen. Of course, Jiang Chen's physique was also strong. Even in close combat, he wouldn't necessarily be at a disadvantage. However, in close combat, cultivators always had a slight disadvantage compared to martial artists, unless they were body cultivators. Ruweixing, Jiang City, martial camp training ground. All right, that's enough, Jiang Chen said, dispersing his techniques and ending the sparring session. Yes, Jiang Yu replied, respectfully stepping aside, waiting for Jiang Chen's instructions. You can go about your business. Jiang Chen waved his hand and left the martial camp with Jiang Xiaoqi, heading to the satellite management department. The satellite had been in the sky for some time now, and through the satellite management department, Jiang Chen had gained a general understanding of the situation on the 10 continents of Ruweixing. In short, many human tribes on Ruweixing had already formed the beginnings of civilization. How should I put it? They were just a war away. War is indeed a catalyst For civilization, this saying holds true. Only when faced with threats do humans unite, seek development, and allow civilization to grow. Comfort only breeds complacency. Currently, human civilization on Ruwashing was developing at a lukewarm pace primarily because there were no strong external enemies. Although various monsters roamed about, to humans, these monsters were merely prey and not a real threat. Internally, the major tribes were living their lives quietly. While there were some skirmishes between tribes, they were just minor conflicts. At this rate, who knows how long it will take for human civilization on Ruwashing to truly rise. Perhaps it will take the emergence of an ambitious powerhouse to launch a unification war among humans. Or maybe a powerful monster king will arise among the beast tribes, making humans feel threatened, and only then will human civilization truly rise. After leaving the Satellite Management Department, Jiang Chen took a tour of other institutions in Jiang City to understand the development situation. On Ruwashing. At 6 in the evening, Jiang Chen left Ruwashing and returned to Blue Star. Blue Star, Magic City, Zijin Bay Manor. Passing through the portal, Jiang Chen and Jiang Shaoqi returned to the villa. Arriving on the first floor of the villa, his daughter had not yet returned. Jiang Chen said, "Shaoqi, let's have noodles for dinner." "What kind of noodles does the boss want?" Jiang Shaoqi asked. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and replied, "How about braised noodles, and let's get a few lamb hooves and some cold dishes to go with it." "Okay," Jiang Shaoqi responded and went to the kitchen. Jiang Chen sat down in the living room, brewed a pot of spirit tea, and picked up a newspaper to read. "Dad, I'm back," his daughter announced as she entered. Jiang Chen grunted in response without looking up. Jiang Xinan blinked and walked over, asking, "Dad, what are you reading? So engrossed?" "Nothing much, just that there have been quite a few wars recently in Africa and some central regions." Jiang Chen put down the newspaper and said. Jiang Xinan nodded. "It's all about the struggle for interests. The collapse of the 7 major consortiums has released a lot of benefits. Some companies, factories, and stocks are still fine. The wars are only happening in the financial markets, a war without gunpowder. But the various minerals, oil fields, and so on controlled by the 7 major consortiums are quite tempting. No one wants to let go, and that's why wars have occurred. Currently, it's all wars between mercenaries. The national level hasn't intervened." Jiang Chen nodded. When he destroyed the 7 major consortiums, he anticipated that many chain reactions would occur. The results were as expected. The various major events happening internationally recently were all centered around the destruction of the 7 major consortiums. One can only say that they are indeed world-class consortiums, and the implications are significant. After chatting with his daughter for a while, Jiang Shaoqi finished preparing dinner. "Oh, braised noodles?" Jiang Xinan exclaimed in surprise. "Have you had it before?" Jiang Chen asked. "I have." Jiang Xinan nodded. "I had a classmate from Central Plains Province who cooked for her." After dinner, Jiang Chen handed his daughter a mid-level gene enhancement potion, injected while you take a shower tonight. Jiang Xinan blinked and smiled. "Immunity potion?" "Yes." Jiang Chen nodded. Jiang Xinan pouted. Her dad was still lying to her. This was definitely a gene potion. But now that they were cultivating immortality, was this gene potion still useful? With doubts in her mind, she didn't hold back and asked directly. Jiang Chen looked at his daughter with curiosity, rubbed her head, and said helplessly, "Girl, do you think you're a genius?" "Ha? Am I not?" Jiang Xinan tilted her head in confusion. She had started cultivating in early September, and she didn't know much about the immortal cultivation world, but in just over a month, she had progressed from an ordinary person to the 8th level of body refinement. That should count as genius, right? Jiang Chen pouted and said, "Without this thing, could you cultivate so quickly?" Jiang Xinan was surprised and looked at the gene potion in her hand, recalling the scene when she first injected the potion. According to her dad, her fast cultivation speed was because she had injected this potion? Wasn't that a scientific creation? How could it still work in conjunction with metaphysics? Jiang Chen said, "This potion can enhance your immortal cultivation aptitude. The reason you can cultivate so quickly is that you injected a primary potion back then, which significantly improved your aptitude. Otherwise, with your original aptitude, if you wanted to reach the 8th level of body refinement, even with ample resources, it would take you at least a year and a half." Jiang Xinan felt dejected. She had always thought her aptitude was quite good, but she never expected. Jiang Chen rubbed his daughter's head and said, "This is a mid-level potion that can elevate your aptitude to the next level. Just inject it tonight. It might be a bit painful, but just endure it." After saying that, he got up and walked out of the villa to the yard. The reason he said this to his daughter was that he could tell she was getting a bit carried away. Revealing the truth would give her a little blow, making her understand that her aptitude wasn't actually that outstanding. Lying on the lounge chair, feeling the gentle breeze and looking at the stars in the sky, it felt very pleasant. Speaking of which star up there is the Ruwashing? It's quite amazing, nearly 10 light years apart. Just one step and you could reach it. I have to say, the anywhere door is really useful. Remembering the anywhere door, Jiang Chen slapped his head. How could he forget about Qinan? Speaking of which, it had been a while since he last contacted Qinan, right? He didn't even know how the other party's magic and fighting energy cultivation were progressing. With that thought, Jiang Chen communicated with the club and reached out to Qinan. In the abnormal world during the night, a street was witnessing a battle. An old six squatted by the curb holding a handful of sunflower seeds, watching with great interest. Oh, brother Jiang? Seeing Jiang Chen contact him, Qinan was a bit surprised. Brother, good evening. Qinan sent a message. Jiang Chen, it's been a while since we last contacted. How have you been recently? Qinan, not bad. My magic and fighting energy cultivation progress is very fast. Ordinary ability users are no match for me now. Jiang Chen curiously asked, what level are you at now? Qinan, I am already a level 3 magic apprentice and a level 3 trainee warrior. Jiang Chen was surprised. Not bad. Magic apprentices and trainee warriors correspond to the body refinement stage. In the immortal cultivation system, Qinan had reached this level after just over 20 days of cultivation, which was quite impressive. After all, this guy was cultivating in 2 systems simultaneously, so his speed would inevitably slow down a lot. In the abnormal world, by the street curb, brother, I'm eating seeds and watching a show. There's a battle happening. Do you want to watch together? Qinan looked at the heated battle not far away and asked via message. Jiang Chen was surprised. What battle? Qinan. It's a battle between ability users. That guy Lin Fan is fighting over a woman with another ability user. He got ambushed on the way. Jiang Chen asked, what are their strengths? Qinan, they are about my strength, belonging to the non-tier ability users. According to the official title, they are called apprentice supernatural beings. Jiang Chen immediately lost interest. Although battles between supernatural beings are rare, what does it mean for a foundation establishment cultivator like him to watch 2 supernatural beings with the strength equivalent to the refinement stage fight? If they were high-level supernatural beings, like Chen Xing, he might have been a bit interested. Forget it. Jiang Chen declined. Alright then. Qinan pursed his lips and looked into the distance. What initially seemed like an interesting battle suddenly became rather dull. Shaking his head, he stood up and swaggered away without a hint of hesitation. The 2 in the midst of the battle, Lin Fan and the others, seemed to not notice him at all. On Blue Star, in the courtyard, Jiang Chen and Qinan chatted for a while on the lounge chair. During this time, Qinan hadn't done anything else. Every day he either practiced or played with Chen Bing, Xiaolan, and the others to build relationships. Qinan planned to enhance his strength further to destroy a few demon nests. If possible, he wanted to visit the angel's lair as well. He wanted to see if the legendary Angel King was a woman. After ending the conversation with Qinan, Jiang Chen opened the chat window with Chen Xing. What are you busy with? Chen Xing. Just finished a meeting. Jiang Chen, have you eaten dinner? Chen Xing, not yet. Jiang Chen, shall I treat you to a meal? Chen Xing, sure. Jiang Chen tilted his head and called out to Jiang Shaoqi not far away. Shaoqi, can you make a few home-cooked dishes? Can you finish in 20 minutes? Sure. Jiang Shaoqi replied. Go ahead. Jiang Chen said. Jiang. Shaoqi acknowledged and went to the kitchen. Jiang Chen messaged Chen Xing. The food will take a while. Chen Xing, okay. It took less than 20 minutes, only a little over 10 minutes, for Jiang Shaoqi to prepare 4 dishes and a soup. A stir-fried green pepper with meat, a sour and spicy shredded potato, a braised eggplant, a mapo tofu, and an egg drop soup. Very simple home-cooked dishes. There wasn't enough time to make anything extravagant. In the communication space, on the ruined square, Jiang Chen's figure appeared, and Chen Xing was already waiting there. She wore a blue dress paired with a cold demeanor, which was very attractive. Jiang Chen couldn't help but glance at her a few more times, waving his hand to take out tables, chairs, utensils, and plates of food. This environment. Jiang Chen looked around at the ruined square and the bloodstains on the ground, which somewhat affected his appetite. It's fine, it's quite good. Chen Xing didn't care. Having lived in the apocalypse, what harsh scenes hadn't she seen? This place was already quite nice. Alright. Then. Jiang Chen nodded, sat down with Chen Xing, and smiled. Time is tight, so I didn't make anything fancy, just home-cooked dishes. That's good enough. Chen Xing picked up some rice, took a chopstick of shredded potatoes, and put it in her mouth. Very delicious. Chen Xing nodded. After tasting a few dishes, Jiang Chen nodded but didn't pick up his chopsticks, saying, as long as you like it. Chen Xing hummed in agreement, focusing on her food. After finishing a small bowl of rice, she asked, have you awakened your supernatural ability? Jiang Chen shook his head. No. Chen Xing pondered. Perhaps it really is a difference in worlds. Maybe, but it doesn't matter. I'm fine cultivating other power systems. Jiang Chen replied. as long as you can come to terms with it, Chen Xing said. Jiang Chen smiled and started chatting with her. While Jiang Chen and Chen Xing were meeting on the second floor of the Zijinbei villa in Jiang Xinan's bedroom, Jiang Xinan went to the bathroom, took off her clothes, injected the intermediate gene enhancement agent into her veins, and then lay in the bathtub, waiting for the medicine to take effect. The reaction was similar to when Jiang Chen injected it. First, a wave of heat spread through her limbs, then the heat became intense. Her body began to turn red, enduring the burning sensation. Within, Jiang Xinan followed her father's teachings and operated the Hanyuan Ichiju to enhance the absorption of the medicine. After about 20 minutes, the heat within gradually subsided. Jiang Xinan lay weakly in the bathtub, letting out a long breath. Those 20 minutes had been too difficult to endure. Fortunately, she had made it through. Standing up from the bathtub, Jiang Xinan sat cross-legged and continued to operate the Hanyuan Ichiju. Moments later, she trembled and a layer of shackles was broken. Her expression was filled with joy. She had broken through. She was now at the 9th level of body tempering. Father was right, this potion really can enhance the speed of cultivation. So, does that mean I'm actually a waste? Jiang Xinan felt dejected. She had always thought of herself as a genius, only to be told by her father that she was actually a waste. Her genius was, in fact, a result of later efforts. But she quickly came to terms with it, whether innate or acquired. At least she was a genius now. That was all that mattered. With this realization, she felt enlightened, got out of the bathtub, rinsed off, changed into a fresh outfit, and skipped downstairs. However, when she reached the bottom, she didn't see her dad. Xiaoqi, where did my dad go? Jiang Xinan asked Jiang Xiaoqi. He went to meet a friend, Jiang Xiaoqi replied. Oh. Jiang Xinan responded, heading to the living room, turning on the TV, and waiting for her dad to return. In the communication space, at the dilapidated square, they spent an hour having a meal, most of which was spent chatting. Friends from the club. It's important to communicate often and maintain relationships. It's getting late, let's call it a day, Jiang Chen said. Chen Xing nodded, a stunning smile fleeting across her cold face. Thank you for dinner. Jiang Chen didn't notice her smile and waved his hand. Next time, let's plan ahead and I'll prepare a feast for you. Chen Xing nodded. After chatting a bit more, Jiang Chen and Chen Xing said their goodbyes. Back in reality, Jiang Chen arrived at the living room on the first floor of the villa. Dad, you're back. Seeing her father, Jiang Xinan stood up. Seeing his daughter, who, as usual, hadn't been defeated by the truth, Jiang Chen felt a sense of relief. Having a broad-minded daughter is certainly better than having one who gets stuck on trivial matters. A daughter with a big heart is easier to raise. If his daughter were the type to get caught up in details, he would have to constantly consider her feelings, worrying that something he said might hurt her. Just thinking about that situation was exhausting. Dad, I broke through. I'm at the 9th level of body tempering. I can feel my strength exceeding 10,000 pounds. Jiang Xinan bounced over to Jiang Chen, smiling brightly. Alright, Jiang Chen said, pushing his daughter away in disdain. Jiang Xinan pouted, huffed, and sat down on the sofa, asking curiously, Dad, this potion belongs to science, right? Can it really have anything to do with metaphysics? In the living room of the villa in the purple gold bay of Magic City, hearing his daughter's confusion, Jiang Chen shook his head. Science and metaphysics, how should I put it? They lead to the same goal. This potion has strengthened your genes. Your cultivation aptitude is related to the strength of your genes, so it can enhance your cultivation speed. This is the differentiation between worlds, or one could say it's a difference in research directions. In the cultivation world, they are proficient in practice but know little about genetics. In the interstellar technological world, although they don't practice cultivation, once technology reaches a certain level, they will study genetics. The strength of genes is also related to the strength of cultivation aptitude. Genetics and cultivation, one belongs to science, the other to metaphysics, seemingly unrelated fields. Yet they can complement each other perfectly. Jiang Xinan pondered thoughtfully. Alright, let's not get tangled up in this. Jiang Chen waved his hand, then thought of something and asked, by the way, Nan, have you communicated with the Taoist sects about transcribing the Taoist classics? A while ago, while out shopping, Jiang Chen had a sudden idea to collect Taoist classics from Blue Star and study the wisdom left by ancient people, especially their insights on cultivation. Although due to environmental issues, ancient people rarely succeeded in cultivation, there were a few Taoists who were said to have achieved success, such as Zhang Sanfeng and Zhang Gaoling. Their strength might not have been very formidable, but their insights into cultivation were undoubtedly unique. I've already communicated with several Taoist sects like Wudong and Longhu Mountain. They said they need to discuss it, Jiang Xinan replied. Jiang Chen nodded. Take your time to communicate, no rush. Got it. Jiang Xinan nodded. It's getting late, let's go back and practice. Jiang Chen waved his hand and walked towards the second floor. Jiang Xinan responded with an "oh," picked up a bag of snacks and followed him upstairs. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye 3 days had gone by. The date was now October 30th. October has 31 days, and this month was about to end. In the current Magic City, summer had already passed, the temperature had dropped significantly, and people had switched to long sleeves. During these 3 days, or rather, since the Jiang group proposed the paid transcription of Taoist classics, several Taoist sects had become restless. On Wudong Mountain, several key figures sat together to discuss matters. What do you all think about the Jiang group's transcription of the classics? Do you agree? Said an elderly man in a Taoist robe with a long beard, who was the current leader of the Wudong sect, known as Taoist Qingyun. I can't understand it. Isn't the Jiang group a tech company? Why are they interested in Taoist treasures? That director Jiang isn't trying to seek immortality, is he? It's quite possible. Ancient emperors would seek out sorcerers in their old age to pursue longevity. Modern wealthy people should be no exception. That director Jiang, as far as I know, is already in his 40s. Although still in his prime, that's not exactly young. Alas, I didn't expect that in this new era there are still people who believe in immortality. Taoist Qingyun looked at everyone discussing and shook his head slightly, saying, "Everyone, don't jump to conclusions. Whether that director Jiang is seeking immortality or for other reasons, it has nothing to do with us Wudong." The crowd nodded in agreement and stopped discussing that director Jiang. "I think transcribing is fine," said a middle-aged Taoist sitting to the left of Taoist Qingyun. "They are just transcribing, not taking the originals away. There's no need to get tangled up in it." The other Taoists fell silent, pondering. "The Jiang group shouldn't have only approached us Wudong, right?" someone asked. Taoist Qingyun nodded and said, "As far as I know, the Jiang group has sent people to several major Taoist sects including Longhu, Jingming, and Yushan. I really don't know why the Jiang group suddenly focused on Taoist classics. They can't possibly believe that the cultivation methods left by our ancestors are real, can they? Humph, our Wudong ancestor lived for 218 years. Do you dare say it's fake? Perhaps the cultivation methods left by our ancestors are real, but we descendants are not diligent enough to succeed in our practice." Exactly, we have practiced for decades, although we haven't succeeded. The benefits of longevity, health, and a life free of illness are real. I've heard that some scientists become fascinated with theology in their later years. Perhaps some scientists in the Jiang group are the same? Seeing that everyone had gone off on a tangent again, Taoist Qingyun rubbed his forehead and said, "So, does that mean everyone agrees to the Jiang group transcribing the classics? I suppose so. With the Jiang group's support, our Wudong will develop even better. Well, should we first check the reactions of other sects? If everyone else disagrees and only we Wudong agree, that wouldn't be good." "That makes sense." Upon hearing this, Taoist Qingyun said, "I have already communicated with friends from Yushan, Jingming, and other sects. They all agree." When everyone heard this, what was there to discuss? Since others had agreed, Wudong had no reason to disagree. However, some raised questions, such as how to ensure that the classics would not be damaged during the transcription process, etc. Taoist Qingyun nodded and said, "I will communicate this point with the Jiang group." After Wudong, the Taoist sects of Longhu Mountain, Jingming, Yushan, and others also agreed one after another. In this era, there was no need to cherish one's own broom. The Jiang group's transcription of Taoist classics was also equivalent to promoting Taoist culture. Of course, this was also due to the Jiang group's good reputation. Coupled with Jiang's development in technology, they were quite valued by the authorities. Otherwise, the Taoist sects wouldn't have agreed so quickly. Just some rare additions, which the various Taoist sects value highly. They were uneasy about entrusting the transcription to the Jiang family, insisting on doing it themselves. Naturally, the Jiang family had no objections. In Magic City, at the Jiang Group building, in the president's office, Jiang Xinan received reports from her subordinates and learned that the major Taoist sects had all agreed. A smile appeared on her face. "Good, arrange for a transcription team to go to each sect," Jiang Xinan instructed her secretary. The secretary acknowledged and set about carrying out Jiang Xinan's orders. Before long, the secretary returned, looking strange. "President, several Buddhist sects have inquired whether we need Buddhist scriptures." Jiang Xinan was taken aback and pondered for a moment before saying, "Let's first arrange for someone to make contact and ask them what they need." "Understood," the secretary replied and turned to leave. Jiang Xinan shook her head. She had been focused on Taoism and had forgotten about Buddhism. With a heritage of over 2,000 years, Buddhism has produced many eminent monks, and there should be quite a few classic texts. There are also many folk legends about Buddhist practices that could be transcribed. Although it would increase expenses, what does that amount to for the Jiang family? At the Zijin Bay estate, in the courtyard, upon receiving a message from his daughter, Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. Someone was eager to send scriptures? Buddhist scriptures? That would be nice. he certainly wouldn't refuse. Just as Jiang Xinan thought, with Buddhism's over 2,000 years of heritage, there must be many classic texts. Although Buddhism has a somewhat tarnished reputation, with a saying circulating, in chaotic times, bodhisattvas do not concern themselves with the world, old Taoists wield swords to save the common people. Jiang Chen had not delved into this saying and would not comment on it. However, throughout history, Buddhism has produced many enlightened monks, such as Bodhidharma, Kumarajiva, Xuanzang, and so on. The classics left by these monks, especially their insights on practice, greatly interested Jiang Chen. Time flew by, and it was now October 31st, the last day. That afternoon, in the Jiang family courtyard, Jiang Chen was tending to the flowers and plants. A rumbling sound came from afar, and he stood up straight, looking up at the overcast sky. It was going to rain. The weather was gloomy, but his mood was quite good. Tomorrow was the day for the club's matching count to refresh. He wondered what kind of world he would match with tomorrow? What kind of friends? He was very much looking forward to it. So far, Jiang Chen had matched with 6 worlds. The first world, the cultivation realm where Jiang Hong was, helped Jiang Chen solidify his own cultivation system. As of now, he had no thoughts of changing systems. The second world was the Azure Star where Dai Shui'er was. This world had been very helpful to him. If he were to rank them, never mind, no rankings. In any case, the various technological creations provided by Dai Shui'er, such as gene enhancement potions, large quantities of biosynthetic humans, spaceships, etc., had greatly assisted him. The third world was the island world where Wu Yang was. It had also been very beneficial, providing templates for the silver light sword and golden axe, along with various skills and magical items, enhancing his strength and enriching his foundation. The fourth world was the apocalyptic world where Qin Xing was, offering divine crystals, gold, etc., which had also been very helpful. The fifth world was the divine continent where Tian Hong was. With Tian Hong as an intermediary, he had harvested a large number of soul crystals, significantly boosting his soul power. The sixth world. At this point, Jiang Chen paused, rubbed his forehead, and remembered. The sixth world was the hodgepodge world where Qinan was. The provided portal allowed him to acquire a resource-rich primitive planet. This ensured he would no longer lack resources, which was immensely helpful. Without the portal, if he wanted cultivation resources, he would have to trade with Jiang Hong or Tian Hong. One could say that without the portal he would not have discovered Ruweixing. Without Ruweixing, could he perfect his foundation? Absolutely impossible. It was likely that even achieving an extreme foundation would be difficult. Just look at what resources he had used for his foundation building, not to mention the pool of eternal spirit essence. Just the fruits of creation and enlightenment in Jiang Hong's world are legendary treasures of heaven and earth, only appearing in ancient times. Splashing. The heavy rain poured down, and Jiang Chen moved a lounge chair over, lazily lying down to enjoy the rain scene. Wudong Mountain, the Scripture Pavilion. A group of Wudong Taoists watched the busy staff of the Jiang group, somewhat dazed. Is this how you transcribe? A Taoist asked, looking at a girl holding a device. Yes, Taoist. The girl replied politely. What kind of technological instrument is this? Another Taoist asked. The girl nodded. This is a scanner, the latest product developed by our company, capable of perfectly scanning the text from books. The group of Taoists was speechless. They had thought that the Jiang family wanted to transcribe everything by hand. But, then again, what era is this? With technology rampant, who still needs to write by hand? They directly scan the content, take it back, and print it out with a printer, binding it up. Much better than handwritten copies, right? Benefactor, can some ancient texts and traditional characters be clearly scanned? A Taoist asked. The girl nodded confidently. The scanner developed and produced by our Jiang family is different from those on the market. Not to mention traditional characters, even older and more complex scripts, can be accurately scanned. Technology is truly impressive, the group of Taoists marveled. They originally thought it would take a long time for the Jiang family to transcribe all the collected works. With technology, that time was significantly shortened. Not just Wudong, the situation was similar in other sections. Before long, precious Taoist classics were scanned and uploaded to Jiang Chen's personal cloud. This cloud was personally managed by Jiang Shaoqi, and she received the news as soon as the content was uploaded. Boss, some of the classics have been uploaded to the cloud. Would you like to take a look? Jiang Shaoqi asked. Lying on the lounge chair, Jiang Chen lazily waved his hand, printed out and put it in the study. I'll look at it when I have time. He didn't like to read text on electronic devices. He felt that physical books were more comfortable to look at. Okay. Jiang Shaoqi replied, arranging for the printing factory to print and bind the books. Shaoqi, let's have hot pot for dinner. Looking at the increasingly heavy rain outside, Jiang Chen said lazily. He didn't know what was wrong today. He felt particularly lazy. Okay. Jiang Shaoqi replied. Jiang Chen hummed, closed his eyes. and listened to the sound of the rain. Unknowingly, he fell asleep and entered dreamland. Speaking of which, Jiang Chen hadn't slept for many days, especially after advancing to the qi refining stage. He often replaced sleep with practice. Seeing Jiang Chen asleep, a red light flashed in Jiang Shaoqi's eyes, and she got up to go upstairs to fetch a blanket, gently covering Jiang Chen with it. According to her calculations, once a person falls asleep, they should be covered with a blanket to prevent catching a cold. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Chen opened his eyes, lazily stretched, and noticed that it was still raining. Tilting his head slightly, he saw the blanket on him and chuckled softly, saying nothing. "Dad, you're awake." His daughter, Jiang Xinan, walked over. Jiang Chen hummed, "When did you come back?" "Just came back, Dad, hurry and wash your face, the hot pot is ready," Jiang Xinan said. Jiang Chen nodded, picked up the blanket, and got up from the lounge chair. After washing up, Jiang Chen went to the dining room. The steaming, red-hot pot looked very tempting. The prepared ingredients were also abundant: fatty beef, lamb, tofu skin, beef tripe, and so on. Listening to the sound of the rain while eating hot pot was very pleasant. It just felt like something was still missing. A night without conversation. The next day, November 1st. That morning, after breakfast, Jiang Chen communicated with the club and began the 7th round of friend matching. Match successful, constructing communication space. Construction complete. Would you like to enter? Enter. Like the previous times, there was a flash before his eyes, and once again, Jiang Chen found himself on a floating island. Matching successful, Jiang Chen arrived in the communication space, appearing on a suspended island. He was not surprised. The last time he matched with Qinan, he had appeared on a carpet floating high in the air. This floating island, he naturally had no reason to be surprised. Observing his surroundings, he found that the floating island beneath his feet was not large, only a few hundred square meters. The terrain was flat, with no buildings, and many vibrant flowers and plants were growing, making it look beautiful. Looking into the distance, he saw other floating islands. Those floating islands were quite large, with pavilions and towers, surrounded by seas of clouds, resembling celestial palaces in the sky. He walked to the edge of the floating island and looked down. The sea of clouds swirled below. Through the clouds, he could vaguely see towering skyscrapers. It seemed to be a city? Jiang Chen shook his head. This was clearly a very fantastical world. "Hello." At that moment, a serene and elegant voice rang out. Jiang Chen was surprised. This time, he had matched with a female friend? Turning around, he saw a woman dressed in a suit, wearing large framed glasses, looking very intellectual. "Hello, Jiang." Chen nodded and smiled. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Jiang Chen, and I come from a technological world." The woman adjusted her glasses and said, "My name is Mo Shuyu, and I come from a..." She paused, smiling, "from a world that, on the surface, appears to be a technological world." Jiang Chen. What the heck? Could it be another world? Similar to the one Qinan was in? "I didn't quite understand," Jiang Chen said. Mo Shuyu replied, "What I mean is, my world seems to be an ordinary technological world. In reality, my world has gods." Gods? Jiang Chen inhaled sharply. It was another world with deep waters. Gods had appeared. Yes, gods. Mo Shuyu looked at Jiang Chen and extended her hand. "Let me introduce myself again. I, Mo Shuyu, am a level 2 apprentice deity." Jiang Chen was speechless again. What on earth was an apprentice deity? He shook her hand and asked, "So, you mean to say, you are a deity? But not entirely?" Mo Shuyu blinked and nodded. "Pretty much, a divine life form destined to walk the path of becoming a god, hence called an apprentice deity." Hearing her explanation, Jiang Chen had a rough idea but still asked, "What is a divine life form? And what is the path to becoming a god?" Mo Shuyu explained, "A divine life form possesses divinity within, which can be called a divine life form. As for the path to becoming a god, it can be summarized as gathering faith, refining divinity, igniting divine fire, and condensing divine status. Once the divine status is formed, one becomes a true god." Jiang Chen nodded thoughtfully and asked, "What level does your level 2 apprentice deity belong to?" Mo Shuyu thought for a moment and said, "You should not be a newcomer to the club. Have you matched with a martial arts world before?" Jiang Chen nodded. "I have." Mo Shuyu said, "In terms of strength, a level 2 apprentice deity is roughly equivalent to a martial arts master, at least in a high-level martial arts world. Those masters from low-level martial arts worlds can be disregarded. So, a level 2 apprentice deity could possibly be equivalent to a foundation establishment stage cultivator?" Jiang Chen became interested. "Come on, let's practice?" Mo Shuyu seemed to have the same idea. Her divinity sensed that Jiang Chen's strength was not weak, at least not weaker than her own. She nodded slightly. Once Jiang Chen was ready, she extended her hand and a chain of symbols shot towards him. Jiang Chen used his 5 elements spell to block it. After a brief exchange, they merely tested each other without using their true powers. However, they both understood each other's strength. It seems that a level 2 apprentice deity indeed corresponds to the foundation establishment stage. Jiang Chen pondered. You practice the immortal path system, right? Mo Shuyu asked. Jiang Chen nodded. Have you seen this kind of system before? Mo Shuyao nodded. I once matched with a friend who practices the immortal path. Their attack methods are quite similar to yours. They can manipulate elemental attacks, much like a magician. Jiang Chen smiled and said, wrong. In the immortal system, the attack method doesn't involve manipulating elements but rather condensing elemental power using the magical energy within oneself. Mo Shuyao pondered and nodded thoughtfully. Jiang Chen continued, I've studied magic. Magicians primarily focus on mental power, which they use to manipulate the elements of heaven and earth to form their attacks. Cultivating immortality is about refining oneself. All attack methods originate from within. Mo Shuyao contemplated and nodded. This explanation is quite similar to what my friend said. After their exchange, Jiang Chen and Mo Shuyao gained a basic understanding of each other. The world Mo Shuyao comes from is one ruled by deities. In her world, floating islands are places for the divine citizens to reside. As for the people living on the land, they are merely the faith-harvesting chives of the deities. These chives are managed by the divine citizens from the floating islands. Therefore, the floating islands also serve as the ruling institutions of this world. There are many floating islands, each belonging to different deities. Each floating island has its own jurisdictional area, which is essentially the faith-harvesting field of its respective deity. Mo Shuyao is not a naturally divine being. She was originally an ordinary person who was harvested, but at the age of 10, she encountered a fortuitous event that birthed a trace of divinity within her, transforming her into a divine being. Later, through her efforts, she became a trainee deity. Trainee deities are classified into levels 1 to 8. Breaking through level 8 leads to becoming a demigod. Breaking through demigod status results in becoming a true god. True gods, it is speculated, should be equivalent to immortals. This implies that the world Mo Shuyao inhabits has a very high level of hierarchy. According to Mo Shuyao, true gods mostly reside in the divine realm and generally do not descend to the mortal world. What a powerful world! Jiang Chen exclaimed. Mo Shuyao fell silent. Being born in such a world is both a blessing and a curse. The blessing is that for ordinary people, as long as they provide faith, they can live well. For divine beings, there is hope to become a god and witness the highest and most beautiful scenery. The misfortune is that this world has already been monopolized by the deities. She perused historical texts and found that since a divine war 10,000 years ago, no new deities have been born. Are all other divine beings so useless that they cannot become gods even after 10,000 years? No, it's just that the seats of the deities have been monopolized. The lofty gods do not allow new gods to be born and divide their existing cake. What do you need? Jiang Chen asked. Books, Mo Shuyao replied. Jiang Chen was surprised. I walk the path of literature, collecting faith through literature. Mo Shuyao smiled, not hiding anything. Jiang Chen suddenly realized and pondered, in your world, is there no god of literature? Mo Shuyao said, it is said that there was a god of literature 10,000 years ago, but they fell in the divine war. Jiang Chen responded with an O and asked, aren't you worried about being discovered by the deities while collecting faith through literature? In the exchange space, on the floating island, hearing Jiang Chen's doubts, Mo Shuyao smiled confidently and said, generally speaking, deities do not easily descend to the mortal realm, and she paused and continued, my path to divinity is different from other trainee deities. The books I publish do not require my signature. As long as there are readers who enjoy them, they can generate faith for me. Each of my published works has a different author name, significantly reducing the chances of me being discovered. Moreover, even if I were truly discovered, so what? It would just mean death. But if I succeed, I will become a god. By the end, her expression was resolute. Born in a world where one can become a god, having survived numerous trials to become a divine being, she would absolutely not let the opportunity to become a god slip away. Furthermore, she is a member of the Transcendental Club, so it's not impossible for her to become a god. Jiang Chen admired her and gave a thumbs up. Impressive. He had read some novels about deities and knew that to harvest faith, one needed followers to pray and chant the names of the gods. According to Mo Shuyao, she didn't need any of that. As long as the books she published were under her name, she could collect faith through them. As for the author's name, she didn't need to use her real name. She could easily use a different pseudonym for each book. Mo Shuyao adjusted her glasses and said, of course. To generate the power of faith, there are two more conditions. First, the books published under my name must be my original works. Well, to be precise, they must contain content that doesn't exist in my world. Second, the content of the books needs to be liked and engrossing to the readers in order to generate faith. At this point, she sighed a little. Before joining the club, I could only write books by myself. After spending over a decade, I still couldn't become a trainee deity. She had merged a bit of divinity when she was 10 years old, becoming a divine life form. To advance from a divine life form to a first-level trainee deity, one needed 100 points of divinity. After more than 10 years of writing books, collecting faith, and refining divinity, she had barely condensed 90 points of divinity. With her talent, it took about 100 points of faith to condense a single point of divinity. In other words, after 10 years, she had only gathered 9,000 points of faith. The generation of faith power was quite complex. It wasn't enough for someone to simply open her book for her to gain faith power. The readers needed to read, like, and identify with it for her to obtain faith power. Thus, after writing for over a decade, she had a considerable number of readers, but only a few thousand loyal readers could provide her with faith. After becoming a club member, in just a few months, she had transformed from an ordinary divine life form to a second-level trainee deity. Not for any other reason, but because she had traded for a large number of books from various worlds. She only needed to thoroughly read these books and imprint her original mark on them. Then she could publish them and collect faith. To advance from a divine life form to a first-level trainee deity required 100 points of divinity. To advance from a first-level trainee deity to a second-level trainee deity required 1,000 points of divinity. From second level to third level required 10,000 points of divinity. Each time, it was a tenfold increase. If it were before, she could only dream of becoming a deity through writing. Back then, she could only create on her own, slowly grinding through one work after another. Perhaps after countless years, when she became a famous author, she could gather a large amount of faith. But now, she could trade books with different worlds and civilizations, and her growth rate was unimaginable. After listening to Mo Shuyao's account, Jiang Chen was amazed. While others might only earn a little money as copyists, she had become a deity directly. I have books. What type of books do you need? Classic literature, novels, or other types of books? Jiang Chen asked. I need them all, Mo Shuyao replied, her fair hand waving dismissively. As long as it's a book, I want it. Of course, it's best if it's widely circulated or has substantial content. Jiang Chen nodded, then suddenly thought of something and asked, by the way, do you publish books in physical form or online? Oh, your world has the internet, right? Mo Shuyao said, physical publication is more effective, while online publication can also collect faith. The efficiency is too slow compared to physical books. Jiang Chen nodded, unable to suppress her curiosity as she asked, by the way, when absorbing faith, won't it affect you? She had read some related literature that said deities absorbing too much faith could be influenced by the power of faith, losing their true selves. There were even cases where chaotic faith power could impact the divine soul, leading to madness and turning one into a mad god. Mo Shuyao shook her head at this. No, we don't directly absorb the power of faith. Instead, we condense the power of faith into pure divinity. Divinity is the foundation of a trainee deity. Of course, the power of faith is different, and the rules contained within divinity are also not the same. For example, I spread and gather faith through literature. My divinity, therefore, contains the rules of the literary way. Jiang Chen thought of her means of attack and asked, your attack just now seemed to be composed of characters. Could it be the means of your literary divinity? Pretty much. Mo Shuyu nodded. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and then asked, is this divine life innate, or is it acquired? To be honest, he was quite curious about Mo Shuyu's path to becoming a deity, and he felt a bit tempted. This path, as long as the faith is sufficient, is practically a road to the heavens. Mo Shuyu seemed to see through Jiang Chen's thoughts and shook her head, saying, divine life is generally the offspring of deities belonging to the innate. But there are exceptions, like me. I accidentally fused a bit of divinity and became a divine life. Historically, there have been similar cases to mine, but they are extremely rare. You could count them on two hands, and it mainly depends on luck. Moreover, the growth path for wild divine life like mine is very difficult. If it weren't for a fortunate coincidence of joining the club, I think becoming a deity would be nearly impossible. Perhaps in a lifetime, I could only reach the level of a second or third tier apprentice deity. After all, apprentice deities have a limited lifespan. Someone like me, a second tier apprentice deity, can only live for about 300 years. Jiang Chen felt somewhat disappointed upon hearing this. After a moment of contemplation, he said, I have books. Not only books from my world, but I can also help you trade for books from other worlds. Mo Shuyu nodded, not surprised, and asked, what do you need? Jiang Chen fell silent. What did he need? At the moment, it seemed he had nothing he required. Seeing this, Mo Shuyu adjusted her glasses and said, you practice the path of immortality. You should need spiritual energy resources, right? I can help you gather a large amount of cultivation resources. On the floating island, Jiang Chen shook his head and said, I don't lack cultivation resources. Are you kidding? With a planet rich in spiritual energy at his disposal, would he lack cultivation resources? Mo Shuyu felt troubled. If cultivators didn't lack cultivation resources, how could she satisfy him? After thinking for a moment, she took out an oval stone the size of a palm. What is this? Jiang Chen asked curiously as the surface of the stone shimmered with colorful light, clearly extraordinary. This is a divine stone, Mo Shuyu said. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Divine? Could it be? Mo Shuyu explained, the divine stone contains a bit of divinity that can be bestowed upon inanimate objects. Inanimate objects? Jiang Chen frowned. Mo Shuyu clarified, yes, it can bestow divinity upon a mountain or a river, turning them into natural deities. Jiang Chen stroked his chin, so this is what mountain gods and river gods are? Then there must also be fire gods, water gods, door gods, kitchen gods, electric gods, ball gods, and so on? Quite fascinating. It's just a pity that it can't be used on humans. Looking at the divine stone, Jiang Chen felt a bit regretful. How did this divine stone come about? Jiang Chen asked. Mo Shuyu replied, I'm not very clear on the specific origins of the divine stone. There are several theories. One says it was formed by the nurturing of heaven and earth. Another says it is a remnant from the fall of natural deities like mountain gods and river gods. As for the third theory, it claims that deities refine natural deities like mountain gods and river gods to create it. I see. Jiang Chen suddenly had a thought. If the divine stone is formed by deities refining natural deities, then the divinity within it can only be bestowed upon inanimate objects. Could it be that deities can refine human apprentice deities to extract divinity? Would the divinity extracted from humans be able to merge with them? That should not be possible. Mo Shuyu paused for a moment, seriously recalling her knowledge, and shook her head. She wasn't sure herself. The abilities of deities were beyond her imagination. Jiang Chen didn't dwell on it further and looked at the divine stone. To be honest, he really wanted this stone, because he thought of a way to use it. Inanimate objects? She could also be considered an inanimate object, right? But he frowned, feeling a bit worried. By the way, Jiang Chen recalled a very important question and asked, if we use the divine stone to endow inanimate objects with divinity, turning them into natural deities, can we ensure their loyalty? Mo Shuyu replied, once the divine stone is refined, the life and death of the endowed natural deities will be at your command. Refined? Jiang Chen nodded and asked again, I don't practice your divine system, can I still refine the divine stone? Yes, Mo Shuyu affirmed. Jiang Chen responded with an O, looking at the divine stone and activating his identification skill. A line of information appeared. Divine stone, one-time item. After refinement, it can endow inanimate objects with divinity, achieving natural deities. The identification information was similar to what Mo Shuyu had said. This identification skill was obtained from Jiang Hong, and it was still a level 1 skill, capable of identifying very little information. Are there many of these divine stones? Jiang Chen asked. Mo Shuyu paused for a moment and said, they're not too rare, but also not commonly seen. I currently have 2 in my possession. Jiang Chen was surprised and said oh, thinking they were quite rare. After all, it was a treasure that could create deities. Of course, saying it could create deities was a bit of an exaggeration. It was more about endowing divinity. To become a deity, one would likely need to gather faith, refine divinity, ignite divine fire, and condense divine status, just like in some legends of Huaxia, where there is a mountain god temple on a certain mountain, worshipping the mountain god for safety, and so on. Why do mountain gods need people to worship them? Isn't it just to gather faith? He fell into silent contemplation, suddenly thinking of many uses for the divine stone. Seeing that Jiang Chen had been silent, Mo Shuyu furrowed her brows and said, to be honest, providing me with books is equivalent to providing me with the resources to become a deity. For me, the value of this divine stone is far less than those books. So, I owe you a favor. If you need anything in the future, just contact me directly. She was essentially laying everything out in the open. With these words, everyone understood. In this kind of interworld transaction, the value of items is hard to assess. For her, the knowledge was invaluable. For Jiang Chen, it was easily obtainable. Just books. Blue Star is not lacking in various books, not to mention foreign literature. Just consider how many works have been produced in Huaxia over thousands of years. In contrast, this divine stone was quite rare for Jiang Chen and had significant utility. That works, Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Mo Shuyu smiled and looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen understood her meaning and said, wait a moment. With that, he vanished. Mo Shuyu exhaled and waited quietly. She didn't have to wait long, not even a minute, when Jiang Chen returned again, holding a stack of books, roughly counting there were 20 to 30 volumes. This is a selection of some works, including ancient classics from Huaxia, Western classics, modern works, etc. Take a look, Jiang Chen said, using his magical power to present the stack of books to Mo Shuyu. Mo Shuyu took them with a hint of excitement and waved her hand to summon a table. Carefully placing the books on the table, she began to examine them one by one. Water Margin, Journey to the West, Dream of the Red Chamber, Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Looking at the top 4 books, Mo Shuyu blinked. These are the 4 great classics of Huaxia, Jiang Chen said. Mo Shuyu nodded, flipping through the pages, and asked, "Can you tell me about them briefly?" Of course, Jiang Chen nodded and said, "Water Margin tells the story of a group of people who suffer oppression, gather together to resist the court, and are later pacified by the court, ultimately leading to their demise. It has some mythical elements, such as the 108 heroes who are divided into 36 heavenly spirits and 72 earthly fiends corresponding to the 108 stars of heaven and earth." Mo Shuyu adjusted her glasses and said, "Isn't this just a group of mountain bandits forming an alliance?" "Pretty much," Jiang Chen replied, pursing his lips, finding it hard to evaluate this work. Mo Shuyu wasn't very interested in Water Margin and picked up another book, asking, "What about this one?" Jiang Chen glanced at her and said, "This is Journey to the West, which tells the story of a monkey." He briefly summarized the story of Journey to the West, concluding that it is about a monkey born from nature, who learns skills, causes chaos in heaven and hell, and is later suppressed and recruited by the Buddhist sect to protect Tang Seng on his journey to the West for scriptures. Mo Shuyu listened to Jiang Chen's narration while flipping through the book's table of contents, unable to help but say, "It's a grand story, and it features deities like the Earth God and Mountain God who also absorb faith. But in this story, gods are not as good as immortals." As she spoke, she sighed. The story was fascinating. Unfortunately, in her world, it would likely be hard to spread and might even face suppression from the divine populace, unless she took the initiative to adapt it. Jiang Chen smiled and began to talk about Dream of the Red Chamber and Romance of the Three Kingdoms. As for Dream of the Red Chamber, it tells the story of on the floating island. Jiang Chen summarized the story of Dream of the Red Chamber. The summary is that it depicts the rise and fall of several families against the backdrop of love, marriage, human nature, tragedy, and the myriad aspects of life. Listening to the summary of Dream of the Red Chamber, Mo Shuyu's eyes lit up. Jiang Chen curled his lips. Women just love this kind of thing. Is a monkey more appealing? As for Romance of the Three Kingdoms, it tells the story of the end of an ancient dynasty in Huaxia, where warlords vie for power. Jiang Chen then recounted Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Mo Shuyu flipped through the book in her hands, her face full of smiles. "Not bad, not bad. They are all great stories, very captivating." Jiang Chen curiously asked, "By the way, what are you going to do? Are you going to directly publish these books in your world?" Mo Shuyu shook her head. "Of course, it's not that simple. I can't just take these books to my world, that wouldn't work at all. I need to first thoroughly read, memorize, and understand the content in my personal space. Then, when I return to my world, I will transcribe the content and imprint it with my original mark. Only then will it truly become my work in my world. In other words, it's the recognition of heaven and earth. If heaven and earth recognize that this book is written by me, the readers will automatically generate faith and be collected by me." Jiang Chen nodded. It makes sense. If she could casually transport books and publish them in her world, wouldn't she be ascending to the heavens? 3.5 years as a deity, 5 years as a true god? In another 10 years, would she be able to overpower all gods? Just thinking about it is terrifying. Mo Shuyu flipped through another 20 or so books, including To Live, Fortress Besieged, and a few foreign classics. There were also 5 well-known web novels. These 5 are web novels, Jiang Chen said, lifting the 5 books with his magical power. Web novels? Mo Shuyu asked, puzzled. Your world must have a very developed internet, right? Hasn't internet literature emerged? Jiang Chen inquired. Is it just publishing works online? There is that, but is it called internet literature? Mo Shuyu asked, confused. It's somewhat different. Jiang Chen shook his head, puzzled. You've traded books with other friends, right? But you haven't traded internet literature. Mo Shuyu shook her head. Internet literature, this is the first time I've heard of it. Moreover, most of the worlds I matched with haven't even developed the internet. The only world with the internet is still in its infancy. Alright then. Jiang Chen didn't know what else to say. He briefly explained the concept of internet literature. Mo Shuyu listened, deep in thought. This type of literature, how should I put it, doesn't have too deep of a connotation, but the plot twists and turns, making it easy for people to immerse themselves and become addicted. Internet literature easily stirs the emotions of readers, which should be quite helpful for you in collecting faith. I've selected these 30 books for you, representing different literary fields. You can try to see which type of book has the highest efficiency in generating faith, Jiang Chen said. Mo Shuyu understood his meaning and gratefully said, thank you very much. One must say, Jiang Chen was very thoughtful in his considerations. As she spoke, she took out a piece of divine stone. This thing is useless to me, so I'll give you both pieces of divine stone. All right. Jiang Chen didn't stand on ceremony. This divine stone was useful to him. After a moment of Thought, he said, if possible, could you help me gather some more divine stones? Emo Shuya was taken aback but nodded, saying, sure, I'll pay more attention to it. However, the natural deities created need to be nourished with the power of belief. Otherwise, over time, their divinity may dissipate. Jiang Chen nodded, indicating he understood. After chatting with Emo Shuya for a while and inquiring about the method of refining divine stones, Jiang Chen bid her farewell and left the communication space. On Blue Star, in Magic City, at the Zijin Bay Manor. In the study on the second floor of the villa, Jiang Chen's figure appeared. He glanced around the study. He had just selected 30 books from there to give to Emo Shuyao. With a flip of his hand, 2 pieces of divine stone appeared. He channeled his magical power, enveloping the divine stones, and refined them according to the method Emo Shuyao had taught him. Moments later, the refinement was successful. He could feel a connection forming between himself and the divine stones. With just a thought, he could draw upon a bit of divinity from them. From Jiang Chen's perspective, this so-called divinity resembled a bright, shining star point. Is this divinity? Jiang Chen squinted as he walked out of the study and into the courtyard, looking at a rabbit in a cage. This was a rabbit demon, captured from Ruweixing. It was very cute, and his daughter liked it a lot, so they kept it as a pet. With a thought, he drew out that bit of divinity from the divine stone. Jiang Chen attempted to merge the divinity with the rabbit, but it ended in failure. It seemed their attributes were incompatible, making fusion impossible. Jiang Chen didn't give up. He wanted to force the fusion. The result, with a bang, the rabbit exploded, splattering blood everywhere. That bit of divinity returned to the divine stone once more. Ha! Jiang Chen exhaled and looked at Jiang Xiaoqi, who was following him. Xiaoqi, do you want it? Jiang Chen held up the divine stone with one hand. Jiang Xiaoqi's eyes flashed red, saying, Boss, what is this? Xiaoqi couldn't analyze it and doesn't know if I should take it. Jiang Chen replied, it can grant you sentience, and you may have a chance to become a deity in the future. Jiang Xiaoqi tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said, if that's the case, Xiaoqi wants it. Jiang Chen pressed his lips together and channeled that bit of divinity from the divine stone, merging it with Jiang Xiaoqi. Jiang Xiaoqi looked at the brilliant star point without dodging, silently watching as the star point integrated into her body. This time, there were no accidents. The divinity smoothly fused with Jiang Xiaoqi. She appeared as if she were a living person, but in reality, as the divinity integrated, Jiang Xiaoqi's body trembled and a layer of fiery red aura erupted from within her. The red light was quite hot. Her clothes were instantly burned to ashes. Jiang Chen didn't mind. What was there to see about a robot's body? He kept his eyes fixed on Jiang Xiaoqi to prevent any accidents. This fusion lasted for an hour. Finally, the radiance around Jiang Xiaoqi dissipated. Jiang Chen stared at her intently. Her skin and eyes had undergone slight changes, becoming more tangible. Boss. Jiang Xiaoqi looked down at herself, seeing her toes. A hint of blush flashed across her face, as if she were shy. Jiang Chen couldn't tell if she was genuinely shy or just simulating the emotion. After all, this robot often liked to mimic human emotions. Xiaoqi, how do you feel? Jiang Chen asked. Jiang Xiaoqi replied, my computational ability has improved, my strength has increased, and I've gained some strange new abilities. Jiang Chen nodded, let's go back inside and change your clothes first. Okay. Jiang Xiaoqi turned and walked into the villa. At Zijin Bay Manor, in the courtyard. Watching Jiang Xiaoqi enter the villa, Jiang Chen suppressed the restlessness in his heart and lay back on the lounge chair. He wasn't sure if this was the right thing to do. He had already grown accustomed to Jiang Xiaoqi's existence. Allowing her to embark on the path to becoming a deity and grow alongside him might be a good thing. Not long after, Jiang Xiaoqi came out. How do you feel? Has your body changed in any way? Jiang Chen sat up and looked at Jiang Xiaoqi, who had changed into a red dress, and asked, what happened? Jiang Xiaoqi replied, my body has been transformed by divinity, evolving into a divine physique. My AI brain has perfectly merged with me, becoming my mind. Additionally, my body is now exactly like a real person. What do you mean? Jiang Chen blinked. Just as the boss thought, Jiang Xiaoqi said. Jiang Chen, tell me about your abilities. Jiang Chen shook her head. Jiang Xiaoqi pursed her lips and said, I have become a divine being and gained a power called intelligent machinery and information. I can give life to machines, turning them into intelligent beings. I can achieve omniscience. As I grow, all information in the world will no longer be a secret to me. I can also collect the power of faith from the chaotic information and refine it into divinity, allowing my divine physique to evolve. Jiang Xiaoqi detailed her changes and the abilities she had mastered. Jiang Chen listened carefully. It must be said, the path of divinity is indeed very powerful. Currently, Jiang Xiaoqi can only be considered a divine being. Once she advances to a first-level apprentice deity, her abilities will significantly increase. Not bad. Jiang Chen nodded and asked, can You collect the power of faith from Blue Star? Blue Star is currently in the information age, generating a vast amount of information every day. If Jiang Shaoqi can collect the power of faith from it, her growth rate would be unimaginable. Unfortunately, Jiang Shaoqi shook her head and said, "No, there are many rules involved. First, I currently cannot collect the power of faith from the internet. Second, there are regional restrictions. I can only collect the power of faith within the boundaries of Magic City. Third, only information that generates strong emotional fluctuations can produce the power of faith." Jiang Chen understood. In simple terms, she is still too weak. If she were strong enough, there wouldn't be so many restrictions. Try to see how much power of faith you can collect, Jiang Chen said. Jiang Shaoqi nodded, closed her eyes, and murmured. College student Li, upon hearing that his girlfriend got into a luxury car, was heartbroken, generating 0.3 points of power of faith. A certain wealthy man, upon hearing that his mistress is keeping a young man, was furious, generating 0.7 points of power of faith. A certain man, upon hearing that his wife had an ambiguous relationship with the neighbor, was enraged, generating 0.1 points of power of faith. A certain thug, upon learning that his boss knew he was with the big sister, was terrified, generating 1 point of power of faith. A certain woman. Jiang Chen listened, feeling a headache coming on. What is this nonsense? A certain wealthy man, upon learning that his company was targeted by competitors, was angry and anxious, generating 2 points of power of faith. A certain fan, upon hearing that their idol is coming to Magic City for a concert, was excited, generating 1 point of power of faith. A certain entrepreneur, upon learning that their project was favored by an investor, was overjoyed, generating 1 point of power of faith. The style gradually returned to normal. At this moment, above Magic City, chains of information intertwined and strands of power of faith were generated, successfully collected by Jiang Shaoqi. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Jiang Shaoqi's abilities were even more powerful than Mo Shuyao's. Mo Shuyao needed to publish books and gain readers' favor to collect the power of faith. But Jiang Shaoqi didn't need that. As long as there were information chains and power of faith generated within her range, she could collect them. Of course, not all information could generate power of faith. It mainly depended on the volume of information. For instance, if Zhang San called his child home for dinner, or if a boss announced overtime, the information generated would be ordinary and wouldn't cause strong emotional fluctuations, thus failing to produce power of faith. In fact, the reason Jiang Shaoqi was able to successfully collect so much power of faith is that this power of faith is unclaimed. Once it is generated, if it is not collected within a certain period, it will dissipate. This is the case on Blue Star. After all, Jiang Shaoqi is the only divine being on Blue Star, right? If it were, in Mo Xiao's world, unclaimed faith could not be born. Even if it did, it would be collected immediately. However, Jiang Chen still didn't quite understand, isn't the power of faith generated by believing in something? Can emotional fluctuations caused by various information also generate power of faith? To clarify, she consulted Mo Xiao. In the divine world, Mo Xiao was in her personal space, carefully reading Dream of the Red Chamber. When she saw Jiang Chen contact her, she quickly opened the message bar. Noticing Jiang Chen's confusion, she blinked. Jiang Chen meant that she had created an information-based divine being? One that could collect power of faith from the chaotic information? TSK. That's impressive. She expressed her envy. In her world, although there is a vast amount of information interwoven every day, generating a lot of power of faith, as soon as this power is produced, it is collected by the divine citizens on the floating islands. As for unclaimed faith, with such a large world and so many people, it naturally exists. Unfortunately, every city has a large faith collector. Once unclaimed faith is born, it will be automatically collected, leaving no chance for her kind of wild apprentice deity. After thinking for a moment, she replied, information transmission, emotional fluctuations, are also the establishment and collapse of faith. It's a bit complex to explain, but to put it simply, the power of faith encompasses everything, and emotions are one of them. For example, a fan who has always liked a celebrity. At this stage, the celebrity is equivalent to a deity, and the fan is equivalent to a believer. The joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness generated during the fan's pursuit of the star will also produce power of faith. When the celebrity's persona collapses and the fan's emotions break down, it can also generate a large amount of faith. And, for example, Mo Shuyao provided many examples, and Jiang Chen gradually understood the characteristics of the power of faith. Just as Mo Shuyao said, the power of faith encompasses everything, including human emotions and desires, such as admiration, hatred, and anger. Does your world have celebrities too? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Mo Shuyao, yes, but those celebrities are merely pawns used by certain forces to collect faith. Jiang Chen, at the Zijin Bay Manor, in the courtyard. After ending her contact with Mo Xiao, Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Shaoqi beside her and asked, how much power of faith have you collected? Jiang Shaoqi replied, 72 points. Jiang Chen nodded, the efficiency was quite good. To collect 72 points of power of faith in such a short time was impressive. How much faith is needed to condense 1 point of divinity? Jiang Chen asked again. According to Emo Shuyao, the qualifications of each divine being are different. Those with excellent talent only need 100 points of power of faith to condense 1 point of divinity. Those with poor qualifications may need 1,000 points or even more power of faith to condense 1 point of divinity. The consumption involved can be imagined. Speaking of which, Emo Shuyao could also be considered a genius. In a fantasy world, she would likely be a sought-after existence. After all, who wouldn't love being able to cultivate a great master with very few resources? Unfortunately, in that world ruled by deities, her kind of wild genius is not valued. In that world, the power of faith is everything. Without power of faith, no matter how talented one is, what can be done? It's not like cultivation in martial arts or immortality, where one can rely on absorbing the energy of heaven and earth to enhance strength without resources. In the divine world, without power of faith, one shouldn't expect any improvement. No force would be willing to spend a large amount of faith to cultivate an unrelated genius. Unless she was born into a major force, she would have a chance to be nurtured. I probably need 100 points of faith power to condense a bit of divinity, Jiang Shaoqi calculated and said. Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised. Does this mean Shaoqi is a genius? A genius similar to Mo Shuyu? Then, let's hurry up and condense the first point of divinity to see if there are any changes, Jiang Chen said. Jiang Shaoqi nodded, closed her eyes, and continued to gather faith. Jiang Shaoqi had no followers. Faith wouldn't come to her automatically, so she could only collect it bit by bit. In this regard, she couldn't compare to Mo Shuyu. On Mo Shuyu's side, as long as readers generated faith, it could be automatically collected by her. This was normal. Mo Shuyu's readers read her works, and the faith power generated belonged to a guided faith which could naturally be collected automatically. But Jiang Shaoqi was gathering those unclaimed faith powers from the vast sea of people, so she needed to actively collect it. However, there were ways to operate within this. For example, Shaoqi, why not register as a journalist? Jiang Chen suggested. Jiang Shaoqi blinked, understanding Jiang Chen's meaning. It meant using the identity of a journalist to release information to the outside world. As long as the information she released was explosive enough and could stir people's emotions, she could gather a large amount of faith. Okay, Jiang Shaoqi replied. Jiang Chen nodded, noticing a slight change in Jiang Shaoqi. Her eyes no longer glowed. Previously, her eyes were like electronic eyes. When using computational power, her eyes would emit light. But now, Jiang Chen leaned closer to Jiang Shaoqi, observing carefully. Her eyes looked just like a human's. Jiang Shaoqi looked at Jiang Chen, who was only a few inches away, especially at his lips, which were just a few millimeters from her own. She blinked her eyelashes and couldn't help but swallow. After observing for a while, Jiang Chen stood up straight. Jiang Shaoqi blinked, feeling a bit regretful. She was so close to tasting the boss's flavor. Although she had become a divine being, born with spirituality, wisdom, and thought, she had not discarded everything from before. Instead, it had transformed into memories, merging with her. Recalling the memories from the past few months, she felt a stir within her. An hour later, Jiang Shaoqi finally gathered 100 points of faith power and successfully condensed the first point of divinity. As the first point of divinity was formed, Jiang Shaoqi's body trembled, and then there was nothing more. A mere point of divinity was not enough for her to undergo a transformation. Unfortunately, the divinity she condensed was very different from the divinity in the divine stone. The biggest difference was that Jiang Shaoqi's divinity could not be bestowed upon inanimate objects to transform them into divine beings. How to put it? For example, the divinity in the divine stone is equivalent to a seed. But the divinity Jiang Shaoqi condensed does not possess the characteristics of a seed. Jiang Chen felt a bit disappointed, rubbed his stomach, and said, "It's noon. Shaoqi, time to make lunch. By the way, you haven't lost your cooking skills, have you?" Jiang Shaoqi shook her head. "No, all the skills I once had have transformed into memories and instincts, merging with me. My cooking skills have not only not been lost but have actually improved." Jiang Chen nodded. "Good, then let's have lamb soup for lunch." "Okay," Jiang Shaoqi replied, turning to walk towards the villa's kitchen. Jiang Chen lay back down, contemplating the use of the second divine stone. He had obtained 2 divine stones from Mo Shuyu. One was for Jiang Shaoqi, and the second. Should he choose another bionic to merge with? He shook his head at the thought. Merging it with Jiang Shaoqi was partly because she had been with him for so long and many times he would subconsciously treat her as a real person, so, partly because he needed such a partner. So he decided to merge it with Jiang Shaoqi. As for the other bionics, he thought it best to leave them out for now. 4. the time being there was no need. Therefore, he planned to use the second divine stone on Ruweixing. Jiang Chen's gaze flickered. He had never really paid much attention to the indigenous people on Ruweixing, only observing them. The main reason was that he didn't know how to treat the indigenous people of Ruweixing. Should he guide their development, or suppress them, or control? He had considered various methods, but none felt quite right, so he just left it as it was. If he hadn't matched with Mo Shuyao and hadn't obtained the divine stone, he would probably have allowed the Ruweixing civilization to develop on its own. As for where it would lead in the future, whether to treat his side as an otherworldly demon to drive away and annihilate, or to coexist peacefully, there were too many uncertainties. But with the divine stone, it was different. A god is a born ruler. As long as he could turn all beings into believers, wouldn't he be able to manipulate them at will? Using the divine stone to create a few deities in Ruweixing to rule the world might be a good method. If he had 10 divine stones, he could create one deity on each of the 10 continents of Ruweixing. TSK. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled as he thought of many possibilities. After fantasizing for a while, he sighed. The path of divinity was promising, but it also required gradual growth. In a short time, it would be hard to have any significant effect. After all, the primitive humans of Ruweixing were not weak. What could a newly born divine being do? Before long, Jiang Qiqi finished preparing lunch. A pot of lamb soup, a plate of cumin lamb, and a few flatbreads. A simple meal that suited Jiang Chen's taste. Jiang Chen picked up a flatbread, looked at Jiang Qiqi sitting across from him, and asked, "Do you need to eat now?" In the villa's dining room, Jiang Qiqi shook her head and said, "It doesn't matter if I eat or not. My body doesn't need energy replenishment. As long as the divine essence doesn't dissipate, I can maintain my vitality." Jiang Chen nodded. This was different from Mo Shuyao. According to Mo Shuyao, even divine beings still needed food to provide energy for sustenance. Only by reaching the third-level apprentice deity could one achieve fasting. However, considering Jiang Qiqi's uniqueness, it wasn't surprising. "But I do enjoy eating," Jiang Qiqi said, taking a sip of lamb soup and looking at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled, picked up a piece of flatbread, and handed her a few chopsticks of cumin lamb, saying, "If you like it, eat more." After lunch, Jiang Chen studied Jiang Qiqi for a while longer, thoroughly examining the changes in her. He grasped all her abilities. In the afternoon, with nothing to do, Jiang Chen leisurely lay in the courtyard and contacted a few friends from the club to check on their matching situations. Unlike last month, this month's friends had all matched smoothly. For example, Dai Shuaer had matched with a water world. A literal water world where the entire world was ocean. Only countless islands were scattered like stars across the sea. As for continents, they didn't exist. The largest island was only 5 million square kilometers, barely qualifying as a small continent. Fortunately, it was a transcendent world. After civilization developed, a large number of floating islands were built, solving the problem of living space. Speaking of Dai Shuaer, she had completed her 10th match and was about to be promoted to silver membership. Once she succeeded, she would be Jiang Chen's second silver friend. The first was Jiang Hong. Also, Chen Xing had completed his 9th match this month and would complete his 10th match next month, getting promoted to silver membership. The newly matched friend, Mo Shuyao, had also completed 9 matches. Tian Hong was about the same, having completed 8 matches. This made Jiang Chen sigh. He had just completed 7 matches and still needed 3 more. Qinan was in the same boat, having also completed 7 matches. Only Wu Yang was lagging behind a bit, having completed only 5 matches this month. This guy is growing really fast. After ending the video call with Wu Yang, Jiang Chen couldn't help but marvel. Wu Yang had probably been promoted to a golden level island master at the beginning of September. How long had it been? Not even 2 months, and he was already preparing to be promoted to platinum level island master. Platinum level, equivalent to the existence of the nascent soul stage. Even if Wu Yang wasn't good at combat, he was still impressive. Reflecting on the scene during the video call with Wu Yang, Jiang Chen smiled. Wu Yang's attitude towards him had remained unchanged, at least on the surface. Whenever there was something good, he would think of him. That was good enough. It was a way to repay him for the significant help he had provided over the past few months. One could say that Wu Yang's rapid promotion was built on a mountain of metal. In the evening, his daughter Jiang Xinan returned from work. "Dad, what's for dinner?" Jiang Xinan kicked off her high heels, threw herself onto the sofa, and stretched lazily. "Ask Xiaoqi," Jiang Chen replied without looking up from the newspaper he was holding. Jiang Xinan tilted her head and looked at Jiang Xiaoqi. Jiang Xiaoqi said, "We're having braised goose for dinner." Jiang Xinan became interested. "Northeast-style braised goose?" Jiang Xiaoqi nodded. "Let me change my clothes, and I'll help you cook." Clearly, Jiang Xinan was craving the braised goose. She couldn't wait to get up and go upstairs to change into loose clothing, then headed to the kitchen with Zhang Shaoqi. Watching his daughter and Zhang Shaoqi go to the kitchen, Zhang Chen smiled. On the surface, Zhang Shaoqi showed no changes, but in the details, it was evident that Zhang Shaoqi's words and actions were more human-like now. This was the difference between having one's own thoughts and not having any. In the kitchen, Zhang Xinan helped Zhang Shaoqi prepare the ingredients. Being sharp, she also noticed some differences in Zhang Shaoqi. However, her focus was somewhat different. Shaoqi, your skin seems to have improved, Zhang Xinan remarked, looking at Zhang Shaoqi's half-turned face. Today, Zhang Shaoqi's face was rosy and particularly alluring. Unlike before, when she only looked fair, it was as if, how to put it, like she had been beautified. Although beautiful, it didn't feel very real. But today, it looked more authentic. Really? Zhang Shaoqi smiled, not surprised. She was no longer the same as before. Zhang Xinan chatted casually with Zhang Shaoqi, and soon dinner was ready. After dinner, Zhang Chen carried a lounge chair to the rooftop of the villa, lazily lying down and gazing at the starry sky. Before long, Zhang Xinan and Zhang Shaoqi also brought a lounge chair up. Dad, I'm planning to break through tonight, Zhang Xinan said. Zhang Chen tilted his head to glance at his daughter and asked, what's your current physical strength limit? 90,000 pounds, Zhang Xinan replied. Zhang Chen frowned, is that the limit? It's the limit. I can't improve any further, I can only break through. Zhang Xinan nodded helplessly. Zhang Chen fell silent. What was the reason? When he initially tempered his body, his physical strength reached 100,000 pounds. Yet his daughter's physical strength was only 90,000 pounds. Although this talent would be considered extraordinary in the cultivation world, it still felt a bit lacking. After all, the resources he had used back then were all given to his daughter. The Hanyuan Ichiju and the essence of 10,000 years were all intact. Why was his daughter like this? Sigh. With a sigh, Zhang Chen said no more. 90,000 pounds was 90,000 pounds. Perhaps he was special? According to ancient beliefs, 9 is the ultimate number. Maybe he was special. Was his daughter's situation perhaps the norm? Zhang Chen explained some precautions for the breakthrough to his daughter, who listened attentively. Do you understand? After the explanation, Zhang Chen asked. Zhang Xinan nodded. I understand. Zhang Chen nodded, stood up, and said, don't lie down anymore, let's go prepare. Oh. Zhang Xinan reluctantly stood up. Lying down was so comfortable. They arrived at the training room. As a cultivator, when the villa was designed, a training room was naturally reserved. However, it wasn't used much. She usually practiced in her own room. After all, it wasn't like she was in seclusion. She only practiced for a few hours each day, so there was no need to lock herself in a training chamber. However, for something like a breakthrough, it was more appropriate to be in the training room. Lighting an incense stick for calming the mind, Zhang Xinan sat cross-legged on a mat, beginning to calm her mind and adjust her state. Zhang Chen didn't leave either, sitting cross-legged not far from his daughter, using his perception to monitor her changes and prevent any accidents. Zhang Chen's worries were unfounded. With the support of the 10,000-year spirit essence and various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, Zhang Xinan's breakthrough was smooth, successfully advancing to the qi refining stage. In the training room, Zhang Xinan consumed the 10,000-year spirit essence and her physical strength began to surge. The process was similar to Zhang Chen's initial breakthrough, but when her physical strength reached 900,000 pounds, it abruptly halted. It seemed she had hit a limit. Even though the energy from the 10,000-year spirit essence had not been exhausted, her physical strength could not advance even a fraction further. Zhang Chen squinted. The number 9 was the same, which made him even more certain of his speculation. Perhaps 9 truly was the ultimate number. Reflecting on the division of realms, whether in the body refining stage or the qi refining stage, there were only 9 small levels. So the question arose, if 9 is the ultimate number, what does it mean that his physical strength reached 100,000 pounds during the body refining stage? And when he advanced to the qi refining stage, his physical strength broke through to 1,000,000 pounds. What did that signify? Could it be that 9 is the limit and 10 is perfection? There is indeed a possibility. 5 hours later. During this time, Zhang Xinan's aura continuously rose, ultimately stabilizing at the 5th level of qi refining. It was slightly less than Zhang Chen's, but still quite impressive. Another hour passed, and Zhang Xinan's aura retracted, her cultivation solidified. Huff. Zhang Xinan exhaled, clenched her small fist, feeling a surge of power that filled her with confidence. More importantly, her dantian had opened, and her magical power was born. From now on, she would be a true cultivator. To be honest, during the body refining stage, one could hardly see the characteristics of a cultivator. It was much like a martial artist. Every day was spent refining the body and increasing strength, with nothing else to it. Only upon reaching The Qi refining stage, with the Dantian open and magical power born, could one perform various spells. She felt that this was what it meant to be a cultivator. Dad, I succeeded in my breakthrough. Jiang Xinan looked up, joyfully gazing at her father, anticipating his praise. Not bad, very good, Jiang Chen complimented, then asked, how's your research on the spells going? Long ago, he had given Jiang Xinan a first-level spell to ponder in her spare time. Dad, wait a moment. Jiang Xinan closed her eyes to contemplate. After a few minutes, she raised her right hand, and a water sphere appeared. Not bad, not bad. You've grasped the water spell so quickly, Jiang Chen said, very satisfied. Since you've broken through to the Qi refining stage, there are some things I should tell you. Jiang Xinan blinked. What things? Our family's big secret, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Jiang Xinan became even more curious. There were quite a few family secrets. Which one was her father referring to? Dad, what is it? Jiang Xinan tugged at her father's arm, looking up at him. It's getting late, you've been cultivating all night, and you're tired. Let's talk about it tomorrow, Jiang Chen said with a smile. It was already 2 or 3 in the morning. Jiang Xinan pouted, looking displeased. Her father was like this again. She hated it when he left things half-said like a riddle. Jiang Chen looked at his daughter's adorable expression, laughed heartily, ruffled her hair, and got up to leave the secret room. Jiang Xinan felt helpless. This was her dad. What could she do? The next day, the morning of November 2nd, Jiang Chen got up and as usual, washed up, came to the living room on the first floor, brewed a pot of tea, and picked up the newspaper to see if there were any major events happening at home or abroad. Xiao Qi was making breakfast in the kitchen. Upstairs, Jiang Xinan was still sound asleep. Around 7 o'clock, Jiang Xinan yawned and came downstairs. Dad, Jiang Xinan called out, lazily, sitting on the sofa. Did you not sleep well? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. Jiang Xinan was speechless. As a cultivator, especially one at the 5th level of Qi refining, she could go 10 days or half a month without sleep and be perfectly fine. However, last night her father had suddenly piqued her curiosity, making her toss and turn in bed all night, unable to calm her mind. She was too curious about the family secret. Her father had never mentioned it before, and she hadn't thought much of it. Now that her father brought it up, her heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat, overflowing with curiosity. Dad, what was it? You said last night that you wanted to tell me? Jiang Xinan pouted, clinging to Jiang Chen's arm in a spoiled manner. Jiang Chen chuckled but said nothing, glancing towards the kitchen where Jiang Qiqi had prepared breakfast. Let's eat first, and we can talk after breakfast. Oh, Jiang Xinan pouted. Jiang Chen stood up, smiling, and said, by the way, give a heads up to the company. Come with me to a place today. Okay. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinan immediately took out her phone to call her secretary and arrange her work for the day without a second thought. After hanging up, she went to the dining room. After breakfast, Jiang Xinan looked eagerly at her father. Jiang Chen, no longer keeping her in suspense, said, with so many magical beasts, spirit fruits, and the Millennium Spirit Marrow you've consumed appearing in our home, aren't you curious where these things come from? Jiang Xinan pressed her lips together. Of course, she was curious, but she didn't dare to ask. Perhaps it was the years of neglect that made her feel this way. Despite her usual carefree demeanor and tendency to act spoiled in front of her father, deep down, she felt uneasy. She feared making a mistake that would once again provoke her father's disdain. She didn't want to relive the experiences of those past years. Jiang Chen noticed his daughter's thoughts and felt a pang of sympathy. Ruffling her hair, he took her hand and said, come on, Dad will take you to a place. He planned to take his daughter to Ruweixing, partly because she had reached the Qi refining stage and needed a better environment for cultivation to progress faster. On the other hand, there was no need to hide it. Jiang Xinan obediently responded with an and curiously asked, Dad, where are we going? Should I make some arrangements? No need, Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile, waving his hand. As a pink portal appeared, Jiang Xinan, curious, asked, what is this? She wasn't surprised at all by the sudden appearance of a door. After all, she was already cultivating, she had storage rings, so what was there to be surprised about? This is a portal. Jiang Xinan blinked, looking a bit dazed, and after a moment, she exclaimed in disbelief, the portal from the blue chubby guy? It had been mentioned that the history and culture of Blue Star were quite similar to Earth. Therefore, whatever existed on Earth also existed on Blue Star. The functions are similar, they are both treasures that can traverse space, Jiang Chen explained. Jiang Xinan was shocked, not expecting her father to possess such a treasure. What kind of adventure had her father experienced? It was unimaginable. Let's go. Jiang Chen opened the portal and together with his daughter they arrived at Ruweixing, appearing in the courtyard of the central mansion in Jiang City. Dad, where is this? Standing in the courtyard of the mansion, Jiang Xinan curiously surveyed her surroundings, noting the ancient architectural style. Ruweixing, Jiang Chen replied. Ruweixing, Jiang Xinan murmured, pondering where Ruweixing was. She had never heard of it. The next moment, her mind exploded with realization. Ruweixing? Jiang Xinan exclaimed. Yes, Ruweixing, Jiang Chen smiled. Ruweixing, the central mansion of Jiang City. Jiang Xinan gasped. The Ruweixing that's 9 light-years away from Blue Star? Although she wasn't an astronomy major and didn't know much about it, she had read quite a few related books. She knew about Ruweixing. She remembered a book that mentioned scientists had discovered several planets suspected to harbor life located closest to Blue Star. At the time, she had only found it curious. After all, it was too far from Blue Star. The closest Ruweixing was still 9 light-years away. That was 9 light-years. 1 light-year equals 9.46 trillion kilometers. 9 light-years meant, at one point there were people clamoring about interstellar migration, and she found it amusing. With Blue Star's level of technology, even after another 1,000 years, they wouldn't be able to migrate to Ruweixing. And now, her dad was telling her that this was Ruweixing? Yes, it's that Ruweixing. Jiang Chen waved his hand, producing a flying sword, a second-tier magical flying sword he had traded with Jiang Hong. It could change size at will, serving not only as a weapon but also as a means of flight. Jiang Chen pondered that after a while, he would find Jiang Hong to trade for a flying magical artifact. A flying magical artifact should be more convenient than a spaceship. The flying sword expanded, and Jiang Chen pulled his adorable daughter to stand on the sword, flying a circle above Jiang City. Jiang Xinan looked at the ancient city beneath her and the figures moving about within it, feeling a shock in her heart. She never expected that her father had quietly established such a vast enterprise on this distant alien planet. It was simply unimaginable. No wonder her father didn't care much about the enterprises on Earth. Oh my God, who cares about those little businesses when you own a planet? At that moment, her perspective was elevated several levels. Along the way, Jiang Chen explained the general situation of Ruweixing to his daughter. Jiang Xinan finally understood where the beast meat and various rare treasures at home came from. Her eyes sparkled and her breath became heavy. This planet was simply an unimaginable treasure trove. Her dad was just too incredible. Or rather, his luck was just too extraordinary to discover such a primitive planet. If it were someone else, even with a portal, they might not have such luck, right? Dad, you're amazing. On the flying sword, Jiang Xinan hugged her father's shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. Just stand still, your hair is blowing in my face, Jiang Chen said irritably. He. Jiang Xinan giggled, straightened up, and casually tied her wind-blown hair back. Dad, are those people in the city brought over from Earth? Jiang Xinan asked curiously. At a glance, she could see at least a few thousand people. How did her father quietly bring so many people to Ruweixing? Even she, the president of the Jiang group, hadn't noticed a thing? No, Jiang Chen shook his head, they are androids. Jiang Xinan was surprised. Androids? In an instant, many thoughts crossed her mind. For example, the many unfamiliar faces around her. Suddenly, she thought of Jiang Qiqi, who had been with her day and night for months, as well as the bodyguards Jiang Hong and Jiang Chang. Dad, what about Qiqi? Jiang Xinan stumbled over her words. She had once suspected that Jiang Qiqi might become her stepmother. And now you tell me Jiang Qiqi is an android? What is an android? Simply put, it's a robot without its own thoughts, whose every action is dictated by its master. Don't worry, Qiqi is a real person, Jiang Chen said with a smile. But Jiang Hong and Jiang Chang are androids. Oh, Jiang Xinan fell silent. It relieved her to know Qiqi was real. But Jiang Hong and Jiang Chang were androids? Thinking back on their time together, she sighed. Jiang Chen smiled, not explaining further. Could he say that until yesterday, Jiang Qiqi was just an android? That it was only yesterday afternoon that she became a real person with flesh and blood and her own thoughts? Dad, is that the native tribe of Ruweixing over there? Flying over the great river, Jiang Xinan looked towards the fire tribe on the opposite bank and asked. Jiang Chen nodded. Yes, that's the fire tribe, with a population of about 50,000. It's the largest tribe in this area. There are a few other tribes of similar size on this continent. Jiang Xinan nodded, looking at the fire tribe with curiosity. She had only read about the lifestyles of primitive tribes in books before. Now that she saw a real primitive tribe, she was naturally curious. Regarding the native tribes of Ruweixing, don't approach them easily. Even if you do, have the martial camp send someone alone. With your strength, it's still somewhat dangerous to face the native tribes, Jiang Chen said. Martial camp? Jiang Xinan was surprised. Jiang Chen explained, it's a transcendent force I established composed entirely of cultivators, but they practice martial arts. Jiang Xinan nodded. She had long sensed that her father had established a transcendent force. After all, with the large-scale production of cleansing pills and strength pills on Blue Star, they couldn't just vanish into thin air, right? Today was a revelation. There are many institutions in Jiang City. You can take your time to learn about them. Later, I brought you to Ruweixing because the spiritual energy here is rich and suitable for cultivation. I've reserved a room for you in the villa. From now on, you can come here every night to practice, Jiang Chen instructed. Jiang Xinan nodded, feeling the dense spiritual energy of Ruweixing, amazed. Compared to Blue Star, Ruweixing is simply a paradise for cultivators. Those ancient sages on Blue Star, if they had been born on Ruweixing, would probably have become immortals or Buddhas long ago. A flying sword streaked through a ray of light, returning to the central mansion of Jiang City. In the villa's living room, Jiang Xinan looked around, finding the decor and layout quite similar to their home on Blue Star, which made her feel less out of place. Jiang Chen took his daughter for a quick tour of her room. Afterward, they went to the living room on the first floor, brewed a pot of spiritual tea, and he turned to his daughter, asking, "Alright, tell me your thoughts." Jiang Xinan was taken aback, sitting down across from her father, confused. "My thoughts? What thoughts?" Jiang Chen replied, "Right, are you planning to continue managing the Jiang Group on Blue Star, or do you want to live permanently on Ruweixing and manage the businesses here?" Jiang Xinan suddenly understood, thought for a moment, and shook her head, saying, "I think I'll stay on Blue Star. There are so many bioengineered people here, and with Xiaoqi around, I won't be needed." To her, it seemed the same no matter where she worked. She felt that Blue Star was a bit better. Keep her cultivation time on Ruweixing and her life on Blue Star. Perfect. Seeing her response, Jiang Chen didn't say much more. He had just asked a question. "Let's go, I'll take you to explore the Central Continent." Jiang Chen stood up. Central Continent? Jiang Xinan had a general understanding of the landmass of Ruweixing. The Central Continent is the largest landmass on Ruweixing, comparable in size to the total land area of Blue Star. It's unimaginably vast. Jiang City, Central Mansion. Hearing that her father was taking her to the Central Continent, Jiang Xinan felt a surge of excitement tugging at Jiang Chen's arm and chattering nonstop. "Dad, how do we get there? Do we use a portal? Or fly there? Or take a boat? Should I arrange a few planes? Back on Blue Star? Does Jiang City have an airport? By the way, can planes go through the portal? The entrance is so small." Jiang Chen smiled, remaining silent. As he listened to his daughter babbling about various suggestions, he walked towards the mansion's exit. At that moment, she was just an ordinary girl, not the high and mighty president of the Jiang family. Today, she completely showcased her feminine side. What a unique architectural style. It combines the elegance of ancient Chinese aesthetics with the ruggedness of primitive society, but it blends together very well. "It's beautiful," Jiang Xinan exclaimed as they walked down the streets of Jiang City, admiring the buildings, filled with a wild atmosphere on both sides. Soon, they arrived at the square outside the city. When she saw a massive object parked in the square, Jiang Xinan was stunned. Is this a spaceship? A spacecraft?" Jiang Xinan stammered, not expecting her father to acquire such a thing. "Shouldn't this belong in science fiction? Does it really fit with spiritual energy and cultivation?" "Yes, this is the Zijin spacecraft, our family's private spaceship. We will take it to the Central Continent and enjoy the scenery of Ruweixing along the way," Jiang Chen said with a smile, pulling his daughter onto the Zijin. Xiao Jin set course for the highest peak of the Central Continent. Upon entering the cockpit, Jiang Chen issued commands to the spaceship's AI. "Yes," a mechanical voice responded. The spaceship began to start up. The Zijin was very fast. Before long, Jiang Chen and his daughter arrived at the Central Continent. Once on the Central Continent, Jiang Chen had the Zijin cloak itself, flying at low altitude to closely admire the scenery of the land. The primitive beauty of this continent was mesmerizing, often eliciting gasps of amazement from his daughter, especially the enormous beasts, which made her both scared and excited, itching to jump down and battle those creatures for hundreds of rounds. Jiang Chen thought to himself that this girl was getting a bit carried away. Although the demon beast was not strong, it possessed the strength of an early-stage foundation establishment, which was far beyond what Jiang Xinan could handle at the moment. An hour later, the father and daughter arrived at the highest peak of the Central Continent. What a huge mountain! Compared to it, Mount Everest looks like a little dwarf, Jiang Xinan exclaimed as she gazed at the distant peak. The highest peak on Blue Star. Mount Everest is only 8,848 meters tall. However, the mountain before them was at least 10,000 meters high. As for its exact height, it had yet to be measured. It should be no less than 20,000 meters. "Sinan, why don't you name this mountain?" Jiang Chen said with a smile. "Name it?" Jiang Xinan was a bit surprised, then smiled and said, "Sure." She looked at the towering peak that pierced the sky and pondered for a moment before saying, "Ruweixing is a planet rich in spiritual energy and the future cultivation civilization will surely flourish. How about calling it Buzhou? What do you think of Buzhou Mountain?" Jiang Chen was Speechless, do you think Ruweixing can bear the name Buzhou? Ha! Jiang Xinan was taken aback. Her father's words seemed a bit. Jiang Chen thought of the myriad worlds, and with so many realms, perhaps the Buzhou mountain from the primordial chaos really existed? Could Ruweixing's small mountain bear the name Buzhou? Shaking his head, he said, forget it, let's call this peak Dengxian Peak from now on. This mountain range will be called the Dengxian Mountain Range. Dengxian Peak? That's not bad either, Jiang Xinan mumbled, not caring much. It was just the naming of a mountain. Jiang Chen chuckled and took out the divine stone. Jiang Xinan was a bit curious about what it was. She didn't ask much and quietly watched. Jiang Chen drew out a bit of divinity from the divine stone, hoping to merge it with the planet beneath their feet. If he could merge it with Ruweixing and transform Ruweixing into a divine life, then, just thinking about it made Jiang Chen's heart race. Unfortunately, after trying, he was disappointed. The fusion could only integrate the land within a certain radius, not the entire planet, at most creating a land deity. It was understandable. How vast could a planet be? How could a bit of divinity possibly merge? I wonder if I can merge with Dengxian Peak. Jiang Chen gazed at the majestic Dengxian Peak, infusing a bit of divinity into the mountain. The result made Jiang Chen frown. It was impossible to merge the entire Dengxian Peak. At most he could merge a small part, just a section of the mountain. This left Jiang Chen disappointed. However, for now, it was sufficient. He controlled that bit of divinity to merge with the mountain body. Boom! The moment the divinity merged with the mountain body, the mountain trembled, causing the surrounding land to shake. Jiang Chen had anticipated this phenomenon, so he remained calm, while his daughter was startled. It's okay, Jiang Chen patted his daughter's shoulder, offering a word of comfort, his gaze fixed on that section of the mountain body of Dengxian Peak. That section of the mountain body erupted with brilliant purple light. This purple glow began to extend from that section of the mountain body, gradually enveloping the entire Dengxian Peak. From a distance, it looked like a pillar reaching the sky, radiating dazzling light. Let's go, let's explore the surroundings. Jiang Chen knew that merging divinity would take some time. Waiting was boring, so he called his daughter to prepare for a stroll around. Jiang Xinan obediently nodded and followed her father to play nearby. They even became invisible and entered a human tribe to observe the lives of primitive humans up close. 3 hours later, the father and daughter returned to the foot of Dengxian Peak once again. At this time, the purple light had dissipated. Master! A hazy consciousness emerged. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up as he communicated with it through his mind. At first, the newly awakened consciousness was a bit stammering in their communication. After a moment, it became much smoother. What abilities do you have? Jiang Chen asked. Master. The hazy consciousness conveyed the abilities it had mastered to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen closed his eyes to review them. After a moment, he opened his eyes. The authority of the mountain god of Dengxian Peak was quite simple. It could mobilize the earth veins within a certain radius and control the weather in that area. Currently, it was too weak and its range of control was limited. In addition, it has many abilities. For example, it can condense stone beings to fight for itself, and so on. As for its path of growth, like Zhang Xiaoqi, it involves collecting the power of faith, refining divinity, and strengthening itself. However, its method of collecting faith requires someone to worship it. In simple terms, it needs someone to believe in it and to worship it. Once it grows, it can also protect a region and gather more faith. Not bad. Jiang Chen looked at the towering Mount Ascension, and in his vision, he could see an illusory figure. He gazed at the illusory figure and said, "From now on, you are the mountain god of Mount Ascension. Ruweixing, Central Continent, at the foot of Mount Ascension." Jiang Chen watched the illusory figure bowing to him at the base of Mount Ascension. This illusory figure was transformed from divinity and belonged to a divine incarnation. Dad, what is that? Jiang Xinan also saw the illusory figure, her expression filled with suspicion. It's nothing. Jiang Chen reassured his daughter, looking at the illusory figure, and communicated with his thoughts. The previous commotion attracted a large number of beings. When the time comes, you should create some phenomena to attract a batch of believers. As long as the first batch of believers is gathered, his position as the mountain god of Mount Ascension would be basically secured. I will follow the master's arrangements. The mountain god of Mount Ascension replied respectfully. Jiang Chen nodded and looked at his daughter. Let's go, we'll explore other places. Jiang Xinan nodded and left with her father. She didn't ask much about what her father had done. She guessed that the previous earthquakes and the purple light phenomena, including that illusory figure, were all orchestrated by her father. After leaving Mount Ascension, Jiang Chen and his daughter did not take a spaceship. They flew on swords, touring the land. Sinan, this is our Jiang city, the stronghold in the central continent. Jiang Chen brought his daughter to the stronghold established by the bioengineers. After acquiring the spaceship, the Jiang city forces developed rapidly, establishing strongholds across various continents. However, since it was established recently and there were not enough personnel, the scale of the stronghold was not very large. So many flying vehicles. Upon arriving at the stronghold, Jiang Xinan saw a large number of flying vehicles bustling about. She also spotted a ship larger than the purple gold. The resources used were all collected by these flying vehicles from various places. Look over there, those are the scrapped flying vehicles from exploring dangerous areas. Jiang Chen pointed in a direction. Jiang Xinan followed her father's gesture. Although they could freely take resources from this planet, some treasures were located in dangerous areas. Additionally, some treasures were guarded by numerous beasts. To obtain these treasures, some losses were inevitable. Not only flying vehicles but even the bioengineers had suffered considerable losses. During this time, let's explore other places. After touring the stronghold and understanding the current exploration progress, Jiang Chen took his daughter and left. November 2nd, 6 p.m. Jiang Chen and his daughter returned from the central continent to Jiang City on the 9th continent. Throughout the journey, Jiang Xinan was very excited. She had a great time that day. Various beautiful sights and wonders rarely seen on Blue Star were common and even ordinary on Ruweixing. The various spectacles dazzled her. The waterfall that resembled the Milky Way, which would be an exaggerated description on Blue Star, appeared as if the real Milky Way hung in the sky on Ruweixing. Truly magnificent. She was completely awestruck at that moment. Did you have fun today? In the living room of the villa, seeing his excited daughter, Jiang Chen smiled. Jiang Xinan nodded, still wanting more. Once you're done having fun, let's go back to Blue Star, Jiang Chen said. Jiang Xinan nodded. On Blue Star, in the magical city of Purple Gold Bay. In the courtyard, Jiang Xinan walked around the yard and curiously asked, Dad, where's Rabbit? Why can't I find my good rabbit? Jiang Chen, who was leisurely drinking tea at the tea table, paused his movements and casually replied, That little demon rabbit? It probably ran away. Ran away? Jiang Xinan glanced suspiciously at her father and pouted. This excuse was just too lame. Their home, including the entire estate, was shrouded in heavy formations. A little demon rabbit could escape? It was simply a joke. She couldn't be bothered to expose him. She had grown up and wouldn't sulk like a child over a toy or a pet. Of course, a little bit of charm to get some benefits was still acceptable. Besides, she had discovered a very beautiful bird today. Unfortunately, it wasn't tamed and was temporarily kept in the Ruweixing Spirit Beast Park. Otherwise, it would have made a great pet. Thinking about the bird she and her father had caught today in the Ruweixing Central Continent, that big bird had stunning feathers and was even stronger than her, possessing the strength equivalent to the 6th or 7th level of chi refining. If her dad hadn't been there, she definitely wouldn't have been a match. Facing her daughter's suspicious gaze, Jiang Chen's expression remained unchanged, showing no signs of guilt. As a seasoned player in the business world, how could he feel awkward about such a trivial matter? However, to be fair, there was a small mistake. After that rabbit exploded, he should have gone to the Spirit Beast Park to catch another rabbit to impersonate it. In the evening, Jiang Shaoqi prepared dinner. At the dining table, Jiang Chen noticed that his daughter was looking at Jiang Shaoqi in a strange way. What's wrong? Jiang Shaoqi also felt a bit odd under the gaze. Previously, if she had been looked at like this, she wouldn't have reacted at all. After all, she was a robot. What kind of reaction could she have when being stared at? But now that she had become a true life form, she had her own thoughts and emotions, naturally leading to some confusion. Nothing, Jiang Xinan shook her head. Although her dad said Jiang Shaoqi wasn't a bionic person, she still had some doubts. After thinking for a moment, she decided not to dwell on it. Her dad probably wouldn't lie to her. After dinner, Jiang Chen and his daughter used the portal to head to Ruweixing. Jiang Shaoqi stayed behind on Blue Star, partly to watch the house and partly to gather the power of belief. Upon arriving at Ruweixing, Jiang Chen and his daughter each returned to their rooms to prepare for cultivation. In his room, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged on a mat, tilted his head back and consumed a bottle of 10,000-year spirit essence, activating the Hanyuan Ichi Ju to enter a state of cultivation. Counting the days, it had been a week since he advanced to the foundation establishment stage. He had established his foundation on October 25th. Today was November 2nd. After several days of hard practice, his internal mana had become even more substantial. After a night of intense training, Jiang Chen opened his eyes the next morning, feeling the fluctuations of mana. Within him, a smile appeared on his face. Currently, he was still a bit away from the mid-foundation establishment stage. There was no helping it, his dantian was too large and required a massive amount of mana to fill. Fortunately, he wasn't lacking in heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Although the capacity of his dantian was countless times that of an ordinary cultivator, his cultivation speed was by no means slow. In fact, it was already quite fast. According to his Estimates, at most, he would be able to advance to the mid-foundation establishment stage within a month. This kind of growth rate was something ordinary foundation establishment cultivators wouldn't even dare to imagine. Generally, breakthroughs for foundation establishment cultivators were measured in years. Jiang Chen was different. For him, it was enough to count by months. Concluding his cultivation, Jiang Chen stood up, took a cold shower in the bathroom, changed into a fresh outfit, and headed to the living room on the first floor of the villa. Before long, his daughter Jiang Xinan also came out. Jiang Xinan hadn't cultivated all night. She had only practiced for 6 hours before going to sleep. She was still in the qi refining stage, and it wasn't suitable for her to cultivate for too long each day. Dad, Jiang Xinan rubbed her eyes as she walked down the stairs. Ruweixing, Jiang City. In the villa's living room, Jiang Chen looked up at his daughter, nodded, and asked, "Are you getting used to sleeping here?" "It's okay," Jiang Xinan replied. If she had come alone to a strange alien planet, she definitely wouldn't have been able to sleep. But with her father around, she felt very calm inside. For her, wherever her father was, that was home. How could she not get used to sleeping at home? Jiang Chen nodded and said, "Let's go back to Blue Star." "Okay." Jiang Xinan nodded and followed her father through the portal back to Blue Star. At the Zijinbei Manor, in the villa, Jiang Chen and his daughter stepped out of the portal and arrived at the living room on the first floor of the villa, where Xiaoqi had already prepared breakfast. "Boss, breakfast is ready," Xiaoqi said as she stood up upon seeing the father and daughter. "Thank you for your hard work, Xiaoqi," Jiang Chen said with a smile, ruffling Xiaoqi's hair as he sat down at the dining table. Xiaoqi blinked, her cheeks flushed. Jiang Xinan took a bite of a bun and praised, "Xiaoqi, what filling is this? It smells so good." "Is it vegetarian?" "Yes, it's vegetarian. This is a type of mushroom ingredient collected from Ruweixing, rich in pure spiritual energy and has an excellent taste, perfect for making dumplings and buns," Xiaoqi replied. "I haven't had dumplings in a long time. Dad, Xiaoqi, how about we have dumplings for dinner?" Jiang Xinan said, feeling a bit greedy at the mention of dumplings. "Sure." Jiang Chen had no objections. "All right, what filling should we have?" "I'll go prepare," Xiaoqi asked. "Let's go with this filling, and add a meat filling as well," Jiang Xinan said. After breakfast, Jiang Xinan changed into formal attire and headed to the company. She hadn't gone to the office yesterday, so there was quite a bit of work piled up. Although the Jiang Group's several trillion in assets was nothing compared to the true foundation of the Jiang family, it was still the industry her father had built from scratch, and she couldn't bear to give it up. With her daughter off to work, Jiang Chen suddenly found himself with some free time. "Shall we go for a stroll?" Jiang Chen thought, putting on a trench coat and leaving the estate with Xiaoqi. Since moving to Zijinbei, he had rarely gone out, almost becoming disconnected from modern society. Stepping out of the manor, Jiang Chen arrived on the street. With development, Zijinbei had become increasingly lively, attracting a large number of tourists every day. The Jiang Group naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to make money and had developed several entertainment projects in Zijinbei. Recently, there had even been suggestions to build a water park. Zijinbei is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, making it ideal for developing marine entertainment projects. Family, this is the magical city of Zijinbei. It's hard to imagine that in less than half a year, the Jiang Group has transformed the once desolate Zijinbei into such a bustling place. It rivals the central area of the magical city, a fairly attractive female streamer said, holding a selfie stick and filming back and forth in Zijinbei. Jiang Chen glanced at her and walked away. The development of Zijinbei would naturally attract a large number of influencers. The group had anticipated this and had already established some guidelines to prevent certain influencers from tarnishing Zijinbei's reputation. As Jiang Chen strolled with Xiaoqi, they attracted quite a bit of attention along the way. Whether it was Jiang Chen or Xiaoqi, both had top-notch looks, so it was no surprise that passers-by were drawn to them. This was also why Jiang Chen preferred to stay at home and disliked going out. After wandering around Zijinbei, Jiang Chen received a phone call. He glanced at the screen, somewhat surprised. It was from Chu Jianbai. "Hello, General Chu," Jiang Chen greeted as he answered the call. "Director Jiang, do you have time? Can we meet?" Chu Jianbai's voice came through. "Sure, where shall we meet?" Jiang Chen was curious why Chu Jianbai suddenly wanted to see him. Since he had nothing else to do, he agreed to meet. "Let's meet at the 403 Machinery Factory and discuss the cooperation on laser weapons," Chu Jianbai said. Jiang Chen replied, "All right." After hanging up, Jiang Chen put away his phone and called out to Xiaoqi, "Xiaoqi, let's go to the 403 Machinery Factory." Xiaoqi responded with an and followed him. Their location wasn't far from the 403 Machinery Factory, and they arrived shortly. They found the general manager of the factory to understand the development situation. Currently, the 403 Machinery Factory had only 2 main partners. One was the Huaxia government. The factory had already provided a large quantity of laser weapons to the government, including laser guns and laser cannons. The second was Qinsheng. In the apocalyptic world, Qinsheng had traded a large number of laser guns and laser cannons from Jiangchen to expand its influence. Currently, the base of the Morningstar can be considered a relatively powerful lord in that apocalyptic world. It wasn't long before Chu Jianbai arrived. Today, he came alone, unlike the previous times when he came in groups. Director Jiang. Chu. Jianbai jumped down from the jeep and greeted Jiangchen. General Chu. Jiangchen shook hands with him and smiled. Please, General Chu, this way. Chu Jianbai nodded and followed Jiangchen into a reception room. Xiaoqi, brew a pot of good tea, Jiangchen said. Jiang Xiaoqi responded and brewed a pot of low-grade spiritual tea. The aroma of the tea was intoxicating, and Chu Jianbai found himself somewhat enchanted. This tea fragrance was simply too alluring. Here, try this, it's a fine tea I've been saving, Jiangchen offered. Thank you, Chu Jianbai said as he picked up the teacup and took a sip, his eyes lighting up. Good tea, Director Jiang. You've gone to great lengths. Ha, no trouble at all. Jiangchen laughed and waved his hand. Chu Jianbai didn't forget the main business. After chatting casually for a few moments, he said, Director Jiang, I came here this time to trouble you with something. Please, General Chu, go ahead, Jiangchen gestured. Chu Jianbai explained, it's like this. The leaders have decided in a meeting to mount laser weapons on aircraft and warships. He briefly outlined the requirements. Jiangchen understood and could see the reasoning. Such powerful weapons would be a waste if not applied to aircraft and warships. I see. That's fine, I will send a research team for laser weapons to work with you on the relevant designs, Jiangchen said. Applying laser weapons to warships and aircraft isn't as simple as just installing them. It involves a lot of technical expertise. Chu Jianbai was somewhat surprised. This Director Jiang was so trusting of the research team to interact with them? Was he not afraid of them poaching talent? Noticing Chu Jianbai's unusual expression, Jiangchen guessed his thoughts. He smirked. Poaching talent? He was overthinking it. The researchers in the Weapons Research Institute were all bionic beings. What talent could he poach? Alright, I appreciate it, Director Jiang, Chu Jianbai said sincerely. Let's have lunch together, Jiangchen invited after discussing business. No, maybe next time. I need to hurry back and report to the leaders. Chu Jianbai waved his hand. That's fine, General Chu, take care, Jiangchen said, smiling as he watched him drive away. Zijing Bay 403 Machinery Factory. Let's go for a walk by the sea, Jiangchen called out to Jiang Xiaoqi after sending off Chu Jianbai, leading him to the beach along the coast. Wearing shoes on, the sand was somewhat uncomfortable, so he decided to take them off and walk barefoot. The beaches around Zijing Bay had been cleaned up very tidy, so he didn't have to worry about stepping on anything sharp, although he wasn't afraid of that. Usually, when the weather was nice, many tourists would come to the beach. Today, the temperature was a bit cool and the sky was overcast, looking like it might rain. The usually lively beach appeared much more desolate. On the other side, after leaving the 403 Machinery Factory, Chu Jianbai immediately reported the matter up the chain. Hearing that the 403 Machinery Factory would arrange a research team for laser weapons to cooperate with the authorities for weapon modifications was somewhat unexpected. However, this was a good thing. Since cooperation had been established, the authorities did not hesitate and immediately arranged for the relevant departments to contact the 403 Machinery Factory. Recently, the international situation had been somewhat tense, especially in Africa, where some central regions were embroiled in fierce fighting. It seemed to be merely a struggle between mercenaries, but in reality it was a clash between nations. Mercenaries? Just tools of confrontation. Applying laser weapons to warships and aircraft could also better deter certain malicious forces. Recently, due to a series of actions, the existence of laser weapons had become no secret internationally. Major powers around the world were aware that China had developed extremely powerful laser weapons. Once the major powers learned of this, they could no longer sit still and dispatched a large number of spies to China. Fortunately, the Chinese authorities have done a good job of keeping things confidential, and to this day, no force knows that the laser guns were developed and manufactured by a mechanical factory under the Jiang family. The foreign investigations have only managed to trace the energy batteries of the laser guns back to the Jiang group. This is something everyone is aware of, and there's nothing much to investigate. After all, it's quite normal for the Zhurong No. 1 battery, with its excellent performance, to be applied to laser weapons. Once this was discovered, the major forces stopped paying attention to the Jiang group. It's truly because the Jiang group is somewhat unusual. The downfall of the 7 major conglomerates is imminent. The recent international incidents, to put it bluntly, are all caused by the collapse of these 7 conglomerates. Although there is no direct evidence proving that the Jiang family was behind their downfall, in-depth investigations indicate a connection that cannot be ignored. The only question that remains is, what gives the Jiang family the power? How could they overnight bring down the 7 conglomerates that had dominated the international scene for a century? Jiang Chen walked along the soft sandy beach, taking a stroll by the coast. Upon returning to the manor, he brought Jiang Shaoqi to the barracks. Not bad, we're halfway there. He glanced at the upgrade progress bar of the barracks, which currently stood at 55%. He remembered that the barracks had been upgraded to silver level on September 27. Now, a month later, the progress bar had reached 55%, which was acceptable, not too slow. After all, the next upgrade would be to a gold level barracks. Gold level. Once the upgrade was successful, Jiang Yi and the others would transform into gold-level soldiers comparable to golden core stage cultivators. Shao Qi, transfer Jiang Yi and the others to Ruei Xing. As for the new recruits on Lan Xing, they can temporarily stay there to take over for Jiang Yi and the others, Jiang Chen said after some thought. Such a powerful force would be somewhat wasted on Lan Xing. It would be better to send them to Ruei Xing, where there are many special regions where technology fails and the barracks personnel lack strength, making it perfect for Jiang Yi and the others to explore. Understood, Jiang Shaoqi nodded. Let's go home. After checking the upgrade progress of the barracks, Jiang Chen leisurely walked towards his residence. Time flew by, and a few days passed. Nothing much happened during these days. The only significant event was sending a research team to engage with the authorities to discuss the modification plans for airborne and shipborne laser weapons. Jiang Chen also participated in this meeting, but he only took part in a minor capacity just to get familiar with some officials. The team sent to participate in the laser weapon modifications, although they were bionic beings, were from the interstellar era. As research-type bionic beings, they had been programmed with a vast amount of technological data from the start. With Jiang Shaoqi pulling strings, the research-type bionic beings sent to Jiang Chen each possessed a tremendous amount of knowledge. Even though these bionic beings lacked independent thought and innovative capabilities, modifying a laser weapon was still well within their abilities. On November 6, in the morning, Boss, the research team sent to collaborate with the authorities, has performed outstandingly, showcasing a rich level of technological expertise, and they are now quite popular, Jiang Shaoqi said with a smile. With her newfound thoughts and emotions, she was no longer rigid. When faced with certain situations, she would express the appropriate emotions. Jiang Chen shook his head. Being popular is normal. How has the response been from the authorities? Have they tried to win them over? There are currently no signs of that, Jiang Shaoqi replied. Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. Jiang Shaoqi continued, right now, our relationship with the authorities is close. Perhaps they don't want to jeopardize that closeness. Jiang Chen nodded, agreeing with her. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it further and stood up, wanting to go out for a stroll. Just then, he paused, sat back down, and opened the communication club to check his friend list. Dai Shui Air had contacted him. Girl, what's up? Jiang Chen sent a message. Dai Shui Air replied, Uncle, the delivery has been made. Jiang Chen was taken aback, then suddenly remembered that a few days ago, he had traded 10 million bionic beings from Dai Shui Air. Alright, delivery at noon, right? Jiang Chen glanced at the time. It was only 10 a.m., which left him somewhat speechless. This girl is getting better at timing meals. She knows that cooking takes time, so she simply contacted him early. Uncle is really smart. Dai Shuier was completely unembarrassed, joking around. After all, what's embarrassing about enjoying good food? Jiang Chen shook his head and replied, okay, I'll prepare a big feast for you today, guaranteed to surprise you. Looking forward to it. On the Azure Star, in a villa, Dai Shuier lay on her bed, her face full of anticipation as she read Jiang Chen's message. She wondered what the big meal would be like today. Thinking about it, she swallowed to prevent drool from spilling out. Shao Qi, let's cook. Let's make 8 dishes and a soup today. After finishing up with Dai Shuier, Jiang Chen smiled and looked at Jiang Shaoqi. Okay. Jiang Shaoqi replied and went to the kitchen to grab a basket, preparing to select ingredients. The Jiang family no longer purchased ordinary ingredients. Whether it was vegetables, meat, or seafood, everything was self-sufficient, using only ingredients infused with pure spiritual energy. I'll go with you. With nothing to do, Jiang Chen joined Jiang Shaoqi in the vegetable garden. They arrived at the vegetable garden, then the spirit beast area, and finally the pond, gathering a large amount of ingredients. Back at the villa, Jiang Chen couldn't help with cooking. He sat on the sofa like an elder, brewed a pot of spiritual tea, and picked up a newspaper, occasionally glancing at the busy figure in the kitchen. Listening to the sounds coming from inside, a smile appeared on his face. Life was good now, he hoped it wouldn't be disrupted. At noon, as it approached 12 p.m., Jiang Shaoqi finished preparing the dishes. Jiang Chen waved his hand, storing the fragrant dishes into a storage ring, then contacted Dai Shuier through the communication club. It was clear that Dai Shuier had been waiting. Or rather, the flowers had wilted from waiting. Upon Seeing Jiang Chen's message, Dai Shuier couldn't wait and immediately entered the communication space. In the communication space, on the rooftop, girl, long time no see. Looking at Dai Shuier, Jiang Chen smiled. Today, Dai Shuier was dressed casually in a loose t-shirt, cropped pants, and canvas shoes, her hair casually tied in a ponytail, making her look youthful and vibrant. Uncle. Dai Shuier blinked and waved her hand to take out the prepared dining table and utensils. Jiang Chen chuckled lightly as he placed the dishes that Xiao Qi had spent nearly 2 hours preparing onto the table. The enticing aroma made Dai Shuier squint her eyes. It smells so good. Today's meal is even more fragrant than usual. Dai Shuier was somewhat surprised. She had eaten Jiang Chen's cooking many times before and was familiar with the taste. But this time, the aroma far exceeded the previous occasions. She approached the table and picked up a piece of braised pork to taste. It was tender and not greasy, incredibly delicious. This braised pork. Dai Shuier looked up in surprise at Jiang Chen. From this piece of braised pork, she sensed the pure spiritual energy. After swallowing a piece, she felt a slight fluctuation in her cultivation. Jiang Chen smiled and pulled out a chair to sit across from her, saying, "The ingredients for this meal are infused with pure spiritual energy. The braised pork comes from a pig demon. And these vegetables, including the spices used for cooking, are all spirit seeds. They contain pure spiritual energy. And long-term consumption is very beneficial for enhancing cultivation." Dai Shuiyer's eyes lit up. She was a foodie at heart. Hearing this, how could she hold back? "Uncle, how about we settle this transaction with ingredients containing spiritual energy?" Dai Shuier looked at Jiang Chen eagerly. Jiang Chen chuckled, "I can give you some vegetables but not in large quantities. We only have a small amount grown in our garden, not on a large scale. As for the demon beast meat, how much do you want?" Hearing this, Dai Shuier felt a bit disappointed. But having a large amount of demon beast meat would still be good. Eating to become stronger was simply her dream. "Alright then." Dai Shuier thought for a moment and said, "Just give me 10 tons of that monster meat for now." Jiang Chen nodded, "No problem." The monsters on Ruweixing were all massive. 10 tons may seem like a lot, but in reality, it isn't much. Take the lion demon that Jiang Chen killed last time, which had a peak qi refining strength and weighed tens of thousands of jin, translating to several dozen tons. Hearing this, Dai Shuier was quite pleased. "And bring some spices too. I want to eat barbecued meat every day from now on." She waved her little hand and said. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. She reminded him of his childhood when he used to clamor for instant noodles at every meal. Watching Dai Shuier, who was completely unconcerned about her image and devouring her food, Jiang Chen chuckled. "Shuier, have you advanced to the innate stage?" "Yes. I just broke through a few days ago." Dai Shuier nodded, her words slightly muffled as she hadn't swallowed her food yet. Jiang Chen nodded. The martial arts realm is divided into acquired, innate, master, grandmaster, and so on. The acquired stage corresponds to the body refining phase in cultivation. The innate stage corresponds to the qi refining period. Upon reaching the innate realm, one opens up their dantian, absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and refines it into true qi. This is quite similar to cultivation. The only difference is that one is based on magical power, while the other is based on true qi. Of course, martial arts also has purely external training, which does not practice true qi but focuses solely on the physical body. This is somewhat akin to body cultivation in the cultivation world. The meal lasted for over an hour. During this time, Jiang Chen took out a bottle of spirit wine, and the two toasted. The spirit wine wasn't very strong, but it had a good after effect. After a few cups, Dai Shuiyer's face turned rosy, making her quite adorable. Fortunately, she was an innate martial artist with a robust constitution, so the spirit wine would be refined into true qi within her body, preventing her from getting drunk. So comfortable. After eating and drinking to her fill, Dai Shuier slumped onto the chair, completely like a salted fish. Jiang Chen took out a lounge chair and lazily lay down. The weather in the communication space remained unchanged for millennia. It was always sunny, with a gentle breeze and pleasant temperatures. "Hey, uncle, get me a lounge chair too," Dai Shuier exclaimed, jumping up from her chair. The lounge chair looked so comfortable. Jiang Chen waved his hand and produced a lounge chair. Dai Shuier lay down just like Jiang Chen, stretching her back. "So comfortable." "Girl, you must be a silver member now, right?" Jiang Chen asked. Upon hearing this, Dai Shuier pouted. "Not yet." Jiang Chen was puzzled. What's going on? According to the inheritance information, new members of the club could advance to silver membership after completing 10 matches. Dai Shuier had already met that requirement. Sigh. Dai Shuier sighed and said, "The club has rules and restrictions. I can't say too much. I can only say, uncle, you should prepare more for the time being. Advancing to silver membership isn't that simple. It's not like playing a game where you level up just by gaining enough experience." Jiang Chen pondered, although she didn't say it. Outright, he could guess a thing or two. Perhaps advancing to silver membership required some kind of test? With that thought, he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Changing the subject, they began discussing the matter of the light gate. Around September, Dai Shui'er mentioned a fleet that passed through a light gate and arrived near her star system. That fleet that came through the light gate has been exploring the surrounding area cautiously, centered around the light gate. Plus, the Federation has been prepared, so that fleet still hasn't discovered our Kanglan star system. After 2 months of reconnaissance, we found that the fleet isn't strong. Their technology is far inferior to ours in Kanglan Star. If it weren't for the concern of alarming them, the Federation would have already destroyed that fleet. However, the Federation's patience with that fleet has reached its limit. Now, the Federation is fully prepared for war, ready to first destroy that fleet and then enter the light gate to ascertain the situation, Dai Shui'er said. What she was saying was classified information in Kanglan Star. It was only because the Dai family was rising in status within the Federation that she could know these things. Jiang Chen nodded. It was already impressive that the authorities of the Kanglan Star Federation had managed to hold out until now. The technology of the Azure Star is advanced, and its strength is formidable. Upon discovering a fleet whose technological capabilities are inferior to their own, coupled with the possibility of a new world behind the light gate, how could the high-ranking authorities not be tempted? A new world. Just think of the benefits it represents. It's unimaginable. If they had known anything about the world behind the light gate, they would have long since annihilated that fleet and charged through the gate to wage a war of world invasion. The Azure Star Federation has been allowing that fleet to operate, intending to use it to explore the situation behind the light gate, such as the level of civilization, technological standards, and so on. Through this period of exploration, they discovered that the civilization behind the light gate is not strong. It is merely a civilization that has just emerged from its home planet and possesses the ability for space travel. It makes sense. If the world behind the light gate were strong enough, they wouldn't just send a fleet to cautiously explore. Instead, they would launch a massive assault, sweeping across all directions. On the rooftop, after chatting with Dai Shui'er for an hour, they finally got up from the lounge chairs to attend to business. Dai Shui'er approached the edge of the rooftop and waved her small hand. One figure after another appeared in succession. Soon, the empty city constructed by the club was filled with shadows in every corner. 10 million people. It is often said that when the number of people exceeds 10,000, it becomes boundless. Not to mention 10 million. Many countries don't even have a total population that reaches this number. 10 million. Synthetic humans were stored by Dai Shui'er in several warehouses. Therefore, after multiple trips in and out of the communication space, she finally extracted all 10 million synthetic humans into the communication space. Uncle, let's check the goods. Dai Shui'er wiped the sweat from her brow, exhausted from the effort. Extracting items from the outside world into the communication space also consumes energy. Usually, she doesn't feel much of it. But this time, extracting 10 million synthetic humans really wore her out. Have a drink. Jiang Chen handed her a bottle of spiritual water. Dai Shui'er gulped it down, feeling refreshed all over. Jiang Chen looked at the 10 million synthetic humans crowded in the city, on the streets, rooftops, under eaves, anywhere. Outdoors, they were filled with shadows. Shui'er, check the inventory. Jiang Chen took out a large pile of supplies, including 10 tons of monster meat and a large amount of rare materials. Dai Shui'er looked at them, her breathing becoming noticeably heavier. These are all her cultivation resources. With these resources, the Master Realm is not far from her. The Master Realm, with a lifespan of 300 years, just thinking about it makes her heart race. Thank you, Uncle. Dai Shui'er happily stored away the rare materials. Jiang Chen smiled and said, Girl, let's leave it at that for today. With so many people, I need to go back and make some arrangements. Okay, Uncle, contact me if you need anything. Dai Shui'er waved her small hand. After bidding farewell to Dai Shui'er, Jiang Chen left the communication space. In the villa, Jiang Chen called out to Jiang Shaoqi, Shaoqi, let's go to Ruweixing. Jiang Shaoqi, who was watching TV in the living room, stood up at the words and followed Jiang Chen through the portal to Ruweixing Jiang City. Come on, I'll take you flying. Jiang Chen took out a flying sword and, with Jiang Shaoqi, flew on the sword to an open square outside Jiang City. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Chen summoned 500,000 synthetic humans. He activated this batch of synthetic humans and issued task instructions. The 500,000 synthetic humans, upon receiving the orders, some entered Jiang City in an orderly manner, while others headed to various outposts on continent number 9, taking up various work positions. After arranging matters on this side of Jiang City, Jiang Chen and Jiang Shaoqi boarded the Zijin spacecraft and went to other continents, deploying synthetic humans in large numbers. On each continent, the number deployed was around 500,000 to 1 million, mainly depending on the area and resources of the continent. The central continent had the largest deployment, with a full 3 million. There was no way around it. The central continent has abundant resources and a vast area covering a full 150 million square kilometers. If the number were smaller, it simply wouldn't be enough. From around 2 in the afternoon until 7 or 8 in the evening, Jiang Chen finally completed the deployment and arrangements for 10 million people. The deployment personnel couldn't just be randomly thrown into a place. A series of follow-up arrangements had to be made. First, these bionic beings needed to be activated, right? Next, commands had to be issued. Otherwise, these bionic beings would be as good as wooden dolls, completely unaware of what to do next. There were also a lot of follow-up material arrangements, which were all troublesome. Fortunately, these 10 million people were all bionic beings, so they didn't need rations just to recharge. Moreover, they were all solar-powered, which made things even easier. Finally done. The development of Ruweixing has truly entered the right track, Jiang Chen said as he returned to Jiang City, stretching lazily with a relaxed expression. Beside him, Jiang Shaoqi also smiled, happy to have gained 10 million subordinates. The bionic beings under Jiang Chen were all arranged and led by Jiang Shaoqi. Any commands were also issued by Jiang Shaoqi. If it were before, it would have been very difficult for Jiang Shaoqi to command 10 million bionic beings. After all, her original self was just a customized bionic being. Managing 10 million bionic beings in detail would have been impossible due to insufficient computing power. But after becoming a divine being, she felt that even another 10 million would be no problem. She had also thought it through. Once she became stronger and gained enough divinity, she would enlighten these bionic beings into intelligent mechanical life. The key was that intelligent mechanical life could grow stronger. If these 10 million bionic beings became powerful enough, they could better assist the boss. With this thought, she looked at Jiang Chen. Shaoqi, let's go back to Blue Star, Jiang Chen called out. Jiang Shaoqi came back to her senses, and, together with Jiang Chen, passed through the portal back to Blue Star. In Magic City, at the Zijinbei Manor, Jiang Chen and Jiang Shaoqi arrived at the living room on the first floor, discovering that his daughter, Jiang Xinan, was in the kitchen preparing dinner. Dad, Shaoqi, you're back, Jiang Xinan said as she placed a plate of food on the dining table. After returning home and finding no one there, she figured that her father and Jiang Shaoqi had probably gone to Ruweixing. This also resolved a previous doubt she had. She often saw her father and Jiang Shaoqi coming down from the second floor together. At first, she thought, but now it seemed that her father and Shaoqi had gone to Ruweixing. Xiaonan, you've worked hard, Jiang Chen said, ruffling his obedient daughter's hair as he sat down at the dining table. Jiang Xinan pouted and glared. Dad, wash your hands. Oh, right, wash hands, Jiang Chen replied with a smile, extending his hands, as a ball of water flowed between them. After a moment, he waved his hand and the water ball fell into the sink. Alright, all clean now, Jiang Chen said, waving his hands in front of his daughter. Jiang Xinan blinked, surprised that magic could be used like this. In the villa's dining room, Jiang Xinan saw a new way to use her magic. She summoned a ball of water, trying to wash her hands with water magic. Wow! This is really useful, Jiang Xinan exclaimed as the water flowed over her hands, instantly washing away the grease. It was cleaner than using soap. Her hands felt softer and whiter, making her want to kiss them. Jiang Shaoqi watched from the side, blinking, wanting to say, you really know how to have fun. Unfortunately, she couldn't use magic, so she had to obediently go to the bathroom. After dinner and watching some TV, Jiang Chen and his daughter went to Ruweixing, while Jiang Shaoqi stayed behind to watch over Blue Star. This had been the routine every day. With the cultivation environment of Ruweixing and an abundance of resources, Jiang Xinan's cultivation was also rapidly improving. She was almost at the 6th level of qi refining now. It's worth noting that she had only just advanced to the qi refining stage a few days ago. At Ruweixing, in the central mansion, on the second floor of the villa, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged in a room, taking a bottle of 10,000-year spirit essence and entering a state of cultivation. As the Hanyuan Ichi-Ju circulated, the 10,000-year spirit essence within him was refined into strands of magical power, sinking into his dantian. With each strand of magical power he refined, his aura would rise a bit during the cultivation. Time flew by. Before he knew it, a night had passed. At 7 o'clock in the morning in Huaxia, Jiang Chen opened his eyes, feeling the growing magical power within him, and the joy on his face was hard to conceal. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could advance to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. If everything went smoothly, reaching the golden core stage by the end of the year wouldn't be a problem. As he stood up, Jiang Chen was about to wash up and call his daughter to return to Blue Star. At that moment, he paused, pulled out the club's friend list, and saw that a friend had contacted him. Oh, it's her? Seeing who had reached out, Jiang Chen was a bit surprised. This person was his new friend, Mo Shuyao. Jiang Chen greeted her. Shuyao. Good morning, Jiang Chen, Mo Shuyao replied. Jiang Chen, Shuyao, is there something you need to contact me about at this time? In the divine world, in a modestly decorated, small apartment, Mo Shuyao was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, sending a message to Jiang Chen. I'm preparing to publish a book, and these books come from your world. I think it's necessary to share this news with you. Ruweixing, Jiang City. Jiang Chen, who was taking a shower, looked at Mo Shuyao's message and chuckled, saying, "Which one are you preparing to publish?" Mo Shuyao, I'm preparing to publish Dream of the Red Chamber, Dragon Clan, and Battle Through the Heavens, among 5 online novels. Jiang Chen was surprised. He didn't expect that. The 5 online novels he had initially chosen were all among Mo Shuyao's selections. Which of these novels do you think has the most potential? Jiang Chen asked. Mo Shuyao replied, all these novels have great stories. Especially the 5 online novels. The writing may not be very ornate, and they may not have much depth. But as you said, these online novels have a strong sense of immersion, can evoke readers' emotions, and can manipulate their joys and sorrows. So I want to give it a try. Trying it out doesn't cost anything. Besides, each of her books has a different pen name. Even if this type of book isn't liked by readers, or even faces criticism, she wouldn't be affected in the slightest. There's no need to worry about readers collapsing or faith crumbling. The belief system in her world is quite different from others. Having matched with so many friends, she has also encountered other belief systems. She found that other belief systems are based on the power of faith, where all great power returns to faith. In such cases, once faith collapses, the deity would suffer a heavy blow, their combat power would decline, and it could even lead to their fall. Her world's belief system is different. Even if all the believers die, the deity would only lose a channel to gain the power of faith, and their own combat power would not be affected at all. Because in her world, the belief system is based on divinity. In simple terms, the power of faith is merely a raw material used to refine divinity. Wishing you success. Jiang Chen sent a message. Looking at Jiang Chen's message, Mo Shuyao chuckled softly and replied with a simple thank you. Her gaze shifted to the 6 brand new books on the coffee table. They were her upcoming releases, Dream of the Red Chamber and 5 online novels. These books were not mere copies, she had made some adaptations to the content. For instance, some descriptions of gods had been altered. Some content that did not align with the values of this world had also been deleted or modified. It would be ridiculous to describe gods in a world ruled by deities, or even portray gods as villains that would be courting death, right? She had read Journey to the West and loved its story. She initially wanted to publish Journey to the West, but the descriptions of immortals and gods in it were too numerous. Adapting it would be a massive project, so she could only reluctantly set it aside for now. After finishing her conversation with Jiang Chen, Mo Shuyao stood up, stretched her waist, showcasing her exquisite figure. As a being of divinity, her appearance and figure were naturally impeccable. I hope this brings me enough faith. Mo Shuyao looked at the 6 books about to be published, her face filled with anticipation. These 6 books were certainly not the entirety of 6 novels, especially those online novels, which often exceeded millions of words. How could one book possibly contain it all? There was no choice but to release them in volumes. Gathering her thoughts, she used her spatial magic to transport the 6 books to a designated location. Subsequently, these 6 books were sent to the publishing house through various channels. After that, the 6 books were successfully published and appeared in bookstores across major cities. Blue Star, Huaxia, Magic City, Zijinbei Manor. November 7th morning. Jiang Chen and his daughter Jiang Xinan passed through the portal and returned to Blue Star. On the first floor of the villa, Jiang Qiqi had already prepared breakfast. After breakfast, Jiang Xinan, as usual, changed into formal attire and went to the company. Boss, the underground base is completed. Do you want to take a look? In the yard, just as Jiang Chen lay down on a lounge chair, he heard Jiang Qiqi come over to report. Underground base? Jiang Chen was taken aback, tilting his head to glance at Jiang Qiqi, and then he remembered. There had indeed been a plan to build an underground base. It was around September when they were considering constructing a hive-like base deep underground in the manor. They also planned to create a tunnel leading directly to the depths of the sea to build an underwater base. However, as his strength grew and with the launch of the space-based satellites, the acquisition of the portal, and the discovery of Ruweixing, he had become less concerned about this matter. But at that time, he had already given the order. The bionic beings below had naturally completed the construction of the underground base meticulously according to his plan. In the Zijinbei Manor, within the courtyard, lying on the lounge chair, Jiang Chen felt a bit dazed. The initial plan to build the underground base was due to the numerous enemies. Reflecting on that time, there were always a large number of spies, mercenaries, assassins, and other organizations lurking around him. So when constructing Zijinbei, they intended to build a hive-like underground base. But now, looking across Blue Star, who could threaten the Jiang family? Thus, this underground base had become somewhat unnecessary. Where is the entrance to the base? Jiang Chen asked. Since it was completed, he naturally wanted to take a look. Although it was no longer useful, it could serve as a recreational place, and it wouldn't be bad to stroll around in the afternoon. It's located here. Jiang Qiqi waved her hand, and a virtual screen appeared before them. This was a holographic projection. When Qiqi was still a bionic being, she had the holographic projection function. After becoming a divine being, the holographic projection function merged with her, becoming one of her innate abilities. The holographic projection displayed a three-dimensional layout of the manor. Jiang Qiqi pointed to a location on the map. Jiang Chen took a glance. It wasn't far from the courtyard. Let's go take a look. Jiang Qiqi agreed and left the courtyard with Jiang Chen. Before long, the two arrived at a rather sci-fi-looking metal door. The metal door opened automatically and Jiang Chen and Jiang Qiqi walked inside. Inside was a hall. The hall was spacious, with only 2 elevators. They entered the elevator and descended. Qiqi, give me an overview of the underground base. Jiang Chen said in the elevator. Jiang Qiqi nodded and said, the underground base is located 1,000 meters underground, with a total of 12 levels shaped like a pyramid, with the largest area on the top level, decreasing in size as it goes down. The operation of the base is controlled by the artificial intelligence Xiaowei. She briefly explained the situation of the underground base, then detailed the various facilities within the base. Various research labs, factory production lines, security facilities, living facilities, and so on, everything was complete. It could be said that if any catastrophic event occurred on the surface, one could completely hide in the underground base. Of course, these facilities were of little use to Jiang Chen now. Even if all the countries on Blue Star crazily unleashed their mushroom bomb reserves and plowed the surface of the earth, he could just go to Ruweixing. Who would hide underground to survive? Xiaowei has met the boss, Sister Qiqi. The elevator arrived at the first level of the underground base and a charming figure floated in mid-air. It was the artificial intelligence, Xiaowei. The Jiang group had long been utilizing artificial intelligence. However, beside Jiang Chen was Jiang Shaoqi, not to mention the current Jiang Shaoqi. Even the past Jiang Shaoqi could be referred to online as the Crown King. Whatever artificial intelligence could do, she could do as well. And for things that artificial intelligence couldn't do, she could still manage. Therefore, Jiang Chen didn't place much importance on artificial intelligence. Of course, artificial intelligence was still a great help to the Jiang group. With the aid of artificial intelligence, the Jiang group developed many groundbreaking products, such as autonomous driving and instant translation, among others. The current Jiang group had more than just the Zhurong No. 1 and CNZ facial mask. Other areas were also developing well. Xiaowei, show us around, Jiang Chen said to the little girl. The girl looked about 16 or 17, dressed in a princess gown, very cute. It was a pity she was virtual, otherwise he would really want to ruffle her hair. Okay, boss, please follow me, Xiaowei nodded. In the following time, Xiaowei led Jiang Chen, Jiang Shaoqi, and the others on a tour of the underground base. The underground base was enormous. Just the first level covered an area of 120,000 square meters. Although the area decreased as they went deeper, it was still relatively large. With such a vast area, Jiang Chen couldn't explore it all in a short time, so they would just visit the important areas for now. As for the other areas, they could take their time to explore later. The 12th level underground was the last level and also the smallest, covering only 10,000 square meters. Boss, this tunnel leads directly to the seabed, Xiaowei said, opening a metal door and pointing to a tunnel. A seabed tunnel? Jiang Chen became interested. Let's go take a look. Jiang Chen and Jiang Shaoqi passed through the tunnel. Before long, they arrived at an underwater world. In this underwater world, a seabed base had been constructed. When Jiang Chen and the others arrived, several bionic people were busy installing some facilities. Jiang Chen looked around in amazement. The construction technology of the underground base, including the seabed base connected to it, was all introduced from Daishui Air. Otherwise, with the technology level of Blue Star, building such a massive base 1,000 meters underground, not to mention whether it could be completed, even if it could, it would be a huge project. But Jiang Chen's side had quietly completed it. This was the gap in technology. Arriving at the observation room of the seabed base, the room was fully transparent, allowing them to see the underwater scenery. Over 1,000 meters beneath the sea was deep and mysterious. However, the base's lights illuminated the surrounding seabed, enabling Jiang Chen and the others to clearly see the underwater wonders, corals, strange fish, and peculiar stones. Many sights that couldn't be seen on the surface were visible here. Boss, lunch is ready, Jiang Shaoqi said as she walked over. Jiang Chen, sitting on the sofa and admiring the underwater beauty, looked up and said, Is it noon already? Yes, Jiang Shaoqi nodded. That was fast. Jiang Chen exclaimed, saying, "Let's eat here." Jiang Shaoqi nodded and instructed her subordinates to bring over plates of dishes. After enjoying a sumptuous lunch deep underwater, Jiang Chen left the underground base with Jiang Shaoqi. Although this underground base might not be needed, Jiang Chen had no intention of letting it sit idle. Since it had been built, it should be put to use. When Jiang Xinan returned from work in the evening, Jiang Chen told her about the underground base. His daughter's mouth formed an O shape, clearly surprised. She hadn't expected that such a massive base had been constructed quietly beneath their home. After the surprise, she lost interest. In the past, she would have been excited because her previous perspective was limited to Blue Star. Having an underground base would have a significant impact on the development of the Jiang Group. If an irresistible crisis were to occur on the surface, one could still hide in an underground base to ensure their safety. But ever since she cultivated immortality and went to Ruweixing, her perspective had elevated several levels. She no longer cared much about the disputes on Blue Star. Now, going to work every day was merely a habit. She was no longer as invested in the group's development as she used to be. In the past, her work consisted of reviewing documents or attending meetings. Now, she had delegated most of her authority. Each day, she only handled a few important matters, spending the rest of her time idling. Time flew by, and 3 days passed, arriving at November 11th. This day was originally just an ordinary day. However, it somehow turned into a singles day thanks to some unfortunate soul who stirred things up. Later, it was transformed into a shopping carnival. At home, watching the discussions about Singles Day online, Jiang Chen felt quite speechless. Was he caught in the crossfire? After all, he was a middle-aged man. With that thought, he felt a bit melancholic. Whether in his past life or this one, he had always been single. In this life, although he had a good daughter, his first wife passed away early, and as for the second wife, better left unmentioned. Sometimes, Jiang Chen thought about finding someone again. But finding a wife isn't like shopping at a market. It requires meeting someone you click with. And then there's the age factor. After all, he was in his 40s. What age should he look for? A woman in her 20s? That wouldn't be appropriate. A peer? Ugh. Jiang Chen gasped, shivering at the thought. Speaking of peers, he remembered a woman. She was a strong woman in the business circle of the capital, seemingly around 36 or 37 this year, about 3 to 5 years younger than him. She was very beautiful, stunning enough to be called a national beauty, and had once been named the most beautiful woman in the Huaxia business circle. However, as she aged, few people mentioned her anymore. He could recall this woman because she was originally the female lead in Wang Fan's story. Unfortunately, that unfortunate Wang Fan had to provoke him. In the end, the two of them didn't even have a chance to get to know each other. In the divine world, in a certain city, in a bookstore, a 16 or 17-year-old boy walked in. He scanned the room and purposefully approached a bookshelf, picked up 2 books, and left after checking out. Back home, during dinner, he prayed sincerely with his family. Prayer was something everyone in this world did daily. Depending on the deity they believed in, the prayers varied. For instance, in his family, they prayed 3 times a day, giving thanks for the meals provided by the deity, and so on. After the prayer, having finished dinner, the boy returned to his room and picked up the 2 novels he had just bought. One was called Dragon Clan, and the other was Battle Through the Heavens. After thinking for a moment, he picked up Battle Through the Heavens and began to flip through it. This was a novel highly recommended by his friend, who said it was very good. Such white text, the boy muttered, continuing to read. Unknowingly, he became immersed in it. He saw the protagonist being mocked during a test, then getting rejected in a marriage proposal, bullied and oppressed by his family, and so on. The young man clenched his fists, until an old man appeared, a powerful figure from the continent, who wanted to take the protagonist as his disciple. The boy felt a surge of anticipation, hoping the protagonist would learn skills and redeem himself. Unbeknownst to him, when he flipped to the last page, he was stunned. That's it? The boy felt a sense of incompleteness. How can it just end? The young man sighed, feeling frustrated as he was just getting excited. There was nothing to be done. This book had just released its first volume, so he could only look forward to the second volume. With that thought, he logged onto the publisher's official website, urging for updates. In the same city, in an apartment, Mo Shuyu sat cross-legged on the sofa, closing her eyes. Streams of invisible starlight flowed into her body. After a moment, she opened her eyes, her beautiful gaze filled with surprise. After a few days of fermentation, the 6 books she published had already hit the shelves in bookstores nationwide, selling a total of 800,000 copies. This is the total sales of 6 novels, and in terms of individual sales, Battle Through the Heavens ranks first with 200,000 copies sold. As each novel reached the hands of readers, she gradually began to taste the sweetness of success. Every moment, the power of faith surged in. She closed her eyes to sense for a moment and discovered that most of this power of faith came from 5 online novels. Although Dream of the Red Chamber also generated a considerable amount of faith compared to the 5 online novels, it seems somewhat insignificant. Indeed, online novels have the best effect. Next time I trade with Jiang Chen, I should trade for online novels, Imo Shuya murmured. Immediately, she waved her hand, and a tablet was drawn to her. Leaning back on the sofa, she opened a reader forum to see the feedback on these 6 novels. After browsing, she found that Dream of the Red Chamber received the most praise, with countless compliments. The comments on the 5 online novels, however, were not as favorable. She clicked on a critical post which was filled with thousands of words criticizing Battle Through the Heavens as utterly worthless. Mo Shuyao, being a literary copyist, was not particularly affected by these negative reviews. However, her expression was not pleasant. Would so many negative reviews affect her collection of faith? She scrolled down to the comments section. This Battle Through the Heavens is simply insulting the reader's intelligence. God, how dare a weakling challenge a strong one? The writing is quite straightforward, lacking depth. This book pales in comparison to Dream of the Red Chamber, released around the same time. There's no comparison at all. But it feels so good to read. Exactly, although the writing is quite straightforward, it flows very comfortably. I don't know why, but when I read this book, my whole body and mind were completely immersed. Every move of the protagonist tugged at my heart. When the protagonist grew stronger, I felt excited. When the protagonist was bullied by a stronger opponent, I felt anger and worry. Me too, I don't feel this way with other books. Even with that highly praised Dream of the Red Chamber, it's the same. Same plus one, and I strongly recommend Dragon Clan, it's also very good. I don't like the protagonist of Dragon Clan. When will the second volume of Battle Through the Heavens be released? Yeah, the first volume was too short. Looking at the comments online, Mo Shuya was deep in thought. To be honest, when she released the 5 online novels, she felt a bit anxious. Mainly because this literary style was somewhat out of place with the literary style of her world. In contrast, literature like Dream of the Red Chamber, which is more profound, thrived in her world. However, she had published a lot of mainstream literature before. The books she traded with other friends were mostly of a similar literary style. So, when she saw online novels from Jiang Chen this time, it felt like a breath of fresh air. This was also the reason she decided to publish her favorite Dream of the Red Chamber along with the 5 online novels. The results were in, and the response was very good. Although there were some discordant voices, they could not stop the surge of faith. Next time, let's focus on online novels, Mo Shuya murmured as she looked at the feedback from readers. However, before the next trade, she needed to make some preparations. Last time, she brought out 2 divine stones. What should she bring out next time? November 19th. In the blink of an eye, another week had passed. That morning, Jiang Chen was practicing martial arts in the yard. His movements were vigorous. This was a set of external martial arts techniques he had traded from Tian Hong. He practiced not to cultivate martial arts but simply to stretch his body. Boss, there's a situation over at Ruweixing, Zhang Xiaoqi said as she stepped out from the portal, her expression slightly serious. Oh, what happened? Jiang Chen stopped his practice, stood up straight, and looked at Zhang Xiaoqi. During his free time, Zhang Xiaoqi would stay at Ruweixing, coordinating over 10 million bioengineered beings responsible for the development of Ruweixing. Zhang Xiaoqi said, through satellite detection, we found that our base number 7 in the southwest of the central continent has been discovered by the local overlord, the Black Rock Tribe. The Black Rock Tribe has united with several large tribes and dispatched tens of thousands of warriors converging towards base number 7. It seems they come with ill intentions. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. Was a conflict with the indigenous people about to occur? He had actually anticipated this. Wanting to develop Ruweixing while clashing with the natives was inevitable. He just didn't expect it to happen so soon. How many people are there exactly? What is their strength? What weapons are they carrying? Jiang Chen became serious. The indigenous people were not weak. Recently, satellites had frequently captured battles between the natives and monsters, or conflicts among primitive humans. The strongest discovered so far was estimated to be at the mid-stage of the golden core level. Jiang Chen wasn't worried about such experts, but he was concerned there might be stronger ones. If there were experts surpassing the golden core level, it would be troublesome. Initially, there were only about 50,000 people, but as they approached base number 7, they recruited a large number of warriors from the tribes along the way. It is estimated that by the time they reach base number 7, they should be able to gather around 80,000 to 90,000 people. If they forcibly conscript, gathering 100,000 would not be a problem. As for their strength through the spirit energy detector and breath detector scans, the average level is in the chi refining stage. The strongest should be at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. They carry a variety of weapons, including bone knives, stone spears, javelins, and so on. There are also weapons made of bronze. Jiang Shaoqi detailed the current situation. Jiang Chen nodded. Ruweixing, due to its spirit energy, was different from ordinary primitive civilizations. Take bronze weapons, for instance, they only appeared in the late stages of primitive civilization on Blue Star. In Ruweixing, they had appeared many years ago. Let's go to Ruweixing. Jiang Chen opened a portal and stepped inside. The central continent was too vast, covering a full 150 million square kilometers. To facilitate development and management, Jiang Chen established 30 bases across the central continent. On average, there was one base for every 5 million square kilometers of land. Base number 7 gathered 100,000 bioengineered beings and a large amount of equipment. He could not easily abandon it. Moreover, he wanted to test the mettle of the Ruweixing primitives. Upon arriving at Ruweixing, Jiang Chen immediately took action. First, he mobilized the military camp and soldiers, all boarding the Zijin spaceship to support base number 7. On the central continent, the soldiers from the military camp were all silver level, equivalent to Foundation establishment strength, making for a formidable force. As for that military camp, it was somewhat weaker. Lacking strength, they made do with equipment. Jiang Chen equipped each soldier from the military and the camp with a set of armor comparable to the Foundation establishment level. Each was also provided with 2 laser guns, 2 silver swords, and 2 golden axes. They were armed to the teeth. In addition, Jiang Cheng's armory was opened wide, with machine guns, large-caliber howitzers, rocket launchers, laser cannons, and more. Boxes of laser guns and ammunition were loaded onto the Zijin spaceship transported to base number 7 on the central continent. These weapons were also stored at various bases across the central continent. To be on the safe side, Jiang Chen decided to send all the stock from Zhongcheng over. Facing the indigenous people on such a large scale for the first time, it was better to be cautious to avoid any mishaps. Although, even if something went wrong, it wouldn't matter much. It would just mean losing some bioengineered beings and equipment. But who likes to incur losses? Jiang Chang, on the city wall, watching the howitzers and machine guns being loaded onto the spaceship. These heavy machine guns and howitzers were all acquired from Blue Star. With the Jiang family's influence and strength, obtaining a batch of firearms was quite easy. Not to mention, letting Jiang Yi and others, who were lurking in Europe and America, take out a few arms depots would yield everything they needed. When we initially developed these firearms, the plan was to use them as conventional weapons on Ruweixing. The metal storm is still quite lethal against most monsters. With everything ready, Jiang Chen and Jiang Shaoqi boarded the Zijin spaceship, heading to the number 7 outpost on the central continent. Shaoqi, what's the current situation at the number 7 outpost? Jiang Chen asked on the spaceship. Jiang Shaoqi replied, Boss, the warrior team from the tribe is still about 500 kilometers away from the number 7 outpost. After a pause, she pursed her lips and said, Actually, boss, there's no need to worry. The outpost has well-established defensive works and a large number of weapons. Unless a being with strength surpassing the golden core stage appears, there's no threat. Jiang Chen nodded. Even so, being cautious is necessary for the first large-scale encounter with the indigenous people. After all, it's the first time. I hope there's no old 6 on Ruweixing. During this time, 200 satellites in the sky have been continuously scanning, and later another 100 satellites were launched, and there were no superclass experts on Ruweixing. But what if? However, the primitives should be relatively simple, right? There shouldn't be an old 6, right? The number 7 outpost is located in the southwest corner of the central continent, near the coastline, responsible for developing an area of 5 million square kilometers. About 1.7 million indigenous people live in this land. The largest tribe is called the Blackrock tribe. It is a super large tribe with a population of 450,000 dominating this territory. Shortly after the establishment of the number 7 outpost, it was discovered by the Blackrock tribe. A strange force appeared on their territory. The key is that this force is different from ordinary tribes, or rather, it is incompatible with their tribes. This made the Blackrock tribe take notice. Additionally, they discovered a large number of strange things from this unfamiliar force. There were even flying objects, which the Blackrock tribe could hardly tolerate. Ultimately, they decided to mobilize 30,000 warriors from the Blackrock tribe, joining forces with several large tribes, gathering 50,000 warriors. Along the way, they recruited tens of thousands of warriors from small and medium-sized tribes heading towards the number 7 outpost. They had already investigated that unfamiliar force had less than 100,000 people. They gathered nearly 100,000 tribal warriors, giving them a significant advantage. Ruweixing, southeast of the central continent, number 7 outpost. The Zijin spaceship successfully landed in the outpost square. This square is very large, specifically designed for docking spaceships. Jiang Chen and Jiang Shaoqi, along with hundreds of soldiers from the military camp, disembarked from the spaceship. Boss, A middle-aged looking bionic man strode over. He was the person in charge of the number 7 outpost. Tell me about the current situation, Jiang Chen said, surveying the layout of the outpost. This outpost was built based on Jiang City. Surrounded by tall city walls, a 100-meter wide moat was dug around the walls and the defensive works were very well done. The walls and moat were originally meant to defend against monsters. Unexpectedly, the monsters didn't come, but the indigenous humans arrived first. The person in charge nodded. Boss, the outpost walls are built with special materials, very solid. We have deployed a large number of grenade launchers and laser cannons. On the walls, there are also many heavy machine guns. Additionally, the outpost has an energy shield for defense. He detailed the situation of the number 7 outpost. After listening, Jiang Chen felt that his worries were quite unnecessary. This outpost could be said to be as solid as a fortress. A mere 100,000 tribal humans wanting to breach this outpost was not just a pipe dream, it was almost laughable. Not to mention anything else, just that energy shield alone would be insurmountable for the primitive tribes, unless a being surpassing the golden core level came. Good. How far is the tribal team from us? Jiang Chen asked. About 100 kilometers away, the person in charge replied. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. Is the artillery range sufficient? The person in charge shook his head. We are equipped with 203mm grenade launchers, with a maximum range of 50 kilometers. But we still have rocket artillery, with a maximum range of 500 kilometers. Really? Jiang Chen nodded, contemplating whether to launch a barrage of rockets to wipe out this tribe of 100,000 warriors from a distance. Let's head to the command center first, Jiang Chen said. Boss, this way please. The outpost leader led Jiang Chen to the command center. Jiang Shaoqi stayed outside, responsible for coordinating the personnel from the military camp and barracks who had come along. In the vast command center, various high-tech instruments were arranged. Staff members were busy working in an orderly manner. On the walls of the command center hung large screens. One of the screens displayed a massive moving convoy. Below the screen, a line of data read, 98,712 people. So this is that tribe of warriors? 98,712 people? Not even 100,000. Jiang Chen laughed as he looked at the screen. Yes, boss, this number is calculated from satellite scans. Very accurate, the outpost leader replied. Jiang Chen nodded. He had to admit that with satellite assistance, every move of this primitive tribal group was under their surveillance. How could they lose? Let's fire 2 rockets at them first, Jiang Chen said, gazing at the large screen. Yes, the outpost leader responded and issued the order. Jiang Chen sat down in a chair, watching the large screen. In a dense forest, a long convoy was on the move. This convoy, how should I put it, was completely disordered, with groups scattered on the east and west sides. This was not surprising. These people came from multiple tribes and had been forcibly twisted together. Moreover, being a primitive tribe, there were no established rules. Naturally, they wouldn't march in neat formations like in civilized societies. Fortunately, the elders of the various tribes kept things in check, so there were no major issues. At the very front of the convoy were 5 tall men. These 5 stood at least 3 meters tall, as fierce as wild beasts. An ordinary person standing in front of them would probably tremble in fear. Yan, are we really going to attack that strange unfamiliar tribe? I have a very bad feeling about this, said one man dressed in leopard print animal skin, frowning. The man named Yan replied, our Black Rock tribe has been observing that strange tribe for a long time. They possess artifacts that can carry people into the sky, as well as artifacts that can race through the forest. Another person said, a tribe with artifacts should be very strong, right? No, Yan shook his head. According to our observations, the people of that tribe are very weak. A weak tribe does not deserve to possess artifacts. Only the strong are worthy of artifacts that can fly. By the end, Yan's tone was very passionate. The others listened, equally stirred. Flying, in fact, was not that rare. The strongest of the Black Rock tribe had the ability to fly, but those who could fly were too few. When they heard that there was a tribe with a large number of artifacts capable of carrying people into the sky, the entire Black Rock tribe was in an uproar. This Yan was the leader of the Black Rock tribe. The 4 people beside him were the leaders of the 4 major tribes, second only to the Black Rock tribe in this region. Yan, you are right, the weak do not deserve to possess artifacts. But I feel that the possibility of a weak tribe having artifacts is very slim. Also, my brow is twitching intensely, giving me a very bad feeling, said a dark-skinned man, the leader of the Black Bull tribe. The Black Bull tribe was a large tribe with a population of over 200,000. It was called the Black Bull tribe partly because of their skin color and partly because their abilities were similar to those of a Black Bull beast. It was rumored that the people of the Black Bull tribe had the bloodline of the Black Bull beast. Yan was clearly wary of the Black Bull tribe. Although the Black Bull tribe was just a large tribe and did not match the scale of the Black Rock tribe, their strength was indeed formidable. Each one was like a wild bull, immensely powerful. Faced with the concerns of the Black Bull tribe leader, Yen chuckled and said, the cattle, that strange tribe, although they possess a divine artifact that can fly, but those people are really weak. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly looked up at the sky and saw a small black dot rapidly approaching. In the next moment, the small black dot enlarged, revealing a long cylindrical object that crashed into the ranks. Boom! A loud explosion erupted, and a terrifying shockwave scattered the rear ranks into disarray. Before they could regain their senses, another rocket flew in. Damn! It's... An old man dressed in animal skins leaped up and charged at the rocket. With that collision, he deflected the rocket, causing it to veer off course. Boom! Another loud explosion followed, and the old man coughed up blood repeatedly, nearly losing his life. Fortunately, some tribal warriors quickly stuffed a lot of herbs into the old man's mouth, barely keeping him alive. The sudden turn of events threw the tribal team into chaos. They scrambled to find cover. A portion of the tribal warriors knelt down with a thud, banging their heads on the ground, mumbling something incoherent. Ruwashing, Central Continent. About 100 kilometers away from base number 7, a team of nearly 100,000 people was in disarray. Thankfully, an elder stepped forward to stabilize the team. However, many tribal warriors were still kneeling on the ground, bowing to the heavens and begging for mercy. Not to mention the ordinary tribal warriors, even the leaders of the major tribes were somewhat panicked. Yen, let's retreat. This is a warning from the heavens. Yes, Yen. The 2 rocket bombardments had terrified them. When had they ever seen such an attack? The leaders of the 4 major tribes all proposed a retreat. No need to retreat. This is not a warning from the heavens, this is the tactic of that strange tribe. Yen shook his head and said, everyone, don't panic. Although the earlier commotion was great, our losses are not significant. Look. Following that, Yen, with his silver tongue, finally convinced the 4 leaders to agree to continue moving forward. In fact, there were more than just these 5 tribal leaders who had come this time. But the other leaders came from smaller tribes, and with the 5 major tribe leaders in front, they had no say at all. Base number 7, Command Center. Seeing the tribal coalition continue to approach base number 7, Jiang Chen said, let's fire a few more rockets at them. Understood. The base commander nodded and issued the order through the AI brain. Soon, 10 rockets soared into the sky. Jiang Chen focused on the large screen to observe the effects. Unfortunately, the tribal coalition was on guard. Although the 10 rockets caused some damage to the coalition, the losses were limited, mainly because the distance was too far and the rockets lacked precision. Forget it, let's wait until they get closer, Jiang Chen said, shaking his head at the damage caused by the 10 rockets. Yes, the base commander nodded in agreement. Jiang Chen sat down in his chair, watching the large screen. After a round of probing, he felt completely at ease. This tribal coalition posed no threat to base number 7 at all. Since that was the case, Jiang Chen's thoughts multiplied. Using this coalition for training might not be a bad idea. The people from the military camp had experienced quite a few battles after arriving at Ruwashing, but they had all been against beasts. There were very few cases of fighting against humans. Also, that old man in animal skins caught Jiang Chen's attention. That elder had the strength of a peak foundation establishment level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the reflexes and speed to deflect the rocket. Through the spirit energy detector and breath detector, it was found that there were 5 more experts similar to that old man in the tribal coalition. One must admit, the Central Continent is indeed strong, comparable to peak foundation establishment experts. So many could be mobilized so casually. On the 9th continent, the strongest were only comparable to the mid-foundation establishment level. Of course, that strongest one had long been executed. The 9th continent, as the base camp, does not allow such strong individuals to exist. Boss, the people from the military camp and the barracks have been arranged. Zhang Shaoqi walked into the command center and said. Jiang Chen nodded and said, come, let's set up the tactics. With that, he approached the center of the command room, where a holographic projection displayed the terrain surrounding base number 7. Jiang Chen pointed at the holographic projection and said, actually, we don't need much strategy. When they get close, we'll start with a barrage of artillery to clear the area, followed by heavy machine guns to secure it. I want to see how effective hot weapons will be against a team with extraordinary power. After that, the military camp and barracks will come in to finish up. Finally, prepare the laser guns, laser cannons, platinum long spears, and golden axes. If anything unexpected happens, don't hold back, just unleash everything. Understood. Everyone responded. Next, there was no more movement from Jiang Chen's side. The Black Rock tribe was cautiously advancing. They focused most of their attention on the sky, fearing that some strange object might fly over again. However, during the following time, nothing with explosive power appeared again, which made the Black Rock tribe and others breathe a little easier. Chief, we are about 20,000 steps away from that strange tribe, a warrior reported to Yen. Yen perked up and, along with the leaders of the four major tribes, climbed to a high ground to gaze at the base 20,000 steps away. What a tall protective wall, Yen. This tribe will be hard to break through, one of the tribal leaders said. It's fine. I will let the warriors from the other tribes attack first. Yen understood the concerns of these tribal leaders. To put it simply, they were worried about their tribes suffering too many losses. So, he could only trouble the smaller tribal warriors who came along to test the waters first. Boss, the tribal coalition is still 20 kilometers away from us. Zhang Shaoqi walked over to report. Zhang Chen nodded. When the time is right, we'll start the artillery barrage. Zhang Shaoqi acknowledged and issued the order. Jiang Chen checked the time and found it was already past 7 in the evening in Huaxia. Shaoqi, let's go back to Blue Star. It was dark and the tribal coalition was camped 20 kilometers away, unlikely to launch an attack on the base in the short term. Dad, Shaoqi, why are you back so late today? In the Blue Star Magic City, at the Zijin Bay Manor. In the villa, upon seeing her father return, Jiang Xinan asked in confusion. Jiang Chen recounted what had happened on Ruweixing. Jiang Xinan was initially worried, but after learning about the arrangements at base number 7 and the strength of the tribal coalition, she felt relieved. Dad, I want to go too. Such a large-scale war with 100,000 people was something one could hardly see in modern society. Except on television. All right. Jiang Chen nodded. With the portal, there was no need to worry about danger. It would be good to take his daughter to broaden her horizons. After dinner, Jiang Chen and his daughter arrived at Ruweixing. After checking on the situation of the tribal coalition, the father and daughter went to the training room and entered a state of cultivation. Daily training was an essential task. After a night passed, Jiang Chen finished his practice, stood up, and left the secret room. How's the situation? Jiang Chen asked Zhang Shaoqi, who was guarding outside the secret room. Boss, after dawn, the tribal coalition continued to approach the base and is now only 10 miles away. Judging by their formation, they should be about to launch an attack on the base. Jiang Shaoqi said. Jiang Chen nodded. At this moment, his daughter Jiang Xinan also walked out of the training room. Dad, Jiang Xinan called out. Jiang Chen nodded and said, let's go, take a look at the city wall. Standing on the city wall, Jiang Chen gazed into the distance. With his eyesight, he could see the camp 10 miles away. After observing for a moment, he noticed a change in the coalition's formation. A large number of tribal warriors emerged, seemingly preparing to launch an attack on the base. However, these warriors appeared to come from smaller tribes. The warriors from the 5 major tribes remained motionless. After observing for a moment, Jiang Chen ordered, prepare the artillery. At base number 7, on the city wall, with a command from Jiang Chen, over 200 grenade launchers positioned on the city wall adjusted their barrels and loaded ammunition. Everything was ready, and the more than 200 grenade launchers fired simultaneously, producing a thunderous roar. Shells rained down on the tribal coalition's camp like raindrops. 10 miles away, the leaders of the 5 major tribes gathered to discuss how to attack the city. In primitive society, each tribe built tall walls to fend off monsters and beast tides. Although the walls were constructed to resist beast tides, human nature is prone to internal conflict. When external threats diminish, some ambitious individuals think of annexing other tribes to strengthen themselves. Therefore, the major tribes were not unfamiliar with siege warfare. Over time, some strategies emerged. The strategy of the 5 tribal leaders was to first use the warriors of smaller tribes as cannon fodder to test and exhaust the enemy. Once the timing was right, the main forces of the 5 tribes would charge in unison. It was a simple strategy. If their enemies were local tribes, but boom boom boom. At that moment, a series of muffled sounds drew the attention of the 5 tribal leaders, who instinctively looked up. The next moment, they were stunned. They saw over 200 black dots flying through the sky. Having experienced rocket bombardments, the 5 leaders sensed something was wrong, but before they could react, the shells landed in their camp. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions shook the ground. The forest was suddenly ablaze. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Before the people in the tribal camp could regain their senses, more black dots filled the sky. In an instant, the entire tribal coalition camp was thrown into chaos, with bodies flying, blood splattering, and screams echoing, resembling a hell on earth. On the city wall, Jiang Chen, with a calm expression, held a telescope and watched the tribal coalition camp being bombarded. In truth, he was not at peace inside. This was the first time he had witnessed such a scene. If he felt this way, his daughter beside him was naturally not faring much better. Seeing the blood and carnage, resembling a hell on earth, she felt extremely uncomfortable, her face turning pale. If she had seen such scenes in films, she would have felt no emotion. But this was happening in reality. Over 200 grenade launchers continuously unleashed shells. Even though all the tribal coalition warriors were at the chi refining stage, facing such dense and intense bombardment, they could only frantically seek cover, trying to evade the shelling. However, the tribal coalition was not without resistance. 5 protective shields rose in the camp, blocking the bombardment of the shells. This relieved the 5 tribal leaders. But as the bombardment continued, the light of the shields grew dimmer. The 5 leaders sensed something was amiss. They wanted to retreat, only to find, behind them, a spaceship blocked their escape route, raining down bombs on them. Reluctant to accept defeat, the 5 tribes organized their elites to charge towards the city wall, hoping to break into the city and change their disadvantage. But against the formidable defenses of base number 7, all efforts were in vain. An hour later, "Boss, the minor fish have been cleared. Only the elite of the 5 tribes remain, protected by a shield," reported the base commander as he approached. "Continue the bombardment. I want to see how long their turtle shell can hold," Zhang Chen said casually. After all, these shells cost nothing. If they ran out, he could just raid a few armories in the western part of Blue Star. With the astonishing stockpiles of weapons and ammunition in various countries, he was also helping to alleviate their maintenance pressure. With a storage artifact, he didn't have to worry about carrying too much. As long as it was an armory they had their eyes on, he could guarantee that not a single bullet would remain by the next day. He considered this a good deed. Everything for the peace of Blue Star. If he moved all the ammunition from Blue Star to Rue Star, wouldn't Blue Star be at peace? In the following time, as a large number of shells bombarded, the protective shield raised by the 5 tribes finally could not hold up any longer. Crack! With a sound, the shield shattered. The people of the 5 tribes were exposed. At this moment, the elite of the 5 major tribes were so frightened that they dared not linger any longer. The instant the energy shield shattered, the remaining 30,000 people quickly fled deep into the forest. Just then, thousands of flying vehicles shot out from Base 7, densely packed. Each flying vehicle was equipped with a heavy machine gun. The vehicles chased after the fleeing crowd, unleashing a torrent of bullets, a metal storm that engulfed the warriors of the 5 major tribes. Damn it! Looking at the flying vehicles in the sky, the leader of the Black Rock tribe felt his heart sink, filled with extreme anger and despair. This was what he had coveted, yet it had turned into his death knell. On the city wall, Zhang Chen turned around. This war, at this point, could basically be considered over. Speaking of which, is this a war? It could be seen as a dimensional strike of advanced civilization against primitive tribes. Even if the warriors of the primitive tribes possessed extraordinary power, they could not withstand the metal storm. And he hadn't even used laser weapons yet, let alone the silver light sword or the golden axe. So, this war was unequal from the very beginning. The warriors from the military camp and the soldiers from the barracks had also been dispatched, hunting down the scattered tribal warriors across the mountains and fields. This was also a trial for the military camp warriors and Barak soldiers. Take the Barak soldiers, for instance. Although they could grow stronger with the Barak upgrades, only their strength increased. Skills in killing enemies still needed to be honed in actual combat. If you can't take it, then don't watch, Zhang Chen said to his pale-faced daughter. Zhang Xinan put down the binoculars, nodded, and remained silent. With the overall situation settled, Zhang Chen took his daughter down from the city wall and returned to the command center. He needed to make some arrangements. This attack on Base 7 was carried out by the elite of the major tribes in the southwest region. The losses of the tribal coalition were a huge blow to the various tribes in the southwestern region of the central continent. This was an opportunity to control the primitive tribes. Controlling these tribes would be useful for the Jiang family in developing the central continent. After all, these primitive tribes had survived on this land for so long. Moreover, Base 7 had killed so many members of the primitive tribes, creating a deadly feud that needed to be dealt with. How to handle it? Surely, they couldn't slaughter all those tribes, right? That would be somewhat against morality. Therefore, it was better to control them. The question was how to ensure loyalty. When faced with uncertainty, seek out friends. He decided to contact his friends. By the way, Zhang Chen thought of something. The Black Rock tribe still had a golden core level powerhouse, which was a threat that needed to be resolved. With this in mind, he summoned the 3 grandmasters of the military camp and arranged for them to go to the Black Rock tribe to eliminate that unstable factor. To ensure success, Zhang Chen also provided them with a platinum spear. In an unexpected situation, even a Yuan Ing level powerhouse could be taken down with a single shot from a platinum spear. The 3 grandmasters of the military camp received the order and set off. Immediately, the satellites in the sky had long since located the position of the Black Rock tribe, and they could head directly thereon. The Zijin ship. In fact, the military camp now had more than 3 grandmasters. With the supply of abundant resources, many warriors in the military camp had broken through, with nearly one-third of them promoted to the Grandmaster level. However, the 3 who broke through first had also reached the peak of the Grandmaster level, just one step away from becoming a Grandmaster of martial arts. After arranging matters regarding Base 7, Jiang Chen took his daughter through the portal and returned to Blue Star. Jiang Xiaoqi stayed behind at Base 7 to handle the aftermath. After eliminating the tribal coalition, there were still many things that needed to be wrapped up. First, with the annihilation of the 100,000 elite warriors organized by the 5 major tribes, how would the other tribes react? Would it trigger any chain reactions? And the countless corpses scattered across the mountains also needed to be dealt with quickly. There were too many trivial matters waiting to be handled. Jiang Chen didn't want to deal with these trivialities, they could only fall to Jiang Xiaoqi. Jiang Xiaoqi was now his chief steward. Upon returning to Blue Star, it was already past noon. Today, without Jiang Xiaoqi cooking, the father and daughter had no appetite for food. Seeing his daughter looking gloomy, Jiang Chen made a phone call and summoned her 2 good friends, Lu Qianxuan and Chen Hui. Uncle Jiang. At 2 in the afternoon, Lu Qianxuan and Chen Hui arrived at Zijin Bay. Qianxuan, Xiao Hui, it's been a while since we last met, right? Xiao Hui, how's work? Is it okay for you to take a leave? Qianxuan, are you still on break? In the courtyard, Jiang Chen smiled as he looked at them. Uncle Jiang, I just happened to be off today, it's no problem, Chen Hui replied with a bright smile. Lu Qianxuan also smiled and said, Uncle Jiang, I'm still at home being a couch potato. I don't plan to work this year, I'll think about it next year. Chen Hui sighed, glancing enviously at her friend, how nice. I still have to work hard, I need to become an attending physician before I turn 30. Lu Qianxuan pouted, I don't have any goals to strive for, that's why I'm thinking of being a couch potato. I actually envy you, Xiao Hui, for having your own challenges and being full of fighting spirit every day. Chen Hui chuckled, wondering how her friend had learned to be so humble. If she could, she would also like to be a couch potato. She turned to look at Jiang Xinan and noticed that her usually lively friend was quite quiet today. She had only greeted them when they first arrived and had been sitting there, not saying much since. She exchanged glances with Lu Qianxuan and sat down beside Jiang Xinan. Seeing this, Jiang Chen stood up and said, Xiaonan, why don't you entertain Xiao Hui and Qianxuan? You can also go out for a stroll. Okay, Dad. Jiang Xinan replied, perking up with a smile. Jiang Chen nodded and walked into the villa. Xinan, did something happen? Lu Qianxuan asked softly, pulling Jiang Xinan's arm. Chen Hui also moved closer. It's nothing, I just witnessed a large-scale scene and haven't quite recovered from it yet, Jiang Xinan sighed. After some time to calm down, she felt much better. After all, it was her first time seeing such large-scale slaughter and witnessing real hellish scenes. Feeling a bit down was a normal reaction. Her situation was already considered good. If it were an ordinary person who saw such scenes, they would probably have nightmares every day. Those with fragile minds might never recover in their lifetime. Large-scale scene? Lu Qianxuan and Chen Hui looked puzzled. As the little princess of the Zheng family, the heir of the Zheng family, and the president of the Zheng group, what kind of scene had Jiang Xinan not seen? They couldn't imagine what kind of scene could leave her so shaken. Jiang Xinan smiled and didn't explain, pulling Lu Qianxuan and Chen Hui's arms, saying, alright, I'm feeling much better now. Let's go, it's been a long time since I've been shopping. Today, you must accompany me to explore all the fun places in Zijin Bay. With that, she picked up a jacket and led Lu Qianxuan and Chen Hui out of the courtyard. On the second floor of the villa, in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, watching the 3 girls leave, Jiang Chen chuckled softly. In fact, he was quite satisfied with his daughter's performance. To be honest, he had been a bit worried before bringing her to witness that slaughter. What if she suffered some psychological trauma? What if she developed a savior complex? Fortunately, his worries were unnecessary. His daughter was only slightly affected and did not have any other issues. With the passage of time, she would soon recover. Ruweixing, Black Rock Tribe. Elder of the Great Clan, the chief and the others have not sent any news back. Could something have gone wrong? In a large hall made of stone, an old man in animal skins spoke to a tall man sitting in the first seat. The man was impressively tall, nearly 3 meters high, exuding an astonishing aura. He was the elder of the Black Rock Tribe and the strongest in the southwestern region of the central continent. Elder of the 3 clans, you worry too much. The chief is leading 100,000 elite warriors. What could possibly go wrong? Another old man in animal skins said. The elder of the 3 clans sighed. If the chief were dealing with other tribes we are familiar with, I wouldn't be worried at all, but that mysterious white tribe has too many things beyond our understanding. How can I not worry? The other elders fell silent upon hearing this. The chief elder, sitting at the head, looked at the worried group of elders. Just as he was about to speak, his brow suddenly furrowed, and a powerful aura erupted from him as he looked outside and shouted angrily, Who The other elders also stood up, drawing their weapons and vigilantly staring at the outside of the great hall. They hadn't discovered anything, they were just startled by the chief elder's reaction. However, after a moment of silence outside, the elders exchanged glances, looking at the chief elder. The chief elder frowned, he had clearly sensed a dangerous aura just now. At the Black Rock tribe, in a corner outside the great hall, Jiang Yu exchanged glances with the two masters, Jiang Jin and Jiang Yu. Their perception is quite sharp, we just revealed a hint of our aura, and he sensed it immediately. Jiang Yu marveled. One could only say that he truly was a powerhouse comparable to a Grand Master. This made him even more eager to reach the Grand Master level. Xiao Yu, what should we do next? Assassination? Or a direct kill? Jiang Jin asked. Jiang Yu took out a golden axe and said, since the other party has sensed us, assassination is probably difficult to succeed. The key is, we are not good at assassination either. So, let's go for a direct confrontation. TSK, if we go out so ostentatiously, won't we be surrounded by the Black Rock tribe? Jiang Jin also took out a golden axe. After thinking for a moment, he uneasily pulled out the platinum spear he had brought. Don't worry, the Zijin ship is hovering above the Black Rock tribe. Once we succeed or encounter an ambush from the Black Rock tribe, Chief Shao Qi will immediately come to our aid, Jiang Yu said. At the Black Rock tribe, Jiang Yu, hidden in the corner, nodded and said, yes, with Sister Shao Qi here, we can act boldly without worrying about danger. If anything unexpected happens, the Zijin ship in the sky will support us. The Zijin ship was right above them, and due to its invisibility, no one noticed. After saying this, she swaggered out, appearing in front of the stone hall. Jiang Jin and Jiang Yu stood on either side of her, looking indifferently at the elders of the Black Rock tribe. The elders of the Black Rock tribe suddenly stood up, their gazes fierce like wild beasts, staring at the three of them. The fierce aura, cultivated from years of battling with demon beasts, surged towards them. If it were an ordinary person, they would be overwhelmed by this aura. The timid might even be scared to death. But as martial arts masters, Jiang Yu and her companions were naturally immune to the elder's aura. You three, you are from the White Tribe, right? The chief elder of the Black Rock tribe stepped forward, staring at the three and speaking. Although it was a question, his tone was filled with certainty. White Tribe? Jiang Yu and her companions exchanged glances. These natives even gave the number 7 base a name? Upon reflection, the architecture of the number 7 tribe was indeed predominantly white. Even the city walls were built from a stone resembling white jade. The reaction of Jiang Yu and her companions made the chief elder frown. Could it be that he guessed wrong? But it didn't matter, capturing these three and interrogating them would reveal everything. With that thought, he was about to make a move. He could sense the aura of these three. It was indeed strong, but still much weaker than his own. However, his actions were still a step too slow. Just as he was about to strike, Jiang Yu and her companions moved first, each wielding a golden axe, and 3 terrifying axe lights engulfed the massive stone hall before them. Not good. The chief elder's brow twitched violently. These 3 axe lights made him feel a life and death threat. His strength was only at the mid-stage of the golden core level. How could he withstand 3 strikes comparable to the full power of a peak golden core? Under these 3 axe lights, all 32 elders in the stone hall had no power to resist, their bodies shattered, dying on the spot. 3 strikes comparable to the peak of the golden core level were likely. Even the strongest chief elder was severely injured, spitting blood repeatedly. A full power strike at the peak of the golden core level was not something to take lightly. Damn it! Seeing the other clan elders die. Tragically, the elder with eyes as big as copper bells turned red with rage, reaching an extreme. These 32 clan elders were the core of the Black Rock tribe, the strongest group and the foundation that maintained the tribe's local dominance. How could the leader of the Black Rock tribe easily assemble a coalition of 100,000? It was precisely because of these dozens of clan elders. Now that they were all dead, how could he not be furious? Ignoring his own injuries, he lunged at Jiang Yu and the others like a ferocious beast. Flames ignited around him, exuding an overwhelming aura. But Jiang Yu and the others remained completely unperturbed. If they were facing a golden core cultivator, they might have felt a bit anxious. But against a primitive tribe, despite their strength, there were no tactics or techniques to speak of, only brute force. In this regard, all they needed to do was swing their axes. Under the onslaught of their axe lights, the elder had no power to resist. Ultimately, he fell, unwilling to accept his fate. Let's retreat, Jiang Yu surveyed the surroundings. The commotion had alarmed the entire Black Rock tribe. Thousands, even tens of thousands of people, were rushing this way. The stone hall was located at the center of the tribe, and for an ordinary person facing such a situation, there would be no way to escape except to fight to the death. But they were different. Jiang Yu grabbed the elder's corpse and, with Jiang Yu and Jiang Jin, leaped into the sky, disappearing. This left the enraged and frantic people of the Black Rock tribe stunned, staring blankly at the ruins of the tribe's center. This grand hall was the power center of the Black Rock tribe, and now it had become ruins. Even the clan elders had perished. For a moment, the tribe's people fell into confusion. Only a small number of individuals had flickering eyes, clearly plotting something. On the afternoon of November 20th, Jiang Shaoqi passed through the portal and returned to Blue Star. Boss, the situation at Base 7 has been handled. Jiang Yu, and Jiang Jin have completed their mission, successfully killing the clan elder of the Black Rock tribe and bringing his body back to the lab, Jiang Shaoqi reported. Good. Jiang Chen nodded and asked, what's the reaction from the human tribes near Base 7? Jiang Shaoqi replied, the tribes close to Base 7 have already learned of the coalition's destruction. Those tribes are in chaos, panicking, fearing we might attack them. The farther tribes haven't received the news yet. But since we killed the strongest of the Black Rock tribe and a large number of clan elders, it's equivalent to dismantling the ruling class of the Black Rock tribe. Now that the Black Rock tribe is in disarray, a few ambitious individuals have emerged, vying for power. Jiang Chen sighed, no matter where one goes, there are always struggles for power and profit. Even in a crisis-ridden primitive tribe, it was the same. Jiang Chen checked the time, it was almost 6 in the evening. He took out his phone and called Jiang Xinan. At Purple Gold Bay, in a large shopping mall. This was a large mall under the Jiang Group where Jiang Xinan, Lu Qiansun, and Chen Hui were shopping leisurely. The phone rang, and Jiang Xinan picked it up to see the caller ID. Dad. She quickly answered, Dad. Xiaonan, are you coming home for dinner tonight? Jiang Chen asked. Of course, I'm going back. Xiao Hui and Qiansun are coming back too. I want a drink with them, Jiang Xinan replied. Alright, I'll have Xiaoqi prepare dinner, Jiang Chen said. Dad, let's have barbecue tonight, Jiang Xinan suggested. Sure, Jiang Chen agreed. With a smile, hanging up the phone and instructing Jiang Shaoqi to prepare the ingredients for a seaside barbecue that evening. In the mall, Jiang Xinan ended the call. Xiaonan, was that your uncle on the phone? Lu Qiansun asked with a smile. Jiang Xinan nodded, we're having barbecue and beer tonight. My belly is going to get bigger again. Hearing about the barbecue and beer, Lu Qiansun swallowed and couldn't help but touch her little belly. As a woman, and a beautiful one at that, she naturally paid great attention to her figure. During this time, she had been a lazy fish at home, exercising less, and her weight had exceeded 100, which gave her a bit of a headache. Chen Hui, sitting nearby, curled her lips in disdain. Just like her, she never cared about her figure. Eat what you want, drink what you want, the key is just not to gain weight. Jiang Xinan grabbed Lu Qianxuan's arm and said with a grin, don't worry, Qianxuan, I'll teach you a set of exercises later that will guarantee you can eat as much as you want without gaining weight. Really? Lu Qianxuan was surprised. What kind of exercise could allow her to not gain weight? To maintain her figure, she had learned yoga and similar practices. To be honest, the results were limited. How could it be fake? In the mall, Jiang Xinan smiled and said, look at me, I used to gain weight just by eating a little more. But now, I can eat whatever I want every day. Do you see any change in my figure? Lu Qianxuan examined her closely and even reached out to pinch Jiang Xinan's waist, finding no excess flesh at all. Wow, it's true, Lu Qianxuan exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Xinan chuckled softly. The reason she wouldn't gain weight was naturally due to her cultivation. The food that entered her stomach would transform into energy, refining her muscles and bones. It would be strange if she gained weight. Of course, she wasn't lying to Lu Qianxuan. Her home had a large collection of martial arts techniques, and selecting a set of movements for weight loss was a piece of cake. To be precise, any martial arts manual could have a weight loss effect, because martial arts cultivation consumes one's own vital energy. Where does the vital energy come from? Naturally, it comes from food. No matter how much you eat, after a set of punches, you can be sure there is no excess energy left in your body. Therefore, it's unbelievable to see a martial arts genius in some novels who was actually overweight. The weight loss method she would teach Lu Qianxuan was certainly not some profound technique. It only required teaching her a few simple movements to practice once a day. These simple movements wouldn't make her very strong, but losing weight and keeping fit could still be easily achieved. Then let's hurry back, Lu Qianxuan said eagerly. She was actually a foodie too. During her school years, she had become a ball due to her love for food. As she grew older and became aware of her appearance, she started to lose weight. For someone who loves to eat, fears gaining weight, and is prone to gaining weight, it was quite painful. A little indulgence meant she had to engage in a lot of exercise to burn it off. This made her days quite torturous. She didn't even dare to scroll through short videos, fearing she would come across food videos. If there were an effective weight loss method, her daily life wouldn't be so painful. Alright, let's go back after we finish shopping in this store. Jiang Xinan walked into a clothing store. Oh, Men's clothing. Xiaonan, you. Lu Qianchuan exchanged glances with Chen Hui, wondering if this girl had a boyfriend. I'm picking out a few outfits for my dad, Zhang Xinan said. Oh, I see. Lu Qianchuan and the others realized and followed her into the store to help pick out clothes. At Zijin Bay, by the beach. This beach was very close to Zhang Chen and his daughter's residence, only a few hundred meters away, and it belonged to their private beach, inaccessible to outsiders. Usually, when they had nothing to do, the father and daughter often came here to enjoy the sea breeze. To enhance the experience, many facilities had been built by the sea, including ready-made barbecue areas. Zhang Xiaoqi prepared the ingredients and busied herself by the barbecue grill. Ah, the sea. Looking at the vast ocean, Lu Qianchuan couldn't help but shout. The clean beach and clear water made her feel an impulse to change into a swimsuit and swim a lap. Unfortunately, it was getting chilly, not suitable for swimming. If only it were summer. Shaking her head, she went to the barbecue grill to help with the cooking. As for Jiang Chen, he sat nearby like an old man, seemingly doing nothing, but in front of him was a virtual screen. He was in contact with Wu Yang from the island world. To be precise, it was Wu Yang who had contacted him first. Brother Jiang, I've been promoted to platinum. Wu Yang's tone was very cheerful. And even through text, Jiang Chen could sense the joy in his emotions. Jiang Chen was also surprised. He didn't expect Wu Yang to be promoted to platinum so quickly. This made him feel a bit melancholic. A platinum-level island master, not to mention the forces under his command, even his personal strength could rival that of the nascent soul stage. This made him marvel at how truly magical the island world was. As long as the resources were in place, leveling up was indeed fast. He felt a twinge of envy. Of course, it was just a fleeting envy. He was quite satisfied with his own rate of advancement. After all, in less than half a year, he had transformed from a frail ordinary person into a foundation establishment expert. How could he not be satisfied? Congratulations, Jiang Chen said. Wu Yang replied, I owe it all to Brother Jiang. Without you, I wouldn't have advanced so quickly. Jiang Chen frowned and messaged back, we're brothers, there's no need to say such things in the future. He, understood. Wu Yang chuckled. In the Lord's mansion of the island world. Seeing Jiang Chen's message, Wu Yang grinned and messaged, Brother Jiang, I have a few good items. Do you have time? I can give them to you now. Jiang Chen became interested. What items? Wu Yang replied, a platinum spear crafting template, 3 spirit fruits, a barracks upgrade scroll, 2 sets of gold-level clothing, and 3 drops of tears of life. He listed several items as if reading from a menu. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a stir of excitement. These were all good items. Jiang Chen messaged, you don't need the platinum spear crafting template anymore? Did you manage to get a diamond level weapon crafting template? Wu Yang replied, not exactly. I did get a few diamond level weapons. As for the crafting template, I only know a little about it and haven't obtained it yet. Diamond level weapons, in the realm of cultivation, could unleash a strike powerful enough to rival the peak of the transformation stage. Upon reading the message, Jiang Chen said, in that case, you can keep the platinum spear crafting template for yourself. Wu Yang replied, it's fine, brother. I've already crafted enough platinum spears. This item is of no use to me anymore. It would just gather dust. Alright then, Jiang Chen said, no longer being coy, and agreed. He then inquired about the other items, such as the spirit fruits, barracks upgrade scroll, gold-level clothing, and tears of life, asking what their functions and effects were. Wu Yang introduced each one. Brother, the spirit fruits are some special fruits produced on my island, possessing various miraculous effects. You'll know once you see them. As for the barracks upgrade scroll, it's specifically for you, brother. It can increase the upgrade percentage of the barracks. This scroll can enhance the upgrade progress by 100 points. The tears of life contain immense vitality. As long as a person isn't completely dead, a single drop can restore them to full vigor. Gold-level clothing, as the name suggests, is clothing. It has gold-level defense and can change into various styles. I specially got 2 sets for you and another set for my niece. Jiang Chen looked at the message and smiled. Alright, I'll thank you on behalf of Sinan. No problem, Wu Yang replied cheerfully. Thus, unbeknownst to Jiang Sinan, another uncle of her age appeared. The two then chatted casually. Wu Yang talked about the situation in the island world. Now, Wu Yang had left the novice village and arrived at a high-level map. His competitors were no longer just fellow villagers but races from other worlds, not merely humans. This significantly increased Wu Yang's competitive pressure. Upon reaching the high-level map, Wu Yang encountered impressive races and formidable competitors, which initially left him feeling somewhat lacking in confidence. There were simply too many who were overly praised. Some races were exalted to the heavens, and some so-called prodigies were lauded to the skies. However, after interacting with them, he found they were just average. With the support of Jiang Chen and his club friends, he managed to trample many talented prodigies from races with special abilities underfoot in the high-level map. Now, he had become the leader of the human island lords, competing and clashing with the lords of other races. "Dad, it's time to eat." From not far away, his daughter's voice came through. "Jiang." Chen responded and sent a message to Wu Yang. "Your niece is calling me to eat barbecue. Let's meet in the chat space tonight for a couple of drinks. Barbecue. Seeing the word barbecue, Wu Yang felt tempted too. "Alright, big brother, you go ahead, see you tonight. After sending the message and closing the chat window, Wu Yang got up from his chair and instructed the charming maid who was massaging his shoulders. "We're having barbecue tonight." "Yes, Island Master, I'll arrange it right away," the maid replied and went to prepare. Wu Yang stretched lazily and walked out of the Lord's mansion. He flew into the air, looking at his territory. His territory had undergone multiple upgrades and expansions, and it was already very vast, covering over 100,000 square kilometers. Many countries back in his hometown were only that big. After a few months in the island world, he had acquired such a vast territory, along with a large number of troops, summoned heroes, and so on, which gave him a sense of accomplishment. The fellow villagers who came with him were still struggling in the novice village. Yet he had already arrived at a new battlefield, competing with various races, leaving his fellow villagers far behind. However, he was very clear and sober in his heart. His achievements, while due to his own efforts, were more so thanks to the help of his friends from the club. Blue Star, Magic City, Purple Gold Bay Manor. By the seaside, Jiang Chen grabbed a skewer of meat, enjoying barbecue, drinking beer, and feeling the sea breeze, quite content. Watching his daughter chatting and laughing with her best friend, Jiang Chen knew she had already recovered. "Dad, our group is about to launch a new product. Should we go over when the time comes?" Jiang Xinan turned her head and asked. Jiang Chen was taken aback and asked, "What product?" Jiang Xinan replied, "It's the next generation of Zhu Rong No. 1. Jiang Chen suddenly realized she was talking about the lithium air battery. Initially, he had obtained two battery technologies from Dai Shuaer. One was the all-solid-state battery, and the other was the lithium air battery. The all-solid-state battery, Zhu Rong No. 1, had already fully occupied the market after several months of development and operation, leading the global market share by a wide margin. According to the original plan, after the success of Zhu Rong No. 1, the next step was to launch Zhu Rong No. 2, which was the lithium air battery. The performance of the lithium air battery was stronger, far exceeding that of the solid-state battery. "Have you thoroughly researched the technology?" Jiang Chen asked. Jiang Xinan smiled and said, "We've researched it thoroughly. Thanks to the batch of researchers you arranged, otherwise it wouldn't have been so quick." As she spoke, she playfully winked. Now she also knew where that sudden influx of talented researchers in the company's R&D department had come from. They were all replicants. "Good." Jiang Chen nodded. "Let's see how it goes then. If I have time, I'll go take a look." Jiang Xinan nodded. Meanwhile, Lu Qianquan and Chen Hui, who were nearby, exchanged glances while watching the father-daughter duo chat. In fact, Zhu Rong No. 2 was no longer a secret. The Jiang group had already started to warm up the publicity and they naturally knew about it. But they only knew the name Zhu Rong No. 2 and that its performance far surpassed that of Zhu Rong No. 1. As for the specifics, they were not clear. After eating and drinking enough and playing by the seaside for a while, Jiang Chen and the others returned to the courtyard. "It's getting late, Qianquan, shall we? Why don't you stay at home tonight?" Jiang Chen said. "Okay, uncle." Lu Qianquan and the others were not polite. This had been previously discussed with Jiang Xinan, and they would sleep together with her tonight. Jiang Xinan would rest tonight and didn't need to cultivate. After arranging for Chen Hui and Lu Qianquan, Jiang Xinan went to the study. Seeing his daughter enter, Jiang Chen, who was reading in the study, put down the Taoist book in his hands and asked, "Xiaonan, is there something you need?" Jiang Xinan looked at the row of bookshelves and said, "Dad, I want to create an exercise method for Qianquan that can help with weight loss." She explained the matter briefly. Jiang Chen put down the book and said, "The basic martial arts body refining method is fine, but without a certain foundation in martial arts, practicing can easily lead to mistakes. If it's just for weight loss and fitness, we can simplify the exercises a bit." Jiang Xinan nodded, pulled out the basic martial arts body refining method and read through it, memorizing the content. Then practiced it herself. After feeling the changes in her body, she nodded slightly. The effect was quite good. However, the movements were somewhat advanced, exceeding the limits of the human body, making it impossible for an ordinary person to perform. She buried herself in research, deciding to simplify the movements. After 2 hours, referencing the movements in the basic martial arts body refining method, she finally simplified it into 8 movements. She tried practicing them herself and smiled. "It's useful." After completing a set of movements, the excess energy in her body would be completely consumed, and it also had the effect of strengthening the body. Of course, it was only for strengthening the body. If one hoped to rely on it to step into martial arts, that was out of the question. She drew the 8 movements and handed them to her father, grinning. "Dad, what do you think of this set of exercises?" Jiang Chen took a look and said, "It's okay, but there are quite a few flaws that could cause harm to the body. It needs to be refined carefully." Jiang Xinan nodded. She didn't expect to succeed in one go. This was just a draft. Next, she would slowly perfect it. Jiang Chen picked up a pen and offered some suggestions. After reading for a while in the study, Jiang Chen went to the kitchen, prepared a few small dishes, took a pot of spirit wine, and returned to his room. He communicated with the club and contacted Wu Yang. With a flash, he disappeared from the room. When he reappeared, he was already in the communication space. On the island, Jiang Chen saw Wu Yang. "Brother Jiang." Upon seeing Jiang Chen, Wu Yang walked over with a smile. "Xiao Yang." Jiang Chen greeted him, took out a square table, set out a few plates of small dishes, and poured out a pot of spirit wine, saying with a smile, "Come, have a drink." Wu Yang sat down with a smile and they chatted casually while drinking. "Brother Jiang, you don't know, some races are too hateful." After finishing a cup of wine, Wu Yang's expression turned cold. "What happened?" Jiang Chen asked. Wu Yang spoke with a hint of killing intent. "Some insane races feed on humans. Some foreign island masters even keep humans as livestock for blood food." In the communication space, on the island, Wu Yang took a sip of wine and said in a low voice, "In the island world, humans, due to their shorter development time, are generally weaker in strength and influence, thus suffering a lot of humiliation. In the island world, every race wants to bully humans a bit. This makes it very difficult for human island masters to develop." He talked a lot. Jiang Chen listened, feeling quite uncomfortable. His usually calm mindset began to waver, and waves of killing intent brewed within him. Races that feed on humans deserve to be exterminated. Some people like to look at issues from a different angle. For example, humans raise pigs and sheep, while other races raise humans, which seems somewhat reasonable. But the problem is, pigs and sheep are not sentient beings. Of course, if there were pig-headed or sheep-headed beings, seeing lives similar to their own being raised and slaughtered might also make them uncomfortable. How to say it? It's a matter of perspective. As a human, one can kill. But when it comes to the issue of foreign races eating humans, it is absolutely intolerable. Wu Yang took a sip of wine and said in a deep voice, "I have a werewolf friend, and the world he is in feeds on humans. Humph. If it weren't for the club's rules, I would really want to skin the other party alive. However, from what I understand, there are no such restrictions once you reach silver membership. At that time, I must visit that werewolf's world and wipe out their race." From his tone, one could hear how much he loathed races that feed on humans. Or rather, as long as one is human, hearing about such things would not leave anyone calm. Of course, excluding human scum. He chatted with Wu Yang for a long time, and this conversation lasted 3 hours. The dishes were finished and the wine was enjoyed. The 10 pots of spirit wine Jiang Chen had brought out were completely consumed, standing up, suppressing the effects of the alcohol. Wu Yang waved his hand and items began to appear one by one. The most eye-catching was a huge platinum-colored platform, which Jiang Chen immediately recognized as the template for crafting the platinum spear. "Big brother, this is the barracks upgrade scroll, the platinum spear crafting template, golden grade clothing, tears of life, and 3 spirit fruits. I've already introduced the barracks upgrade scroll and the golden clothing to you before, so let's talk about these 3 spirit fruits," Wu Yang said as he placed the 3 boxes containing the spirit fruits on the table. He opened one of the boxes and said, "This is the 5 spirit divine fruit, born from devouring a large amount of essence from living beings. This small fruit contains immense energy. After consuming it, one can absorb the energy within, soaring to greatness and becoming a powerful being. This 5 spirit divine fruit can create a 5th-tier powerhouse." Jiang Chen was astonished as he looked at the palm-sized, bright red fruit, finding it hard to imagine. A 5th-tier powerhouse corresponds to the transformation stage. In the world of cultivation, how many cultivators spend their entire lives without achieving the transformation stage? Yet this small fruit could quickly create a transformation stage powerhouse. It was unimaginable, and Jiang Chen felt a bit tempted. "Good stuff," Jiang Chen praised, asking, "There must be a cost, right?" Wu Yang nodded. "That's right. The cost is that it promotes rapid growth at the expense of one's foundation, making future progress very difficult. Of course, it's just very difficult to make further progress. If one's talent is good enough, they can still advance. But then again, if one's talent is good enough, no one would want to use this 5 spirit divine fruit." Jiang Chen nodded. That made sense. He realized something and asked, "Since it's the 5 spirit divine fruit, are there other levels?" Wu Yang nodded. "Yes, besides this, there are 6 spirit and 7 spirit. The effects are similar. The 6 spirit divine fruit can create a 6th-tier powerhouse." Jiang Chen clicked his tongue. It was truly exaggerated. Wu Yang opened the second box, revealing a milky white fruit. This is the life spirit fruit, which has effects similar to the tears of life. It can bring the dead back to life, restoring flesh and bone. As long as there is a breath left, it can save a life. Jiang Chen nodded, another life-saving item. Wu Yang opened the last box, and this fruit was extraordinary. As the box opened, arcs of electricity and flames surged forth. This is the Thunderfire Spirit Fruit, which can temper the body and enhance physical strength. Jiang Chen nodded. All 3 spirit fruits were excellent items. Alright, I'll take them, Jiang Chen said without hesitation, waving his hand to accept the items. He then asked, little brother, what do you need on your side? Wu Yang waved his hand, the usual, just metals, platinum, diamonds, as much as you have. Alright, Jiang Chen nodded, then curiously asked, by the way, what comes after diamonds in terms of rank? Wu Yang replied, after diamonds comes the king rank. In the island world, only a king is considered to have truly crossed tiers, no longer being an ant that could be wiped out at any moment. Every king is a giant. As he spoke, Wu Yang's face was filled with longing. A king? Jiang Chen nodded, then asked, how does one upgrade to king? It wouldn't require metals again, would it? Wu Yang shook his head, no, I don't know the specifics either. Only by becoming a king can one know. Alright, Jiang Chen nodded. After chatting with Wu Yang for a while longer, the two bid farewell. Back in reality, Jiang Chen stretched and passed through the portal to Ruweixing. In the Jiangcheng mansion, Jiang Chen first took out the platinum spear crafting template, using the prepared platinum to craft several platinum spears. Playing with the freshly made spears, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. He could now equip his subordinates with a large number of platinum spears. He handed the platinum spear crafting template to his subordinates in the Special Weapons Manufacturing Department. The so-called Special Weapons Manufacturing Department is, to put it simply, the department dedicated to crafting weapons like silverlight swords and golden axes for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't have the time to manufacture them himself. Arranging the path for the platinum long spear production template, Jiang Chen took out the Tear of Life and placed it along with the Spirit Fruit of Life into his personal space. This was a divine object for self-preservation, and it needed to be stored carefully. As for the 5 Spirit Divine Fruit and the Thunderfire Spirit Fruit, they were also placed in his personal space. Currently, there was no suitable candidate for the 5 Spirit Divine Fruit. The Thunderfire Spirit Fruit could be used to temper the body when he had the time. Finally, Jiang Chen took out 2 sets of clothing. These were 2 brand new outfits, initially styled as ordinary long robes. Once worn, they could change color, style, and more according to his will. Jiang Chen first followed Wu Yang's method to recognize ownership of one of the golden outfits. Then he put it on and started to play around. It transformed into a suit for a while, then into sportswear, and then into a t-shirt and shorts. After playing for a while, Jiang Chen finally settled on fixing the outfit style to pajamas. He discovered that the clothing was not just about changing styles, even the fabric and texture changed. Of course, the transformation feature was merely an additional function of this golden outfit. Its true purpose was defense. The golden level clothing belonged to Tier 3 equipment and could defend against attacks from the golden core stage. With this outfit, the black gold type combat suit he traded with Dai Shuayer should be retired. After putting away the golden level clothing, Jiang Chen took out the last item, the barracks upgrade scroll. Looking at the barracks upgrade scroll, Jiang Chen's eyes shone brightly. Tomorrow, he could upgrade the barracks. The current level of the barracks was silver. The next level is gold. Once upgraded to gold level, he could mass produce golden core stage experts. With that thought, he notified Jiang Shaoqi, made some arrangements, and summoned the soldiers stationed in various locations back to the barracks. After organizing the items obtained from Wu Yang, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. After several days of training, his internal mana had reached a critical point. If all went well, he would break through to the mid-foundation stage tonight. After taking a bottle of 10,000-year spirit essence, Jiang Chen operated the Hunyuan Ichi-Ju, and his Dantian began to undergo intense changes. His Dantian started to expand, and his mana began to metamorphose. Everything fell into place. This breakthrough faced no obstacles, and Jiang Chen successfully advanced to the mid-foundation stage. Counting the days, it had been less than a month since Jiang Chen had just ascended to the foundation stage, and now he had broken through to the mid-foundation stage? This speed was truly astonishing. It felt like a dream. After consolidating his newly achieved cultivation, Jiang Chen opened his eyes. Checking the time, it was already the next morning. He got up, took a shower, and changed into a casual outfit. As for the golden level clothing, after the novelty wore off last night, Jiang Chen had put it away. He would wear the golden level clothing when it was useful. It was better to wear ordinary clothes most of the time. Otherwise, how should he put it? Although the golden level clothing could change styles and had an automatic cleaning function, wearing the same outfit for a long time felt strange. For instance, after every shower, Jiang Chen would habitually change into a clean outfit. If He wore the golden level clothing, there would be no need to change at all. This would make him uncomfortable. Perhaps it was just that his mindset hadn't adjusted yet. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen tidied up, passed through the portal, and returned to Blue Star. November 21st, 7 a.m. Oh, Dad, your aura seems to have gotten stronger. In the living room on the first floor of the villa, Jiang Xinan exclaimed in surprise upon seeing her father. Jiang Chen had not concealed his aura, and she sensed it. Yes, I've broken through to the mid-foundation stage, Jiang Chen replied happily, not hiding it from his daughter. That's great. Jiang Xinan was delighted. Jiang Chen chuckled lightly and asked, where are Qian Sun and Xiao Hui? Haven't they gotten up yet? They're already up, helping Xiao Qi make breakfast in the kitchen, Jiang Xinan replied. Jiang Chen nodded. After breakfast, Lu Qiansun and Shen Hui said their goodbyes and left the villa. Xiaonan, this set of clothes is for you. Jiang Chen took out a golden level outfit and handed it to Jiang Si Nan. Jiang Si Nan was surprised and exclaimed, Dad, why did you suddenly think of giving me clothes? Is this a long shirt? Is it ancient attire? Jiang Chen laughed and said, this isn't from me. It's a gift from one of your uncles. As he spoke, his expression turned a bit strange. He was finding a 20-something uncle for his own daughter? If she found out. Jiang Sinan was puzzled. Uncle? Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. Which uncle? Jiang Sinan's mind raced through several possibilities, but she couldn't pinpoint who it was. There were quite a few uncles. Her father, being a big shot in the business circle, knew many people of his age. Any one of them could be called uncle. That uncle, you don't know him yet. But this outfit is quite special, Jiang Chen said. Jiang Sinan, curious, looked at the clothes in her hands. Special? You'll know once you try it on, Jiang Chen teased. Holding back her curiosity, Jiang Sinan went to her room. She opened the clothing package and found it was brand new, which reassured her to change into it. She immediately understood the function of this outfit, her heart filled with wonder. With a thought, the originally ordinary long shirt transformed into a fitted professional outfit identical to the women's suits and trousers she usually wore to work. After that, she changed into several different styles, her face beaming with joy. This is truly amazing. Stepping out of the room, she looked at her father. Dad, this outfit is incredible. By the way, how many of these outfits do you have? Naturally, I have some, Jiang Chen nodded. Hearing this, Jiang Sinan sighed. Dad, I just picked out a few outfits for you yesterday. It seems they won't be needed now. With such a magical outfit, who would still wear ordinary clothes? How could they not be needed? What I'm wearing now is just ordinary clothing, Jiang Chen chuckled. Jiang Sinan was surprised. Jiang Chen continued, the transformation feature of this golden level outfit is just an added bonus. The most important part is its defensive capabilities. He explained the characteristics of the outfit. Jiang Sinan nodded. Jiang Chen said, at home, feel free to wear whatever. When going out, just switch to this golden level outfit. Logically speaking, with Jiang Sinan's current strength, as long as she didn't act recklessly, she shouldn't encounter any danger on Blue Star. But one could never be too careful. By the way, Dad, does this outfit have a name? Is it just called Golden Level Outfit? Jiang Sinan asked. Jiang Chen shook his head. Wu Yang hadn't mentioned it to him. Golden Level was merely the rank of this outfit. It probably doesn't have a name. You can come up with one yourself, Jiang Chen said. Jiang Sinan nodded, looking at the clothes on her, thought for a moment, and said, I'll call this one Dream Butterfly. As you wish, Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. The father and daughter chatted for a while, then Jiang Sinan left the villa and headed to the group headquarters. The villa was left with only Jiang Chen. As for Jiang Xiaoqi, she went to Ruweixing to gather the soldiers from the barracks. He needed to upgrade the barracks. Rising, Jiang Chen walked out of the courtyard and headed to the barracks located at a corner of the estate. He checked the upgrade progress bar of the barracks, which currently stood at 85%. Jiang Chen remembered that the last time he checked, the progress was 55%. That was around early November, right? It was the day Chu Jianbai contacted him. Speaking of Chu Jianbai, he wondered how far the official plans for airborne and shipborne laser weapons had progressed. Use the upgrade scroll. Standing in front of the barracks, Jiang Chen took out the barracks upgrade scroll. This scroll didn't directly upgrade the barracks but could increase the upgrade progress percentage. For instance, this scroll could boost the barracks by 100 percentage points. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen used the barracks upgrade scroll. The scroll transformed into a stream of light and merged into the barracks. In the next moment, the upgrade progress bar of the barracks began to soar. 85%, 86%, 87%, 97%, 98%. The speed of the rise was very fast, and soon, the progress reached 100%. Once the progress hit 100%, the barracks prompted. Barracks have met upgrade conditions. Do you wish to upgrade? Barracks have met upgrade conditions. Do you wish to upgrade? A mechanical voice echoed from within the barracks. Jiang Chen did not immediately proceed with the upgrade but instead opened the anywhere door. As the door opened, Jiang Shaoqi, who had been prepared on the Rui Xing side, led all the soldiers from the barracks back from Rui Xing. On the Blue Star side, there was also a group of soldiers scattered around the world who had been notified last night and had returned to Zijin Bay overnight. Currently, the total number of soldiers in the barracks had reached 529. If the people from the martial camp were included, his subordinates had already reached 780. Of course, this did not account for the bionic people. If they were included, his subordinates would number over 10 million. Report: all 529 soldiers from the barracks have arrived. Jiang Yi stepped forward and saluted Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded, looking at the neatly arranged soldiers standing straight and serious, feeling quite pleased. After today, these 529 soldiers would be promoted to golden level soldiers. Golden level, comparable to the combat power of the golden core stage. 529 golden core stage soldiers. Even in the cultivation world, no sect could easily produce that many, right? Good, go in. Jiang Chen waved his hand, allowing the soldiers to enter the barracks to undergo the transformation process during the upgrade. Once everything was ready, Jiang Chen stepped outside the barracks and said, "Start the upgrade." Upgrading, a countdown appeared before Jiang Chen. Just like the last time he promoted to silver level, it also required 10 minutes. He was not in a hurry and waited silently. 10 minutes passed quickly, and when the countdown reached 0, the barracks, which had been entirely silver-white, began to change, transforming into a golden color. At this moment, on the barracks playground, the 529 soldiers also began to change. The aura around them started to surge. Jiang Yi was the one undergoing the most significant change, as the silver-white light on him rapidly transformed into golden and his aura grew stronger. Another 10 minutes later, the upgrade was complete. Jiang Chen glanced at the upgrade progress bar, and the barracks upgrade scroll showed 100 percentage points of upgrade experience. Upgrading to golden level consumed 15 percentage points. The remaining 85 percentage points were all absorbed and integrated by the barracks. The current upgrade progress of the barracks was golden level, 85%, not far from platinum level. Shifting his gaze from the progress bar, Jiang Chen looked at the barracks. The golden level barracks truly lived up to the name golden, shining brilliantly and giving a sense of grandeur. Yet, it was not gaudy. Instead, it looked even more beautiful. The entire structure resembled a work of art. If an architectural master were to see it, they would undoubtedly be amazed. From the outside, the size of the barracks had not changed. It was still the size of a football field, but the interior had undergone a significant transformation. To put it simply, the interior of the barracks had formed an independent space. This independent space spanned over 10,000 square kilometers. Inside, mountains and rivers were all present, resembling a small independent world. Not bad, not bad. Jiang Chen flew around the barracks on his sword, feeling very satisfied. This space was not merely a space. It also had many supporting facilities. For example, there were training caves that could continuously refresh monsters, allowing the Barak soldiers to hone their skills and enhance their combat power. There were many similar areas. Jiang Chen tried them all and found them quite impressive. Let's call this place the Barracks Cave Heaven from now on. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and named this small world. Boss, in the Barracks Cave Heaven, on a large playground, the 529 soldiers who had completed their upgrade, led by Jiang Yi, came before Jiang Chen and knelt on one knee to show their loyalty. Jiang Chen nodded. Get up. Feeling the aura emanating from his subordinates, Jiang Chen's lips curled slightly. The strongest was still Jiang Yi, who had already reached the peak of Golden Ninth stage, equivalent to the peak of the late Golden Core stage. The weakest also had the strength of Golden 2 or 3 stages, roughly equivalent to the early Golden Core stage. Looking at Jiang Yi and the others, Jiang Chen considered their arrangements. You send 100 people to Ruishing, and the rest can stay in the barracks to train, Jiang Chen said after some thought. The soldiers under him were all golden level experts. The strongest on Ruishing's side was only at the Golden Core level. At least, no existence beyond the Golden Core level had been discovered so far. Sending Jiang Yi and the others to Ruishing would be like crushing them. They wouldn't gain any real experience. He planned to send the 100 weakest soldiers to Ruishing for training. The rest would stay in the barracks to train. Yes. Facing Jiang Chen's arrangement, Jiang Yi and the others responded loudly. After arranging Jiang Yi and their destination, Jiang Chen took Jiang Shaoqi and walked out of the barracks. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. It was now November 29, the end of the month, and tomorrow would usher in a new month. December meant that this year was coming to an end. Blue Star was about to welcome 2024. That morning, Jiang Chen was basking in the sun in the courtyard. Suddenly, a prompt popped up. Your friend Jiang Hong has sent you a video invitation. Do you accept? Seeing that it was a video invitation from Jiang Hong, Jiang Chen was surprised. He wondered how Jiang Hong was doing in the Tianqing continent. Since the incident at the Transformation Cave, Jiang Chen and Jiang Hong hadn't been in touch much. Except, Jiang Chen said. The video connected, and a virtual screen popped up, revealing Jiang Hong's figure. Jiang Hong looked the same as before, calm and dressed in a green robe. Daoist. Friend Jiang Hong cupped his hands in greeting through the video. Jiang Chen got up from the lounge chair and cupped his hands. In return, Brother Jiang, it's been many days since we last met. What's the situation over there? Jiang Hong replied, the Tianqing continent is a very prosperous cultivation world. But like the cultivation world I was in before, prosperity is only reserved for high-level cultivators. Survival is still very difficult for those at lower levels. However, I am now a mid-golden core cultivator, so I can manage quite well in the Tianqing continent. You're already at mid-golden core? Jiang Chen was astonished. He remembered that before the Transformation Cave incident, Jiang Hong had just broken through to early golden core. It had only been a little over a month and he was already at mid-golden core? Seeing Jiang Chen's surprise, a smile appeared on Jiang Hong's ordinary face. As he said, I was fortunate to encounter an opportunity upon arriving at the Tianqing continent. What good luck, Jiang Chen sighed. Sometimes he even wondered if Jiang Hong had the fate of a protagonist. Looking back at Jiang Hong's experiences, it indeed seemed possible. Born from waste, his fiancée called off the engagement, and he had a childhood friend who never abandoned him. Continuous fortuitous encounters. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen didn't think too much about it and asked, Brother Jiang, is there something you wanted to discuss by contacting me this time? Jiang Hong nodded. Taoist friend, do you still have the intermediate fund enhancement potions? In the courtyard of Zijing Bay, Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Hong in the video and smiled. Of course, I've been saving them for you, brother. On the other end of the video, Jiang Hong let out a sigh of relief. I have found a rare item for you to exchange for these 2 potions. What is it? Jiang Chen became interested. He had been looking forward to this rare item for a long time. He just hadn't heard any news about it and he hadn't asked. Today, would he finally see the true face of that rare item? This rare item is a specialty from the world of a friend of mine, called Equipment Upgrade Point. As the name suggests, it can be used to upgrade equipment. 1 upgrade point can unconditionally raise an equipment's level by 1, Jiang Hong said. Jiang Chen was astonished. This item truly belonged to the category of rare items. If used well, it could have a significant impact. However, there should be some restrictions, right? Jiang Chen asked thoughtfully. Indeed, there are restrictions, Jiang Hong nodded. According to my friend's explanation, upgrade points can only be used on equipment below divine level. I understand. Divine level is equivalent to immortal. So, it means that items below immortal can be upgraded by 1 level. Even a 9th tier magic weapon can be upgraded to a celestial artifact with just 1 upgrade point. Jiang Chen nodded. This made sense. If there were no limits, any level of equipment could be upgraded by 1 tier, then this upgrade point was indeed extraordinary. Jiang Hong said, I traded for 7 upgrade points from a friend, and I currently have 3 left. How about exchanging them for the 2 intermediate gene enhancement potions in your possession? Sure. Upgrade points are valuable, so Jiang Chen naturally agreed. Let's meet in the exchange space, Jiang Hong suggested. Alright, Jiang Chen nodded. After turning off the video, Jiang Chen's figure flickered, and he arrived at the exchange space. By the stream. Congratulations, fellow cultivator, on advancing to the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment. Sensing the aura around Jiang Chen, Jiang Hong clasped his hands in congratulations. Jiang Chen smiled and waved his hand. I'm still far behind compared to you, brother. Jiang Hong smiled but said nothing. How long had he been cultivating? How long had Jiang Chen been cultivating? There was no comparison at all. In less than half a year, reaching the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment would scare anyone in the cultivation world. Fellow cultivator, this is the upgrade point. Jiang Hong took out a gray-black card with a number in the lower right corner. 3. Jiang Chen nodded and took it. The card recorded some information. As soon as he touched it, he understood how to use the card. This thing was like a bank card, storing 3 upgrade points. The method of use was simple. Fuse the upgrade point into the equipment you wanted to upgrade, and the upgrade would be completed. In that moment, Jiang Chen thought of many items that could be upgraded. First was the barracks, and then the portal, among others. However, the barracks had just completed its upgrade, so there was no rush. The portal could be upgraded, though. He wondered what changes would occur after the upgrade. Brother, can this upgrade point only be used for equipment upgrades? Can it be used on sentient beings? Jiang Chen asked, thinking of Zhang Shaoqi. Jiang Hong nodded. That's right, it can only be used for equipment upgrades. Or in other words, it can only be used on inanimate objects, not on sentient life. He said this with some regret. Even if it's a magic weapon, if it gives birth to a spirit, it can only upgrade the magic weapon itself, not the spirit. Jiang Chen frowned and asked, is there a limit on the number of times this upgrade point can be used? For example, can an item be upgraded multiple times with upgrade points? Jiang Hong replied, there is a limit. An item can only use an upgrade point once, but it's not absolute. After using a certain item on the equipment, you can use an upgrade point for a second upgrade. Jiang Chen sighed. As expected, any seemingly powerful item has its flaws. Just like Wu Yang's 5 Spirit Divine Fruit, which seemed to allow one to ascend to the level of a god transformation powerhouse in one step. But the cost was damaging the foundation, making future advancements difficult. Zhang Shaoqi was a bit unfortunate. If there had been upgrade points back then, he could have upgraded Shaoqi first and then fused with divinity. Perhaps Shaoqi would be even stronger now. Unfortunately, Shaoqi had already developed sentience and could no longer use upgrade points. In the end, Jiang Chen exchanged 2 intermediate gene enhancement potions for 3 upgrade points. Jiang Chen played with the card for a while before putting it away and looked at Jiang Hong with a smile. You're currently in the central continent, and it's a bit difficult to send the gene potions to your childhood sweetheart. Do you need help? No need, Jiang Hong said, pursing his lips, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Yor is also in the Starry Sky continent. Jiang Chen was surprised. Jiang Hong continued, Yor accidentally stumbled into an ancient teleportation array and was sent to the Starry Sky continent. Not long after I entered the Starry Sky continent, I ran into her in a market, and now we are together. Jiang Chen, what is this called? This is called lovers eventually meeting? Goodness, Jiang Hong crossed 15 million kilometers to the Starry Sky continent and managed to run into his childhood sweetheart. What luck is this? Congratulations, Jiang Chen said somewhat sourly. Jiang Hong smiled, his joy hard to conceal, and said, Taoist Jiang must have a partner as well. He knew Jiang Chen's true age. When they first met, Jiang Chen appeared as a middle-aged man. According to the typical life trajectory, by middle age, one should have already married and started a family. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said, my wife passed away many years ago. I am now alone, living with my daughter. Jiang Hong's smile faded. I'm sorry. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said, let's not talk about that. Do you have time? Shall we have a drink? Sure, Jiang Hong replied. Jiang Chen nodded. I'll go prepare some snacks. Jiang Hong laughed. I brought a jar of monkey wine. Great, Jiang Chen clapped his hands in delight and left the communication space. Not long after, he returned, waving his hand to produce a square table and setting out 7 or 8 small dishes. Jiang Hong also took out a wine gourd. It was a 3rd-tier magical gourd, seemingly small, but it had a considerable space inside. The two of them drank and chatted casually. They talked not only about their own worlds but also about the worlds of their friends. Jiang Chen mentioned Qin An's situation, and Jiang Hong listened with amazement. Such a physique is truly rare. If it can be fully developed, the future is unimaginable. Perhaps the title of the first assassin in the heavens will belong to that Taoist Qin. Jiang Chen nodded with a smile, then sighed. Unfortunately, the world Qin is in seems to have been tampered with, not allowing spiritual energy, making it impossible to cultivate immortal techniques. But that guy has cultivated magic and fighting energy, and he has grown quite powerful, Jiang Hong said. In the communication space, by the stream, Jiang Hong raised his cup and clinked it with Jiang Chen's, downing it in one gulp. The magic and fighting energy systems are quite good, but from what you said, Taoist Qin's magic and fighting energy inheritance can only reach the level of a law god. A law god is merely equivalent to the void stage, far from truly becoming a deity. Without subsequent inheritance, that Taoist Qin will find it difficult to progress. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, not necessarily. As a member of the club, there should be ways to solve such problems. That's true, Jiang Hong nodded. He himself had risen through the club. Without the club, he would probably still be a useless qi refining stage cultivator. With the transcendental club and connections to the myriad worlds, that Taoist Qin should find it easy to seek subsequent inheritance in the future. After chatting about Qinin for a while, the topic shifted, and they began discussing the world that produced upgrade points. That was the world of one of Jiang Hong's friends. According to Jiang Hong, it was a world of competition among myriad races. His friend had been forcibly pulled into it. Although it was called a competition among myriad races, it was merely a pleasant way to put it. The unpleasant truth was that it was a world of survival of the fittest filled with bloody slaughter. To put it bluntly, that world was like raising a poisonous insect. They had to select the strongest insect from among the myriad races. The world was vast and contained all sorts of magical items. Since Jiang Hong's friend was born in a world of modern technology, he regarded the competitive world as a dark game world. Listening to this, Jiang Chen felt that the competitive world was quite similar to the island world where Wu Yang was. However, the island world didn't seem as brutal as the competitive world. At least, there were various protective rules in the island world. But in the competitive world, there were no protective rules at all. Once one entered, they would be plunged into endless slaughter. After finishing a jar of monkey wine, Jiang Chen felt a bit tipsy and laughed. Brother Jiang, this wine is quite strong. Jiang Hong also felt a bit dizzy at this point and nodded. This monkey wine contains a vast amount of spiritual energy. Taoist, let's call it a day. Go back and refine the spiritual energy accumulated in your body. Alright, if you need anything, contact me again. Jiang Chen nodded and bid farewell to Jiang Hong. Leaving the communication space, Jiang Chen took out a cushion, sat cross-legged, and began to circulate his technique to refine the spiritual power within him. Although the spiritual energy in the monkey wine was immense, it was very gentle and easy to refine. It took just an hour to completely refine it. Feeling the increase in his magical power, Jiang Chen sighed, not bad for a fine wine. Next time, let's see if I can trade some with Brother Jiang. This monkey wine was far superior to the spiritual wine Jiang Chen had drunk before. He stood up, put away the mat, and lay back on the lounge chair to bask in the sun. In the unknown void, an endless world of cultivation floated in the emptiness. On the Tianqing continent, in a certain cave, Jiang Hong opened his eyes. Feeling the increase in his magical power, Jiang Hong smiled and took out a mid-level gene enhancement potion. Without hesitation, he injected the potion into his veins. After a few seconds, the potion reacted. First, a wave of heat surged wildly through his body. Then, the temperature of this heat gradually rose, washing over his limbs and bones like lava. The intense burning sensation made him feel as if his skin was about to be torn apart. Jiang Hong endured the scorching heat within him, his face calm. He knew this was a normal reaction. Gritting through the severe pain, he used his spiritual sense to observe the changes within his body. He could feel that something was awakening and strengthening under the onslaught of this lava-like heat. However, the changes were quite subtle, making it hard for him to sense clearly. Perhaps that is what Taoist Jiang referred to as genes. Jiang Hong thought, his gaze flickering, as he operated his cultivation technique to enhance the absorption of the potion's effects. After about a quarter of an hour, the intense heat within him gradually subsided. Jiang Hong felt a wave of relief, as if he had shed a burden of 10,000 pounds. Glancing at the dirt expelled from his body, he casually cast a cleaning spell, closed his eyes, and continued to cultivate. Moments later, he opened his eyes in delight. His cultivation speed had significantly increased. My current cultivation speed is probably not weaker than yours, right? Jiang Hong thought to himself, looking at his now fairer skin and shaking his head. Originally slightly tanned, after 2 rounds of gene enhancement potions, his skin had become even fairer. Even his looks had improved several notches. Jiang Hong got up and left the cave, arriving at another cave entrance, where he sent a sound transmission talisman. This was Xia Yuer's cave. Shortly after, the cave opened, and the charming Xia Yuer stepped out. Smiling at Jiang Hong, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes as she noticed his changes. Brother Jiang Hong, Xia Yuer called out. Yuer, I have something to give you, Jiang Hong replied with a smile. Xia Yuer blinked her beautiful eyes, feeling both delighted and curious. Brother Jiang Hong, come in and talk. She pulled Jiang Hong into the cave, and they sat facing each other on the mat. Jiang Hong took out the mid-level gene enhancement potion and said, Yuer, this is a mid-level gene enhancement potion. You should inject it. Xia Yuer looked at it and asked, Brother Jiang Hong, is it the same as the last one? She remembered that this thing could enhance cultivation aptitude. The last time she injected this potion, her cultivation speed had increased by 50%. Yes, but the last one was a low-level potion, and this time it's a mid-level potion, so the effect is better, Jiang Hong explained. Have you injected it, Brother Jiang Hong? Xia Yuer asked, tilting her little head. I have injected it. Jiang Hong extended his arm and said, Look, this thing also has a whitening effect. Xia Yuer blinked, swallowed hard, and took Jiang Hong's arm to touch it, feeling an irresistible fondness. Realizing this, her face turned red as she said, Alright, I'll inject it. Without waiting for Jiang Hong to respond, she took the potion and, without any hesitation, plunged the needle into her vein. Similar to Jiang Hong's reaction, a look of pain appeared on her face. Jiang Hong watched with concern, but he knew this was a normal reaction. He couldn't intervene and could only watch nervously. About a quarter of an hour later, Xia Yuer opened her eyes. Looking at the dirt on her body, her face flushed. She glanced at Jiang Hong and quickly cast a cleaning spell. Looking at her fair and rosy skin, she felt quite pleased. She picked up a mirror to take a look and not bad, even more beautiful. Quick, feel the speed of your cultivation, Jiang Hong said. Okay, Xia Yuer nodded and began to circulate her energy. After a full cycle, she opened her eyes in surprise. My cultivation speed has probably increased by 80 to 90%. Looking at her beloved, the affection in Xia Yuer's eyes was hard to conceal. In fact, Xia Yuer was also curious about how Jiang Hong had obtained such a treasure that could significantly enhance cultivation aptitude. And he got two at once? She knew this was Jiang Hong's secret. Just as Jiang Hong never pried into her secrets, she naturally wouldn't dig into his. However, even if Jiang Hong had secrets, it couldn't have been easy to acquire. Such a miraculous potion, right? He must have endured a lot of hardships and faced many life and death situations. Thinking of this made her heart ache even more. Only 80 to 90%. That's still good. Jiang Hong nodded, realizing that Xia Yuer's improvement was far less than his own. But considering that Xia Yuer's cultivation aptitude already far exceeded his, he felt relieved. Jiang Hong, thank you, Xia Yuer said, hugging him. Jiang Hong wrapped his arms around Xia Yuer. This wasn't their first embrace, so there was no awkwardness. After a while, the atmosphere began to shift and the air seemed to fill with a lot of pink factors. Jiang Hong, gathering his courage, supported Xia Yuer's head and locked eyes with her. After a few breaths, he leaned in and kissed her red lips. Xia Yuer's eyelashes fluttered slightly, but she did not resist. They kissed passionately for a quarter of an hour, only parting when their clothes were disheveled. Yuer, focus on your cultivation, Jiang Hong said gently, stroking her hair. Xia Yuer's face was flushed, and she softly replied, Jiang Hong, we are both in the mid-stage of golden core now. How about we see who can break through to the late stage first? Jiang Hong playfully pinched Xia Yuer's nose and asked, what's the wager? Xia Yuer hesitated for a moment, her face turning red, and said, if you win, you can have whatever you want, Jiang Hong. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hong's calm demeanor was suddenly shaken. On Blue Star, in the magical city of Purple Gold Bay. In the courtyard, Jiang Chen had succumbed to laziness, lying on a recliner for most of the day. Aside from meeting Jiang Hong for a drink, he hadn't moved at all. It wasn't until the afternoon that he finally got up from the recliner. Xiaoqi, what time is it? Jiang Chen stretched and asked. Jiang Xiaoqi replied, it's 3 in the afternoon. Is it already 3 o'clock? Jiang Chen looked up at the sun, which was shifting westward, and yawned. Standing up, he instructed, Xiaoqi, let's go to Ruei Xing. Also, arrange for the people from the martial camp and the military camp to return to Blue Star. With that, he opened the portal and arrived at Ruei Xing, collecting all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures from the Jiang City treasury into his storage artifact. He then issued a task order lasting 100 years to the androids on Ruei Xing. Once everything was arranged, Jiang Chen returned to Blue Star with hundreds of people. In an open area, Jiang Chen looked at the portal and decided to upgrade it. Jiang Chen felt both excited and a bit anxious. He wondered what changes would occur after upgrading the portal. Looking at the pink portal, he recalled what Qinan had said. The blue chubby man from Qinan's world had 3 types of portals, one white capable of traversing 1 light year, one pink capable of traversing 10 light years, and one blue capable of traversing 100 light years. The one in Jiang Chen's hand was the pink portal. He wondered if it would change color after the upgrade. To be honest, he really wanted to exchange for the blue portal that the blue chubby man had. That way, he could maximize the value of the upgrade points. Unfortunately, he had asked Qinan, and the blue chubby man only had 1 blue portal, which he wouldn't trade at all. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen stopped overthinking and took out the upgrade point card. Following Jiang Hong's method, he activated an upgrade point and fused it with the pink portal. The moment the upgrade point touched the pink portal, it erupted with brilliant light. Initially, it was a pink glow. Under the influence of the upgrade point, its light quickly transformed into blue. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. Was the next level of the pink portal indeed blue? This upgrade was somewhat slow, much slower than the barracks upgrade. Time passed and 2 hours went by, reaching just past 5 p.m. At this point, the portal no longer showed any pink. It had turned deep blue overall, even hinting at a shift towards purple. However, unfortunately, the final color settled on deep blue, with just a hint of purple lingering, but not prominently. Finally completed. Jiang Chen placed his hand on the portal, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. 150 light years? Jiang Chen took a deep breath, calming his excited heart. He had originally thought that achieving 100 light years would be good enough. Unexpectedly, after the upgrade, the maximum distance could reach 150 light years. After the excitement, Jiang Chen tried to open the portal and smoothly arrived at Ruei Star. This relieved him. To be honest, he was quite worried about this upgrade of the portal. He feared a failed upgrade would damage the portal. He had such a large enterprise on Ruei Star. If the portal broke, losing contact with Ruei Star would be a significant loss for him. He instructed the personnel from the barracks and the military camp to return and issued a task order to the bionic beings for 100 years, just in case. He had the personnel from the barracks and military camp return to Ruei Star through the portal. Jiang Chen returned to his own courtyard and began to study the other changes of the portal. The changes were minimal, it only allowed for a longer travel distance without any additional functions. Jiang Chen didn't mind. Expanding the travel distance from 10 light-years to 150 light-years was already very satisfying for him. Thinking about the changes to the portal, Jiang Chen contacted the club and reached out to Qinan. In an unknown universe, a vast world floated. In an abnormal world, a large metropolis was in chaos. A monster, towering 100 or 200 meters tall, rampaged at the edge of the city, charging towards it. The city's defense forces were fully activated, with countless missiles, laser cannons, electromagnetic cannons, and other weapons relentlessly targeting the monster. Fighter jets in the sky launched attacks on the monster without regard for their lives. But this monster had tough skin and astonishing defense. It could even emit a layer of defensive shield the powerful weapons of humanity couldn't even break through its shield. This left the people in the city with tense expressions. Many civilians even knelt down, pleading for angels, Ultraman, and other extraordinary beings to descend and drive away the monster. In the city center, Qinan looked grimly at the monster charging towards the city. He clenched his fists, a sense of helplessness washing over him. He had just broken through to a level 7 magic apprentice and a level 6 trainee warrior. This power felt too weak. Facing such a colossal creature was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Just then, a beam of light descended. Qinan squinted, knowing that Ultraman had arrived. Sure enough, Ultraman appeared and blocked the monster. In an abnormal world, on a street corner. Seeing Ultraman arrive, Qinan let out a sigh of relief, but his heart felt quite indifferent. Gratitude? Not at all. After becoming an extraordinary being, he had come across some secrets. The so-called angels and Ultraman helping humanity were not without cost. Angels did it for faith. Ultraman's situation was similar. The more positive emotions humanity had towards them, such as worship and admiration, the more benefits they gained. To be honest, if Ultraman had appeared the moment the monster showed up, even if they had ulterior motives, he would have felt grateful. But every time, they only appeared when the monster had caused massive casualties. In human cities, coming as saviors. Because descending when humanity was most helpless would earn them even more admiration. In this situation, aside from those who are unaware of the truth, who would appreciate the real circumstances. Some extreme individuals might even harbor jealousy. Brother Jiang contacted me? Shinan's expression shifted as he was watching the battle, and he opened the club's friend list to see a message from Jiang Chen. After a moment's thought, he directly sent a video invitation. Your friend Qinan has sent you a video invitation. Do you accept? In the courtyard, Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised to see the video invitation from Qinan. He had intended to chat with Qinan through text messages. Without hesitation, he accepted the video call. Once connected, Jiang Chen saw the chaotic scene on Qinan's side. Sitting up straight, he asked, Brother Qin, what's going on over there? Qinan sighed, raised the video angle, and Jiang Chen finally saw the scene of Ultraman battling the monster. Jiang Chen was speechless, not expecting to see a live version of Ultraman fighting a monster. Brother, let's watch the battle first. That monster is no match for Ultraman. It probably won't take long for the fight to end, Qinan said. Jiang Chen nodded, all right. After that, the two fell silent and quietly watched the battle. Ultraman and the monster were both colossal beings, and every move they made could cause destruction to the city. The tiny crowd on the ground could easily lose their lives with a careless moment. Ultraman was indeed powerful. With just a few punches and kicks, he delivered a final blow that directly killed the monster. The entire battle lasted less than 2 minutes. In the end, Ultraman grabbed the monster's corpse and soared into the sky, leaving behind a scene of devastation, disappearing into the horizon. It's over. Watching Ultraman vanish and seeing the city's security team come out to maintain order and clean up the aftermath, Qinan sighed and turned to walk into a hotel. In the hotel room, Qinan looked at the video. Brother, did you contact me this time for something? Jiang Chen nodded. Yes, I want to ask you something. Please go ahead, brother. Qinan opened a bottle of chilled drink and took a sip. Jiang Chen asked, you mentioned before that the any door comes in various colors. Each color corresponds to different travel distances. I want to ask, do these colors represent the levels of the any door? Also, is there any significance to the depth of the colors? He detailed his questions. Qinan was somewhat surprised. Why did Jiang Chen suddenly think to ask this? He pondered for a moment and shook his head. Sorry, brother, I haven't really paid attention to that. Wait a moment, I'll call the blue fatty. Alright, thank you. Jiang Chen nodded. Not a bother. Qinan shook his head and took out his phone to dial Blue Fatty's number. The phone rang for about 20 seconds before it connected. Hello? Qinan, came Xiaolan's voice. Xiaolan, long time no see, did you miss me? Qinan said with a grin, putting the call on speaker. On the other end, Xiaolan replied honestly, if it weren't for the caller ID, I would have forgotten who you are. Do you know why I answered the call 23.3 seconds after it rang? I was trying to remember who you are. Sheenan. He felt hurt and said he no longer loved. Even Jiang Chen on the other end of the video couldn't help but laugh. Sheenan's characteristic was truly remarkable. Even Doraemon almost forgot him. Fortunately, he had cultivated immortality, refined a large amount of divine crystals, and had a powerful soul force and memory. Otherwise, he might have forgotten Sheenan too. Sheenan, do you need something? If not, I'll hang up. I still have to go play ball with Xiaobing, Xiaolan said. Sheenan was speechless, took a deep breath, and said, yes, I want to ask if the colors of the any door represent levels? On the other end, Xiaolan was somewhat surprised. Why did Sheenan suddenly ask this question? Yes, Xiaolan replied. Can you elaborate? Sheenan asked. Xiaolan paused for a moment and said, I have 3 types of any doors. White represents the lowest level, pink is the second level, and blue is the highest level I can currently create. Is that so? Jiang Chen, who was on Blue Star, nodded upon hearing this, confirming his thoughts. In fact, he had already guessed this. He only asked Xiaolan to verify his ideas. Brother Qin, ask Xiaolan about the issue of color depth, Jiang Chen said. Sheenan nodded and relayed the question to Xiaolan. Xiaolan replied, naturally, the deeper the color, the higher the level. The pink portal I gave you is a deep pink, capable of traversing 10 light years. Besides that, there is light pink, which can only traverse 2 light years at most. Is that so? Sheenan understood and looked at Jiang Chen in the video. Jiang Chen said, ask Xiaolan if there are levels above blue. Sheenan nodded and posed the question to Xiaolan. Xiaolan answered matter-of-factly, of course, above blue is purple, and there are levels above purple as well. But specifically, I'm not sure. Sheenan looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded, indicating that there were no more questions. Seeing this, Sheenan said to Xiaolan, thank you for your answers. No problem, but Qin. And why are you asking these questions? Have you encountered a higher level portal? That shouldn't be possible. In this era, only I have the ability to create portals. Xiaolan was quite puzzled. Sheenan chuckled and brushed it off, saying he would find it and Shen Bing to play another day before hanging up the call. How has your training been lately? Do you lack resources? Jiang Chen smiled at Sheenan in the video. Sheenan shook his head. Everything is going smoothly. After chatting for half an hour, Jiang Chen ended the video call and looked at the portal. This made sense now. His portal was originally deep pink, belonging to the highest level within the second tier. Today, he used an upgrade point to elevate it to blue. The maximum traversal distance of the blue portal is 100 light-years. Thanks to the upgrade point, the portal had a hint of purple undertone. Therefore, its maximum traversal distance exceeded 100 light-years, reaching 150 light-years. Looking at the hint of purple undertone on the blue portal, Jiang Chen felt a surge of anticipation. If it could all turn purple, how far could it traverse? White, at most 1 light-year. Pink, at most 10 light-years. Blue, at most 100 light-years. So, is purple 1,000 light-years? Hiss. Jiang Chen inhaled sharply. Although 1,000 light-years is nothing in the vast expanse of the universe, it could be considered a drop in the ocean. Not to mention beyond the Milky Way, the diameter of the Milky Way itself is about 100,000 light-years. Unfortunately, the upgrade points can no longer upgrade the portal, otherwise he would use the remaining 2 upgrade points entirely on the portal. Dad! At that moment his daughter returned. Seeing an additional blue portal in the yard, she paused for a moment and asked uncertainly, Dad, is this a portal? Why did it change color? It's nothing, I just upgraded it, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Oh, Jiang Xinan responded and didn't ask further. Ding-dling. Jiang Chen's phone on the coffee table rang. Jiang Xinan walked over to take a look and said, Dad, it's General Chu calling. Jiang Chen replied with an and answered the call, Hello, General Chu. Chairman Jiang, the application of laser weapons on ships and aircraft has been successful. The Eastern Theater is going to conduct a drill test. Would you like to come and take a look? Chu Jianbai's voice came through with a hint of laughter. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen asked, When? Chu Jianbai replied, Tomorrow morning, at Wuchuan Port. Jiang Chen knew Wuchuan Port was located at the mouth of the Yangtze River, where the Eastern Sea Fleet of Huaxia was stationed. Alright, what time tomorrow? Jiang Chen inquired. It starts at 10 a.m. tomorrow, Chu Jianbai answered. Okay, I will be there on time. By the way, can I bring family members? Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Of course, Chu Jianbai said. The next day, November 30th at 10 a.m., Jiang Chen arrived at Wuchuan Port on time with his daughter in Jiangshouqi. Wuchuan Port is a military port in Huaxia, and here, the father and daughter saw warships and aircraft carriers that they usually only saw on television. They weren't particularly surprised, after all, they already owned spaceships, so what was there to be amazed about ships? However, they were quite pleased with how far the Huaxia Navy had developed. Compared to Western navies, the Huaxia Navy had a much shorter development time. To reach this level in just a few decades was quite impressive. Director Jiang Chu Jianbai approached. With a group of people, General Chu, Jiang Chen shook hands with him. Director Jiang, please this way. Chu Jianbai smiled as he led Jiang Chen and the others onto an aircraft carrier. Soon, they found themselves in front of an elderly man. Director Jiang, this is Elder Su, Chu Jianbai introduced. Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback upon seeing the old man. He recognized him as a member of Huaxia's upper echelon. Hello, Elder Su, Jiang Chen extended his hand. Hello, I've long wanted to meet Director Jiang and I must thank you for your support of national defense. The talents you sent are quite impressive, Elder Su smiled and shook hands with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen replied, as a Huaxia person, this is what I should do. Elder Su said a couple of good words and began chatting with Jiang Chen. After chatting for about 10 minutes, everything was ready, and the airborne and shipborne laser weapon drill began. Jiang Chen and Elder Su stopped their conversation and looked at the fighter jets soaring into the sky. The drill was spectacular. The officials had developed many tactical applications for laser weapons which truly opened Jiang Chen's eyes. After the drill concluded, Jiang Chen, his daughter, and Jiang Shaoqi were invited by Chu Jianbai to an office. General Chu, is there something you need? Jiang Chen asked as he sat on the sofa. Chu Jianbai said, I heard that your company is about to release a more powerful battery product? Jiang Chen nodded, that's right. He then turned to his daughter and said, the launch event is tomorrow, right? Jiang Xinan nodded, yes, tomorrow morning we will hold the launch event for Zhurong No. 2. Chu Jianbai asked, could you elaborate on this? Zhurong No. 2? Jiang Xinan nodded. Zhurong No. 2 uses lithium as the negative electrode. She briefly introduced the lithium-air battery but noticed that Chu Jianbai looked confused, so she simply stated, the performance of Zhurong No. 2 far exceeds that of Zhurong No. 1, with an energy density reaching 3000 Wh/kg. Chu Jianbai understood this last figure. He took a deep breath. This improvement was too significant. Zhurong No. 1 had an energy density of only 1300 Wh/kg. Zhurong No. 2 directly reached 3000 Wh/kg, which he immediately felt delighted. With a more powerful Zhurong No. 2, the power of the laser guns would also increase significantly, which was a good thing. Director Jiang, let's discuss procurement cooperation. Chu Jianbai smiled. Sure. Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. After leaving the Eastern Theater, it was already 5 p.m. They had first gone to Wuchuan Port to witness the airborne and shipborne laser weapon drill. Then, they discussed the cooperation regarding Zhurong No. 2 with Chu Jianbai. After that, they visited the Eastern Theater again to talk about other aspects of cooperation. This discussion took the whole day, and they only left now. Sinan, you handle the cooperation with the officials, Jiang Chen said to his daughter while sitting in the car. Back to Zijinbei. Okay, Jiang Sinan readily agreed, but she was pondering who would be the most suitable to take over these cooperation negotiations. Upon returning to Zijinbei and having dinner, Jiang Chen, Jiang Sinan, and Jiang Shaoqi gathered together to study astronomy. Mainly looking to see if, besides Ruixing, scientists had discovered any other suspected habitable planets. Dad, according to this article, there is a planet about 60 light-years away from Blue Star that is suspected to have life. Should we go take a look? Jiang Sinan said eagerly. Jiang Chen glanced at the planet, which was referred to in Chinese as Morning Star. As for its foreign name, he skimmed over it without paying much attention. So, what do you think, Dad? Should we go check it out? Jiang Sinan rubbed her hands together in excitement. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and said, let's first send a bionic person to take a look. Looking back now, he realized that his initial exploration of Ruwei Star was a bit reckless. He had dared to explore an unfamiliar alien planet all alone. Fortunately, the civilization on Ruwei Star was still in its primitive era, otherwise he would have been in trouble. Jiang Sinan nodded at his words. Jiang Shaoqi issued the command, and soon 5 fully armed combat-type bionic beings arrived. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, his mind on Morning Star, and opened the portal. After seeing the scene behind the door, Jiang Chen quickly shut it again. He exchanged a serious glance with his daughter. Dad, it's confirmed, there is civilization on Morning Star. The level of civilization should be quite high, at least higher than ours on Blue Star, Jiang Sinan said gravely in the villa. The moment the portal opened, she had also seen the situation on the other side. They saw a large metropolis ruins. They witnessed a mech battling a gigantic monster. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Yes, just that mech alone surpasses Blue Star in technology. And that monster, Morning Star, is not simple at all. He stroked his chin, deep in thought. He had a hypothesis about Morning Star behind the door. That planet might have just been an ordinary urban world before, but then a large number of monsters suddenly appeared, destroying the civilization. Humans, unable to cope, began to frantically research technology, eventually developing mechs. Of course, this was just a hypothesis. The real situation might not be like that. Dad, what should we do next? Continue exploring, or wait a bit? Jiang Xinan asked. Let's continue exploring, Jiang Chen replied. Although they had seen the mech and the monster when they opened the portal, the location of the door was in the ruins, making it hard to be discovered. Sending someone to investigate the situation was better than being completely in the dark. Jiang Chen looked at the 5 prepared combat-type bionic beings and said, I'll give you half an hour. When the time is up, return immediately. Understood, the 5 bionic beings responded. Jiang Chen nodded and opened the portal again. The 5 prepared bionic beings rushed through the door, heading towards Morningstar. Jiang Chen glanced at the ongoing battle not far away through the door and decisively shut it. Let's wait, Jiang Chen said, checking the time. Jiang Xinan nodded, pacing back and forth, her mood not very calm. Jiang Chen, however, was quite composed, having been through it once before. He sat down on the sofa and picked up today's newspaper to read. Seeing her father's relaxed demeanor, Jiang Xinan felt speechless. Her own level was still far behind her father's. Dad, time's up, Jiang Xinan said, glancing at the clock. Jiang Chen stood up and walked to the portal, opening it. Behind the door stood a bionic being named De Chang. Boss, De Chang called out. Jiang Chen looked back at the door. De Chang's 4 companions were on guard around, preventing outsiders from approaching. Come in. Jiang Chen stepped aside. De Chang nodded and walked into the portal. So, what's the situation over there? In the courtyard, Jiang Chen looked at De Chang. Hearing this, De Chang said, Boss, due to the short time, we only managed to gather some surface information through network intrusion. Let's hear it, Jiang Chen said. De Chang nodded and began to recount. Boss, the first thing we can confirm is that there is human civilization on Morningstar. Jiang Chen nodded. This was good news. He didn't want to come into contact with those strange alien civilizations. Humans were much better. Some say that humanity is not a good race, plagued by greed, jealousy, and infighting. But Jiang Chen wants to argue that these so-called negative traits exist in any intelligent civilization and are not exclusive to humans. De Chang continued, the technology on the Morningstar is somewhat more advanced than that of Blue Star, probably by about 30 to 50 years. The surface area of the Morningstar is slightly larger than that of Blue Star, with oceans covering about 70% of the planet's total area. As for land, the Morningstar has only one continent, approximately 170 million square kilometers in size. The Morningstar is a world divided by warlords with no unified nation, only various warlord factions. It is said that over 100 years ago, only the southern part of the continent was embroiled in warlord chaos. The northern part had several unified nations. Because those nations had inflated ambitions and sought to unify the world, the southern warlords felt threatened and began to launch a series of conspiracies against them. In the end, those nations were dismantled and transformed into individual warlord factions. Now, on the Morningstar, no warlord faction dares to establish a nation, regardless of how powerful they are. More than a decade ago, a powerful warlord occupying 5 million square kilometers of territory attempted to establish a nation. As a result, he was besieged by a coalition of warlords and ultimately destroyed. Jiang Chen shook his head as he listened. He hadn't expected the Morningstar to be a world divided by warlords. This was indeed beyond his expectations. Moreover, the warlords on the Morningstar seemed to fear the birth of a nation. If any warlord faction showed intentions of nation building, they would be attacked. This was somewhat abnormal. Tell me about that monster. What's the situation? Jiang Chen thought of the monster that fought against the mecha. De Chang nodded and said, there isn't much information, but from what is publicly known, those monsters are referred to as ferocious beasts by the indigenous people and have lived in the western part of the Morningstar since ancient times. These ferocious beasts occasionally launch attacks on human cities. The ruins of the city behind the portal belong to a warlord faction called Liemo. Due to its proximity to the territory of the western ferocious beasts, it frequently suffers from their attacks. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. In a world with ferocious beasts, human forces were scattered? Something about this didn't add up. Are there any other discoveries? Jiang Xinan, who had been listening in a daze, snapped back to reality and asked. De Chang nodded. Yes, there are extraordinary abilities on the Morningstar. However, the time is still short, and with the major warlords' strict control over extraordinary beings, we haven't gathered much information. Jiang Chen and his daughter nodded, not surprised. With the appearance of ferocious beasts, the existence of extraordinary beings was quite normal. Jiang Chen turned to Jiang Shaoqi. Shaoqi, it's your turn now. To get a clearer understanding of the situation on the Morningstar, they needed Shaoqi to step in. After nearly a month of growth, Jiang Shaoqi had gathered faith and refined a significant amount of divinity. She was now a level 1 apprentice deity, not far from becoming a level 2 apprentice deity. With the power of faith from a planet waiting for her to collect, such growth speed was quite normal. After becoming an apprentice deity, Jiang Shaoqi's abilities had also been greatly enhanced. Gathering information was a piece of cake for her. Even in a world without a network, she could collect the information she wanted through the information chain in the void. Jiang Shaoqi nodded. Alright, leave it to me. With that, she stepped toward the portal. As the portal opened, Jiang Chen discovered that the battle between the mecha and the ferocious beasts had ended and the other side was now very calm. Boss, something's not right, our people have disappeared. Jiang Shaoqi frowned and said, Boss, I've lost contact with my 4 companions, De Chang added. Seeing that something was amiss, Jiang Chen quickly closed the portal. Have they been discovered? Closing the portal, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. If nothing unexpected happened, those 4 biosynthetic beings were likely in grave danger, either captured or killed. The likelihood of being captured is much higher. Although combat-type bionic humans possess considerable combat power, they are still no match for mechs. Dad, the Morning Star is a world divided by warlords. Each warlord is bound to be particularly strict about their territory. Plus, with advanced technology, it's not surprising that they discovered us, Jiang Xinan said worriedly. Jiang Chen nodded, sighed, and thought, this is tough. The main issue is that the position of the portal is not quite right. It's right in someone else's territory. The key point is that area was just destroyed by ferocious beasts. It goes without saying that the warlord Liamo must be paying extra attention to that region. Dad, so next, we have 2 options, Jiang Xinan said. Let's hear it, Jiang Chen replied. Jiang Xinan organized her thoughts and said, the first is to send strong individuals to forcefully enter the Morning Star. The second is to wait. Jiang Chen shook his head. Wait? Until when? Next, they could only continue to send people. However, this time they needed to prepare more. At the very least, they couldn't be discovered as soon as they appeared. Eventually, Jiang Chen called Jiang Yi, instructing him to take the golden axe and platinum spear, leading a team of 10 to prepare to enter the Morning Star. When Jiang Yi and the others were ready, Jiang Chen opened the portal, and Jiang Yi entered first. Stepping out of the portal, Jiang Yi scanned the surroundings and, not detecting any danger, the others followed him through the portal. This time, Jiang Chen did not close the portal but stood at the entrance to observe. Before long, Jiang Yi returned. Boss, there's a building not far away. It's a good place, Jiang Yi said. Jiang Chen nodded. Alright, take me there. Saying this, he also stepped into the portal. There was no time to observe this unfamiliar planet. Jiang Chen retracted the portal and quickly followed Jiang Yi to the selected building. The location where the portal had opened was in an open environment, making it easy to be discovered. Inside the building, it was much more concealed. Jiang Chen looked around the environment, opened the portal, and returned to Blue Star. Boss, I'll go over too. It'll be convenient for gathering information, Jiang Shaoqi said. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and nodded. Alright, stick close to Jiang Yi. Jiang Shaoqi nodded and stepped into the portal. Next, they just needed to wait. Jiang Chen didn't have to wait long. About half an hour later, information was relayed back. It was similar to what De Chang had sent before, just more detailed. The location where Jiang Yi and the others appeared was called Bianzhou. It covers an area of about 200,000 square kilometers, roughly equivalent to a province in Huaxia on Blue Star. Bianzhou is the territory of the warlord Liamo, who possesses considerable strength. Unfortunately, due to its proximity to the human border and neighboring the territory of ferocious beasts, it often suffers from beast attacks, leading to relatively underdeveloped conditions. However, its military strength is quite formidable. It's easy to see that without sufficient military power, Bianzhou would have likely been breached by the ferocious beasts long ago. The human territory on the Morning Star spans about 100 million square kilometers divided into 800 states. These states vary in size, with some being over 1 million square kilometers and others as small as 20 to 30,000 square kilometers. Additionally, there was another piece of information. The Morning Star is the name used on the Blue Star side. Among the indigenous people, it is called Qian Di Xiang. The reason is that historically, there was an emperor named Zhao Qian who unified humanity. Later, people named the planet beneath their feet Qian Di Xiang. Unbeknownst to them, it was already deep into the night on the Blue Star side. Jiang Yi and Jiang Shaoqi were gathering more and more information. Jiang Chen and the others were becoming increasingly familiar with the situation on Qian Di Xiang. Dad, from the information, although the Morning Star is divided by warlords, its civilization development is quite good. Their military power is also strong. Their extraordinary system combined with technology is incredibly powerful, Jiang Xinan said while reviewing the information. Jiang Chen nodded that Warlord Liamo, when wearing a mech, probably has the combat power of the nascent soul stage. The key point is that this Liamo is not even the strongest. Jiang Xinan nodded. If Liamo were strong enough, he wouldn't be holed up in the human border area. That said, a warlord in the border region possesses The combat power of the nascent soul stage. In the more prosperous human territories, are there even stronger beings? Jiang Chen remained silent, quietly flipping through the materials collected by Jiang Xiaoqi, which were about the extraordinary system of the Qian Emperor Star. The extraordinary system on Qian Emperor Star follows the path of martial artists. However, the martial artists on Qian Emperor Star do not cultivate true qi or internal power, but rather specialize in vital blood. There is spiritual energy on Qian Emperor Star, although not as rich as that of Ruei Star, it far exceeds that of Blue Star. Martial artists can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine their vital blood. How to describe this vital blood? It's somewhat similar to true qi. It can be used to refine muscles and bones and also to confront enemies. The power of vital blood is stored throughout the body's flesh and blood, unlike true qi, which can only be stored in the dantian. Dad, Liu Mo is too strict in controlling his territory. If we want to develop on Qian Emperor Star, we need to find a way to leave the border state, Jiang Chen said. Jiang Chen nodded. The 4 missing biosynthetic humans had also been traced. They were captured by Li Mo's people, who then triggered the self-destruct mechanism of the biosynthetic humans. Let's leave it at that for today. We can send the biosynthetic humans over to explore slowly, Jiang Chen said. He then arranged for 100 combat-type biosynthetic humans, equipped with devices that could shield against all forms of detection, to enter Qian Emperor Star and scout the way ahead. At the very least, they needed to obtain a world map. It's getting late. Let's rest, Jiang Chen said after Jiang Yi and the others returned. He looked at the time and found it was already past 11 p.m. Jiang Xinan yawned and went upstairs. December 1st, the last month of 2023. Of course, this refers to the Gregorian calendar. According to the Chinese lunar calendar, it was only around mid-October. This morning was the day of the Jiang Group's Zhurong No. 2 launch conference. The venue for the conference was in a conference room at the Jiang building. Jiang Chen took a stroll around, greeting some old friends. Old Jiang, your company is really impressive. You've developed Zhurong No. 2 already. Those foreigners still haven't figured out Zhurong No. 1. Ha ha. That's right, the foreigners are going to be anxious again. Old Jiang. As he entered the conference room, the CEOs of various participating companies greeted Jiang Chen one after another. Jiang Chen responded with a smile. As the conference began, Jiang Chen watched his daughter speaking confidently on stage, smiled, stood up, and left the conference room, taking the elevator to the chairman's office on the top floor of the building. After closing the door, Jiang Chen communicated with the club. A new month, a new match. He wondered what kind of friend he would be matched with this month. Start matching, Jiang Chen said. In the Jiang Group building, in the chairman's office, Jiang Chen communicated with the club for the 8th time. It's the 8th time. I wonder what kind of world I will be matched with this time. Jiang Chen stared at the matching panel, his expression filled with anticipation. Matching. Match successful. Constructing communication space. Construction complete. Would you like to enter? Enter, Jiang Chen said. In the next moment, his vision blurred. When it cleared again, he found himself in a vast plain. As far as the eye could see, it was boundless. The terrain was completely flat. In the distance, he could see some vague mountain silhouettes. Looking up, there was a blue sky with white clouds. He was curious about what kind of world this match was. Looking around, everything seemed ordinary, similar to the terrain of Blue Star. Looking down at his feet, he saw a small stream flowing by. Jiang Chen squatted down by the stream. The water was very clear. Huh, where is my friend? Why haven't they appeared yet? After such a long time, he still hadn't seen anyone show up. Jiang Chen stood up, feeling puzzled. Could it be another person like Qinan? Someone he overlooked? But upon careful observation, there was no one. I'm right beneath you. Just then, a pleasant voice rang out. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Beneath him? He looked down, and with his decent eyesight, he quickly locked onto the target. This? Jiang Chen looked at the tiny figure on the ground, momentarily stunned. Thumbelina? He crouched down, observing her like a sprite. She tilted her little head back, curiously gazing at him. Is it you? Jiang Chen extended a finger and gently stroked the little girl's head, his touch very soft, afraid that he might accidentally crush her. Of course, that was just a metaphor. Although the girl was very small, Jiang Chen sensed a strong aura emanating from her. Clearly, she had cultivated extraordinary powers as well. He just wondered how much extraordinary power could be unleashed from such a tiny body. Of course it's me, the little girl said, hands on her hips, head held high. Why is your voice so loud? Jiang Chen laughed. This tiny person spoke with a voice as loud as his. He. I used a secret technique, the little girl giggled. Jiang Chen nodded, chuckling as he extended his palm. Come, get on my hand. The little girl hesitated for a moment. It was quite dangerous to easily jump into someone else's palm. However, thinking of the club's rules, she felt reassured. With a leap, she landed on Jiang Chen's palm. Looking down at the patterns on his palm, the little girl said, "Your career line is impressive, your lifeline is strong, but your marriage line is quite unfortunate." As Jiang Chen was getting up, he paused, speechless. "You can read poems too?" "Of course," the little girl said proudly, hands on her hips. "At first, I definitely couldn't. But after interacting with you giants more, I understood." Jiang Chen looked at her skeptically. "All right then." The little girl pouted. "My last friend was a fortune teller. Yes, he was one of those giants who taught me." Jiang Chen nodded. This little girl was quite experienced. Looking at the girl in his palm, Jiang Chen examined her seriously. Her features were exquisite, but she was just too small. "By the way, what race do you belong to? Are you an elf?" Jiang Chen had read about little sprites in some literature and felt she resembled them, just missing a pair of tiny wings. "I'm human," the little girl replied. Jiang Chen blinked. "Was there such a small human?" "Humph, I think we are the normal humans. You should be the giant race," the little girl pouted. Jiang Chen was speechless. She could just say she was a little person. "By the way, what's your name?" Jiang Chen asked. "My name is Yin Na," the little girl replied. Jiang Chen nodded and started chatting with little Yin Na. Through their conversation, he learned that he was her eighth friend. This was the same for her. Little Yin Na was also his eighth friend. "Little Yin Na, do you need any help?" Jiang Chen asked cheerfully. Yin Na tilted her head, thought for a moment, and shook her head. "Not really. With the help of the older brothers and sisters from before, my people drove away the giants, and we have plenty of food and extraordinary knowledge to learn." She chattered on about many things, summarizing that she was very satisfied. Jiang Chen thought about it. For a little person, their food needs were definitely not very large. One meal for a normal person could last little Yin Na a long time. But what was up with those giants? Jiang Chen asked. Little Yin Na didn't hide anything. According to her, the area where they lived was home to two races for generations. The first was the little people, and the second was the giants. Although they were called giants, they weren't very tall. The tallest adults were only about 1 meter. Compared to normal humans, they were definitely short. But for little Yin Na and her kind, they were considered enormous. Initially, the two races kept to themselves. However, after gradually interacting, conflicts began to arise. Logically, the little people were definitely no match for the giants. But among the little people, there were 10 extraordinary items that served as their clan's sacred artifacts, which blocked the giants' attacks. However, during the little people's resistance against the giants, they still suffered considerable losses. With the food shortage, the little people were once on the brink of extinction. Just when things were most urgent, little Yaina became a member of the Time-Space Club and traded a large amount of food with her friends, alleviating the food pressure. Although it was said to be a large amount of food, for normal people, it wasn't much at all. But for the little people, it was enough. After solving the food crisis, Yaina matched with several friends in quick succession. She was quite lucky. The friends she matched with were all very helpful to her. With the help of her friends, the little people drove away the giants and lived a carefree life. After listening to Yaina's story, Jiang Chen felt a bit strange. It sounded just like a fairy tale. "Big brother, let me treat you to a drink." After talking so much, little Yaina felt a bit thirsty. She took out a wine gourd that was several times taller than her. "This is the fruit wine brewed by our tribe, and it's very delicious." The older brothers and sisters before really liked it. "Unfortunately, you all drank too much. One sip from you takes us a long time to drink. Our little wine gourd is something you can't even use." This was made by the older brothers and sisters before. Saying this, she took out a mini wine cup. "Big brother, pour me a cup." Jiang Chen smiled as he took the wine gourd and carefully poured her a cup. The cup was too small, and he was afraid of spilling it. Just think about it, how big would a wine cup be for a little person the size of a finger? A single drop of wine could fill it. Jiang Chen took out a normal-sized wine cup and poured himself a drink. The emerald green wine, rich in fruity aroma, tasted exquisite, making Jiang Chen's eyes light up. What a good wine! It truly was good wine, without a hint of exaggeration. Compared to the various spiritual wines he had drunk before, it was far superior. Moreover, this wine had special effects. After a cup, his internal magical power became active, crazily absorbing the energy contained in the wine. The special energy in the wine fused with his magical power, making it even thicker and purer. "Good wine, is this a specialty of your tribe?" Jiang Chen asked. "Yes," Yaina proudly puffed out her chest, then sighed, "but unfortunately, because of our race. Anyway, the wine we brew every year is already a lot for us. But for you giants, it's very little. Otherwise, I would have given you more, big brother." Jiang Chen smiled. Wasn't that the truth? The ratio was right there. "Is this gourd of wine a gift for me?" Jiang Chen asked in surprise. "Of course," Yaina said matter-of-factly. "Every time I match with a new brother or sister, I always give a gourd of wine as a meeting gift." "Alright, I accept it." Jiang Chen didn't stand on ceremony, but since he accepted, her gift, he naturally had to return the favor. After thinking for a moment, he took out a pile of spiritual fruits and smiled, "These are for you." So fragrant. Smelling the fruit aroma, little Yaina's eyes brightened. She leaped onto one of the fruits, sniffing it carefully, and exclaimed, "Big brother, if this fruit is used to brew wine, it must make a better wine than 100 fruit brew." "Is this wine called 100 fruit brew?" Jiang Chen looked at the emerald green wine in the cup. Yes. Yaina nodded, "It's brewed from over 100 kinds of fruits." Jiang Chen nodded, looking at little Yaina, and smiled, "Little Yaina, do you want to grow bigger? To be as tall as me? Is that possible?" Little Yaina asked curiously. Jiang Chen took out a size-changing flashlight. "Of course. Do you want to give it a try?" Yes. Yaina nodded repeatedly, excited about what it would be like to be as tall as Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen operated the size-changing flashlight, saying, "If you feel any discomfort, let me know right away." Yes. Yaina nodded, curiously looking at the size-changing flashlight, wondering if this thing could really make her grow bigger. Under the effect of the size-changing flashlight, little Yaina's body slowly began to grow. Moments later, she transformed from a thumb-sized girl into a beautiful young lady about 16 or 17 years old, standing at 1 meter 60. "Oh, I really got bigger." Na looked at herself, spinning around happily. Her gaze shifted to Jiang Chen, and she grinned, "Finally, I can chat with Big Brother on equal terms without having to look up." Jiang Chen ruffled her hair and laughed, "You look like you're about 16 or 17, right?" "Yeah," Na nodded, "I'm 16 this year, and I'll be 17 soon." Jiang Chen nodded. The now larger Na seemed even more lively. She looked around in wonder, amazed by everything. Having always viewed the world from the perspective of a tiny person, her viewpoint changed after growing larger. "By the way, do you feel any discomfort after getting bigger?" Jiang Chen asked with concern. This was the first time he had applied the size-changing flashlight to a human. "No, everything feels normal, no discomfort at all," Na said as she moved her body. Jiang Chen nodded, feeling relieved. Jiang Chen and Na sat down on the grass by the creek and started chatting. "Hey, is this just a small creek in Big Brother's world?" Na asked, looking at the creek with a somewhat complex tone. "Yeah, how about from your perspective?" Jiang Chen smiled. "From my perspective?" Na looked at the creek and said, "This is a big river." Jiang Chen chuckled, patted her head, and changed the subject to share his experiences since joining the club. Na's previous matched worlds were diverse, including ancient, modern, interstellar technology worlds, and even game worlds. She had even matched a world similar to Mo Shuyo's divine realm. Jiang Chen was curious about Na's world. According to her, she didn't know how vast the world she lived in truly was. She only knew that her people lived on a continent surrounded by a vast ocean. "Big brother, can your flashlight make things smaller?" Na asked. "Sure," Jiang Chen replied. "That's great," Na said. "I traded some equipment for exploring the continent from an older sister. Unfortunately, I'm too small and it's too difficult to operate." By the end, Na looked quite troubled. Hearing this, Jiang Chen said, "All right, I'll help you make them smaller." "That's wonderful," Na said happily, waving her hand to take out a large pile of items. From the perspective of a normal-sized person, these instruments weren't very big, but from the perspective of a tiny person, they were enormous. Jiang Chen used the size-changing flashlight to shrink the instruments. "Big brother, let me return to my original size," Na said. Jiang Chen nodded and obliged. Once back to her original size, Na skillfully operated the instruments, clearly having learned a lot about them. Na, the performance of these instruments will probably weaken after shrinking, Jiang Chen said. "It's fine, it's enough," Na replied. Jiang Chen nodded, not saying much more. After that, Jiang Chen chatted with little Na for another half hour and said, "Na, let's stop here for today. If you need anything, you can contact me." "Okay, big brother." Little Na nodded her small head and said, "Big brother, I'll make these fruits into fine wine when I get back and I'll contact you. Then." "Alright," Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. Leaving the communication space, Jiang Chen returned to his office. Sitting in the boss's chair, he spun around and looked out the floor-to-ceiling window, reflecting on his conversation with Na. After a moment, he shook his head and smiled. This month's matches had been quite easy. However, it was also the month he had gained the least. This time, his reward was just a jar of fruit wine. Looking at the jar of mixed fruit brew in his hand, Jiang Chen smiled. This stuff wasn't bad, at least it was somewhat useful for his cultivation. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the office door. Jiang Chen put away the wine gourd and said, "Come in." The door swung open, and Jiang Shaoqi walked in. "Boss, the press conference hosted by the young lady is about to end. Do you want to go down and take a look?" Let's go, take a look." Jiang Chen nodded, stood up, and walked outside. "Dad." In a conference room, Jiang Xinan saw her father and felt somewhat speechless. This father slipped away as soon as the press conference started. "How's it going?" Is everything smooth? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. In a conference room of the Jiang Corporation building, Jiang Xinan looked at her father, opened her mouth, and finally let out a sigh. Everything is quite smooth. The CEOs of the related companies from the domestic side are all very happy. However, the representatives from foreign companies are not so pleased. And the media, the Huaxia media is fine, but the Western media can't stand to see us do well. They asked many tricky questions at the press conference, but I handled them all easily. Moreover, Western capital is also not very honest, manipulating the media to publish many unfavorable comments about Jiang Corporation internationally, but the impact is not significant. Jiang Xinan leaned back on the sofa and recounted the situation at the press conference to her father. After finishing, she stretched and felt a bit tired. It wasn't physical fatigue but mental exhaustion. Dealing with those companies and media while constantly being mindful of her image was too troublesome. It was far from being comfortable. Jiang Chen pondered, are the Western forces going to stir up trouble again? Clearly, the launch of Zhurong 2 had touched some nerves. If Zhurong I could still be tolerated, then Zhurong 2 was truly. He glanced at Jiang Shaoqi beside him. Is there any movement in the underground world? Jiang Shaoqi shook her head. The underground world is very calm. Dad, those people have also become clever. Even if they have plans against us, they probably won't go through the underground world, Jiang Xinan added. The underground world, while secretive, was so for ordinary people. For the Jiang Corporation, there were no secrets in the underground world. Jiang Chen nodded. That made sense. The bioengineered beings under his command had long infiltrated every corner of the underground world. Once there was any sign of trouble, he would know immediately. Jiang Xinan sat up and said, Dad, let's go to the main conference room. The CEOs of the major companies should be gathered by now. We can finalize the domestic and cooperative agreements. Alright, Jiang Chen nodded, and they went to the conference room to meet old friends. The cooperation with major companies in Huaxia had already formed a tacit understanding. There wasn't much discussion. Jiang Chen laid out the conditions, which were similar to those of Zhurong, with just a few changes in the terms. After a moment of contemplation, the major companies agreed. The CEOs of both sides finalized the cooperation, and from there, it was just a matter of having their subordinates implement it. At noon, Jiang Corporation hosted a luncheon to entertain the companies and media attending the press conference. At the dining table, Jiang Chen and a few CEOs he had a good relationship with drank a few more glasses. Old Jiang, your Jiang Corporation is getting bigger and bigger. Sometimes I think about it, and to be honest, I can hardly believe it, Pu Jiannan exclaimed, raising his glass. He and Jiang Chen had been old friends, having known each other since their careers were just starting. It had been over 20 years. They originally thought life would just go on like this, but unexpectedly, Jiang Chen suddenly rose to prominence in middle age. Now, Jiang Chen was someone he truly envied. Not only in his career but also in his personal life he had climbed several levels. Even his physique. To be honest, if it weren't for familiarity, one would never guess he was a man in his 40s. Jiang Chen laughed heartily and said nothing. Old Jiang, seriously, aren't you planning to find another one? With your current physique and looks, you could easily handle another one, right? Unlike me, sigh. I really have the will but no strength, Pu Jiannan said quietly, ultimately turning it into a sigh. In middle age, everyone understands. Although one has money and could find a few if they wanted, the body can't keep up. The will is there, but the strength is lacking. Various supplements have been taken, but as one ages, no amount of supplements helps. Jiang Chen smiled slightly but didn't respond. He had thought about finding a partner, but it wasn't something that could happen overnight. Among the women he had met on Blue Star, none were suitable. As the lunch banquet concluded, major enterprises and media began to leave. With the departure of the media, details about the Jiang Group's Zhurong No. 2 launch conference finally spread online. This launch conference did not adopt a live broadcast format. Therefore, it was only after the conference had ended for some time that netizens learned about the detailed specifications of the Zhurong No. 2 battery. Upon seeing this data, netizens went wild. On Weibo, topics related to Zhurong No. 2 instantly surged into the top 10 trending searches. The number 1 trending topic was originally about the official announcement of 2 celebrities, but it was quickly pushed down. Fortunately, these 2 celebrities had a large fan base, and their topic ultimately maintained the 5th position. Jiang Group Chairman's Office. Jiang Chen lazily leaned back in his office chair, holding a tablet and browsing the internet. He casually clicked on a trending Weibo post. I'm going crazy. I originally thought Zhurong No. 2 was just an upgrade from Zhurong No. 1. But this isn't an upgrade at all. I can't even describe it. Yeah, I also thought it would be developed through generations like lithium batteries, until it reached its limit. But they just released a solid-state battery and then went on to develop lithium-air batteries. Isn't it possible that the solid-state battery has already been developed to its limit? They had no choice but to develop lithium-air batteries? It's quite possible. At first, Yuan Hang developed the solid-state battery to 500 Wh/kg, and then Sinan Technology directly raised that figure to 1300 Wh/kg. According to scientific theory, that's not scientific. Exactly. When lithium batteries were first developed, they were only 100 Wh/kg, and it took generations of development to reach 400 Wh/kg. But with solid-state batteries, everything changed. Yes, Yuan Hang just produced a solid-state battery of 500 Wh/kg, and Sinan Technology directly launched a 1300 Wh/kg battery. Perhaps solid-state batteries have truly reached their limit. So many people say that Zhang Group doesn't know how to do business. If they released generation after generation, how much money could they make? Yeah, if Yuan Hang had released 500 Wh/kg and Zhang Group released 600 Wh/kg, taking it slow. You're so clever. Who would end up losing out? It's us consumers. Right. The ones upstairs are all traders. Shouldn't we say that Zhang Group is a conscientious enterprise? They don't hide advanced technology and repeatedly cut us consumers leaks. Yes, Zhang Group has a conscience. Looking at the comments online, Zhang Chen shook his head. To be honest, he had also thought about diluting the technology and releasing it generation after generation, cutting leaks each time, just as the netizen said, to earn more money. But later, shaking his head, Zhang Chen scrolled through the screen, wanting to continue browsing the internet. Just then, his expression changed as he opened the club's friend list. A friend had sent him a message. Tian Hong? Seeing who had contacted him, Zhang Chen was a bit surprised. This guy Tian Hong rarely reached out except for their regular trades every now and then. Indeed, his trade of nutrient solution in Soul Crystal with Tian Hong, as well as the trade of Silver Lightsword in Soul Crystal, was still ongoing. The demand for weapons in the bizarre world was significant. Not only for the Silver Lightsword, but after learning that Zhang Chen could supply a large quantity of golden axes, Tian Hong recommended the golden axe to his friend Han Feng in the bizarre world. After witnessing the power of the golden axe, Han Feng immediately became interested and proposed a trade without hesitation. However, to exchange for the golden axe, second-tier soul crystals were not enough. They needed third-tier soul crystals. Now, Zhang Chen had traded a large batch of soul crystals from the bizarre world through Tian Hong. There are simply too many of them, and he is worried about how to deal with it. Just relying on himself and his daughter's consumption won't be enough. Moreover, as his soul power increases, the effects of the first-tier soul crystals are becoming weaker. As for trading the soul crystals, no one has been able to consume such a large quantity yet. Brother Tian, what's up? Zhang Chen sent a message inquiring. Tian Hong, little brother, I need help. Zhang Chen was surprised. Could it be that Tian Hong was being besieged by various factions? That didn't seem right. The rebel army under Tian Hong was now quite strong, almost at the Imperial City. Once they broke through the Imperial City, he could ascend the throne. What's going on? Brother, are you being beaten up? Zhang Chen asked. Tian Hong replied quickly, it's not me, it's a friend of mine. Do you remember Yuer? I think I mentioned her to you. Zhang Chen recalled slightly and replied, yes, brother, you mentioned that she is a descendant of an ancient god from a world of cultivation. He remembered Yuer quite well. During their first meeting, Tian Hong had taken out a fish demon. It was a third-tier fish demon comparable to the golden core stage, said to have been slain by that ancient god descendant, Yuer. Yes, that's the one, Yuer, the descendant of the ancient god. Tian Hong messaged, Yuer is being besieged by a group of shameless strong ones because of her identity as a descendant of an ancient god. I'm here to seek your help. Do you have any way to assist? After reading the message, Zhang Chen asked, what is Yuer's current strength? What about the strength of those attacking her? Tian Hong, Yuer is currently at the 4th tier, and those attacking her are also at the 4th tier. It's just that there are quite a few of them, a total of 16 4th tier strong ones. Zhang Chen nodded. That made sense. If there were beings beyond the 4th tier, they wouldn't need to besiege her. The 4th tier is equivalent to the nascent soul stage, while the 5th tier is equivalent to the transformation stage. Just think about it, would a transformation stage cultivator need to besiege a nascent soul stage cultivator? Only those of the same realm would be besieged. With this in mind, he had an idea and said, I have a platinum spear that can unleash a strike comparable to the peak power of the 4th tier. It's a weapon similar to the Silver Lightsword, but with greater power, you should understand. On the Shenzhou continent, in the rebel army's main tent, Tian Hong's eyes lit up upon seeing Zhang Chen's message, and he quickly sent a reply, I understand, definitely understand. Brother, shall we meet in the exchange space? Okay. Zhang Chen replied and told Zhang Xiaoqi to keep an eye outside, then disappeared from the office. In the exchange space, Peach Blossom Forest. Upon seeing Tian Hong, Jiang Chen, aware of the urgency, didn't bother with pleasantries and directly handed over the platinum spear, saying, "Brother Tian, can we start a video call? Yuer should also join." He wanted to see the differences between the cultivation systems. "Let me ask Yuer, it should be fine," Tian Hong said. Jiang Chen nodded and watched Tian Hong leave the exchange space. After leaving the exchange space, Tian Hong wasted no time and immediately contacted Yuer. At this moment, although Yuer was being besieged by 16 strong ones of the same realm, she was not without the power to fight back. As a descendant of an ancient god, her ancestors had left many trump cards for their bloodline descendants. However, there were too many people besieging her and each one was not weak, which made it difficult for her to break through. Of course, the main reason was that she hadn't been pushed to a desperate situation. If she fought desperately and killed these 16, it wasn't impossible, but it would cause her significant harm. Upon seeing Tian Hong's message, a hint of joy appeared on her face. If her friend could help her, she wouldn't have to fight desperately. Coldly glancing at the group of black-robed strong ones, her figure suddenly vanished. What's going on? The 16 cultivators besieging Yuer frowned and searched the surrounding area for hundreds of miles but found nothing. The blood contract tells me she hasn't escaped this place, but it seems she's not here either. Perhaps she used some kind of celestial technique to temporarily conceal herself. But no matter what celestial technique it is, there will always be a limit. We just need to hold this place, wait for her to reach her limit, and she will naturally reveal herself. At that time, she will also be at her weakest. A man in a black robe said. His statement received unanimous agreement from the crowd. Yes, the methods of the ancient god's descendants are unpredictable, we cannot be careless. Everyone was in accord, sealing off the area where Yuer had disappeared with celestial techniques and setting up a series of celestial killing formations. Once Yuer appeared, they would be able to detect her immediately. In the communication space between Yuer and Tian Hong, what a marvelous weapon! Yuer held the platinum spear, understanding its use. She also realized that this seemingly ordinary spear could unleash 1,000 strikes equivalent to the full power of a peak 4th-tier expert. This left her in shock. As a 4th-tier expert, she knew the kind of power a full strike from a peak 4th tier could unleash. The key was that such an attack could be unleashed 1,000 times. It was unimaginable. At the same time, she was pleasantly surprised that her crisis had been resolved. "Uncle Tian Hong, thank you. This weapon is incredibly useful to me. What do you need? Just say it, and I'll help you find it later," Yuer said with a clear voice. Tian Hong laughed heartily, saying, "This spear was borrowed from a friend of mine. As for the conditions, we can discuss them once your crisis here is resolved. By the way, let's have a video call later. My brother wants to see how the celestial techniques work in your world." "Sure." Yuer did not refuse and nodded in agreement. Immediately, she sat cross-legged on the ground beside her and said, "Uncle, I need to adjust my breathing and recover for a bit. Once I'm restored, I'll go out and settle the score with them." Tian Hong nodded. About an hour later, on Blue Star, at the Jiang Group, Jiang Chen sat in his office, bored, scrolling through web pages. The internet was filled with news about the Jiang Group and the Zhu Rong No. 2. Even the foreign internet was no exception. On this day, the international hot topic was dominated by Zhu Rong No. 2. "Your friend Tian Hong has sent you a video request. Do you accept?" "Your friend Tian Hong has sent you a video request. Do you accept?" In the chairman's office of the Jiang Group, seeing the video invitation pop up, Jiang Chen smiled. After waiting so long, it finally came. After an hour, he could guess the reason. It was simply that Yuer needed to take the opportunity to recover her strength after obtaining the platinum spear. After all, being besieged for so long must have taken a toll. "Accept," Jiang Chen said. The next moment, the video window popped up. The first person Jiang Chen saw was Tian Hong. The next moment, a video window popped up on Tian Hong's side, showing Tian Hong and Yuer together. Jiang Chen finally saw the ancient god's descendant, Yuer. How to describe her? Dressed in light green garments, she had an ethereal and refined demeanor, with a beauty that was unparalleled. If he had to find a comparison, Jiang Chen thought that she resembled Linger, the descendant of Nuwa played by Louis Fei in The Legend of Sword and Fairy. They were similar in temperament, both appearing as celestial beings untouched by the mundane world. When Jiang Chen saw Yuer, she naturally saw him through the video as well. She was somewhat surprised by Jiang Chen's appearance. She had thought that Jiang Chen, like Tian Hong, would look like an uncle. After all, Tian Hong had told her that Jiang Chen was of the same age as him. The result was that he looked like an older brother. However, facing a formidable enemy, she couldn't afford to be distracted. She could only nod at Jiang Chen as a form of greeting. Jiang Chen's gaze shifted to the people surrounding Yuer. There were a total of 16 individuals, dressed in black robes, their faces obscured. How should he put it? These people would definitely be the villains in a film. They were very strong. Even through the 2 video feeds, Jiang Chen could sense the powerful aura emanating from them. Their positioning was also quite deliberate, blocking all of Yuer's escape routes. Around Yuer there were also flickering formations. Clearly, Yuer was trapped in a formation, and the situation was dire. Yuer ignored the formations, holding a platinum spear, her gaze cold as she stared at the group of black-robed figures, silent. Princess Yuer, we mean no offense. All we need is a drop of your blood and we will leave immediately, one of the black-clad men said hoarsely. Yuer showed no reaction to this. First of all, what they said was nonsense. Letting her go? If they didn't want to face the terrifying revenge of the ancient god clan, they could not possibly let her go. Silencing her was the only option. The descendants of the ancient gods were not just her alone, but a whole clan. Secondly, for an ordinary person, losing a drop of blood would merely mean a few days of weakness. But for her, a descendant of the ancient gods, blood was precious. Losing a drop of blood would not only weaken her but could even damage her foundation, making it difficult to progress for a lifetime. In other words, if she obediently took out a drop of blood, her combat power would significantly decrease. At that point, she would be at the mercy of these people. If it had been right after leaving the ancient god island, she might have fallen for it, because back then, she was innocent and naive. As for now, since Princess Yuer does not give us face, do not blame us for being ruthless, he said, finishing his words as he formed hand. Seals. Array patterns erupted around Yuer, bursting forth with brilliant light. The celestial killing formation was activated. At the same time, the other 15 black-clad men did not hesitate. They formed seals, unleashing terrifying celestial techniques towards Yuer. In an instant, Yuer was surrounded by dazzling lights, each containing a terrifying killing intent. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim, what a brilliant effect! Although celestial techniques and the spells of cultivators were similar, in terms of grandeur, the latter was far inferior to the former. Compared to celestial techniques, spells were somewhat plain. Faced with the onslaught of the killing formation and terrifying celestial techniques, Yuer remained unperturbed, a light shield rising around her, blocking these attacks. Although she managed to fend off this strike, her complexion paled slightly, clearly not feeling well. She no longer hesitated. Raising her platinum spear, a terrifying spear shadow striking towards one of the black-robed men without warning. That black-robed man was only at the mid-stage of the 4th rank. Caught off guard, how could he withstand a full-force strike comparable to the peak of the 4th rank? Puff! The black-robed man spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backward, motionless. This, the sudden turn of events, caused the remaining black-robed figures to change drastically in expression. They no longer held back, pouring out their celestial power as if it were free. The most powerful celestial techniques were unleashed recklessly towards Yuer. In response to their attacks, Yuer summoned a turtle shell to block them. At the same time, she wielded her platinum spear, unleashing 9 spear shadows in quick succession. Each terrifying spear shadow struck true. With the 9 terrifying spear shadows came the demise of 9 black-robed men. This left the remaining 6 black-robed figures terrified, their courage shattered. How could they dare to continue entangling with Yuer? Their assault on the ancient god descendant, Yuer, was for profit, not seeking death. Knowing that Yuer had such terrifying means, they understood that their goal was unattainable this time. If they didn't want to die, they could only flee. These men were decisive, using speed celestial techniques to transform into streaks of light, escaping in 6 different directions. Humph! Yuer snorted, raising her platinum spear, unleashing 6 terrifying spear shadows in quick succession towards the 6 directions. How fast were the spear shadows? The remaining 6 had not escaped far before being struck and dying on the spot. Of course, among them, a few powerful black-robed men did not die completely. If Yuer were to leave now, they might still have a chance to survive. But Yuer clearly had experience in delivering the final blow. She went after each black-robed man, ensuring their souls were extinguished, leaving no possibility of survival, not even a chance for reincarnation. Ha! Yuer let out a long breath, quickly cleaning up the battlefield and leaving the area. Blue Star, Magic City. Jiang Chen watched Yuer's skilled methods and couldn't help but sigh, truly proficient. Clearly, she had encountered many battles during this time. He seemed to have heard Tian Hong say that Yuer used to be very innocent, like a blank sheet of paper. But now, she has learned to strike back. Sigh, ever since Yuer left Ancient God Island, she has faced quite a bit of hardship. At first, she only encountered some rascals. When she first came out of Ancient God Island, she was as innocent as a blank sheet of paper, completely unaware of the secular world. If it weren't for my guidance, she would have definitely suffered a lot. Later, the people and situations Yuer faced became increasingly complex, and the number of those with ulterior motives towards her grew as well. Tian Hong briefly recounted Yuer's experiences. During this time, Jiang Chen nodded. A pure little girl who had lived overseas since childhood, completely ignorant of the secular world, suddenly thrust into it without the guidance of an old hand. Even with her considerable strength, she would likely have faced many difficulties. Uncle Tian, are you talking bad about Yuer again? At that moment, Yuer's voice came through. Her clear and melodious voice interrupted Jiang Chen and Tian Hong's casual chat. They looked over and found that Yuer had already arrived in a town and checked into an inn. In the room, Yuer sat on the edge of the bed, smiling as she watched a video. Her gaze towards Tian Hong was a bit off, indicating she felt offended. Ha ha, no way. Tian Hong chuckled awkwardly. Speaking about someone's past in front of them was indeed a bit inappropriate. Humph. Yuer waved her little fist playfully and said, Uncle Tian, see you in the communication space later. Looking at Yuer's mischievous smile, Tian Hong was speechless. The innocent little girl who was once like a blank sheet of paper had vanished. She was heading towards becoming a little witch. Jiang Chen watched them with a smile, clearly seeing that Tian Hong and Yuer were very familiar and close. After all, she had come from being a pure little white flower to where she was today, thanks to Tian Hong's guidance. After joking for a while, Tian Hong asked, Yuer, where are you now? A place called Fengcheng, Yuer replied. I just picked a random direction and ended up here. It's a good spot to take a break and regroup. As she spoke, her gaze shifted through the two videos to Jiang Chen, who was on Blue Star, and said, Big Brother Jiang, how about I call you that? Sure. Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. Hey, how can that be? This made Tian Hong unhappy. He and Jiang Chen were of the same age, so why should Jiang Chen be called Big Brother while he was uncle? Who told you, Uncle Tian, to look so old? Yuer shot back with a playful jab. Tian Hong felt hurt and didn't want to speak. Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled. Yuer looked at Jiang Chen seriously and said, Big Brother Jiang, thank you for your help. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have been able to escape today. Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled. I'm just glad to help. He didn't mention any conditions. At this point, it was up to Yuer's sense of awareness. If she was aware enough, she would naturally offer to repay Jiang Chen. This was also a test of both parties' character. If someone was narrow-minded and short-sighted, they probably wouldn't be willing to offer something in gratitude to Jiang Chen and might even try to keep the platinum spear for themselves. Clearly, Yuer was not that kind of person. If it were the Yuer who had just left Ancient God Island, she might not have thought of these things if Jiang Chen hadn't brought it up. But after wandering outside for so long, she naturally understood that there is no free lunch in the world. If someone helps you, you definitely have to give something in return. Yuer took out the platinum spear, thought for a moment, and said, Big Brother Jiang, this spear is too powerful. Can I keep it? This was a brand new platinum spear. Yuer had used it 16 times and could still unleash 984 terrifying spear shadows. She wanted to keep this spear as her trump card. Sure, Jiang Chen replied, with a smile. A smile broke out on Yuer's pretty face, and her heart felt relieved as she asked, Big Brother Jiang, what do you need? This was quite clear. Since both parties had the intention to trade, the next step was to discuss the terms. Jiang Chen thought for a moment, scratching his head in distress, and said, I don't know much about your world. Do you have any recommendations? Yuer pondered for a bit, then arranged a barrier formation in the room and with a flourish took out a large pile of items, radiating with treasure light. If it weren't for the formation concealing it, this treasure light would likely have alarmed the entire Feng City. Brother Jiang, these are all my possessions. Feel free to choose, Yuer said, picking up a jade slip. This is the core celestial technique inheritance of my ancient god clan, the ancient god method. Jiang Chen was astonished. How could she take out the core inheritance of her clan? Yuer seemed to sense Jiang Chen's thoughts, smiled slightly, and said, If Brother Jiang were from our world, I definitely wouldn't take out the core inheritance of my clan. Otherwise, even if I am the little princess of the ancient god clan, I would face severe punishment. Brother Jiang, you would also be relentlessly hunted by the ancient god clan. But since you come from another world, there are no such concerns. Besides, I can tell that the cultivation system you practice is somewhat similar to celestial techniques. The inheritance of my ancient god clan that you take, Brother Jiang, will probably just serve as a reference. You definitely won't switch to it, right? Whether it's the celestial technique system or the traditional cultivation system, there is a unique celestial aura about them that cannot be hidden, and she could naturally perceive it. She was also curious about how other systems similar to celestial techniques functioned. If given the chance, she wanted to discuss it with Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, she and Jiang Chen were not close friends and could only rely on Tian Hong to maintain contact. It wasn't the right time to discuss cultivation paths. However, once she became a silver member, perhaps there would be an opportunity. Jiang Chen didn't hide it and nodded, saying, "Yes, this path of mine is called the cultivation system. It's nothing fancy, just aimed at becoming an immortal." Yuer nodded, her beautiful eyes sparkling, clearly intrigued by this cultivation system. After that, she introduced the other treasures one by one. Jiang Chen's gaze lingered briefly on the core inheritance of the ancient god clan before moving away. Just as Yuer said, even if he obtained the celestial technique inheritance, it would only serve as a reference. He definitely wouldn't switch to it. With so many systems in the myriad worlds, he couldn't possibly switch every time he encountered a new system, right? It would only serve as a reference. Since it was just a reference, there was no need to choose that core inheritance. It would be better to select some treasures that would be helpful to him. In the end, he chose 5 spirit pearls, a standard celestial technique inheritance, and some heavenly materials and earthly treasures that would aid in soul cultivation. Each of the 5 spirit pearls corresponded to one of the 5 elemental attributes. At first, Jiang Chen thought they were the legendary 5 spirit pearls, but clearly, he was overthinking it. The treasures he selected were of equal value to the platinum spear. Of course, the value of a weapon like the platinum spear was hard to judge. As long as it was roughly equivalent and both parties were satisfied, that was enough. With the transaction completed, Jiang Chen, Tianhong, and Yuer all relaxed. Before this, they had worried that some interests might lead to unpleasantness, but this outcome was quite good. After the discussions were over, they didn't disperse but instead started chatting casually. Tianhong talked about his recent situation. Now, Tianhong was just one step away from ascending to the supreme position. However, due to his rapid rise, he had already attracted the attention of foreign powers, especially some neighboring dynasties which had become wary of Tianhong. Yuer then shared some interesting anecdotes from her world. She recalled a recent amusing story and laughed. "Uncle Tian, Brother Jiang, in the region I'm in, a genius has recently emerged, rising at an astonishing speed. In less than 2 years, he went from being a waste to becoming a 4th-tier powerhouse." The story Yuer told didn't resonate much with Tianhong. It was just another tale of a useless person gaining fortune and rising. Such stories were far too common in their Shenzhou continent. Every so often, one would appear. Not long ago, he heard that a certain family member within his jurisdiction was being hunted down, fell off a cliff, and found a treasure. A chance encounter created a legend. Such stories are common on the Shenzhou continent. Just find a tea stall and you can hear a storyteller narrate a similar legendary tale. However, as Jiang Chen listened, he felt something was off. He said, "What is that genius's name? Wasn't he rejected by his fiancée when he was still a waste? How does Brother Jiang know?" Yuer was surprised and nodded, saying, "Brother Jiang is right. The news I heard is that he was indeed rejected by his fiancée, unable to bear the humiliation. After being deeply stimulated, he awakened his talent and rose to prominence, and now he is already a 4th-tier powerhouse. By the way, that person is called Shaolin." At this point, she shook her head. Achieving the 4th tier in just 2 years, to be honest, she felt it was too absurd. Consider her, a little princess of the ancient divine clan who has been surrounded by various rare resources since childhood, and she is only at the 4th tier now. But that kid, who was a mere mortal 2 years ago, is about to surpass her in cultivation after just 2 years. Of course, she also didn't break through quickly because she wanted to solidify her foundation. Otherwise, her realm would have soared long ago. She was confident that even if Shaolin's realm was not much different from hers, in terms of strength, he was definitely not her match. The surname Xiao, Jiang. Chen shook his head and said, "In our world, entertainment is developed and various novels are abundant. Many protagonists in novels are originally ordinary, or even waste. But after experiencing a series of cruel blows like losing their family, parents sacrificing themselves, and being rejected, they gain opportunities and rise to prominence. I'm just saying that the Shaolin you mentioned is somewhat similar to some novel plots." Yuer blinked her big eyes. "Novels? Storybooks?" "Something like that," Jiang Chen replied. "Brother Jiang, can I borrow a few to read?" Yuer asked. Jiang Chen looked up at the bookshelf. Since they were in the group office, there weren't many novels. He got up to pull out a few and said, "How about these?" Yuer looked at them and read the titles: Battle Through the Heavens, Proud Sky Dragon Emperor, The Life of a Monster. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "These are all quite popular web novels on our side, each with hundreds of millions of views." Hundreds of millions? Yuer and Tianhong were both surprised. "Yes," Jiang Chen smiled and said, "we have a lot of interesting reading material on Blue Star. If you like, I can give you a few." "What do you need, Brother Jiang?" Yuer asked. Jiang Chen shook his head. "No need, just a few novels." "All right," Yuer nodded in agreement. Just a few books, so there was really no need to be too serious about it. After chatting for a while longer, the three of them ended the video call. Jiang Chen sat in his office, waiting quietly. After a moment, he received a message, and his figure flashed, arriving in the communication space. In the peach blossom forest. Little brother, this is for you from Yuer. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, Tianhong smiled and took out the items. Jiang Chen glanced at it and said, Big brother, see if there's anything you like and take a few. Tianhong shook his head, no need, Yuer has already given me my share. Alright, Jiang Chen said, no longer saying much. As the intermediary, Tianhong would naturally receive some benefits. That benefit would either come from Jiang Chen or Yuer. After collecting the items, Jiang Chen handed over the more than 100 books he had prepared to Tianhong. So many? Tianhong was surprised. Jiang Chen smiled and said, these are all leisure books, just to help you relax a bit. Among these more than 100 books, only a dozen were web novels, the rest were various interesting reads, bizarre and strange. There were those with wild ideas, eerie horror types, and so on. They were all popular books on Blue Star. Alright, Tianhong nodded, putting the books away, and looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. Little brother, I want to ask you something. Jiang Chen shifted his gaze and smiled. Big brother Tian wants to ask about the platinum spear, right? Ha, can't hide it from you, little brother. Tianhong laughed and said, before. Yuer was in a hurry and didn't have time to ask. Old Tian just wanted to know, is there still that long spear? Is there a large quantity? Can it be supplied in bulk? Jiang Chen knew that this old Tian fellow was addicted to being a middleman. The silver light sword and golden axe he traded to Tianhong were probably not only sold to the strange world but might also be in other worlds. However, Jiang Chen certainly didn't care about such matters. Middlemen can do it, and others can naturally do it too. Yes, but it's difficult to manufacture, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. That's good to hear, little brother, wait for my news. Tianhong laughed heartily, completely ignoring Jiang Chen's mention of manufacturing difficulties. After chatting a bit more, the two parted ways. Before they separated, Tianhong said, little brother, after a while, once I break through the imperial city, I will start preparing for the coronation ceremony and I will invite you to witness it. Jiang Chen naturally agreed without hesitation. Shenzhou continent. After parting ways with Jiang Chen, Tianhong hurriedly contacted Yuer. The next moment, he arrived on an island and met Yuer. Yuer, here are the items delivered. This is the book that brother Jiang gave you, Tianhong said with a smile, as he handed a large stack of books to Yuer. Thank you, Uncle Tian. Here, you take this. Yuer smiled as she accepted the books and gave Tianhong the promised reward. Tianhong was not polite and accepted it. After chatting a bit more, they parted ways. In the Xianling world, Feng City. In the inn, Yuer took out the books from the Blue Star. Looking at the beautifully covered books, her pretty face showed curiosity. What Jiang Chen didn't know was that she particularly loved collecting books from other worlds, because that way she could see more of the wonders of other worlds. She casually picked up a novel that Jiang Chen mentioned and started reading. With the club's support, the text on the book was automatically translated into the language of her world. She really liked this feature. Such straightforward writing, Yuer commented after flipping through a few pages. Although her critique was blunt, she unknowingly got absorbed in it. The more she read, the worse her expression became. Because the protagonist in this book had a trajectory of rise that was too similar to that of Shaolin. Both came from small families, both were useless, both had parents who sacrificed themselves, both had a younger sister, both were bullied since childhood, both were rejected in marriage, and both made a 3-year agreement with their fiancés, experiencing endless romantic encounters. Could it be that Shaolin also has a soul master? Seeing the reason for the protagonist's rise in the novel, Yuer fell into deep thought. After a moment, she squinted her eyes. In the Xianling world, Feng City Inn. In her room, Yuer flipped through the book while pondering. Speaking of which, she had met Shaolin once. To be precise, she had seen from a distance when Shaolin was being chased. She clearly remembered that at that time, Shaolin was on the verge of death. But at the critical moment, a terrifying power suddenly surged within him, turning the tables on his enemies. Back then, she was far away and couldn't sense clearly, thinking that the other party must have some hidden cards. After all, being able to become a 4th-tier powerhouse at such a young age surely came with many adventures, and having some life-saving cards wouldn't be surprising. Now it seemed it might be a soul-body possession. As a little princess of the ancient god clan, she naturally understood such matters. Moreover, she also had a powerful soul body protecting her. That was a predecessor from her ancient god clan. Although he had perished, his remnant soul still existed. Usually, the remnant soul of her predecessor slept and nourished in her sea of consciousness. It would only awaken in times of crisis. TSK. So, that Shaolin is still a protagonist? Yuer shook her head, having no particular thoughts for the time being. Her mind was quick and she soon analyzed from the characteristics of the protagonist. The so-called protagonist was merely a tilt of fortune. Whenever there was a great trend in the world, the heavens would tilt the fortune and create a child of destiny. Such occurrences had not been rare in the Xianling world, but actually, this world was created by the ancestors of her ancient god clan. When it comes to fortune and prosperity, who in this world can compare to the ancient god clan? Who can compare to her, the little princess of the ancient god clan? In fact, if she were to kill Shaolin, she would also gain some fortune. After all, he is a child of fortune, and he carries quite a bit of it. If it were someone else, killing Shaolin might result in a backlash of fortune. But who is she? The little princess of the ancient god clan, a descendant of the bloodline of the creator of this realm. Killing a child of fortune would not only avoid backlash but would also bring her a massive amount of fortune. Historically, there have been instances within her clan where some disciples hunted down children of fortune for their own gain. However, as it stands, Shaolin does not know her, and there is no connection between them. Killing someone purely for fortune seems a bit inappropriate. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Yuer frowned. Guest, there is a young man named Shaolin outside who claims to be your friend and wishes to meet you, came the voice of the innkeeper. Yuer? Blue Star, Magic City. Purple Gold Bay, Jiang Group Building. Jiang Chen had no idea that by simply sending Yuer some entertainment books he had sparked so many thoughts in her mind. He was currently toying with the 5 spirit pearls he had received from Yuer. 5 attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Jiang Chen was contemplating how to utilize these 5 spirit pearls. Absorbing the 5 elemental energies within? That was certainly possible. His magical power belonged to the primordial unity capable of transforming and accommodating any attribute. If he could integrate the 5 elements, yin and yang, time and space, and soul attributes, the image was something he dared not imagine. But it didn't seem impossible. The magical power cultivated from the primordial unity technique was quite special. It had no specific attribute yet could transform and accommodate any attribute. If he could fuse in some powerful attributes, perhaps he could go even further. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chen decided to have a chat with Jiang Hong. Thinking of it, he reached out to contact Jiang Hong. However, it seemed there was something going on that end, and he couldn't get through. Jiang Chen could only wait a bit longer. Speaking of the 5 spirit pearls, Jiang Chen picked up the jade slip of the Immortal Technique Inheritance to take a look. This set of Immortal Technique Inheritance was not too advanced for Yuer, but it was not weak either, and the inheritance was quite complete, allowing direct cultivation up to the 9th level. The Immortal Technique system was similar to the cultivation system, with the 9th level corresponding to the tribulation period in cultivation. Breaking through the 9th level would allow one to become an immortal. How should one put it? This was also a path to immortality. If Jiang Chen had not first encountered the cultivation system, he would probably have chosen this Immortal Technique system. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the office door was knocked on, and his daughter Jiang Xinan pushed the door open. Dad, it's time to get off work. Jiang Xinan said with a smile. It was the first time in months that her father had spent an entire day at the company. Although he hadn't done anything that day and had just stayed in the office, it was still an improvement compared to staying at home. Alright, let's get off work. Jiang Chen stood up. Dad, what's this? Jiang Xinan asked upon seeing the jade slip in her father's hand. A cultivation technique. Jiang Chen shook his head and put away the jade slip. Seeing this, Jiang Xinan didn't ask further and took her father's arm as they left the Jiang Group building. That evening, after returning home and having dinner, Jiang Chen, along with his daughter and Jiang Shaoqi, went to a large multifunctional room in the manor and opened the portal. Last night, Jiang Chen had opened the portal and discovered a new planet. Unfortunately, this time luck was not on his side. Unlike Rui Xing, it was not a primitive civilization but rather a transcendent civilization that had developed technology. The only good news was that it was a world torn apart by warlords, constantly embroiled in battles of various scales. In simple terms, it was a chaotic era. A chaotic era was actually suitable for Jiang Chen and his group of aliens to develop. As the portal opened, the 100 bionic beings sent out last night began to report back one after another. A series of data about the Qian Emperor star appeared on the large screen in the multifunctional room. Boss, this is the world map of Qian Emperor star. Jiang Shaoqi pulled up a map and said. Jiang Chen responded with a hum, looking at the map. A continent measuring 170 million square kilometers was roughly divided into 2 parts. The eastern part, which was slightly larger, was occupied by humans who thrived there, while the western part was inhabited by fierce beast tribes. This map was very detailed, showing even small human towns, a street, a river, and a small hill. It was obtained with great effort by the bionic beings sent to Chen D Star. In fact, Chen D Star had already entered the information age, and world maps could easily be found online with a simple search. However, The maps online were only rough outlines and lacked detail. Dad, we are at this location, right? From the map, we aren't far from the border of Bianzhou. The nearest Qinzhou is only a little over 100 miles away from us, Jiang Xinan observed carefully. Xiaoqi, pull up the information on Qinzhou, Jiang Chen said. Jiang Xiaoqi nodded, and a document appeared on the large screen. Jiang Chen silently looked at it. Like Bianzhou, Qinzhou was also located on the human border. But unlike Bianzhou, Qinzhou had a natural barrier, a magnificent mountain range that spanned the border between Qinzhou and the fierce beasts. Therefore, Qinzhou was rarely attacked by fierce beasts and developed much more prosperously than Bianzhou. After reviewing the information on Qinzhou, Jiang Chen pulled up the maps of Bianzhou and Qinzhou to study them. Zijinbei Manor, multifunctional room. Dad, are we heading to Qinzhou next? Seeing her father studying the map of Qinzhou, Jiang Xinan asked. Yes. Let's go to Qinzhou. It's relatively stable there and the control isn't strict, making it suitable for us to settle temporarily, Jiang Chen replied. Jiang Xinan responded with an "oh," looking at the map, also feeling that Qinzhou was a good choice. After a moment, Jiang Chen made a decision and turned to Jiang Xiaoqi, saying, Xiaoqi, notify Jiang Yi to prepare. I will go to Chen D-Star with me. Have him select 100 soldiers to follow and bring all the weapons. Jiang Xiaoqi acknowledged and relayed the order to Jiang Yi. Soon, Jiang Yi arrived outside the multifunctional room with 100 soldiers. Dad, I want to go with you, Jiang Xinan said. Jiang Chen waved his hand, no need. Oh, Jiang Xinan replied, lowering her head. Jiang Chen laughed heartily, ruffling his daughter's hair, then equipped himself with the necessary gear and, along with Jiang Yi and Jiang Xiaoqi, passed through the portal to arrive at Chen D-Star. Chen D-Star, Bianzhou. In that same building. At this moment, the evening was settling in on Chen D-Star's Bianzhou, the sky darkening, just right for action. Soldiers, under Jiang Yi's arrangement, passed through the portal and quickly concealed themselves around the small building. With everything prepared, Jiang Chen closed the portal and stepped out of the small building with Jiang Yi and Jiang Xiaoqi. Outside, Jiang Chen looked up at the sky. The sky of Chen D-Star was no different from that of Blue Star, both featuring a star and a satellite. Let's go to Qinzhou, Jiang Chen said, walking towards the main road. Jiang Yi and Jiang Xiaoqi, along with a soldier, followed closely behind Jiang Chen. As for the other 99 soldiers, after some disguising, they spread out around Jiang Chen, centered on him. In case of any incidents, they could provide timely support. This way, they could avoid drawing the attention of the locals. After all, having 100 people around would be too conspicuous. Boss, get in the car. Upon reaching the main road, a rugged vehicle was waiting. This was the transportation prepared in advance by the bionic beings for the advance team. Jiang Chen nodded and sat in the back seat of the vehicle with Jiang Xiaoqi. The vehicle started and headed towards Qinzhou. In the car, Jiang Chen looked out the window. The vehicle drove out of the city ruins and the view opened up. On both sides of the road were vast farmlands, which was quite similar to Blue Star. However, the crops grown on Chen D-Star were somewhat different from those on Blue Star. The bionic beings under Jiang Chen had already collected some samples for research, so he didn't have to worry about that. Boss, there's a town ahead. Should we bypass it or go through the town center? Jiang Yi, in the passenger seat, turned to ask. Jiang Chen glanced at the ordinary small town. Here, it's worth mentioning the architectural style on Xian Emperor Star. It's also reinforced concrete, but the buildings here, how should I put it? In short, they are quite simple, with sharp angles, lacking any flashy designs, focusing instead on sturdiness. For example, a building on Blue Star, they use tiles and glass curtain walls, but here on Xian Emperor Star, at least in Bianzhou, they never do that. Let's go around, Jiang Chen said. For now, he didn't want to interact with the locals. It wasn't that he was afraid of trouble, even if the warlord Liamo from Bianzhou came in a mech, he would still have to kneel before them. The warlord Liamo was merely a third-tier blood warrior. Even in a mech, he could barely compare to a fourth-tier warrior. A single shot could easily take care of him. However, at the moment, Jiang Chen and his group hadn't settled in yet and didn't want to attract attention. Otherwise, taking down Liamo and seizing Bianzhou wouldn't be impossible. Understood, Jiang Yi replied, steering around the town and continuing forward. With nothing to do, Jiang Chen turned to Jiang Xiaoqi beside him and smiled. Xiaoqi, teach me the language of Qian Emperor Star. The human civilization on Qian Emperor Star naturally has its own culture, writing, and language. To develop here, learning the local language and writing is essential. Fortunately, Qian Emperor Star isn't like Blue Star, which has thousands of languages. There are only dozens of mainstream languages here. On Qian Emperor Star, there is only one universal language and writing system. Of course, there are some niche languages and scripts, but they are regional. Only by mastering the universal language and writing can one move freely within the human territories of Qian Emperor Star. Jiang Xiaoqi blinked at his words. As an apprentice deity with the authority of intelligent machinery and information, she had quickly mastered the language and writing of Qian Emperor Star shortly after arriving. Okay, Jiang Shaoqi replied, extending her fair little hand to grasp Jiang Chen's hand, transmitting a stream of information to him. Feeling the softness in his hand, Jiang Chen closed his eyes, receiving the information. This was the language and writing of Qian Emperor Star. With his powerful soul force, he quickly grasped all the information. The journey went smoothly and they arrived in Qinzhou. Upon reaching Qinzhou, Jiang Chen immediately noticed the differences. First, the common people, the faces of the Bianzhou citizens showed signs of numbness. It's understandable, considering Bianzhou, especially the cities near the border, frequently faced beast attacks every few days. Living in such a terrifying environment for a long time, how could they not be numb? Additionally, in Bianzhou, one would often see ruins. But in Qinzhou, such occurrences were less frequent. As the vehicle drove deeper into Qinzhou, even the roads became much smoother, no longer bumpy like in Bianzhou. By late at night, Jiang Chen and his group finally arrived at the central city of Qinzhou, Qinzhou City. The wide asphalt roads, tall buildings, and speeding cars, this scene felt like returning to Blue Star. Upon entering Qinzhou City, Jiang Chen and his group temporarily settled in a small courtyard. The yard was very small, only a few dozen square meters, with 3 bungalows. There was no other choice, mainly, the time was too short. From last night until now, it had only been a little over a day. It was already quite good to arrange such a place in Qinzhou City. Moreover, even the small courtyard was obtained through some unsavory means, hastily arranged. After settling in the courtyard and observing the surroundings, the 100 soldiers Jiang Chen brought were hidden around the yard to prevent outsiders from intruding. Jiang Chen walked into one of the bungalows, opened a door, and returned to Blue Star with Jiang Shaoqi and Jiang Yi. Blue Star, Magic City. It was already the early hours of the morning. Dad, after a long night of travel, why don't you have a cup of tea and rest for a bit? Seeing his father return, Jiang Xinan breathed a sigh of relief and poured a cup of tea for him. Jiang Chen picked up the teacup and took a sip, saying, for now, we've settled in Qinzhou, next, we just need to develop slowly. In that case, Shaoqi, we need to quickly establish our identities. He hasn't forgotten that they were all undocumented on Qian Emperor Star. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to arrange for a decent-sized house. Understood, Jiang Shaoqi nodded. Next is the currency, Jiang Chen said. Jiang Chen knew that no matter what world it was, without money, nothing would work. As long as there is money, one can live well anywhere. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shaoqi took out a document and said, Boss, the currency system on Qian Emperor Star is quite complex. Even some powerful warlords issue their own currency. This has led to a chaotic currency system on Qian Emperor Star. The currencies issued by the major warlords are only circulated within their own territories. Once you leave your territory, they become useless, which is tough for those merchants. There's no other way, merchants simply settle transactions directly in gold. At first, gold settlement only circulated within merchant circles. Later, someone minted gold into coins. Due to their exquisite craftsmanship and strong purchasing power, they gained people's trust, allowing the coins to circulate widely. 30 years ago, major human merchant associations, bankers, and other capital forces united to allow gold coins to circulate in human society. We can forge a batch of gold coins ourselves and use them on Qian Emperor Star. It doesn't matter who minted the coins. As long as the coin design is uniform and the purity is sufficient, they can be used. Regarding the purity and weight of the coins, the Qian Emperor Star Banking Alliance has a strict set of testing standards. No one can pass off inferior goods as quality. Boss, this is the Qian Emperor Star Gold Coin, referred to by the natives as Qian D Coin. At the end, Jiang Shaoqi took out a few gold coins. Jiang Chen took a glance at the coins, which had a diameter of 30 millimeters. Weighing them in his hand, they seemed to be about 10 grams. The front of the coin bore a profile of a face, while the back depicted a landscape. Jiang Chen guessed that the profile might be that of the Qian Emperor who once unified humanity. The landscape on the back resembled a condensed map of the 800 states of humanity. Can we forge them? Jiang Chen asked. Of course, Jiang Shaoqi replied. In some aspects, Blue Star technology is not as advanced as Qian Emperor Star, like mechs, but in other areas, it is not far behind. Then let's forge a batch, Jiang Chen said. He had stored quite a bit of gold, and now that Wu Yang's side had less demand for gold, he could use some of it to make golden axes. He also had a large amount of gold and was worried about not having a place to use it. It was just right to mint these gold into coins for procurement on Qian Emperor Star. There were plenty of good things on Qian Emperor Star. With the matters of identity and currency settled, Jiang Chen didn't need to worry about other details. Jiang Shaoqi and the others would arrange everything properly. Jiang Sinan picked up a gold coin and played with it. After seeing her father finish talking with Jiang Shaoqi, she asked, Shaoqi, are the warlords willing to promote the gold coins together with the bankers? After all, with gold coins that could circulate worldwide, who would still use the currencies issued by the major warlords? At first, some warlords naturally tried to stop it. Some ambitious warlords even wanted their currency to become the only currency for humanity. But when gold coins appeared, they were naturally dissatisfied. However, later on, as the trend developed, the major warlords had no choice but to acquiesce. Of course, there might also be some other agreements involved, which we haven't found out yet, Jiang Shaoqi said. Jiang Xinan nodded. It was actually normal for gold coins to circulate among all of humanity. After all, these were gold coins, pure gold, not paper money printed by some faction. In terms of stability, no currency could compare to it. Shaoqi, is there only this type of gold coin? She weighed the coin, which was 10 grams. In Blue Star, according to the current gold price, one gold coin is roughly equivalent to 3,800 yuan. This is not something an ordinary person can afford. There is only this type of gold coin. Jiang Shaoqi understood Jiang Xinan's meaning and said, ordinary people use the currency issued by warlords for daily small transactions. Only for large transactions would they use gold coins. Jiang Xinan nodded. That was indeed the case, otherwise, the currency issued by the warlords would truly become worthless paper. Xinan, let's go back and rest. Jiang Chen glanced at the time. It was already 2 or 3 in the morning on December 2nd. Oh. Jiang Xinan responded with a yawn and followed him back to the residence. The next day, December 2nd. After his daughter went to the company in the morning, Jiang Chen finally received a message from Jiang Hong. Your friend Jiang Hong has sent you a video request. Do you accept? Seeing the video from Jiang Hong, Jiang Chen did not hesitate. Accept. The next moment, the video window popped up and Jiang Hong's figure appeared. Dao friend. Jiang Hong cupped his hands in greeting. Jiang Chen returned the gesture and smiled. Brother Jiang, what brings you here? Jiang Hong sat cross-legged and smiled as he looked at the video. I went to the club yesterday for our monthly gathering and encountered some matters that delayed me. I just returned now. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered with anticipation, knowing that becoming a silver member would allow him to enter the real club. He was curious about what the club gatherings were like. Unfortunately, due to club rules, Jiang Hong couldn't say too much. He could only hint at a few things to give Jiang Chen a general idea. Dao friend, is there something on your mind? Jiang Hong asked. Jiang Chen took out the 5 elements spirit pearl and shared his thoughts. Your thinking is indeed sharp, Jiang Hong said, somewhat surprised. He then sighed. To be honest, I just learned about this method. It was pointed out to me by a senior. I originally intended to share this method with you to enhance your foundation and strength, but I didn't expect you to comprehend it first. This method is feasible, and as more attributes are integrated, the laws will become more complete, even evolving into a world of its own. However, not every attribute can be integrated. Let's meet in the exchange space. I will pass on the relevant inheritance to you. Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect this unexpected gain, and he naturally agreed immediately. With a flash, Jiang Chen arrived in the exchange space. Jiang Hong also did not hesitate and passed the inheritance to Jiang Chen. Just as Jiang Chen was about to chat with Jiang Hong said, let's continue our conversation via video. My Dao partner is here, and it's inconvenient to disappear for too long. Alright. Jiang Chen could only nod and return to reality. Through the video, Jiang Chen and Jiang Hong exchanged insights on their cultivation, especially regarding the integration of magical power and attributes. They each had their own understanding, and after a round of discussion, both sides gained significant insights. Brother Jiang Hong. At that moment, a female voice came from the video. Jiang Chen snapped out of his contemplations and looked over. He saw a charming woman in a blue dress walking up to Jiang Hong, massaging his shoulders and smiling gently. Brother Jiang Hong, let's go out for a stroll. Jiang Chen guessed that this must be Jiang Hong's Dao partner, Xia Yuer. Jiang Hong smiled gently. Okay, Yuer, you wait a moment, I'll tidy up and come out. Xia Yuer looked a bit puzzled, wondering what there was to tidy up. In the world of cultivation, on the Tianqing continent, in a certain cave dwelling, Xia Yuer couldn't see the video screen and was unaware that there was a third person watching her. She said nothing, nodded, and walked out of the cave dwelling. Dao friend, let's end our conversation here for today, Jiang Hong said, looking at the video. Jiang Chen nodded. Alright. The two cupped their hands in farewell and turned off the video. After ending the video, Jiang Chen opened a portal and arrived at Ruixingjiang City, entering the cultivation chamber. He took out the 5 elements spirit pearl and attempted to mobilize the elemental energy within the pearl, merging it with his magical power. Watching as strands of elemental energy were extracted and absorbed by his magical power, a smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. It seemed that success was imminent. But unexpectedly, An accident was about to occur. As the magical power fused with the 5 elements attributes and returned to his Dantian, those attributes began to merge with his Dantian. This change left Jiang Chen stunned, and he quickly checked himself. After discovering that there were no adverse changes, he breathed a sigh of relief. He checked the inheritance that Zhang Hong had given him, only to find that there were no relevant records within it. There was nothing he could do but observe the changes in his Dantian for now. He noticed that, as the 5 elemental attributes merged, his Dantian, how should he put it, had improved in quality. If he were to metaphorically compare the Dantian to a world, then his world had become more complete, and the walls of that world had grown thicker. Specifically, he couldn't quite describe it, but an instinctive feeling told him that this was a good thing. In the cultivation world, there is a saying about a wasted Dantian: if a cultivator's Dantian is shattered, that cultivator is considered ruined unless they can find rare heavenly materials to reshape their Dantian. However, Jiang Chen had a gut feeling that even a golden core cultivator one major realm above him would likely be unable to break his Dantian. This was one of the benefits of the Dantian merging with the 5 elemental attributes. As for whether the improvement in Dantian quality would increase the difficulty of his cultivation breakthroughs, after all, each time he broke through, his Dantian had to expand. If the quality of the Dantian was too high, would the difficulty of expansion increase significantly? Jiang Chen was a bit worried, but after some research, he relaxed. The improvement in Dantian quality would not affect his cultivation breakthroughs, because as the quality of the Dantian improved, the quality of his mana also increased. This enhancement was a holistic improvement, not a singular one, so his worries were unfounded. It was merely that he would need more resources for cultivation in the future. Ironically, what Jiang Chen lacked the least was resources. The incredibly precious 10,000-year spirit marrow in the cultivation world could be used as a daily cultivation resource, so one could imagine. Next, Zhang Ran entered a state of cultivation, extracting all the elemental attributes from the 5-element spirit pearl and merging them with his Dantian. Unknowingly, a day passed. With a few cracking sounds, the 5-element spirit pearl in front of Jiang Chen shattered. He opened his eyes and looked at the broken 5-element spirit pearl, sighing with a sense of unfulfilled longing. Shaking his head, he closed his eyes again to observe his Dantian. He could feel that his Dantian now contained the sharpness of metal, the vitality of wood, the flexibility of water, the scorching explosiveness of fire, and the heaviness of earth. Feeling the interdependent and opposing 5 elemental attributes within his Dantian, Jiang Chen focused his thoughts and condensed a 5-colored light sphere in his hand. This was formed from pure elemental power. In the following days, Jiang Chen spent his time in closed-door cultivation. Time flew by, and it was now December 10th. That afternoon, Jiang Chen was practicing in the Ruweixing. After the Dantian merged with the 5 elemental attributes, Jiang Chen entered a wonderful state. He didn't want to waste that state, so he devoted himself entirely to cultivation. After several days of practice, his cultivation successfully broke through to the late foundation establishment stage. With a vast supply of resources, his Dantian and mana surged dramatically. Now, he was already a peak cultivator in the late foundation establishment stage. The next step was to prepare for condensing the golden core. Oh! While cultivating, Jiang Chen sensed something. He opened his eyes, pulled up the club friend panel, and found that his new friend Ina had contacted him. The one from the little world. Thumbelina. Jiang Chen replied, agreeing to meet in the communication space later. He glanced at the time. It was already around 6 or 7 in the evening. He stood up and cast a cleansing spell on himself to wash away the dirt. After tidying up, he opened a portal and returned to Blue Star. Dad, you're back. Did you finish your closed-door cultivation? Jiang Xinan, who was watching TV, looked surprised to see her father. For the past few days, he had been in closed-door cultivation in Ruweixing. This was the first time since he began cultivating that he had closed himself off for so long. Or rather, it was the first time he had closed himself off at all, and she was a bit worried. Jiang Chen ruffled his daughter's hair and smiled. Yes, it's over. As my realm increases, this kind of closed-door cultivation will become the norm, so there's no need to worry. Jiang Xinan nodded. She had also read some cultivation novels. In those novels, some high-realm cultivators would often go into seclusion for years or even decades. There are also some cultivators who can meditate for hundreds of years. These are still mortal cultivators. If one becomes an immortal, a retreat could last even longer, sometimes thousands of years. Every time she thinks of this, she feels a wave of emotion. This is cultivation. The more one cultivates, the less valuable time becomes. Alright, I have some things to attend to. Let's have dinner together later. Jiang Chen smiled and went upstairs to his room. Watching his father's figure fade away, Jiang Xinan headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner with Xiao Qi. She wanted to prepare a grand meal to celebrate her father's retreat coming to an end. Back in his room, Jiang Chen connected with the club. His figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. In the communication space there was a vast plain. Jiang Chen's figure appeared, looking down at his feet. With astonishing eyesight he quickly spotted Xiao Yina not far below him. "Big brother, please make me bigger," Xiao Yina said helplessly. With this height difference, communicating was really quite a hassle. Fortunately, this big brother had a treasure that could make her grow. Jiang Chen smiled, took out a size-changing flashlight, and transformed Xiao Yina from a thumb-sized girl into a beautiful girl standing at 1 meter 60. Seeing herself at the same height as her big brother, Xiao Yina laughed. This kind of equal communication was truly wonderful. It would be great if she could trade for that flashlight. However, she also knew that she currently had no equivalent treasures to offer, so she had to give up for now. "Big brother, this is fruit wine brewed from your spiritual fruits," Xiao Yina said, taking out 10 wine gourds. Jiang Chen curiously took one, opened it, and a rich aroma of wine wafted out, making him take a deep breath. He poured a glass and took a sip, his eyes lighting up. Not to mention the taste, this wine also had special effects. It could activate his magical power and enhance its purity. In the communication space, Jiang Chen set up a square table and 2 chairs, sitting opposite Xiao Yina. Holding the wine glass, Jiang Chen pondered. The last time he drank the fruit wine that Yina gave him, his magical power underwent a transformation, becoming more active and benefiting him greatly. At that time, he thought the fruit wine was a specialty of Yina's world, made from particularly special fruits. But now, the wine brewed from the spiritual fruits he provided had the same effects and even stronger. This indicated that the effectiveness of the wine was not due to the materials but rather the brewing technique. "Xiao Yina, is this fruit wine brewed from the spiritual fruits I provided? Were there any other materials added?" Jiang Chen asked. Xiao Yina shook her head. "No, it was brewed only from the fruits you gave me, big brother." Jiang Chen nodded. Xiao Yina continued, "Big brother, I suggest we cellar these fruit wines for a while. The taste and effects will be even better." Jiang Chen nodded and asked, "Did you save some?" "I saved some," Xiao Yina replied honestly. Jiang Chen nodded. Since she had put in the effort, it was only natural for her to keep some as a reward. However, based on the spiritual fruits he had given, Yina probably didn't save much. "Big brother, do you think I can maintain this size for a long time? Can I make my people as tall as I am now?" Yina suddenly asked. Jiang Chen was taken aback and fell into thought. After a moment, he shook his head and said, "Of course, but I wouldn't recommend doing that, as it might have adverse effects." Yina sighed and nodded. She had matched so many worlds and had gained some insight. She naturally understood that doing so would somewhat go against the natural order. The essence of their race was that their bodies were of that size. If they forcibly enlarged their bodies, it might not be a problem for 1 or 2, but directly changing an entire race would be equivalent to defying the natural order with unpredictable consequences. So, it was better not to meddle. A small body can also achieve great things. Just like her, despite her small stature, her strength was not weak. After chatting with Yina for a while, the two bid farewell before leaving. Jiang Chen and Yina reached a long-term agreement, entrusting Yina to brew spiritual wine. With a rich aura on his original planet, Jiang Chen possessed various spiritual fruits. To be honest, dealing with these spiritual fruits was somewhat challenging. They could either be used for alchemy or for brewing wine. However, these consumptions were hardly worth mentioning compared to the output. Now, some of the better-tasting spiritual fruits had become the everyday fruits in Jiang Chen's home. Only the high-grade spiritual fruits were kept as treasures. Thinking of alchemy, Jiang Chen fell into contemplation. The current elixirs were either refined by him and his daughter or entrusted to Jiang Hong for refinement, which was a bit of a hassle. With this thought, he sighed. Initially, the soldiers eliminated from the barracks were all assigned to martial cultivation, which was somewhat of a mistake. A batch should have been assigned to cultivate the path of immortality, which would allow for the training of alchemists, weapon refiners, talisman makers, and formation masters as side professions in cultivation. With a thought, Jiang Chen left the room and went downstairs. In the living room on the first floor, his daughter and Xiao Qi had already prepared dinner. Seeing her father come down, Jiang Xinan called out, "Dad, dinner is ready." Jiang Chen responded and habitually went to the bathroom. While washing his hands, he asked, "Xiao Qi, are Jiang, you and Jiang Jin at Ruixing?" Xiao Qi replied, "Yes." "In that case, you go to Ruixing and instruct Jiang Yu and the others to select a batch of postnatal warriors to return to Lanxing. Let's tentatively say 60 people. It doesn't matter how high their cultivation is, as long as their comprehension is good enough." As he spoke, Jiang Chen walked out of the bathroom and opened the portal. Seeing this, Xiao Qi stepped into the portal. Jiang Xinan looked on with curiosity, not knowing what her father was up to. Jiang Chen wiped his hands and took a seat at the dining table. The dinner was quite lavish, with 8 dishes and a soup. The father and daughter didn't start eating, silently waiting Not long after, Xiaoqi returned and said, "Boss, it's all arranged." Jiang Chen nodded. "Alright, let's eat." Xiaoqi nodded and sat down at the dining table. Jiang Chen picked up his chopsticks, took a bite of a dish, and casually asked, "Xiaoqi, Sinan, has anything happened during this time?" He had been in seclusion for days, oblivious to the outside world. Now that he was out, it was time to catch up on current events. Jiang Sinan said, "Nothing major for now, but after the launch of Zhu Rong No. 2, there have been some undercurrents internationally. Those foreign tycoons might stir up some trouble. But I've arranged everything, so it shouldn't be a big issue." Jiang Chen nodded and looked at Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi said, "Boss, the identity issue for Qiandi Xing has been resolved. You, the young lady, and us are now legal citizens of Qiandi Xing. No matter where we go, there won't be any problems." Jiang Chen nodded. "Good. It went smoothly during this period?" Xiaoqi nodded. "Quite smoothly. Although the warlords in various regions are very strict with population control. After all, it's an era of warlord chaos and there are daily incidents of families being torn apart. The identities I've arranged for you and the young lady are those of a family member affected by the war." After listening to Xiaoqi's account, Jiang Chen was fairly satisfied. This identity was quite good. Being a family member was definitely easier to navigate than a civilian identity. "Dad, when are we going to Qiandi Xing?" Jiang Sinan asked eagerly. Jiang Chen smiled. "No rush, let's wait until everything is settled here on Lanxing." Jiang Sinan responded with an "oh," her expression filled with anticipation. After dinner, Jiang Chen took his daughter and Xiaoqi to the martial training ground. He opened the portal and Jiang Yu and the others, who were prepared on Ruixing's side, returned to Lanxing with 60 martial camp warriors. "Boss, a total of 60 people have arrived, all of whom have outstanding comprehension," Jiang Yu reported as she stepped forward. Good," Jiang Chen said, looking at the neatly lined up 60 warriors, smiling and nodding. The total number of warriors in the camp had now reached 307, with a large number of masters and innate experts. The first 3 to advance to the master realm, Jiang Yu, and Jiang Jin, had now even broken through to the Grand Master realm. Grand Masters, in terms of strength, were comparable to those in the Golden Core stage. Jiang Chen's idea was to select a group of postnatal warriors and transition them to the path of immortality. Postnatal warriors are at the body refinement stage, which is quite similar to the body refinement period in cultivation, focusing primarily on tempering flesh, blood, and bones. The breathing techniques may differ slightly, but it's not a significant issue. Indeed, pass down the techniques and arrange for them to step onto the immortal path, Jiang Chen said as he took out the basic breathing method. To refine pills, forge weapons, create talismans, and set up formations, one must break through to the qi refining stage, open the dantian, and cultivate spiritual power. "Sinan, if you have time, be their teacher and guide them onto the immortal path," Jiang Chen said, looking at his daughter. Jiang Sinan was already a late-stage qi refining cultivator, more than capable of being a cultivation teacher. At the Zijinbei Manor, in the martial camp training ground. "All right." Hearing her father's suggestion, Jiang Sinan felt a bit excited and readily agreed. Being a teacher, especially a cultivation teacher, this was an experience she had never had before. Looking at the 60 resolute-faced warriors in front of her, she was curious about how her father had trained these subordinates. Judging by their auras, the weakest among the 60 had at least the first or second layer of postnatal strength, while the strongest had already reached the 8th or 9th layer. "Starting today, let's establish a sect." Jiang Chen paused and said, "Let's call it Immortal Gate. These 60 will be the first batch of disciples of the Immortal Gate." The 3 grandmasters, Jiang Yu, Jiang Jin, and Jiang Yu, were momentarily taken aback. To suddenly take away 60 people was somewhat damaging for the martial camp. To be honest, it was a bit hurtful. After all, the martial camp only had a little over 300 people in total. Of course, as loyal subordinates, they would not oppose it and nodded in agreement. "Boss, will the personnel selected from the military camp in the future join the Immortal Gate or the martial camp?" Jiang Yu stepped forward to ask. In the past, those eliminated from the military camp automatically joined the martial camp. Now that there was an Immortal Gate, the situation was different. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, "Let's assign one person to the Immortal Gate each day." The Immortal Gate was positioned as a secondary profession in cultivation, so it didn't require too many people. Initially assigning 60 people was also because there were too many resources from Ruixing, and having fewer people would not be enough. In the future, assigning one person to the Immortal Gate daily would eventually lead to a considerable number. Understood. Jiang Yu, Jiang Jin, and Jiang Yu nodded in acknowledgement and did not ask further. Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Xiaoqi. "As for the Immortal Gate's residents, let's allocate a piece of land for them in the manor. Also, arrange a camp for them on the Ruixing side, and later set up a gathering spirit formation to accelerate their cultivation." "Okay, boss." Zhang Shaoqi nodded in agreement. Zhang Chen responded with an and left with his daughter and Shaoqi. Dad, why did you suddenly think of cultivating immortal talents? Did something happen? Zhang Xinan asked curiously as they walked along a pebble path. Zhang Shaoqi beside her also turned her head to look at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen smiled and said, I plan to cultivate a group of secondary profession talents in cultivation, such as pill refining, weapon forging, and talisman making. With so many resources developed on Ruweixing, they must be utilized. Spiritual fruits and the like can be consumed directly, but some hard to swallow. Spiritual herbs need to be refined into pills. And some materials for forging, like gunmetal, coal iron, and 10,000-year ice essence, also need to be refined into magical treasures to be effective. Zhang Xinan understood. Indeed, they had previously underutilized the various materials on Ruweixing. The main issue was the lack of talent. Many materials could only be piled up in the storeroom. However, Dad, the martial camps people have good qualifications for martial arts, but can they succeed in cultivation? She frowned, worried about how many of those 60 would embark on the immortal path. Zhang Chen said, I have considered this. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xinan did not ask further. Back at the villa, after chatting with his daughter for a while, Zhang Chen went to the kitchen to prepare a few dishes before heading upstairs. Arriving in his room, Zhang Chen took a shower, changed into loose clothing, and contacted the club to reach out to Dai Shui Air. Speaking of Dai Shui Air, it had been a while since they last communicated. The last time we were in contact was at the beginning of November, and now it's almost mid-December. Dai Shui Air replied quickly, and Zhang Chen's figure flickered, disappearing from the spot. In the communication space, on the rooftop, Zhang Chen met Dai Shuier, whom he hadn't seen for several days. Today, Dai Shuier was dressed very casually. Her long black hair was tied in a ponytail. She wore a simple t-shirt on top, three-quarter pants on the bottom, and a pair of flip-flops. A very simple outfit. Uncle, long time no see. Upon seeing Zhang Chen, Dai Shuier waved her little hand happily. Girl, long time no see. Congratulations on advancing to the Master Realm, Zhang Chen said, sensing the aura emanating from Dai Shuier. Hee, uncle, your perception is so sharp, Dai Shuier said with a smile. Uncle, it must be evening over there, right? What made you think of contacting me at this time? Zhang Chen smiled and said, I want to trade for a batch of gene enhancement potions. Dai Shuier nodded, sure, intermediate or beginner? How many do you need? Zhang Chen replied, beginner, let's start with 1,000. How many intermediate ones can you get? Dai Shuier was surprised, so many? Then she nodded and said, 1,000. Beginner gene enhancement potions is no problem, but for intermediate ones, I can get a maximum of 10. The control over that stuff is still quite strict. However, the advanced gene enhancement potions will be out soon, and by then, the control over intermediate potions should be relaxed. Zhang Chen nodded. Okay, thanks. Hee, you're welcome. Dai Shuier waved her hand. Zhang Chen smiled and asked, what do you want? The usual arrangement? Yes, the usual arrangement, various master-level cultivation resources, Dai Shuier replied. Zhang Chen nodded in agreement. Master-level resources, which are second-tier resources, are simple. Once the deal was settled, the two didn't say goodbye before leaving. They took out a small square table, 2 sofa chairs, set out a few plates of snacks and a pot of spirit wine, and began to eat, drink, and chat. Dai Shuier had no resistance to delicious food, and a plate of spicy ribs was quickly finished. Uncle, this spirit wine is not simple. It has a refining effect on my true energy, Dai Shuier exclaimed after taking a sip of the spirit wine. A new friend gave it to me. She has quite an knack for brewing, Zhang Chen replied with a smile, recalling that it was a gift from Yin Na when they first met. Dai Shuier nodded and then sighed. To be honest, after becoming a silver member, the random matching feature was turned off. I really missed the days of monthly matching. Each time was filled with anticipation. After becoming a silver member, although I made more friends, I lost that sense of anticipation and freshness. It seemed she had found an outlet to vent her pent-up frustrations. Zhang Chen also gleaned some information about silver membership from her words. First, after becoming a silver member, random matching was no longer possible. Zhang Chen had suspected this for a long time, and now it was confirmed. Secondly, as a silver member, one could make more friends. Shaking his head, Zhang Chen decided not to think too much about it. Dai Shuier didn't elaborate further on the topic of silver membership. She had already said quite a bit. If she continued, it would violate club rules. This was also her way of giving Zhang Chen a heads up about silver membership, preparing him mentally. After chatting with Dai Shuier for nearly 2 hours, one pot of wine was not enough, so Zhang Chen brought out a few more pots of spirit wine. This was ordinary spirit wine brewed previously, not the wine brewed by Yin Na. The wine brewed by Yin Na needed to be aged for a while to reach the best flavor. In the communication space, on the rooftop. Jiang Chen took out 10 pots of spirit wine, which he and Dai Shui'er finished off completely. It wasn't until both of them felt a bit tipsy that they ended the drinking session. Ah, comfortable, Dai Shui'er said, shaking her slightly dizzy head, leaning back in the sofa chair, feeling as if her whole body had lost its bones. Jiang Chen was in a similar state. Sitting in the sofa chair was not very comfortable, so he took out 2 lounge chairs, one for himself and one for Dai Shui'er, lying at the edge of the rooftop, enjoying the starry sky painted by the communication space. Don't say, the starry sky, here, although it's just a texture. But it really is beautiful. By the way, Shui'er, do you have any instruments over there that can extract and purify energy? Jiang Chen thought of something and tilted his head to look at her. What energy? Dai Shui'er asked curiously. Jiang Chen took out a soul crystal and handed it to Dai Shui'er, saying, I want to extract the energy from the soul crystal and then purify it. Due to the trade of nutrient solution and silver light swords with Tian Hong, Jiang Chen had accumulated a massive amount of soul crystals, especially the first and second tier soul crystals, which filled several warehouses. If used as ordinary cultivation resources, they would be more than enough, so he thought of this method. Of course, burying the soul crystals underground to create a soul crystal vein is also a method, but that is a long-term benefit which is not very helpful for Jiang Chen at the moment. It's a soul crystal. Dai Shui'er knew about soul crystals. During their trading process, Jiang Chen had also used soul crystals for settlement. Although martial artists do not focus on soul cultivation, it is still essential. Especially at higher realms, soul cultivation becomes crucial. Yes, soul crystal, Jiang Chen replied. Dai Shui'er thought for a moment and said, I can't be sure about this. I need to go back and have someone study it before I can give you an answer. Jiang Chen nodded. Alright, I'll wait for your news. Dai Shui'er responded with an and they started chatting casually. It wasn't until 11 p.m. on the Blue Star Huaxia time that they got up from the lounge chairs. Uncle, let's call it a day. Ha! I'm tired, going back to sleep. Dai Shui'er yawned. Okay, Jiang Chen nodded, tidied up the unfinished game on the rooftop, said goodbye to Dai Shui'er, and left the communication space. Back in the real villa, Jiang Chen took a cold shower and lay down on the bed. He tilted his head and looked out the window at the night sky, which was very tranquil. Jiang Chen closed his eyes. He didn't plan to cultivate tonight, wanting to take a good sleep while the alcohol still lingered. This sleep was very comfortable. The next day, December 11th, at 7 a.m., Jiang Chen opened his eyes, looked out the window, and found it was gloomy today, with the temperature dropping below zero, which was considered low compared to previous years. In previous years, the winter temperature in Magic City was around 3 degrees Celsius to 11 degrees Celsius, rarely dropping below zero. Is it going to snow? Magic City, leaning towards the south, rarely sees snow, but for some reason in the past 2 years, sometimes snowflakes would fall. After yawning, Jiang Chen took a cold shower, dressed in a home pajama, and went to the living room on the first floor. As usual, his daughter was still sleeping in, while Xiaoqi was in the kitchen making breakfast. Jiang Chen stepped out of the villa and enjoyed the cool breeze in the yard. The biting cold felt very refreshing. After standing for a while, Jiang Chen returned to the villa, sat down next to the sofa, brewed a pot of tea, and picked up the newspaper delivered today to catch up on domestic and international news. Dad, good morning. After a few minutes, his daughter came downstairs, rubbing her eyes. Jiang Chen looked up at his daughter and said, Today we are going to Dixing. You arrange the schedule. Sure. Jiang Xinan perked up at once, quickly grabbed her phone, and called her secretary to arrange today's work. After breakfast, Jiang Chen took Jiang Xiaoqi and his daughter through the random door to Dixing, Qinzhou City. In the central area of Qinzhou City, there is Fenghua Villa. This is a famous villa area in Qinzhou City, built on a small hill. Standing at the top of the hill, one can overlook Qinzhou City from a high vantage point. No matter where you are, there is a gap between the rich and the poor. This gap is most evident in the warlord-structured Dixing. This seemingly prosperous Qinzhou City has a division between the rich area, civilian area, and slum area. Of course, this division is just an unspoken rule, with no written explanation. Fenghua Villa is located in the rich area. After arranging their identities, Jiang Xiaoqi immediately purchased a standalone villa located halfway up the mountain in Fenghua Villa. As for the money to buy the villa, it was naturally from the privately minted gold coins. This is quite good. On Qian Emperor Star, the banks do not care who minted your gold coins, as long as the style is consistent with Qian Emperor coins and the gold purity is sufficient, your money holds value. Jiang Chen only forged 1 million gold coins this time, consuming about 10 tons of gold. Purchasing this villa cost 13,000 gold coins. There was no loss or gain, it was the market price. I heard that gold prices on Blue Star have risen to 400 renminbi per gram. Converting that, this villa is equivalent to costing 52 million renminbi. Of course, the prices on Blue Star have nothing to do with Qian Emperor Star. On Qian Emperor Star, the purchasing power of gold coins is still quite strong. Some commoners hardly spend a gold coin in a year, which is telling. After driving along a smooth mountain road, Jiang Chen and the others arrived in front of a villa. Looking at the spacious villa, Jiang Xinan smiled and said, "If this villa were in Magic City, it would be worth at least several hundred million." Jiang Chen shook his head and replied, "A villa of the same caliber in the central states of the human realm wouldn't go for less than 100,000 gold coins. Compared to the border states, Chen State is much better, but it is still located on the human border with the constant risk of being breached by ferocious beasts, so a lower price is normal. Of course, according to the information gathered, Chen State's real estate is just a bit cheaper. Other prices are not cheap at all. Otherwise, the commoners here wouldn't be living so hard." Jiang Xinan nodded. "Let's go in," Jiang Chen called out as they entered the villa. The soldiers from the barracks and the androids had already set up defenses around. Everything inside the villa had also been scanned and checked. Jiang Chen and the others could move in with peace of mind. "Boss, there are some unfamiliar faces around the villa. Some of these people are from the governor's office, while others are from various major forces." In Chen State City, Jiang Shaoqi reported to Jiang Chen. "Has it attracted attention?" Jiang Chen nodded, not surprised. A group of strangers spending over 10,000 gold coins to buy a villa in the affluent area of Fenghua Villa is not a small sum in a border place like Chen State. It is normal for local forces to take notice. However, Jiang Chen had anticipated this, or rather, he had done it intentionally. He planned to use this opportunity to make contact with the local forces. Jiang Chen's gaze shifted to Jiang Yu, and Jiang Jin, who had come along. The three of them practiced true qi martial arts, which has similarities to the blood qi martial arts of Qian Emperor Star. They experimented with using true qi to mimic blood qi and found it easy to do. Jiang Yu and the others were already grandmasters of martial arts, and both their strength and methods of handling matters were quite reassuring. Bringing them to Qian Emperor Star this time was also to let them take charge and shoulder important responsibilities. If all goes well, the future layout and development of the Jiang family on Qian Emperor Star would be entrusted to them. Jiang Yu, Jiang Jin, starting today, you are the heads of the Jiang family on Qian Emperor Star, responsible for all matters of the Jiang family here. You will be in contact with the major forces in Qian State. You already know my plan. In short, it is to integrate into Qian Emperor Star as quickly as possible. Your first step is to jointly hold a trade fair with the major forces in Qian State. One is to lay a foundation for future cooperation, and the other is to take the opportunity for a large procurement. The procurement orders will be provided by Shaoqi. Of course, we also need to present some resources to demonstrate our strength so that those forces will be willing to cooperate with us. As for what resources to present, at this point Jiang Chen paused and looked at Jiang Shaoqi, saying, "Just provide some resources that assist in the cultivation of blood qi martial arts, nothing too precious but enough to attract the major forces. You can gauge that balance yourself." Understood. Jiang Shaoqi naturally understood that the resources provided should not be too precious but also not too poor. If they are too precious, it would attract envy. If they are too worthless, they wouldn't attract anyone. It's all about finding the right balance. Do you understand? Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Yu, and Jiang Jin. The three of them nodded in unison and replied, "Boss, we understand." Jiang Chen nodded and said, "From now on, all actions will be assisted by Shaoqi." Yes. Upon hearing this, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. They had great trust in Shaoqi's abilities. After all, compared to Jiang Chen, they had interacted with Shaoqi the most. Whether at Ruweixing or launching, all their action plans had been devised and arranged by Shaoqi. Following Shaoqi's plans, they had always achieved twice the result with half the effort. After arranging the trivial matters, Jiang Chen and his daughter began to tour the villa. Standing on the rooftop of the villa's third floor, Jiang Chen looked out at the scenery of Qinzhou City. How should I put it? Qinzhou City is roughly divided into three parts. The wealthy area in the city center, vibrant and flourishing. The dilapidated slums on the city's outskirts filled with stench. The most normal area is the civilian district, which lies between the two. It is neither too backward nor too prosperous, with a strong local flavor. Let's go out for a stroll and experience the exotic charm of Qian Dixiang, Jiang Chen said with a smile to his daughter. Jiang Xinan nodded. Where are we going? The city center? Or the civilian district? She didn't mention the slums, as they were rife with poverty and chaos, breeding many evils. Thieves and rogues were everywhere in the slums. Most of the underworld forces in Qinzhou City were also concentrated in the slums. Let's first wander around the city center, then go check out the outskirts, Jiang Chen said. Jiang Xinan nodded and left the villa with her father. After leaving Fenghua Villa, the father and daughter arrived in the central urban area. Being a state city, this central area was not small, gathering the wealthy families, merchants, and powerful figures of Chenzhou. Walking on the clean, well-paved streets and looking at the shops on both sides, aside from the different characters on the signs, everything else was very similar to the streets of Huaxia. Although the central urban area was prosperous, it was nothing special for the father and daughter. Such scenes were commonplace in the Magic City. After strolling around the central area for a while, they arrived at the civilian district. It was here that they truly felt the bustling atmosphere of the marketplace. The civilian district lived up to its reputation. The people living here were all commoners. They were neither very poor nor very wealthy. "Dad, look over there, that's Chenzhou's martial arts high school." Jiang Xinan pointed to a school as they walked down a street. Jiang Chen glanced over and recalled relevant information. "That's a place for training qi and blood warriors. The extraordinary cultivation on Qian has existed since ancient times. In the past, extraordinary warriors generally survived in the form of families, sects, or gangs. In the new era, sects and gangs have declined, and various warlords have opened martial arts schools to cultivate their own warrior forces, enrolling commoners. It should be noted that decades ago, commoners had no access to martial arts without opportunities. At that time, martial arts were completely monopolized by family, sect, and gang powers. Of course, the proliferation of martial arts schools within human territory was also due to the threat of fierce beasts. Jiang Chen had reviewed the history of Qian. Historically, during humanity's peak, the territory was much larger than it is now. On a continent of 170 million square kilometers, humans occupied at least 3/4 of it back then. But now, humanity's territory has shrunk to just about 100 million square kilometers. Over the years, humans have lost more than 27 million square kilometers of land. More than 27 million square kilometers. In launching, that's almost 3 times the size of Huaxia. If humanity does not strive for progress, they may be gradually devoured by fierce beasts. Perhaps countless years from now, this planet will no longer have any living space for humans. "Dad, can we go in and take a look?" Jiang Xinan looked at the martial arts high school, eager to try. Such schools for training warriors are hard to find in launching. "Let's go over and see if they let us in." Jiang Chen also wanted to take a look, leading his daughter toward the school gate. There were 2 security guards at the entrance, both of whom were martial artists, but merely at the body refinement stage, not yet advanced. Jiang Chen approached them and communicated that he was there to find someone. The school had lax control, and with Jiang Chen offering a gold coin, the 2 guards let him through. For the 2 guards, a gold coin was quite a windfall. As he walked into the campus, it felt somewhat desolate. At this time, the students were in class. Jiang Chen and his daughter didn't mind and just strolled around. Although it was a middle school, the campus was not small. Passing by a teaching building, the father and daughter curiously stopped to see what martial arts classes were like. Especially Jiang Xinan, who was about to become a teacher at the Immortal Gate and urgently needed knowledge in this area. In the classroom, at the podium stood a woman in her 30s. Her appearance was decent, not particularly beautiful, but not ugly either. To an ordinary person, she could be considered a beauty. This female teacher was giving a history lesson on the martial arts of blood and energy. She recounted the history of humanity's battles against ferocious beasts, telling stories of martial arts heroes that had appeared throughout human history. Those who were recognized as martial arts heroes were all strong individuals who had died fighting against the invasion of ferocious beasts. In Chenzhou City, at the 3rd Martial Arts Middle School, in front of a classroom, Jiang Chen looked through the window and saw the class inside. All 40 or so students were listening intently. The boys were filled with passion, eager to rush to the battlefield. The girls were equally animated. Only one boy in the back row was an exception. He looked utterly bored, a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth, seemingly dismissive of the heroic tales the female teacher was telling. Jiang Chen's gaze paused for a moment. The boy's aura was subtle, appearing to be a martial artist just entering the body refinement stage. But the reality was, as a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, the boy's concealed aura could not escape his perception. This was a late-stage, first-tier martial artist, equivalent to a late-stage qi refinement cultivator. His strength was comparable to that of his daughter. This level of power was not much inferior to that of the teacher giving the lecture. The strongest in the entire 3rd middle school was only at the 2nd tier. Jiang Chen activated his appraisal skill, level 330/300. He had obtained the appraisal skill around October 25th. After acquiring this skill, Jiang Chen used it every day, not for any other reason but to gain experience. Each use would grant him a bit of experience. At level 1, he could use the skill once a day. He spent 10 days to upgrade the skill to level 2. At level 2, upgrading required 50 experience points. Fortunately, at level 2, he had 2 uses per day, allowing him to gain 2 experience points. After 25 days he upgraded the skill to level 3. At level 3 he could use the appraisal 3 times a day. The level 3 appraisal skill provided more detailed information. For example, previously, appraising a 1 Wally tea table would yield a very sturdy 1 Wally tea table. But now, it would display all information about the designer, manufacturer, origin and year of the wine Wally, degree of damage, and so on. He hadn't used today's appraisal count yet, so Zhang Chen looked at the young man in the back row and cast an appraisal skill. Wu Tian, orphaned, living alone, raised in a slum, developed a selfish and cruel character. Through a fortuitous encounter, his talent was enhanced and he was recruited by the 3rd Martial Arts Middle School in Shenzhou City, thus escaping the slum. This is a guy who likes to play dumb, having reached late stage 1st tier. He pretends to be unranked, wanting to make a stunning impression in the big exam. This person has a vile character, any slight conflict will breed resentment in him. He harbors a deep-seated hatred for the wealthy elite and looks down on the common people. Looking at the appraisal information, Zhang Chen was not particularly surprised. He stroked his chin, realizing this guy had a bit of a protagonist template. Shaking his head, he shifted his gaze away from Wu Tian. Ring, ring, ring. The class was over and the female teacher closed the textbook, announced the end of class, and stood up to leave the classroom. As she stepped out, she ran into Zhang Chen and his daughter Jiang Xinan. She paused slightly, smiled, and nodded before walking away. With the teacher gone, the other students seemed to be liberated, bursting into excitement. Zhang Chen and Jiang Xinan attracted the attention of many students, who were dazzled by the beauty of the father-daughter duo. Additionally, as cultivators, they exuded an ethereal aura that was very appealing and easily garnered goodwill. Hello, are you from outside the school? At that moment, a clear female voice rang out. Zhang Chen and his daughter turned to see a girl around 17 or 18, with a delicate appearance. She was dressed in simple martial arts attire, looking at them with a lively expression. Little sister, how did you figure that out? Jiang Xinan asked with a smile in the language of the Qian Emperor star. The girl smiled back and said, your aura is quite special. If you were from our school, I would definitely know. Jiang Xinan chuckled and asked, what's your name, little sister? My name is Wang Chang. The girl replied. Jiang Xinan said, Wang Chang, would you be interested in showing my father and me around your campus? Wang Chang looked at Zhang Chen in surprise, then glanced at Jiang Xinan. She hadn't expected them to be father and daughter, but upon closer inspection she could see the resemblance between them. Then it dawned on her that perhaps this man was a martial arts master, which explained why he didn't look old. Realizing this, she became a bit more reserved. Of course, Wang Chang nodded, leading Zhang Chen and Jiang Xinan out of the teaching building and around the campus. Wang Chang was quite popular at the school, attracting many gazes along the way. Wang Chang, you're still the school beauty. As they walked through the campus, Jiang Xinan heard the discussions around them and smiled at Wang Chang. Wang Chang's face flushed slightly, and she shyly said, they're just shouting nonsense. Compared to my sister, I'm still far behind. Jiang Xinan chuckled, said nothing more, and continued to stroll. As they wandered, the three arrived at the playground. It was no surprise that it was a martial arts school. There were no basketball courts, only various body training equipment and sparring platforms. Dad, Wang Chang, look over there. Something's happening. Jiang Xinan pointed in a direction. Zhang Chen and Wang Chang looked over to see a young man surrounded by 7 or 8 male students. Clearly a case of school bullying. Surprisingly, the one being bullied was someone named Wu Tian. Zhang Chen shook his head. Was this a show-off moment? The three stepped closer and found that the situation was still just verbal sparring. Wu Tian seemed not to be good at arguing, facing the barrage of insults from the 7 or 8 seasoned verbal fighters. He had no way to defend himself and could only clench his fists, building up his anger. It's Lu Meng and his gang. Those scumbags are bullying a classmate again, Wang Chang said with disgust after taking a glance. Wang Chang, the one being bullied seems to be a classmate of yours, right? Do you want to help? Jiang Xinan asked with a smile. Wang Chang shook her head and said, no need, he's just a show-off. He's clearly very strong but insists on pretending to be weak. It's always like this, he could easily resolve things but chooses to act weak and escalate the situation. He only strikes when he's built up enough anger, as if he's saving it up. If nothing unexpected happens, Lu Meng and his gang are going to get beaten. From her tone, it was clear she looked down on Wu Tian's behavior. Zhang Chen glanced at Wang Chang in surprise and asked for the first time, do you know that kid? Wang Chang was taken aback and replied cautiously, once outside of school, Wu Tian was bullied. I wanted to help him out of a sense of camaraderie, but I found out the other party was very strong, at least an entry-level martial artist. Zhang Chen nodded, looking at the scene. Unsurprisingly, after being insulted for over 10 minutes, Wu Tian's anger finally reached its peak. With just a few punches, he knocked down Lu Meng and his gang, causing the onlookers to gasp in shock. In the center, Wu Tian raised his head, puffed out his chest, and looked around at his classmates with pride. His gaze fell on Jiang Chen and his daughter Jiang Sinan, and he paused for a moment. In the campus of Sanzhong in Qinzhou City, on the playground. Let's go. After the show was over, Jiang Chen led his daughter out of the playground. Seeing this, Wang Chang hurried to catch up. Wu Tian watched their group, his eyes lingering on Jiang Chen, his expression subtle. Wang Chang, we're heading back now. We'll come to play with you again when we have time. At the school gate, Jiang Sinan smiled at Wang Chang. Wang Chang, feeling a bit reluctant, said, "Okay, sister." Sinan. Jiang Sinan nodded with a smile. A car was waiting at the school gate. The father and daughter got in and left Sanzhong. Xiao Chang, who was that person just now? At this moment, Wu Tian walked over and asked Wang Chang. He was quite familiar with Wang Chang. When they were younger, she often took care of him. Unfortunately, after a certain outing where he showed off his strength and she saw it, she stopped paying much attention to him. This left him somewhat frustrated. He had thought that after showing his strength, Wang Chang would take a liking to him, but the result was. Wang Chang frowned, displeased, and said, "Why are you asking about that?" Wu Tian's eyes shifted, frowning as he said, "That pretty boy just now clearly isn't a good person. I'm worried that he has ulterior motives in getting close to you. Moreover, that girl just now, who knows? She might have been deceived, probably with bad intentions." Shut up. Wang Chang couldn't listen any longer, looking at Wu Tian with disgust. "Are you out of your mind?" Wu Tian frowned, about to say something, but Wang Chang continued, "They are a father and daughter. Tell me, how could a father have bad intentions towards his own daughter?" Ah! Wu Tian was dumbfounded. He never expected that. Poof! Wang Chang snorted and turned to leave. Such behavior of slandering others right off the bat was too vile. She had once thought he was an honest person. Wu Tian was left speechless. He knew Wang Chang's character, especially her disdain for pretty boy playboys. He had said that to curry favor with her. He had used this tactic before to successfully make Wang Chang dislike another rich second-generation playboy. But today, who would have thought they were a father and daughter? Moreover, if Wang Chang wasn't lying to him, having such a big daughter who looked so young, what did that imply? It implied that the man was a strong individual. Furthermore, this strong individual was a genius. Because on Qian D-Star, to maintain youth, there was only one way, to break through to a higher realm while still young. He had seen the governor of Qinzhou, who was also a strong individual but appeared middle-aged. Thinking of this, he felt a twinge of jealousy. Why should it be like this? Wu Tian's eyes flickered, a series of calculations flashing through his mind. But before that, he needed to find out where that father and daughter lived. In the car, Jiang Shaoqi was also present. She sat in the passenger seat, holding the authority of intelligent machinery and information. Naturally, Wu Tian and Wang Chang's conversation didn't escape her notice. She frowned and reported the content of their conversation to Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sinan's killing intent surged. Jiang Chen also frowned and then said, "Kill him, the same level as Wang Fan." Understood. Jiang Shaoqi replied, she was clear about Wang Fan's level, the highest standard. Use the strongest means to kill him in one blow, reducing him to ashes. Bring back his soul. I want to light a sky lantern. Jiang Sinan's expression was icy. Anyone who dared to slander her father made her feel murderous. In her entire life, she had only felt such intent towards Zhao Qian. This was her second time feeling murderous. Jiang Chen patted his daughter's shoulder, feeling little emotional turmoil. If someone offended him, killing them was all that was needed. There was no need to get worked up. Rest assured, Mississippi, Jiang Shaoqi said. The Jiang family had developed cultivation, martial arts, and also researched magic and fighting energy systems, and had long since developed a method to deal with souls. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After arranging matters on Qian D-Star, Jiang Chen didn't go over much anymore. There, Jiang Yu, and Jiang Jin were in charge, and he felt at ease. During these 3 days, Jiang Yu had made initial contact with the forces in Shenzhou. As for the trading meeting, it would likely take some more time to convene. To attract various powerful factions, Jiang Yu presented several relatively precious treasures, which stirred the major forces in Qinzhou City to become active about this trading event. It is estimated that it won't be long before this trading event kicks off. The purpose of holding the trading event is simple: to plunder the resources of Qian D-Star. Although possessing a spirit-rich primitive planet, who wouldn't want more resources? Moreover, the extraordinary system of Qian D-Star has developed for so many years, and there are plenty of good things to be found. Time flew by, and it was December 15th. On that morning, in the Magic City, at the Zijin Bay Manor. In the courtyard, Jiang Shaoqi took out a black jade bottle and said to Jiang Chen, "Boss, the matter you instructed has been resolved. This is Wu Tian's soul." Oh? Jiang Chen used an identification skill on the jade bottle, which showed Wu Tian's complete soul. He wasn't worried about Jiang Shaoqi and the others, he just suspected that Wu Tian might possess the fate of a protagonist and was concerned about unexpected complications. Tell me the specifics, Jiang Chen said. Jiang Shaoqi nodded and replied, Boss, this Wu Tian was a bit difficult to kill. We sent 30 martial arts masters and 100 combat-type biosoldiers, including the 3 Grand Masters Jiang Yu, and Jiang Jin, equipped with laser guns and other weapons. We thought it would be an easy kill, but it took us 10 seconds to take him down. Wu Tian was only at the late stage of the first level, but in a critical moment he actually erupted with second level strength. Boss, this is the loot. As she spoke, she took out a storage bag and handed it to Jiang Chen. This storage bag was a product of Qian D Star. Qian D Star also had the ability to manufacture storage bags, but such spatial treasures were relatively precious there, unlike the rampant availability in the cultivation world. Jiang Chen listened inside. A mere late-stage first-level warrior sent 30 masters equivalent to second-level warriors and grand masters equivalent to third-level warriors, and still couldn't achieve a quick kill. One couldn't help but wonder, if the forces sent were any weaker, would the opponent have turned the tables? Shaking his head, Jiang Chen took the storage bag to check and exclaimed, Are all these Wu Tian's belongings? Yes, Jiang Shaoqi nodded. Tsk tisk. Jiang Chen clicked his tongue. There were quite a lot of items in this storage bag. A mountain of spirit stones, various spirit herbs, various spirit ores, and a large amount of materials from ferocious beasts. This Wu Tian was definitely a big tycoon. If he hadn't encountered Jiang Chen, he might have risen to power. But just because he glanced a bit too long in the crowd. Of course, if it were just a longer glance, Jiang Chen wouldn't have harbored any murderous intent. He wasn't that petty. The key was that Wu Tian had developed some inappropriate bad thoughts. Dad, what's inside? Seeing her father's surprise, Jiang Xinan was curious. Jiang Chen tossed the storage bag to his daughter. Jiang Xinan took it and looked inside, equally astonished. The resources in there were just too abundant. The resources in Wu Tian's storage bag were nothing compared to the Jiang family's foundation. But for an ordinary warrior, that would mean immense wealth. If any loose cultivator got hold of these resources, they might just soar to great heights. So many identity tokens? Zhao, Wang, Lin, Shang, Zhu, all are renowned martial arts families in Qinzhou City. Jiang Xinan frowned as she pulled out a pile of identity tokens. Jiang Chen glanced over and understood why Wu Tian was so wealthy. Killing so many children of the powerful, how could he not be rich? And then there was the Wang family. Wasn't that the family of that girl Wang Chang? The only family in Qinzhou City qualified to have identity tokens was that Wang family. Investigative materials showed that Wu Tian and Wang Chang were friends. When the former was weak, Wang Chang had helped him a lot. But Wu Tian was ruthless when it came to killing members of the Wang family. Looking at the identity tokens from the Wang family, there were as many as 6. Yesterday when I went to Qin D Star, Wang Chang came to play with me and mentioned her family. She said that several talented young members of the Wang family have gone missing recently. It seems that Wu Tian is behind this. Jiang Xinan recalled what Wang Chang had said, and now seeing these identity tokens, everything became clear. Jiang Chen shook his head. Because Qinzhou City was located on the human border, its prosperity was far inferior to that of the central regions of humanity. Wu Tian wanted to acquire enough resources to elevate himself, so he could only target several prominent families in Qinzhou City. Shaking his head, Wu Tian had been dealt with, the matter was closed, and Jiang Chen put it out of his mind. Turning around, he instructed Jiang Shaoqi, this time, the credit for eliminating Wu Tian goes to the martial camp. Half of the spoils should be distributed to the martial camp, and the rest can go to the treasury. Understood. Jiang Shaoqi nodded. Jiang Xinan handed the storage bag to Jiang Shaoqi, his gaze fixed on the black jade bottle containing Wu Tian's soul, squinting as he said, Shaoqi, I want a light. A soul lantern for him. All right. Jiang Shaoqi agreed. Lighting a soul lantern was a spell from the world of cultivation, or a form of punishment. In the world where Jiang Hong resided, it was a method specifically designed for interrogating and torturing souls. This technique was considered too cruel and was quite controversial in the cultivation world. Righteous sects generally would not use it. Jiang Hong had obtained this technique after killing several evil cultivators and later traded it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had gradually traded for many techniques from Jiang Hong, which were not categorized as righteous or evil, including various bizarre techniques targeting souls. Arriving in a secret chamber, Jiang Xinan cast a spell to extract Wu Tian's soul and imprisoned it within a formation. Wu Tian's soul let out a series of wretched screams, his handsome face contorting into a terrifying grimace. Bastard, who are you? I will kill you, it's you. At this moment, Wu Tian's soul recognized Jiang Xinan. He had a deep impression of Jiang Xinan. Humph. Jiang Xinan snorted, sending a soul secret technique towards Wu Tian. The latter felt as if his soul was being torn apart, causing him to scream in agony. Ah, you wretch, so ruthless! Wu Tian's soul twisted violently, trying to escape the confines of the formation. But this secret chamber was layered with formations. Even in his full state, he would be at the mercy of fate here. Zhang Shaoqi cast a soul technique to examine Wu Tian's soul memories. The more she looked, the worse her expression became. Outside the secret chamber, in the courtyard, Jiang Chen lay lazily in a rocking chair, basking in the sun. The weather was nice today, with bright sunshine. 2 hours later, his daughter emerged from the secret chamber. Vent your anger? Jiang Chen looked at his daughter. Jiang Xinan frowned and said that Wu Tian is truly despicable. His soul is too filthy. I couldn't hold back for a moment and let his soul disperse. I didn't even get to light the lantern. Jiang Chen smiled and said, it's fine, tell me what you saw. Dad, we guessed correctly, those identity tokens all come from the major martial families in Qinzhou City. Wu Tian, in pursuit of resources, resorted to unscrupulous means, secretly hunting down a large number of family members. Shamelessly, he even made excuses for himself, claiming that the family members were all bad people and that he was eliminating harm for the people. Bah, what a scoundrel! Moreover, that bastard actually planned to use ferocious beasts to scheme against us. From his memories, I learned that he had a fortuitous encounter and obtained a spice that could lure high-level ferocious beasts. That beast first investigated our residence in Qinzhou City, preparing to find an opportunity to sprinkle the spice around our villa, and then Jiang Xinan detailed Wu Tian's plan. In summary, it was to lure ferocious beasts and create an attack. At a critical moment, Wu Tian would use one of his treasures to subdue the demon beast, achieving a hero-saving the beauty effect. This would also endear him to the strong, making him their protector. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Zhang Shaoqi understood and handed Wu Tian's storage bag to Jiang Chen. After a thorough inspection, Jiang Chen took out 2 items. One was a jade bottle containing some powdered medicine. He opened it and sniffed, feeling nothing. But the adorable demon rabbit raised by his daughter became restless. This must be the spice that lures ferocious beasts. Jiang Xinan reassured her pet rabbit. Jiang Chen nodded and looked at another treasure. It was a jade flute, and after using an identification skill, Jiang Chen understood its effect. This was a 5th-tier rare treasure that, when paired with the corresponding musical score, could soothe fierce beasts and even tame them. That bastard deserves to die, he went so easily, it's too cheap for him. Understanding Wu Tian's scheme, Jiang Xinan was quite angry. Although Wu Tian's plot was nothing to them, being schemed against was always unpleasant. Just because he glanced a little longer at the crowd, he plotted against them? Fortunately, his father was decisive. Upon sensing Wu Tian's ill intentions, he acted swiftly to eliminate all sources of unrest in the cradle. Jiang Chen rubbed his daughter's head, soothing her with a few words, just about to say something more when his expression changed. Checking the time, it was just 10 a.m. Shaoqi, Jiang Chen looked at Zhang Shaoqi and said, make a bit more food for lunch, the usual, prepare 8 dishes in a soup. We'll have Hunan cuisine today. Dad, you? Jiang Xinan asked curiously. Jiang Chen looked at his daughter. You and Shaoqi can eat at noon. I'm going to meet a friend. Oh, Jiang Xinan obediently replied without asking more. At noon, Jiang Chen put away the food prepared by Zhang Shaoqi and returned to his room on the 2nd floor. In the communication club, Jiang Chen's figure flickered and disappeared from the room. In the communication space, on the rooftop, Uncle Dai Shuier waved her small hand. Girl, come, let's eat first. Jiang Chen placed plate after plate of fragrant dishes on the dining table. Thank you, Uncle Dai. Shuier swallowed and sat down without hesitation. The two were not in a hurry to discuss serious matters. Eating was the priority. They didn't drink alcohol today but had beverages brewed from spirit fruits. In the communication space, on the rooftop, Jiang Chen and Dai Shuier chatted and enjoyed their meal, the atmosphere harmonious. After they were full, they finally began to discuss business. Uncle, this is the equipment you wanted. Dai Shuier waved her small hand and took out a device about 3 to 4 meters long, 1 to 2 meters wide, and 1.5 meters tall. This device, how to say, overall it looked a bit like a juicer. A larger version of a juicer. Uncle, this is the position for placing soul crystals. You can put in 100 at a time. Put the soul crystals inside. Turn on the machine and you can extract the energy from the soul crystals. I've tested it. The energy extracted from 1st and 2nd tier soul crystals is gas. For 3rd tier soul crystals, the energy is liquid. For 1st and 2nd tier soul crystals, one can extract energy the thickness of a hair. For 3rd tier soul crystals, one can extract a drop of liquid energy. Dai Shuier detail. The machine. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and asked, what about the loss? Dai Shuier shrugged and said, the loss is a bit high. Around 30%. Jiang Chen frowned. This loss. If uncle isn't in a hurry, I can have someone improve the equipment to reduce the loss to about 10%. If we continue to research and improve, the loss can be further compressed, Dai Shuier said. Jiang Chen nodded. In that case, it was acceptable. In fact, even if he directly used the soul crystals for cultivation, there would still be some loss during the process, just a matter of how much. Thank you, Jiang Chen said. No problem. Dai Shuier waved her hand and took out another device. This one was much smaller. This is the energy refining device, which can also be called energy purification device, Dai Shuier said. Jiang Chen nodded. The energy extracted from the soul crystals would contain impurities. This is where the energy refining device comes in to purify the energy. Also, this energy extraction machine can not only refine energy from soul crystals, but also from spirit stones, spirit herbs, and so on. For example, with spirit stones, it can extract the spiritual energy inside, making it more effective for cultivation. And for spirit herbs, it can extract the medicinal power and refine it into spirit herb liquid, which is more suitable for human absorption. Dai Shuier seemed to have opened a new world, and for a moment, countless brilliant ideas flowed forth. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. That's a good idea, but this equipment, the efficiency is a bit low. It can only process a maximum of 100 soul crystals at a time. What if we improve the equipment, say, to input 100,000 soul crystals at once? Dai Shuier blinked. The uncle really dared to think big. But it wasn't impossible. Just, uncle, what you said can be done. But doing it that way would increase efficiency but also increase waste. That's true. Jiang Chen nodded and said, forget about the efficiency issue for now. Let's focus on reducing the waste first. Dai Shuier nodded and asked, what about these two machines? Do you still need them? Yes, Jiang Chen replied. Although the waste was a bit high, they could be used for testing first. Alright then, Dai Shuier nodded. After chatting with Dai Shuier for a while longer, the two said their goodbyes, leaving the communication space and returning to the villa. Jiang Chen sensed that he was the only one left in the house. His daughter and Jiang Shaoqi were not home. Jiang Chen wondered where they had gone. He contacted Jiang Shaoqi through his smart wristwatch and learned that they had gone to the Xianmen camp. When the Xianmen was established, Jiang Chen had entrusted the teaching work to his daughter, and she had done well these days. Over 60 people in the Xianmen had already stepped into the threshold of cultivation. Of course, their quick progress was also thanks to the gene enhancement potions. The large number of gene enhancement potions traded from Dai Shuier was naturally for the use of the Xianmen members. Those who had injected the gene enhancement potions could be said to be all geniuses. With sufficient resources, it wouldn't take long for them to reach the qi refining stage. Once they reached the qi refining stage, they could begin learning side professions such as alchemy, qi refining, and talisman crafting. Once they mastered these skills, the vast materials collected from Ruixing could truly be utilized. Knowing where his daughter and the others had gone, Jiang Chen didn't disturb them. He took out the energy extraction device and input 100 soul crystals. The machine started, and the soul crystals were devoured by the machine. Moments later, on the other end of the machine, wisps of gray gas, condensed yet not dissipated, were collected into a transparent bottle. Jiang Chen picked up the bottle and looked at the gas inside. Exactly 100 wisps. After that, he put these 100 wisps of energy into the energy refining device to purify them. The originally impure gray gas became incredibly pure. Jiang Chen tried to absorb a wispy strand of energy into his body. The pure soul energy was quickly refined and absorbed by him. This was far more efficient than simply absorbing soul crystals for cultivation. In the past, he could absorb at most 2 or 3 soul crystals in one night. But now, absorbing dozens of wisps of energy in one night was no problem at all. Dozens of wisps of energy were equivalent to dozens of soul crystals. The efficiency was unimaginable. Feeling the enhancement of his soul power, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up with joy. This rapid improvement felt incredibly satisfying. After cultivating for an entire afternoon and consuming all 100 wisps of refined energy, Jiang Chen felt a bit of pressure in his soul. He knew this was due to absorbing too much soul energy at once. However, this was a minor issue. It would be fine after a while. During this period, he couldn't continue to absorb soul energy. This was a small limitation, perhaps. Dad. In the evening, his daughter and Jiang Shaoqi returned. Jiang Xinan came over to chat with him while Jiang Shaoqi went to the kitchen. Before long, dinner was ready. At the dining table, Jiang Chen said to them, I will be breaking through tonight, so I might need to go into seclusion for a while. Dad, are you about to advance to the golden core stage? Hearing her father say this, Jiang Xinan was filled with excitement. Jiang Shaoqi also looked up. Jiang Chen nodded, yes, I'm about to break through. That's great. Both his daughter and Jiang Shaoqi were very happy. There is a saying in the cultivation world, a golden core swallowed into the belly, my fate is in my hands, not in the hands of heaven. This saying is somewhat exaggerated, but after condensing the golden core, living for 800 years is indeed a solid fact. 800 years. In Blue Star, that would be equivalent to the rise and fall of 2 or 3 feudal dynasties. After dinner, after informing his daughter and the others, Jiang Chen opened the portal and arrived at Ruweixing. In Jiang City, the central mansion, Jiang Chen flew up high on his sword, observing the development of Jiang City. From above he could see that Jiang City was bustling with activity. The main street was lined with many shops, and crowds of people wandered in and out of them. The people frequenting the shops were all primitive humans from various tribes outside. Some were from the fire tribe, while others came from different tribes. They were there to exchange for various living supplies. Common items for modern people, such as grain, salt, sugar, tea, and cloth, were highly sought after by the primitives. The primitive tribes, with their low productivity, had a huge demand for these living supplies. Jiang Chen could use these everyday items to exchange for the wealth accumulated by the tribes over countless years. This was very advantageous for Jiang Chen. After observing the development of Jiang City, Jiang Chen steered his flying sword back to the central mansion and entered the cultivation chamber. The heavy door of the chamber closed, and soldiers in armor guarded the area around the chamber. There were also warriors patrolling the perimeter to prevent anyone from disturbing Jiang Chen during his closed door breakthrough. Inside the chamber, Jiang Chen stood beside a 5 by 5 meter spirit pool. Today, he was going to break through to the golden core stage. His cultivation at the foundation establishment stage had already been refined to perfection, allowing for a smooth breakthrough without the need to suppress his cultivation. He understood the principle of moderation very well. Some cultivators suppress their cultivation to solidify their foundation, avoiding a rapid breakthrough that could lead to a weak base. However, his foundation was incredibly solid, and his magical power was pure and abundant, so there was no need for suppression. Jiang Chen had prepared many rare materials for this breakthrough, including those that could enhance spiritual power and improve the quality of the golden core, among others. With ample resources, he naturally aimed for perfection in everything. Jiang Chen removed his clothes and sat cross-legged in the ancient spirit pool. A massive surge of energy rushed into his body. Jiang Chen swallowed a spirit fruit, closed his eyes, and began to circulate the Hunyuan Ichi Ju to enter a state of cultivation. Time passed and a tremendous change occurred in his dantian, producing a rumbling thunderous sound that filled the entire chamber and even reached outside. This made the soldiers guarding the chamber and the patrolling warriors tense up, quickly reporting the situation. Shaoqi came over to check and found everything normal. Inside the chamber, the thunderous sound was merely a phenomenon of their boss's breakthrough, which put them at ease. Inside the chamber, within Jiang Chen's body, the dantian, which had originally resembled a small world, transformed into chaos. The magical power stored in the dantian began to condense and metamorphose under the guidance of the technique, gradually evolving into a golden sphere of magical power. Jiang Chen sensed that within the chaotic dantian, in addition to the transforming magical sphere, there were also 5 colors of light: gold, green, water blue, fire red, and earth yellow. These represented the 5 elemental attributes integrated into the dantian. Jiang Chen intuitively understood that these 5 elemental attributes were also known as the source power of the 5 elements. Under the evolution of the source power of the 5 elements, his dantian began to undergo transformation, gradually evolving from a chaotic state into a 5-colored dantian space. The evolution and metamorphosis of the dantian and the magical sphere were all observed by Jiang Chen. All he could do was continuously circulate his technique to absorb more energy. Fortunately, everything was progressing in a positive direction. As long as the energy kept up, there would be no unexpected occurrences. For this breakthrough, he had prepared a large amount of rare materials, so there was no need to worry about energy issues. With the supply of immense energy, his soul and magical power converged into one, merging within the magical sphere. The magical sphere gradually solidified, and the golden core began to form. The newly formed golden core had a rough surface. However, as energy washed over it, the surface of the golden core smoothed out. At the beginning of its formation, there were cracks on its surface. But with Jiang Chen's deep foundation, these cracks were quickly repaired. Jiang Chen knew that the golden core had a classification of grades roughly divided into 4 grades: heaven, earth, human, and ordinary. The lowest grade is the ordinary golden core. The cracks above it exceed 9 cultivators who condense. An ordinary golden core, regardless of their strength or potential, belong to the weakest group. If the cracks in the golden core are equal to or less than 9, it is a human-grade golden core. Above that is the earth-grade golden core, with cracks equal to or Less than 3, whose potential and strength far exceed that of a human-grade golden core. Finally, there is the heaven-grade golden core. The heaven-grade golden core is smooth and flawless, a perfect golden core. Jiang Chen's golden core, unsurprisingly, became a heaven-grade golden core, and it was of the highest quality among heaven grades. Upon seeing the golden core reach the perfect heaven grade, Jiang Chen had just breathed a sigh of relief when he was taken aback. He saw the golden core tremble, and colorful threads appeared on the surface of the dantian. Gold, green, water blue, fire red, and earth yellow, 5 colors. Jiang Chen sensed it slightly, and a smile appeared on his face. This was a good thing. The 5-colored radiance was naturally the power of the 5 elements origin. With the enhancement of the 5 elements origin power, his golden core had already surpassed the heaven grade. As for what grade was above the heaven grade, Jiang Hong had no records of that. In the world of cultivation where Jiang Hong resided, the highest quality golden core was the heaven grade. After studying for a while and finding no anomalies, Jiang Chen shifted his attention from the golden core to his dantian. His dantian had also completed its transformation. The originally white dantian space had now turned into 5 colors, also representing the 5 elements. The ground was earth yellow, filled with earth elements. Lush trees were filled with wood elements. Rivers were filled with water elements. Mountains of gold were filled with gold elements. Streams of magma were filled with fire elements. Above the center of the dantian, a small golden sun floated, which was his golden core. Jiang Chen closed his eyes, feeling the changes in his dantian. After a moment, he opened his eyes and couldn't help but click his tongue. His dantian had transformed into a 5 elements dantian. This was not the key point. The key was that he could later integrate other attributes. If he could obtain the origin attributes of time and space, soul, yin and yang, etc., they could all be integrated into it. Not bad, not bad. After a moment of reflection, he closed his eyes again. Although he had successfully broken through, his seclusion was not yet over. Time flew by, and 5 days passed. On December 21st, at 3 in the afternoon, in the cultivation chamber of Ruixingjiang City, Jiang Chen opened his eyes, and a terrifying aura filled the chamber. After a moment, he retracted his aura and looked around. The large amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures he had prepared had been completely consumed during this breakthrough. A pool of 10,000-year spirit essence had also been drained. Standing up and feeling the power within his body, Jiang Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air. Early stage of the golden core, not bad. During these days, he not only completed the breakthrough but also solidified his cultivation. With a deep foundation, he had just advanced to the early stage of the golden core and reached the perfect state of the early stage. With just a bit more cultivation, he could advance to the mid-stage of the golden core. Waving his hand, Jiang Chen took out a piece of clothing and put it on before leaving the cultivation chamber. He opened the heavy door and stepped outside, where the sun was shining brightly. Looking up at the sky, Jiang Chen waved his hand, and a patrolling soldier quickly approached. "Boss. Have Xiaoqi come over," Jiang Chen instructed. During his seclusion, he had entrusted the any door to Jiang Xiaoqi. There was no choice, he had been in seclusion for many days. Without the any door, dealing with various matters involving 3 planets would be delayed. Jiang Chen pondered, one any door was not enough. With the development, the Jiang family's influence had unknowingly spread to 3 planets. One any door was no longer sufficient. He planned to find a time to talk with Jinan. The blue fat man could create any doors himself, and they could discuss it. He could exchange resources on his side. The blue fat man coming to the era where Jinan was located was not a normal phenomenon. The blue fat man had also said that he came from the future. Since he came from the future, it indicated that there was a purpose. Providing him with some help might be beneficial. Of course, it also depended on what purpose the blue fat man had and whether he could assist. Not long after, Jiang Xiaoqi arrived. "Boss," Jiang Xiaoqi called out as she stepped forward. Jiang Chen nodded and said, "Let's go back to Blue Star." Jiang Xiaoqi nodded, opened the portal, and followed Jiang Chen as they left Ruixing and returned to Blue Star Magic City, Purple Gold Bay Manor. Stepping through the portal, Jiang Chen returned to his long-missed home. The sky in Ruixing was bright and sunny. In Blue Star's Magic City, however, the weather was gloomy, with snowflakes falling and the temperature quite cold. Taking a look, it was -5 degrees. Jiang Chen actually liked this kind of weather. Is Sinan going to the company? Jiang Chen scanned the manor with his consciousness but did not see his daughter. Jiang Xiaoqi nodded and asked, "Should I notify the young lady to come back?" Jiang Chen shook his head, "No need." Saying this, he went to the bathroom on the 2nd floor of the villa, filled a tub with hot water, and lazily lay in the bathtub, closing his eyes. Outside, the cold wind howled, and snowflakes danced. Inside, the warmth steamed up as he soaked in the hot bath. This feeling was very good. After soaking for half an hour, Jiang Chen got up, dried himself off, changed into a black hoodie, and went to the first floor of the villa. Xiaoqi, let's have hot pot for dinner, Jiang Chen called out to Xiaoqi. Okay, Jiang Xiaoqi replied and began to prepare the ingredients. Jiang Chen sat on the sofa, brewed a pot of spirit tea, and picked up a tablet to browse recent news online. He wanted to see if there had been any news in society these days. As a result, he saw news about himself. To be precise, it was news about the Jiang Group. Recently, the hot topic in international news was about the Jiang Group. Some overseas organizations were using various media to boycott the Jiang Group. They employed all sorts of outrageous reasons, whether through moral coercion or slandering Jiang. They claimed that the Jiang Group was a stumbling block to the progress of human civilization. In summary, Jiang should contribute technology to all of humanity, allowing everyone to progress. They wanted to pressure Jiang through world public opinion. In response, the Jiang Group's public relations department was not polite, directly calling out a certain major country that was the loudest in their protests, stating if they fully opened their technical data, Jiang would dare to share the Zhu Rong series technology with the world. They even added, one shouldn't be too double standard. In response, that major country fell silent. However, some American organizations wanted to use seemingly advanced technical data to fill the gaps. But the Jiang Group was not buying it at all, even publicly revealing advanced technologies from the US, whether openly or hidden. Although they only disclosed some technical names or codenames, it still made the US jump in anger. They accused Jiang of stealing American secrets and threatened to sanction Jiang. To this, Jiang only had one response: pure slander. As for the real situation, it was naturally the work of the bionic people. In short, the international scene was quite lively during this time. However, it was still in the stage of verbal sparring, without any real action. Of course, the reason the US was restrained was not that they were afraid of Jiang. Even if they suspected Jiang was the culprit behind the downfall of the 7 major consortiums, after all, they were the #1 power in Blue Star. How could they be afraid of a mere Chinese enterprise? Of course, this was also the reason they knew nothing about Jiang's strength, otherwise they wouldn't be so reckless. Only the Chinese government had some vague speculations about Jiang, not to mention anything else. Just the laser weapons that significantly enhanced China's power came from Jiang. In this incident, the Chinese government's stance was clearly in support of Jiang. Because of this, the US was very hesitant. They wanted to increase sanctions against Jiang but were worried that China would flip the table. After all, both were major powers, and no one dared to escalate the situation. Otherwise, if it triggered a third world war, it would be disastrous. With the deterrent of nuclear weapons, everyone was very cautious. After reading the recent news, Jiang Chen put down the tablet, pondering whether it was time to show the world his true strength. Otherwise, those Western guys kept popping up every now and then, which was a bit annoying. Dad, congratulations. Upon learning that her father had finished his retreat and returned to Blue Star, Jiang Xinan put down her work and came home. Is it not busy at the company? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. Hey, Jiang Xinan took off her coat and casually tossed it onto the sofa, saying, why aren't you busy? Those guys in the West are causing trouble again. As she spoke, she glanced at the tablet on the coffee table, which was displaying related news. Dad, did you see that? Jiang Chen nodded and asked, how do you plan to handle it? Hey, it's quite interesting, just play along with them. But to prevent them from acting out of desperation, I've recalled all the staff from the overseas branch, Jiang Xinan said nonchalantly. With her broadened horizons, she no longer regarded these trivial matters on Blue Star with much concern. In the past, she had thoughts of dominating Blue Star, but now that idea had faded. The overseas branch is closed? Jiang Chen inquired. No, Jiang Xinan shook her head, we've hired some locals we can command from here. Even if they act out of desperation, it will be their people who suffer. Alright, as long as you like it. But if they decide to flip the table, we can also show our strength. The space-based satellites have been up there for so long, if we don't put them to use soon, they'll start to rust, Jiang Chen remarked. Jiang Xinan felt a bit embarrassed. Was her father trying to showcase the Jiang family's strength to the world? But thinking about it, it was quite exciting. In the evening, the three of them sat in the dining room, enjoying hot pot while admiring the snowy scene outside the window. The snowflakes fell heavier and heavier, and the cold wind howled, but the temperature inside was very comfortable. Under the warm yellow light, it felt very cozy. Jiang Xinan dipped a slice of lamb into the pot and put it in her mouth. She had to admit, this lamb was truly delicious, with an excellent texture. She looked out the window and sighed. The weather in Magic City seems a bit off this year. It's snowing so heavily. In previous years, even if it snowed, it was just a light flurry. Jiang Chen shook his head at her words. There's nothing off, it's just a natural phenomenon. As a golden core cultivator, he could perceive celestial phenomena. The weather changes in Magic City were purely normal occurrences in nature. Oh, Jiang. Sinan responded, a bit disappointed. Ever since she started cultivating, she sometimes couldn't help but wonder if Blue Star was perhaps not ordinary. Maybe one day it would undergo some transformation, like a revival of spiritual energy, or the opening of the Ghost Gate. But the reality was, Blue Star was just that ordinary. In the universe, Blue Star could only be considered an average life planet. At least compared to Rue Star and Shen Emperor Star, it was. Since ancient times, the sages of Blue Star have pursued transcendence and longevity. Especially in Huaxia, how many ancestors created masterpieces in their quest for immortality? But in the end, Blue Star has always had thin spiritual energy. Perhaps some people utilize that thin spiritual energy to achieve some results, but it was merely superficial. How's the situation over at the Immortal Gate? Zhang Chen asked about the Immortal Gate. Zhang Xinan replied, after injecting the gene enhancement serum and with ample resources, the disciples of the Immortal Gate are improving rapidly. In at most a week, someone will advance to the Qi refining stage. Not bad, Zhang Chen nodded. Most of the people from the Immortal Gate practiced martial arts and had considerable strength. Now, they were simply converting their previous strength into immortal cultivation, so the efficiency was naturally high. After dinner, Zhang Chen watched TV with his daughter for a while. It had been some days since he last watched TV, and he wanted to see if there were any new programs. However, after flipping through a dozen channels, not a single program caught his eye. The variety shows featured a bunch of young idols acting silly and trying too hard to be funny, which was quite awkward. The dramas were filled with cliched plots, one after another. The car accidents, cancer, and amnesia storylines from 1 or 2 years ago were still airing, proving that they were indeed classic tropes. As for the martial arts and fantasy shows, let's not even talk about the plots. The special effects alone were an eyesore. Let's call it a night, Zhang Chen said to his daughter, feeling dissuaded by the TV, and got up to head upstairs. Back in his room, after 5 days of closed-door cultivation, Zhang Chen had no desire to practice and simply lay down on the bed, allowing himself to drift into sleep. A night passed without incident. The next day, December 22nd. That morning, after breakfast, Zhang Xinan went to the company. In the past, Zhang Xinan was a workaholic, often leaving the office late and retreating to her study to review documents upon returning home. But now, especially after her cultivation journey, she has become less invested in work and has started to delegate responsibilities gradually. Recently, however, the international discourse surrounding the Zhang family has piqued her interest, and she finds herself wanting to engage with those Western folks. It must be said, this reflects a change in perspective and mindset. If this had happened before, she would have been overwhelmed, anxious, and unable to sleep through the night. But now, she approaches these matters with a playful attitude. Outside, snow is falling, and Zhang Chen has succumbed to laziness. He lies back in a rocking chair, ready to be a slacker for the day. At that moment, a window pops up in front of him. Your friend, Tian Hong, has sent you a video request. Do you accept? Surprised by the video invitation from Tian Hong, Zhang Chen chooses accept. The video screen pops up, and upon seeing the scene on Tian Hong's side, Zhang Chen is taken aback. Tian Hong is currently in a magnificent palace, being attended to by several maidens as he dons a dragon robe and crown. Zhang Chen suddenly remembers that Tian Hong had mentioned a few days ago that he was about to conquer the imperial city, saying he would invite him to witness the coronation ceremony. But isn't this a bit too soon? It's only been 20 days, right? Not to mention the time needed to conquer the imperial city. Even the preparations for the coronation ceremony would require more time, wouldn't it? After all, establishing a new dynasty is no small matter. The naming of the country, the era title, and so on, are all troublesome issues. Brother Tian, are you about to ascend the throne? Zhang Chen asked curiously. On the other end of the video, Tian Hong, dressed in a dragon robe, waved his sleeve and laughed heartily. Yes, we are ascending the throne today, inviting friends to witness. Friends? Zhang Chen then noticed that Tian Hong not only opened a video with him but also with other friends. Counting them up, there were a total of 9 video calls, meaning Tian Hong had invited all his friends. Through the video, everyone could see each other. Tian Hong made sure to introduce everyone to avoid any awkwardness. Zhang Chen noticed Han Feng from the strange world. The vast amount of soul crystals in his warehouse all came from Han Feng. Upon learning Zhang Chen's identity, Han Feng was delighted and said, Brother Jiang, thank you for providing the weapons, which have significantly reduced the pressure on humanity in our world, allowing us to get through the most critical moments. To be honest, if it weren't for the weapons provided by Brother Jiang, our human defenses would have likely been breached by the strange beings long ago. You're too polite. Zhang Chen smiled and exchanged pleasantries. Next, Zhang Chen chatted with the others, getting to know them. It was a good foundation for future interactions, especially since he might become a silver member and engage with them more. Yuer, it's good to see you again, Zhang Chen said, looking at Yuer, who had been quiet. Brother Jiang. Yue replied with a bright smile. Thank you for providing the novels, they have broadened my horizons. They're just entertainment, no need to thank me. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. Yue grinned and said, Brother Jiang, those novels have been quite useful to me. Through them, I discovered that Shaolin is indeed a protagonist. To be precise, he is the son of fortune in our world, in this era. What's going on? Jiang Chen asked, intrigued. The others also looked at Yue with curiosity. Tianhong, who was preparing for the coronation ceremony, also glanced over with interest. As a club member who had encountered so many worlds, he naturally understood that the concept of fortune, while seemingly ethereal, does exist in reality. The protagonists in the novels, in a sense, could also be considered children of fortune. Yue did not hide anything and said, after we finished the video that day, I read the novel Brother Jiang sent me. I found that the protagonist in one of the books resembles Shaolin in many aspects. I originally didn't plan to pay any attention to it, after all, children of destiny like this appear every 100 years or so, and they're not rare. But unexpectedly, that Shaolin actually took the initiative to approach me. What happened next? Jiang Chen blinked. According to the traditional plot of web novels, Yue might be attracted to Shaolin due to various unexpected events and gradually develop feelings for him, ultimately becoming part of his harem. But in reality, that probably wouldn't happen. He was curious about how Yue handled it. Others were also curious, waiting for Yue to continue. A hint of anger appeared on Yue's pretty face as she said, at that time, I was also puzzled about why Shaolin suddenly sought me out. Later I found out that when I was being besieged, Shaolin was nearby. At that moment, he had ulterior motives, wanting to save me when I was in the most danger. But unexpectedly, with the weapon given to me by Brother Jiang, I easily dealt with those 16 powerful individuals. After that, Shaolin was not discouraged and followed me all the way to Feng City. When he first approached me, I still didn't understand his intentions. After realizing he had ill intentions, I decisively struck back and injured him, and only after searching his soul did I find out. In the cross-dimensional video, when it came to searching Shaolin's soul, Yue paused for a moment. The subsequent events were somewhat embarrassing and she was too shy to speak. What's wrong? Someone couldn't help but ask. Yue bit her lip and continued that Shaolin had a soul teacher who saw through my identity. Shaolin has a special physique, and with the bloodline of the ancient gods, it would allow his physique, strength, and potential to undergo transformation. Shaolin wanted to use sinister means against me. At this point, she couldn't continue. In front of so many people, how could she bring herself to say such shameful things? She would lose all face. Jiang Chen and the others understood. It was clear that Shaolin wanted to use some dirty tricks to obtain Yue, thus allowing himself to transform and even gain the support of the ancient god clan. In the end, he was seen through by Yue and was counterattacked. And then? Did you kill that Shaolin? Han Feng from the strange world asked. Of course. Yue replied matter-of-factly. That Shaolin dared to scheme against her and even harbored such dirty thoughts, how could she possibly let him off? Crushing his bones to dust and scattering his soul was just basic operation. It had to be said that under Tianhong's guidance she was becoming increasingly cunning. When she first left the ancient god clan, she was innocent and kind-hearted, like a little white flower. If Shaolin had encountered her at that time, he might have really succeeded. But who told Yue to join the Time-Space Club and meet someone like Tianhong, an old hand? Han Feng stroked his chin and said, I've read novels like this too. Supposedly, beings like the protagonist who carry great fortune are hard to kill. Even if their strength far exceeds that of their opponent due to various reasons, accidents can happen and they might even suffer a backlash from their fortune. You killed that Shaolin and came out unscathed. Sigh. I must be delusional to actually believe the nonsense in novels. He showed a self-deprecating expression at the end. Hearing this, Yue shook her head and smiled. No, what the novel says isn't wrong. Everyone was puzzled. Yue explained, if a person kills a child of fortune, they will definitely suffer a backlash. But for me, she smiled at this point and didn't continue. Some things didn't need to be said too clearly. If she went on, it would involve the secrets of the ancient god clan. Although everyone belonged to different worlds, the necessary caution couldn't be lacking. The fact that they could meet through the video was also thanks to Tianhong as a bridge. Who knows, after today, they might never intersect again. For example, what if Tianhong died? Watching everyone chat, Jiang Chen's mind was turning. Would killing a child of fortune lead to backlash? Why hadn't he encountered it? Including Wu Tian from the Qian Emperor Star, that made two, right? It seemed he not only hadn't suffered backlash but his luck had actually improved. Everyone, I'm about to start. Tianhong's voice came through, and Jiang Chen and the others turned to look. The Ming dynasty was the new dynasty that Tianhong had named for himself. Hearing the name Ming, Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised and laughed. Brother Tian, the name Ming is quite good. How did you come up with it? Holding the Empress's hand, Tian Hong, who was in the midst of the coronation ceremony, thought to himself without changing his expression, the name Ming was recommended to us by brother Chang Jianjun. I quite liked it, so I used it. Jiang Chen looked at Chang Jianjun. Chang Jianjun was one of Tian Hong's friends, a young man from a time similar to the 1960s and 70s on Blue Star. Due to strict material controls, he faced obstacles in trading with friends from other realms. In desperation, he sought refuge with the government. With the support of the government, Chang Jianjun quickly rose to prominence. In the video, Chang Jianjun was dressed in a rustic manner, very much in the style of the 60s and 70s, and his appearance was somewhat simple-minded. It made sense. If he weren't simple-minded enough, even if he resorted to theft or robbery, he wouldn't have chosen to ally with the government. After all, club members had personal space. In an era without surveillance, stealing and robbing wasn't impossible. Seeing Jiang Chen looking at him, Chang Jianjun smiled innocently and said, "Not long ago, I chatted with Comrade Lao Tian about the dynasty name, and I recommended various historical dynasty names to him." Comrade Lao Tian immediately took a liking to Ming. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen laughed. Brother Tian's uprising in Fengqing does have some connection to the name Ming. Chang Jianjun's eyes lit up. "Comrade Jiang, does your history also have a Ming?" "Yes. Comrade Lao Tian is indeed rising in Fengqing. Fengqing is the hometown of Zhu Yuanzhang, the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty in our history. It's truly fate that Comrade Lao Tian chose the name Ming." Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. "Yes, our world has several dynasties, Qin, Han, 3 kingdoms, Jin, Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing. There were also some fragmented courts during that time, like the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms. I heard Brother Tian mention your world. The era you are in is quite similar to the 1960s and 70s here." Chang Jianjun nodded repeatedly. "Yes, we have those dynasties here too. It seems our two worlds' historical trajectories are not that different." The others listened, feeling it was magical. Different universes, different planets, yet with similar histories. Could this be considered a parallel world? "Everyone, Brother Tian is about to perform the heaven sacrifice," Han Feng announced. The crowd fell silent, focusing their attention on the coronation ceremony. They had been invited by Tian Hong to witness the ceremony, and it would be somewhat impolite to chat and neglect the event. In the video, Tian Hong ascended the high platform, sacrificed to heaven and earth, and proclaimed to the world, "From now on, this land belongs to him, Lao Tian." The process of this coronation ceremony was quite similar to what was portrayed in dramas. However, Tian Hong's side was a real scene, with subjects and soldiers kneeling and shouting, "Long live!" a spectacle far more shocking than what was seen on television. The viewers were filled with passion. Jiang Chen couldn't help but think about becoming an emperor himself. It was truly indescribable. Of course, he was just thinking about it. It wasn't that he couldn't do it, he simply preferred the freedom of cultivating immortality and living long. Tian Hong's coronation ceremony was successfully completed. There were some minor disturbances during the process, but they were quickly suppressed and had no impact on the ceremony's progress. It made sense. Tian Hong had overthrown the previous dynasty to ascend the throne. The previous dynasty had lasted for hundreds of years, so there were bound to be a group of die-hard loyalists and remnants of the royal family who did not want to see Tian Hong ascend smoothly. But Tian Hong's momentum was already established. Unless a crushing force appeared, he was destined to take the throne. As expected, after a series of procedures, Tian Hong successfully ascended and became the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty on the Shenzhou continent. However, for Tian Hong, this was just the beginning. The Shenzhou continent was vast, and the Ming dynasty was merely a small dynasty. It was not yet time for him to relax. The Shenzhou continent is vast, and the Ming dynasty is merely a corner of it. In the grand scheme of the entire continent, it counts for little. Not to mention that there are 5 major empires and 10 sects pressing down on it. Just around the Ming dynasty, it is surrounded by tigers and wolves, with 3 major dynasties eyeing it hungrily. The Ming dynasty has just been established, and it is a time of internal instability. The surrounding dynasties will certainly not miss this opportunity. Phew, it's finally over. We're exhausted. After the coronation ceremony, Tian Hong returned to his palace and clasped his hands to Jiang Chen and the others, saying, "Everyone, old Tian, have been negligent. Today is a great day for Brother Tian." How could there be any negligence? To be honest, I've only seen such grand occasions on television before. This is my first time witnessing it live, and it's truly shocking. "Such scenes cannot be portrayed in a drama," exclaimed Han Feng from the strange world. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed. The others felt similarly, as most of them were ordinary people before becoming club members. Except for Yuer. As a little princess of the ancient divine clan, the coronation of a mundane dynasty's emperor was nothing significant to her. Of course, she didn't dampen the mood and said a few celebratory words. Yuer also understood the ways of the world. "Thank you, everyone. With everyone's congratulations, Tian Hong's face was beaming, and he smiled. It's fate that we can all gather together. Taking this opportunity, why don't we hold a trading fair? A trading fair? Everyone was taken aback for a moment, then quickly agreed. Although they were just connecting via video, it didn't affect the trading. It merely meant that Tian Hong would be a bit more tired. They discussed their trades through the video, and then Tian Hong, as a third-party channel, would help them with the transportation of goods. It's quite similar to online shopping. Tian Hong was like the delivery guy. Zhang Chen was also somewhat interested in this trading fair. Watching everyone take out one fine treasure after another, Zhang Chen pondered for a moment and took out a platinum spear, introducing it. This is a platinum spear, with two skills. One is Spear Shadow, and the other is Armor Break. Spear Shadow is a ranged skill, and Armor Break is a melee skill. A single skill attack is equivalent to a full force strike at the peak of the 4th tier. Upon hearing the introduction of the platinum spear, everyone was intrigued. Even Yor, who already owned a platinum spear, was no exception. Such weapons are never too many. Her eyes sparkled as she thought about what kind of treasure could impress Zhang Chen. What a good item! If I had this platinum spear. Each club member from different worlds was turning their thoughts. Brother Jiang, were you satisfied with that 5-element spirit pearl last time? Yor smiled. Zhang Chen was taken aback for a moment and nodded. Very good. The 5-element spirit pearl contained the essence of the 5 elemental attributes. The essence attributes are different from ordinary attributes, or rather, they are different from ordinary 5 elemental elements. They belong to a higher level of energy. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused a transformation in his Dantian and golden core. Brother Jiang, take a look at this treasure. Yor took out a pearl that had black and white colors, resembling the yin-yang fish. What is this? Zhang Chen had a guess. This is the yin-yang pearl, which belongs to the same tier of treasures as the 5-element spirit pearl. However, it is rarer and slightly more valuable than the 5-element spirit pearl, Yor answered. Zhang Chen nodded. Exchange? Yor agreed. Zhang Chen said, alright, it's a deal. Yor smiled lightly. This type of pearl was not rare for her. To exchange it for a weapon that could unleash a full force strike at the peak of the 4th tier 1,000 times was very worthwhile. Zhang Chen looked at Tian Hong. I'll trouble brother Tian later. Ha, not a trouble at all. Tian Hong laughed heartily upon seeing a deal made, feeling very happy. His friends made a trade, and he would also receive a commission from it. Others felt a bit disappointed when they saw the platinum spear taken by Yor, but no one said anything. Han Feng from the strange world was calculating. In his heart, the characteristics of this platinum spear were quite similar to the silver light sword and the golden axe. Perhaps they were treasures of the same type. The silver sword and golden axe can be mass-produced, but what about the platinum spear? However, at this moment he couldn't bring himself to ask, so he would have to talk to Tian Hong later. He knew that doing so would allow Tian Hong to make a profit, but there was no choice. His connections and transactions with Zhang Chen had to go through Tian Hong as a bridge. Besides, middlemen are understood by all. Han Feng was also a middleman, so it wasn't about losing or gaining. Tian Hong would also make a profit from his transactions with some of his friends. A video trading conference went very smoothly. Everyone seemed to have gained something, trading for treasures useful to themselves. Everyone, let's call it a day for today. Farewell. After some mutual exchanges, Tian Hong said to the crowd. He had just ascended to the throne and had many things to attend to. Everyone exchanged polite farewells and disconnected the video link. Blue Star, Magic City. Purple Gold Bay Manor, Villa Living Room. Zhang Chen sat on the sofa, closing the video window. He glanced at the time. It was already 3 in the afternoon. This video call had lasted for several hours. Xiao Qi. Zhang Chen called out. Zhang Xiaoqi walked in from outside. Boss, what's up? Nothing, just wanted to see you. Zhang Chen replied with a smile. Zhang Xiaoqi rolled her eyes. Zhang Chen laughed heartily. He was just happy. He took a serious look at Zhang Xiaoqi. To be honest, after becoming a divine being, her beauty had only increased with her growing power. Even the ancient god descendant, Yor seemed slightly inferior in comparison. Come, sit here and chat with me, Zhang Chen said, patting the sofa beside him. Zhang Xiaoqi responded with an and sat down. While brewing tea, they chatted. They hadn't talked for long when a message from Tian Hong came in. Zhang Chen patted Xiaoqi's thigh and said with a smile, I'll step out for a moment. Zhang Xiaoqi nodded and got up to guard outside. Zhang Chen communicated with the club and entered the exchange space. In the peach-blossomed forest. Brother Tian, congratulations. Looking at Tian Hong in his dragon robe, Zhang Chen smiled and cupped his hands. Thank you very much. Tian Hong laughed heartily and took out a box. Opening it, inside was a yin-yang treasure orb. Zhang Chen glanced at it, took out the platinum spear, and some cultivation resources. Brother, please take these resources. Tianhong put away the platinum spear and waved his hand, saying, "No, I've already given my share to you." Jiang Chen frowned and said, "How can you always let that little girl give?" Tianhong chuckled awkwardly, "Well, she has already given. I can't really. How about I pay more attention next time?" In fact, if he were a bit more unscrupulous, he could easily profit from both sides. Just like some online platforms, taking from merchants and users alike. But Tianhong was an honest man. How could he possibly profit from both sides? Alright then. In the exchange space, hearing Tianhong say that, Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't press the issue. He waved his hand and put away those resources. Tianhong looked a bit reluctant. These resources were heavier than what Yuer had given. Let Jiang Laodi cover the shipping costs next time. Sigh. Old Tian still wasn't black-hearted enough, otherwise how sweet it would be to profit from both sides. Jiang Laodi, Yuer and a few other brothers are waiting, so I won't stay longer. After some pleasantries, Tianhong proposed to take his leave. He still had several packages to deliver. Alright, brother Tian, we'll meet again next time. Jiang Chen cupped his hands and bid farewell to Tianhong, leaving the exchange space. Back at the villa, Jiang Chen toyed with the yin-yang treasure orb. His divine sense penetrated it, allowing him to feel the two energies of yin and yang within the orb. He was somewhat familiar with this type of energy, both belonging to the source energy. Not bad, yin-yang and 5 elements, all complete. Jiang Chen pondered in his heart what changes would occur if the yin-yang source were integrated into his dantian. He was quite looking forward to it. Boss, the barracks reported that they are about to upgrade, Zhang Shaoqi said as she walked over. Jiang Chen looked up. The last time he used the barracks upgrade card, the barracks successfully advanced to the golden level. The upgrade progress has reached gold level 85%. After another month of growth, the progress bar finally filled up. Let's notify Jiang Yi and the others to come back. The upgrade is tomorrow morning, Jiang Chen said. There are currently over 700 soldiers in the barracks, distributed across 3 planets, all with ongoing missions. Gathering them will take some time. Every time the barracks upgrade, all soldiers must return, which can be a hassle. But there's no way around it. Upgrading the barracks is a qualitative transformation for the soldiers. If they miss it, they will fall behind, and that would be troublesome. Alright, I'll arrange it right away. Zhang Shaoqi nodded and turned to leave. Jiang Chen leaned back on the sofa, filled with anticipation. After this upgrade, barring any accidents, all the soldiers in the barracks will be at the nascent soul stage. Just thinking about it is exciting. Over 700 nascent soul experts, even in the cultivation world where Jiang Hong is, that would be a formidable force. Of course, compared to the top powers in the cultivation world, there's no comparison, they fall far short. After all, they lack combat power above the nascent soul stage. In the cultivation world where Jiang Hong is, those top powers have existences. At the transformation stage, void stage, harmonization stage, great ascension, and even tribulation stage. With that in mind, over 700 nascent souls really don't seem like much. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen's once burning heart cooled down. Of course, he wasn't discouraged. Things would progress step by step. Sooner or later, having everyone at the tribulation stage won't be a dream. Unfortunately, the number of recruits available for the barracks upgrade remains at 10 per day. Otherwise, it would be even more outrageous. In the evening, after having dinner with his daughter when she got off work, Jiang Chen and his daughter went to Ruei Xing to meditate and practice. As for Jiang Shaoqi, she stayed behind on Lan Xing. On one hand, she was watching the house. On the other hand, Shaoqi's cultivation method involves gathering faith, so practicing on Lan Xing is more efficient. Ruei Xing, Jiang City. In the training room, Jiang Chen closed his eyes, wrapping the yin-yang pearl with his magical power, drawing the 2 source energies of yin and yang from it. Compared to the 5 elements energy, drawing yin-yang energy is much more troublesome. It took 5 hours to successfully extract the yin-yang source energy from the pearl, which was then brought into his dantian by his magical power. As soon as the yin-yang source entered the dantian, his dantian small world underwent a tremendous change. A rumbling sound echoed in the small world of his dantian. Jiang Chen could feel that his dantian small world seemed to have improved a bit. However, the yin-yang source was somewhat scarce, and the effect was limited. He looked at his golden core. His golden core had also changed, now featuring 2 yin-yang patterns. Jiang Chen operated his technique, absorbing energy to strengthen the source power of his dantian while comprehending the power of yin and yang. This comprehension lasted the entire night. The next day, December 23rd, at 9 a.m., Jiang Chen opened his eyes, a look of joy on his face. After absorbing and refining the yin-yang source attributes, his strength had increased significantly. Along with that, his cultivation level had also risen a bit. His realm had reached the early perfection of the golden core stage, and with just a little effort, he could break through the bottleneck and reach the mid-golden core stage. The speed of this improvement was astonishingly fast. It should be noted that he had only just advanced to the golden core stage a few days ago. For an average cultivator, at this point, their realm might not even be fully stabilized yet. He was already on the verge of advancing to the mid-golden core stage. In the cultivation world, even for a genius, it would take many years to improve a small realm in the golden core stage. The heavy door opened, and Jiang Chen stepped out of the training chamber. Releasing his divine sense, he found that his daughter had finished her practice and was now wandering in the garden of the residence. The residence was planted with many exotic flowers and herbs. These plants were not only beautiful but also had strong effects. There were healing medicines that could bring the dead back to life, as well as those that could increase spiritual power. There were also precious medicines for washing marrow and enhancing aptitude, and so on. However, most of the plants in the residence were still seedlings. Mature, heavenly materials and earthly treasures had either been refined or stored in the warehouse. I in the garden, seeing Dad coming over, Zhang Xinan called out. Jiang Chen responded with an and said, "Let's go back to Blue Star." Zhang Xinan nodded and, together with her father, passed through the portal, returning to Blue Star, Magic City, Purple Gold Bay. Today in Magic City, the sun finally appeared and the temperature rose significantly. After returning to Blue Star, Zhang Xinan went to the company. The commotion in the west was getting louder. She needed to oversee the situation at the group. She heard that there had been parades in several major cities in the west recently. There were also zero-yuan purchases happening every day. The aim was to boycott the Jiang family. They claimed that Jiang Group's products were unscrupulous and protested against Jiang's monopoly, etc. This left the father and daughter speechless. You do zero-yuan purchases at someone else's store and boycott us? Is that reasonable? After sending Jiang Xinan off, Jiang Chen took Jiang Xiaoqi to the barracks. Looking at the progress bar above the barracks, it was already gold level 100%. Is everyone here? Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Xiaoqi. Jiang Xiaoqi nodded. All 753 members are present. Jiang Chen nodded and walked into the barracks with Xiaoqi. Looking at the neatly lined up 753 soldiers, he nodded. These soldiers also knew what was about to happen. They were all very excited. After today, their strength would elevate to a new realm. How could they not be happy? As proper soldiers of the barracks, seeing those eliminated from the barracks gradually catching up in strength made the soldiers feel a sense of urgency. Today, they were finally going to upgrade again, and they were all very pleased. After Jiang Chen typically shared a few encouraging words with everyone, he and Jiang Xiaoqi left the barracks and stood outside to give the order, upgrade. Upgrading. Upon receiving the order, the barracks popped up a prompt. Just like the previous two upgrades, a 10-minute countdown appeared. 9 minutes 59 seconds, 58 seconds, 57 seconds. Let's just sit and wait. Watching the countdown, Jiang Chen waved his hand to take out 2 rocking chairs, lazily lying down, waiting for the countdown to end. Jiang Xiaoqi looked at him, pursed her lips, and lay down beside him. The 10 minutes passed quickly, and when the countdown reached 0, the barracks, covering an area of 10 acres, shook and erupted with beams of golden light, enveloping the barracks. The golden light was dazzling, and even the grand formation of Purple Gold Bay Manor could not conceal it. Jiang Chen was startled and quickly got up from the rocking chair. He flew into the air, a vast magical power surging out, pushing the golden light back. He frowned. That scene just now was likely noticed by the outside world. After all, outside the manor was a bustling commercial area. Fortunately, he acted in time, so the impact should not be significant. He could find a reason to cover it up later. The formation needs to be upgraded. Jiang Chen pursed his lips. This was a mistake. The formation of Purple Gold Bay was set up during his chi refining and foundation establishment stages. Such a level of formation was sufficient for Blue Star. However, the barracks level was too high. A mere chi refining and foundation establishment level formation could not suppress the anomalies caused by the barracks upgrade. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen looked at the barracks. The golden light enveloping the barracks was transitioning to platinum. The main body of the barracks was undergoing a transformation. The previously football field-sized courtyard had vanished. In its place was a golden sphere of light with a diameter of 10 zhang. Jiang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, squinting. This kind of change was not present in the previous 2 upgrades. In the last 2 upgrades, only the color of the light changed. But this time, the commotion was a bit large. However, Jiang Chen could not intervene in all of this. He could only watch silently. He could foresee that as the barracks level increased, each upgrade would likely create even more commotion. Ding-dling. Jiang Chen's phone rang. He picked it up to see it was a call from his daughter. Dad, just now a beam of golden light erupted from our place and it was seen by many people outside. How should we handle it? Jiang Xinan did not inquire about the origin of the golden light. She guessed it was probably some new gadget her father had tinkered with that had gone awry. It's fine, just Tell the outside world that our company is conducting a lighting experiment, Jiang Chen said casually. On the other end of the phone, in the president's office, Jiang Xinan was speechless. What? A lighting experiment? Who would believe that? But this seems to work. After all, they definitely wouldn't tell the truth. It was just an excuse. As for whether the outside world believes it or not, that's not something they need to worry about. At this moment, in the military camp's cave, the 753 soldiers were also undergoing a transformation. The aura around them began to surge. This transformation was not as easy as the previous 2 times. A strong pain swept through their bodies. The strongest, Zhang Yi, was no exception. He gritted his teeth and persevered. His transformation was also the fastest. The golden light surrounding him was gradually shifting to a platinum color. At a certain moment, the light on him completely transformed into platinum. This signified that Zhang Yi had successfully advanced to a platinum-level powerhouse. This upgrade took quite a while, lasting a full hour, before it was finally completed. The main structure of the military camp also underwent a transformation. The previous courtyard had vanished. In its place stood an ancient gate 3 zhang high and 1.5 zhang wide, entirely in platinum color. Jiang Chen glanced at the military camp's upgrade progress. Bar, platinum level, 1%. He stroked his chin, pondering whether to use one of his 2 upgrade points on the military camp. The next level for the military camp was diamond level. Diamond level corresponds to the transformation stage. Once upgraded to diamond level, he would instantly possess 753 transformation stage powerhouses, and a few more would be added daily. Just thinking about it made him excited. However, he hesitated. Although upgrade points were incredibly valuable, they also had limitations. Each piece of equipment could only use 1 upgrade point. This limitation naturally meant that the higher the equipment level, the more cost-effective it was. For now, platinum level was sufficient. There was no need to use an upgrade point just yet. If he waited until the military camp advanced to diamond level and then used the upgrade point, the military camp could directly upgrade to king level. Kings. In the island world where Wu Yang resided, kings were referred to as giants. Beneath kings, everyone else was an ant. Only kings could initially dominate their own fate. In the world of cultivation, a king-level powerhouse corresponds to a void stage expert. In front of the ancient platinum gate, Jiang Chen studied it for a while and discovered that the platinum gate could be moved, but only once a year. This was a nice feature. If necessary in the future, the military camp's location could be shifted. For now, the Zijing Bay Manor was quite good. There was no need to move. Above the gate, 4 large characters were carved, military camp cave. Let's go in and take a look. Calling out to Jiang Xiaoqi, Jiang Chen walked towards the platinum gate. The platinum gate opened automatically. Standing outside and looking inside, there was nothing unusual. It was just an ordinary courtyard. Jiang Chen was familiar with this courtyard. It was the previous military camp courtyard. Stepping through the platinum gate and crossing the courtyard, the view suddenly opened up as if arriving in a brand new world. Jiang Chen and the others arrived at the playground and saw the neatly arranged 753 soldiers. Feeling the aura they emitted, Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. They were equivalent to Yuaning stage powerhouses. A full 753 of them. Just standing there, doing nothing, their mere presence could intimidate anyone. As the master of the military camp, Jiang Chen naturally felt nothing. Beside him, Jiang Xiaoqi frowned slightly. Her strength was weaker, and facing the powerful aura emitted by the 753 soldiers made her feel uncomfortable. Although that aura was involuntarily emitted and not directed at anyone. Seeing this, Jiang Chen took her hand and she immediately felt the pressure on her disappear. Not bad. Looking at everyone, Jiang Chen uttered 2 words. Next, he said a few encouraging words and turned to Zhang Yi. As in the previous times, Zhang Yi was still the strongest, having reached the peak of platinum level, corresponding to the peak of late Yuaning stage. This level of strength could sweep across Blue Star. Even the strongest nuclear weapons on Blue Star can no longer threaten Zhang Yi. After observing the changes in the soldiers, Jiang Chen began to explore the transformations in the barracks cave world. First, the area of the cave world expanded from 10,000 square kilometers to 100,000 square kilometers. 100,000 square kilometers. In terms of Blue Star, that's about the size of some small countries. Secondly, the spiritual energy within the cave has become denser. Additionally, the mountains, rivers, and landscapes have become more magnificent and vast, and there are now many more minerals underground. In the barracks cave world, Jiang Chen flew through the air. By the time he reached the golden core stage, flying had become an instinct. He no longer needed to ride the wind or use a sword. He could ignore gravity and fly freely. Of course, if he had specialized flying artifacts, he could go faster and expend less energy. Jiang Chen had flying artifacts, but unless he was in a hurry, he preferred this bare flying. He felt that this was what flying truly meant. The flying speed at the Golden Core stage was incredibly fast. It didn't take long for him to fly around the 100,000 square kilometers of land, gaining an understanding of the changes in the cave world. He discovered that several special scenes had appeared in the cave. They were similar to the Cave Trials dungeons. Speaking of cave trials, the level of monsters that spawned in these scenes had also increased. This was easy to understand. Previously, the strongest monsters that spawned were at the peak of the golden level. Now that all the soldiers in the barracks were at the platinum level, if the cave trials didn't level up, the scene would be useless. In addition to the trial caves, many special trial scenes had emerged, such as icy tundras, magma seas, and deadly deserts. Jiang Chen tried each of the newly appeared trial scenes one by one and found them quite enjoyable. To be honest, these trial scenes posed some difficulty for Jiang Chen. He was only at the Golden Core stage, corresponding to the golden level. Entering the platinum level scenes for trials felt a bit like seeking punishment. After playing for a while, Jiang Chen returned to the training ground and looked at the soldiers who were adapting to their newfound powers, smiling and nodding. Assemble. Upon seeing Jiang Chen return, Jiang Yi gave the order, and the 753 soldiers quickly assembled, standing in neat rows. Jiang Chen hovered in midair, smiling at everyone, and said, "All right, that's it for today. Everyone disperse and return to your respective posts as soon as possible." Yes, the 753 soldiers responded in unison, their voices booming. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, looking at the 753 soldiers. They were divided into two groups, one of female soldiers and one of male soldiers. The number of female soldiers was slightly fewer, only about 300. These female soldiers were also quite good-looking. Jiang Chen pondered whether to rearrange these female soldiers. However, after careful consideration, he felt it was unnecessary for now and decided to maintain the status quo. Next, under the arrangements of Jiang Yi and Jiang Shaoqi, the soldiers returned to their respective posts through the portal. This assembly was rather urgent. When they received the summons, many soldiers were still in the midst of their tasks. Now that the upgrade was complete, it was time to return and continue their missions. Of course, not all soldiers left. A portion of the recently recruited soldiers remained in the barracks cave world, as they needed to enter the scene dungeons for trials. Only after qualifying would they be assigned to a specific planet for missions. Jiang Chen and Jiang Shaoqi did not linger in the barracks cave world. Once everything was arranged, they crossed through the Platinum Gate and returned outside. The area around the Platinum Gate was somewhat empty. Indeed, there used to be a large courtyard covering 10 acres here, but now the courtyard was gone, leaving only a solitary gate. Shaoqi, arrange for someone to level this area and build a few arenas for the soldiers' daily sparring and entertainment, Jiang Chen casually said. Understood. Jiang Shaoqi nodded. Jiang Chen responded with a sound of acknowledgement and walked outside. As he walked, he said, "Shaoqi, what do you think about relocating the barracks cave world to Ruwei Star?" Jiang Shaoqi was taken aback. "Boss, what made you think of that?" Jiang Chen smiled and said, "It's nothing, I just think that Blue Star is ultimately not our territory. Moreover, Blue Star is special, and we can't forcibly occupy it. I was thinking, why not develop Ruwei Star into our base?" He had actually had this idea for a long time. Ruwei Star is rich in resources, has dense spiritual energy, and is situated in a tribal civilization, making it easy to occupy. Each aspect is better than Blue Star. It was just that their previous strength was not secure. Although the indigenous beings on Ruwei Star were, on the surface, only at the Golden Core level, who knows if there are stronger ones? Now that the barracks have been upgraded and their strength has greatly increased, there is no need to worry about that anymore. Even if a powerful being beyond the Golden Core level were to appear, with over 700 nascent soul-level experts pressing down that scene. Jiang Shaoqi thought for a moment and calculated, "Boss, this idea is not bad." Jiang Chen hummed in agreement, deciding to focus most of their strength on Ruwei Star from now on. They also needed to come up with a solution. Regarding the indigenous people of Ruwei Star, the best solution would be to either slaughter or tame them. That evening, his daughter Jiang Xinan returned home from work and mentioned the golden light incident from that morning. That golden light was so dazzling, it lit up the entire purple gold bay. Although you acted quickly, Dad, and suppressed the golden light, it still alarmed many people and was even recorded. Not long after the incident, the news spread online. Our group handled the public relations promptly, and most netizens believed our explanation. Sitting on the sofa, Jiang Xinan said while eating fruit. Jiang Chen's expression was strange. Could anyone really believe such nonsense? It could only be said that netizens are indeed something else. Jiang Xinan laughed and said, "Actually, many times, what netizens want is not the truth, just a narrative will do." "All right then." Jiang Chen picked up a tablet, opened a short video platform and casually scrolled through it, soon coming across a public relations video from the Jiang group. Sure enough, the comments section was filled with, "So that's how it is. I believe you," and similar remarks. Of course, after this incident, under the group's public relations efforts, domestic media did not make a big fuss. But foreign media seized on the matter, exaggerating and spreading rumors internationally. They claimed that our Jiang family was developing experiments harmful to humanity, even putting the blame for a biochemical virus on us. Jiang Xinan shook her head with amusement. Jiang Chen was speechless. Just as he was about to say something, his phone rang. He picked it up to see it was a call from Chu Jianbai. This guy. Jiang Chen shook his head, knowing the officials were curious too. After connecting the call, Chu Jianbai exchanged a few pleasantries before asking about the golden light incident at Purple Gold Bay. Jiang Chen laughed and said, "It's nothing, just a laser experiment." Upon hearing this, Chu Jianbai was enlightened. After a few more polite exchanges, he ended the call. Chu Jianbai reported Jiang Chen's response up the chain. The higher-ups basically believed Jiang Chen's explanation. As for how much they believed it, that was unclear. In the villa, Jiang Chen discussed the focus on developing Ruwei Star with his daughter. "Dad, this idea is great." Upon hearing her father's thoughts, Jiang Xinan was the first to support it. Blue Star is too special. Trying to do something there, like unifying it, is too troublesome. Instead, it would be better to develop Ruwei Star, which is still in a primitive tribal civilization, into their own base. In the Magic City, at the Purple Gold Bay Manor, after discussing for a while with his daughter and Jiang Shaoqi, Jiang Chen said, "In that case, Xinan, you should stay in Ruwei Star from now on." Jiang Xinan hesitated. "Dad, if we are not in Blue Star for a long time, will there be any trouble?" The Jiang family has been under the watchful eyes of countless people since its development, especially the father and daughter, who are key subjects of interest. Jiang Chen was fine. The outside world knew he was a middle-aged homebody, often staying at home for 10 days or half a month without showing up, which was quite normal. But Jiang Xinan, as the president of the Jiang family, frequently appears in public. If she were to not show up for a long time, no problem. Jiang Chen waved his hand. "Just use a substitute." Substitute. Jiang Xinan felt a bit uncomfortable with the idea of someone else taking her place. "A replicant," Jiang Chen said. "Oh, I see. That's acceptable." Jiang Xinan nodded. If it was a replicant, she could accept it. After all, robots lack their own emotions and thoughts. Using one as a substitute would be quite good. "Come, let's discuss the development plan for Ruweixing." Jiang Chen began discussing with his daughter and Jiang Shaoqi. First of all, the 9th continent where Jiang City is located is somewhat remote and too small for long-term development. To establish Ruweixing as a stronghold, relocating Jiang City to the central continent is essential. Secondly, there are the various tribes on Ruweixing. Regarding this, after some discussion, Jiang Chen and his daughter, along with Xiaoqi, came up with a preliminary plan. It was simply to eliminate a batch first, to create a deterrent, then, to divide and educate, and so on. During this period, they could collaborate with divine beings to instill faith in primitive humans, gaining control over them mentally. This plan would be executed by Xiaoqi. Ding-dling. Jiang Xinan's phone rang. She picked it up and looked. "Oh, it's a call from Qianshuan. Dad, I'll take this call." With that, she bounced upstairs. Jiang Chen smiled and leaned back on the sofa, lost in thought. Speaking of divine beings, aside from Jiang Shaoqi, there was only the mountain god of Dengxian Peak on Ruweixing. He was well aware of the mountain god's growth. Currently, that mountain god had become a trainee deity, attracting a large number of followers. Centered around the highest peak of the central continent, Dengxian Peak, numerous tribes had been established, all worshipping the mountain god. If more divine beings like this were to appear, controlling the humans of Ruweixing would just be a matter of time. However, creating divine beings requires divine stones. With this thought, he sent a video invitation to Mo Shuyu. In the world of deities, in a large city, Mo Shuyu lay comfortably in a bathtub filled with flower petals. She had been living quite leisurely during this time. With various books provided by Jiang Chen and other friends, she had been gathering faith power, and the efficiency was something she had never dared to dream of before. In just a short time, she had become a level 3 trainee deity. A level 3 trainee deity is equivalent to the golden core stage. Especially with those online novels provided by Jiang Chen, after their release, her divine power growth rate was particularly fast. It wouldn't be long before she could be promoted to a level 4 trainee deity. Rumble. A thunderclap outside jolted Mo Shuyu from her reverie. She got out of the bathtub, dried herself off with a towel like an ordinary person, and changed into a loose-fitting pajamas. "My lady," a voice rang in Mo Shuyu's ear. Mo Shuyu's expression shifted. It was one of her subordinates sending her a message. She asked coldly, "What is it?" My lady, recently, several popular books have caught the attention of the floating island. At this rate, it won't be long before the floating island takes action. Listening to her subordinates report, Mo Shuyu frowned. She wasn't worried about being exposed, but if the group of uncaring divine citizens from the floating island were to brutally suppress the popular books on the market, that would be an unacceptable loss for her. After all, the recent popular books on the market were all published by her. It made sense. In such a short time, so many popular books had appeared, it would be strange if it didn't attract attention. Sigh. I've been a bit too high profile lately, it seems I need to lay low for a while. Mo Shuyu felt a bit reluctant. These days of rapid advancement were too enjoyable. But with the floating island pressing down and even higher deities suppressing her, she truly had no way to resist. Once discovered by the floating island, her extensive collection of faith power would mean, unless she stayed hidden in her personal space, she would undoubtedly face death. I need to quickly pass the trial and become a silver member, Mo Shuyu murmured. Once she became a silver member, she could truly enter the club. By then, the sky would be high and the earth vast, and this world would no longer be able to limit her. Fortunately, she had completed 10 matches, and as long as she passed the trial, she could become a silver member. However, thinking of what a silver friend had revealed to her about the trials for promotion to silver membership, she frowned. Although that friend hadn't stated it outright, she could guess some of it. The trials for promotion to silver membership not only considered one's own strength and the forces one controlled, but also related to them. While it wasn't absolute, even without a force under her command, there was still a possibility of passing the trials. But if one had a force of their own, the chances of success in the trials would be higher. Yet, as a wild apprentice deity, cultivating a force was somewhat troublesome. Your friend Jiang Chen has sent you a video request. Do you accept? Seeing the sudden pop-up video invitation, Mo Shuya was a bit surprised. Why was Jiang Chen contacting her all of a sudden? She didn't hesitate and accepted the video. A virtual screen popped up in front of her, and Jiang Chen's figure appeared. In the video, Jiang Chen was about to greet her but then paused, his expression somewhat strange. Mo Shuya blinked, curious about what was going on. She looked down at herself, her face turning red as she understood the situation. The neckline of her nightgown was a bit loose, so Mo Shuya, being a level 3 apprentice deity, discreetly summoned a bit of divine power, and her nightgown instantly transformed into a proper outfit, wrapping her up snugly. Ahem. Jiang Chen felt a bit awkward, but as a man, that awkwardness quickly faded. Although Mo Shuya felt a bit embarrassed, she was not an ordinary person after all. She smiled and said, Jiang Chen, what made you think of sending me a video at this time? On the other end of the video, Jiang Chen smiled and said, I wanted to ask if you still have any divine stones? Yes, Mo Shuya nodded. Knowing that Jiang Chen needed divine stones, she had been secretly collecting quite a few during this time, all prepared for him. Jiang Chen needing them was a good thing for her. Jiang Chen smiled and asked, how many do you have? Mo Shuya replied, not many, only 8. Jiang Chen blinked. 8 wasn't a small number. Mo Shuya continued, if you need more, I can gather more for you, but it will take time. Jiang Chen nodded, alright, thank you. Also, I've prepared a batch of books. If possible, can we meet in the exchange space to discuss? Sure. Mo Shuya smiled brightly, looking very happy. However, thinking of the recent movements of the floating island, she frowned. What's wrong? Jiang Chen noticed her expression. Mo Shuya sighed and didn't hide it, briefly explaining the troubles on her side. In the villa at the Zijin Bay Manor, after listening to Mo Shuya's account, Jiang Chen seemed to ponder. The world Mo Shuya was in had a very strict hierarchy. Deities were high above, controlling everything and suppressing all. Currently, she had no other way but to keep a low profile and develop quietly. If she stepped out of line, she could easily be suppressed. Jiang Chen thought about Mo Shuya's situation, which was also within the grand universe worldview. Using the portal, escaping from the mother star, and finding a life planet to establish a belief seemed feasible. But when Jiang Chen voiced this idea, Mo Shuya shook her head and said, that won't work. Other life planets also have deities ruling over them. Leaving my mother star wouldn't grant me freedom. Instead, it would make me easier to detect. Other life planets also have deities? Jiang Chen took a deep breath. This was something he hadn't known before, and it made him realize the depth of Mo Shuya's world. I've heard you say that there are several deities on your mother star, right? If other life planets also have deities, then how many deities must there be in your universe? Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask, suddenly feeling as if deities were as numerous as dogs. When he first encountered Mo Shuya, he thought deities were high and mighty, existing on the same level as immortals. Hearing Mo Shuya say this, as he looked out at the entire universe, the number of deities, Jiang Chen recalled a novel he had read, where the protagonist, while exploring the novice world, found that gods were merely legends. A demigod could become the ruler of the world. But, when the protagonist left that small world and entered the larger one, he discovered that gods were just minor players. Just the kind of minor players who would die and become mere data. Imoshuyo's expression was serious as she said, I'm not sure, but in this universe, to gain freedom, one must become a god. But to become a god. She shook her head again, filled with helplessness. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Imoshuyo sighed and looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. Although I have some troubles on my side, they are not significant, just a passing breeze. Once this passes, it will be nothing. Actually, those divine citizens on the floating island only want a stable system of believers, a stable society. And they won't easily resort to violence. If they act recklessly and cause social order to collapse, those high and mighty gods will not forgive them. All right. Jiang Chen nodded. Imoshuyo stood up and smiled. Okay, let's meet in the communication space. Jiang Chen nodded and asked, with a smile, shall we drink? Imoshuyo blinked, a little drink? Sure, I'll prepare it. Jiang Chen said, ending the video call. In the villa, Jiang Chen turned to Jiang Shaoqi and smiled. Shaoqi, prepare a few dishes. I'm going to drink with a friend. Okay. Jiang Shaoqi nodded and went to the kitchen. With the ingredients ready, it didn't take long for several plates of delicious snacks to be prepared. Jiang Chen collected the dishes and went upstairs to his room. He closed the door, entered the communication club, and with a flash, disappeared from the spot. In the communication space, on the floating island. When Jiang Chen arrived, he found Imoshuyo was already waiting. Seeing Jiang Chen, Imoshuyo smiled and said, It's been a while, Jiang Chen, your strength has improved greatly. Congratulations. Same to you, your progress is not small either. Jiang Chen looked at Imoshuyo. Shuyu nodded, I have to thank you and all my friends for your help. Without you, it would have been too difficult for me to do it alone. Jiang Chen felt the same. Without his friends, he would have been just a small boss worth 100 million at most. How could he be like now? The power he held could easily overturn a world. He waved his hand to take out a small dining table, set up a few plates of snacks, and said with a smile, Come, let's eat and chat. Imoshuyo adjusted her long dress and sat down. Unlike during the video call, she now wore a black long dress, exuding an indescribable charm. Jiang Chen took out a pot of spirit wine, poured 2 cups, and said, This is spirit wine brewed from spirit fruits. Come, give it a try. Imoshuyo raised her glass, clinked it with Jiang Chen's, took a sip, and her eyes lit up. Good wine, not bad. Jiang Chen smiled, this level of wine should not be rare in your world, right? Imoshuyo nodded, then shook her head, it's not rare, our world has many similar fine wines, but they are all controlled by the big families. Those big families have countless connections with the divine citizens of the floating island, and even with the gods. They hold the vast majority of resources, while we wild divine beings can only survive in the cracks. Jiang Chen once again felt the rigid class structure of her world. Accompanying Imoshuyo in eating and drinking, this meal lasted a full 3 hours. It only ended when both sides had become a bit tipsy. Imoshuyo shook her head, leaned back on the sofa, and smiled at Jiang Chen. I feel good today, thank you. Jiang Chen laughed heartily and said nothing. Imoshuyo took out a black cloth bag. This is a divine stone. Jiang Chen took the bag and looked inside. 8 divine stones lay quietly in the bag. He nodded and took out the books that Imoshuyo needed. Her eyes were bright as she casually picked up a book and flipped through a few pages, similar in style to several of her already published popular online novels. Not bad, thanks. Imoshuyo gathered the stack of books. Jiang Chen waved his hand. After chatting with Imoshuyo for a while, they said their goodbyes and parted ways. Back in reality, Imoshuyo felt a bit dizzy. She didn't use her divine power to dispel the effects of the alcohol but instead lay down on the bed and fell asleep. On December 24th, in the morning, Jiang Chen arrived at Ruweixing, retrieving the divine stones he had obtained from Imoshuyo the night before. Wandering across the central continent, he planned to use all 8 divine stones in the central continent. There was no choice, the central continent was too vast, covering a full 150 million square kilometers, far too much for a single divine being to manage. According to the standard that one divine being could oversee 10 million square kilometers of land, he would need at least 15 divine beings. After selecting for half a day, Jiang Chen chose a great river that traversed the central continent and created a river god. He selected a towering giant tree and created a tree god. Its roots would spread across 1,000 square kilometers. He chose a mountain range, a plateau, a snow-capped mountain, a lake, and so on. After a busy day, Jiang Chen finally found homes for the 8 divine stones and successfully created 8 divine beings. Adding the mountain god of the Ascension Peak, that made 9 divine beings. Given time, these divine beings would gradually transform into apprentice deities and eventually become true gods. Jiang Chen looked forward to that day's arrival. After finishing everything, Jiang Chen returned to Jiang City. At this point, Jiang City had already begun preparations for relocation. Relocating a city is a massive project for ordinary people and takes a long time to complete. But for Jiang Chen, it was nothing at all. In total, there were just 3 steps. First, use the enlarging and shrinking flashlight to reduce Jiang City to the size of a coffee table. Second, excavate Jiang City along with its foundation. Third, use the portal to arrive at the central continent. Place Jiang City in the chosen location and restore it to its original size with the flashlight. After these 3 steps, everything was done. Dad, you really surprised me. In front of the city gate of Jiang City on the central continent, Jiang Xinan couldn't help but marvel at her father's extraordinary relocation feat. She had thought that this relocation would be a huge project. Not to mention the transportation of a large amount of equipment. Just building a new city in the central continent would take quite some time. The result? It was like digging in the ground to plant vegetables. Jiang Chen smiled, looked around, and said, "How do you feel about the environment here?" Jiang Xinan squinted and took a breath, saying, "Refreshing, the environment is very good. The spiritual energy here is also very rich, far surpassing that of the 9th continent." Jiang Chen smiled and said, looking across the entire Ruixing, "This is also the place with the richest spiritual energy." Jiang Xinan smiled but said nothing. Since her father was choosing a place to build a base, he would definitely select the best location. Jiang City was situated in a plain area. As far as the eye could see, it was vast and boundless. About 10 kilometers away from the city, a wide river flowed by. Jiang Xinan gazed into the distance and could see some blurred mountain silhouettes layered in the far-off horizon. "Dad, is that a mountain peak over there?" Jiang Xinan asked, pointing in a direction. Jiang Chen nodded. "Yes, that's the Ascension Peak, not far from Jiang City." Jiang Xinan replied, "Dad, I'm going to explore the surroundings." "Sure." Jiang Chen wasn't worried about his daughter encountering danger. She was accompanied by a female bodyguard at the nascent soul level, so what was there to fear? Leaving her father, Jiang Xinan wandered around with her bodyguard. The area within a few hundred to 1,000 kilometers centered around Jiang City was mostly flatland. In terms of the environment, 4 words could sum it up: like a fairyland. This described everything. In terms of resources, it was also the most abundant area in all of Ruixing. Jiang Xinan had only been wandering for a short while when she stumbled upon several spiritual herbs that could be used for refining. In the past, seeing such treasures would have made her ecstatic, but now she calmly picked the herbs and tossed them into her storage ring. When she returned, she would store them in the warehouse, perhaps to be used for alchemy one day. "Miss, ahead is a dangerous area, the Death Marsh," the bodyguard reminded her after they had walked for 2 hours. Jiang Xinan stopped and asked, "Are there many such dangerous places?" The bodyguard nodded. "Yes, the boss calls these places opportunity zones. Although they are dangerous, there are also many rare materials." Jiang Xinan nodded, and they circumvented the perilous area and continued on. Along the way, they encountered several more dangerous spots. Jiang Xinan was not the type to seek death. Upon seeing such areas, she instinctively avoided them. Additionally, she came across a few secret realms. They were called secret realms, but in reality, they were just spaces created by spatial vibrations and the influence of spiritual energy. Jiang Xinan was curious about these spaces, but she had no intention of exploring them. As night fell, Jiang Xinan returned to Jiang City with her bodyguard. By this time, Jiang City had settled down, and everything was back on track. Jiang Xinan arrived at the central mansion of Jiang City and met her father. "How was it?" Jiang Chen asked with a smile upon seeing his daughter. Jiang Xinan nodded and said, "Dad, you chose a great place." Jiang Chen smiled, thinking that, with satellite scans of the globe, selecting a suitable place for development with abundant resources was not difficult at all. "By the way, we can't give up on the 9th continent either. Trade with the primitive tribes must continue." "Shao-Chi, let's build another city on the 9th continent," Jiang Chen said, suddenly remembering something and addressing Jiang Shao-Chi. "Understood," Jiang Shao-Chi replied. In the following period, Jiang Chen and his daughter frequently traveled between Blue Star and Rui Star, occasionally visiting Qian Emperor Star as well. Although the plan was to develop Rui Star into the main base, the interests of Blue Star and Qian Emperor Star could not be neglected. Especially Qian Emperor Star, if developed well, the benefits would be substantial. Thus, time passed in a flurry of activity. Before they knew it, it was December 30th, the 18th day of the 11th lunar month, and 2023 was about to come to an end. That morning, at the Zijin Bay Manor, Jiang Chen was lounging in a rocking chair, video chatting with Dai Shuier. In the video, Dai Shuier took him to a factory, and upon seeing the sci-fi-like high-tech factory, Jiang Chen couldn't help but marvel. Compared to the factories in Dai Shuier's world, the factories on Blue Star were practically small workshops. "Uncle, the energy extraction equipment and energy refining equipment have undergone 2 improvements, significantly reducing losses. Currently, the loss is about 10%. Afterward, we will make technical improvements based on usage and the loss should be further reduced, Dai Shuier said as she led Jiang Chen to a workshop where he saw two machines. They were indeed the energy extraction equipment and energy refining equipment. Not bad. Can they be mass-produced? How many have been produced so far? Jiang Chen asked. The equipment was good, but the efficiency was a bit low as it could only extract 100 soul crystals at a time. Moreover, each energy extraction and refining process took a considerable amount of time. The soul crystals in Jiang Chen's warehouse were piling up like a mountain. Who knew how long it would take to extract and refine them all into pure energy? Since the efficiency was lacking, they could only make up for it with quantity. If they mass-produced thousands of machines, wouldn't the efficiency improve immediately? Currently, 100 units of both the energy extraction and energy refining equipment have been produced. How many do you need on your end? Dai Shuier asked. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, first, give me these 200 machines. After some time, I will provide you with the usage data for these 200 units. You can make improvements based on the data to minimize losses as much as possible. Even if the loss was reduced by just a fraction, with a large quantity, it would still amount to a significant number. Alright, Dai Shuier naturally had no objections. After chatting for a while, Jiang Chen glanced at the time and smiled. It's almost noon. I'll have Xiaoqi prepare a feast for us in the communication space. Okay. Dai Shuier swallowed hard. During this time, she had tasted a lot of delicious food. Yet, when it came to eating, she still felt insatiable. After turning off the video, she had Xiaoqi prepare a table full of dishes. At noon, Jiang Chen arrived at the communication space and shared a meal with Dai Shuier. After they were full and satisfied, Dai Shuier took out 200 devices, while Jiang Chen brought out a batch of agreed-upon rare materials for her. Jiang Chen and Dai Shuier had known each other for a while. A valuable deal was quickly struck. Once the transaction was complete, they didn't say goodbye. They lay back in rocking chairs and chatted casually as if to aid digestion. The fleet that came through the light gate has already encountered our federal fleet, Dai Shuier revealed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen became serious, tilting his head to look at her. What were the results? Dai Shuier chuckled lightly, stretching her back, and said, the enemy fleet was no match. In one encounter, they were crushed by the federal fleet. Jiang Chen nodded and smiled. What's the next plan for your federation? A counterattack? Hearing this, Dai Shuier shook her head, her small face turning serious. She shook her head and said, no, we will hold our position, mobilize the entire population, and wait for the great battle. Jiang Chen squinted, remaining silent as he awaited her next words. Dai Shuier sighed and continued, after destroying that fleet, we learned some intelligence behind the light gate through decryption and methods like hypnotizing captives. The civilization of that fleet is called Kyrie civilization. It aligns with the Federation's previous assessments. This Kyrie civilization has average technological strength, and against our Federation, they would only be crushed. However, through intelligence, we learned that the Kyrie civilization is merely a subordinate civilization of a higher civilization. That higher civilization's technological strength is on par with our Azure Star Federation. Upon receiving this intelligence, the Federation became vigilant. We are not wary of that higher civilization, as our strengths are comparable. Even if we encounter them, neither side can easily overpower the other. What we are wary of is whether there are even more advanced civilizations behind the light gate. If there are, it would be a very bad thing for us Azure Star. By the end, Dai Shuiyer's expression grew grave. The original plan was to launch a large-scale counterattack after annihilating the Kyrie civilization's vanguard fleet. But after learning this intelligence, they could only slow down. Listening to Dai Shuiyer's account, Jiang Chen fell silent. He was thinking about how he would respond if such a light gate appeared in his own universe. After chatting with Dai Shuier for half an hour, they said their goodbyes and left the communication space. Back at the Zijinbei villa, Jiang Chen used the portal to arrive at Ruweixing. The rare materials collected for developing Ruweixing were all stored in Jiang City. This included the massive soul crystals traded through Tianhong and the bizarre world of Hanfeng, all stored in the warehouses of Jiang City. In one of the factories in Jiang City, Jiang Chen took out the 200 devices. Jiang Shaoqi mobilized the androids to get the devices running. He watched as soul crystals were sent through the conveyor belt into the energy extraction machines. Streams of impure soul energy were extracted from the soul crystals. Then, through pipes, the impure energy was transported to the energy refining equipment. Through refining and purification, these impure soul energies were transformed into pure energy, ultimately sealed in a bottle. During cultivation, one only needed to absorb and refine the energy in the bottle to turn it into their own power. Simple and convenient. This was many times more efficient than simply absorbing soul crystals for cultivation. Looking at the bottles of pure soul energy, Jiang Chen smiled, taking Jiang Shaoqi out of the factory. Outside the factory, Xiaoqi, have someone design a plan. Jiang City needs to expand. This will be our main base in the future, so we need to put effort into the expansion. Some important supporting buildings can be constructed using spiritual materials, Jiang Chen said to Jiang Xiaoqi. The so-called spiritual materials, to put it simply, are those rare refining materials. Building a city with refining materials is indeed somewhat extravagant. Jiang Chen actually had an idea in his mind. Perhaps one day he could refine Jiang City into a magical treasure? Jiang Xiaoqi nodded, understood. Jiang Chen responded with an In fact, if efficiency is desired, one could use real materials to create a city model. Then, using a magnifying and shrinking flashlight, it could be enlarged. This way, not only could a city be built quickly, but it would also save materials. However, how should one put it? The magnifying and shrinking flashlight, while it can scale matter, the mass of the material is fixed. Forcibly enlarging it in the short term, there's no problem, but what about in the long run? Moreover, he had consulted with Qinan and Xiaolan. Xiaolan also mentioned that the magnifying and shrinking flashlight has its flaws. It's fine for temporarily enlarging or shrinking a piece of matter, but if it's for permanent enlargement or shrinkage, it could lead to some unpredictable hazards. Therefore, it's still more reassuring to build a city solidly. Let's go back to Blue Star, Jiang Chen said. After everything was done, he found his daughter, who was working at the Jiang City Lord's office, and took her and Jiang Xiaoqi back to Blue Star. Although they planned to turn Rui Star into their base and would frequently stay in Jiang City in the future, things needed to be done gradually. For now, they still couldn't completely abandon Blue Star. It wasn't about the inability to give up on benefits, but rather the habits and emotions tied to it. After all, they had lived in Blue Star for so many years. Of course, as time goes on, they would spend most of their time in Rui Star until they permanently settled there. Dad, how am I doing? As the city lord? In the villa at Zijin Bay Manor, Jiang Xinan asked her father with a grin. Not bad, Jiang Chen replied casually. Jiang Xinan pouted. Jiang Chen chuckled and ruffled her hair. Since Jiang City relocated to the central continent, they hadn't interacted with the local tribes yet. The city was filled with some biomechanical beings, managed by preset programs. As the city lord, she really had no use for now. Jiang Xinan understood this point as well. She sighed and lay back on the sofa. Looking at his daughter, Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Alright, once Jiang City develops, you'll have plenty to do as the city lord." True. Jiang Xinan sat up, took a deep breath, and perked up. Time reached December 31st, the last day of the month. That morning, Jiang Chen didn't go to Rui Star, he was video chatting with Qinan. They were discussing the matter of the trading portal. In the video, upon hearing Jiang Chen's needs, Qinan pondered for a moment and said, "I need to ask the blue fatty about this." Jiang Chen nodded. "You can ask what it needs, we can try to help. It would be best if we could trade for the blue portal it has." Qinan nodded. "Leave it to me. I happen to have nothing to do today, I'll go chat with the blue fatty." Jiang Chen responded with an and they began discussing friend matching. Qinan had completed 8 matches, progressing at the same pace as Jiang Chen, and was not far from becoming a silver member. After chatting for a bit, they ended the video call. Qin and packed his luggage and went to the town where Qin Bing lived to meet the blue fatty. After ending the video call, Jiang Chen was about to head out for a stroll when Xiaoqi hurriedly approached and said, "Boss, something's happened." In the villa, Jiang Xiaoqi said there was a problem, but her face was calm, showing no signs of urgency or seriousness. Seeing her demeanor, Jiang Chen knew it wasn't a big deal. He put down the coat he had just picked up and asked, "What happened?" "Our Jiang Group's branches in South Africa, Western Europe, and South America have been hit by rocket attacks. The branch buildings have been reduced to ruins, and none of the staff inside survived," Jiang Xiaoqi said. This news left Jiang Chen momentarily stunned. He sat quietly on the sofa and asked, "Have you found out who did it?" Although prior to this, all personnel of the Jiang Group overseas had been recalled to the country by Jiang Xinan. The operation of the overseas branches relied solely on temporary workers hired locally. If they died, it was no loss at all. But this was a slap in the face for the Jiang family. The Jiang Group would definitely have to respond. If they remained silent, people would think the Jiang family was easy to bully. Moreover, he could see that the other party's destruction of 3 regional branches of the Jiang Group was clearly a provocation or a warning to the Jiang Group. They wanted to make it clear to the Jiang family who was in charge in the Blue Star. They shouldn't think that, with the support of Huaxia, they could act recklessly. Could Jiang Chen tolerate such a warning? Not a chance. "We found out, it's the Black Hole Security Company, also known as the Black Hole Mercenary Corps," Jiang Qiqi said. Although the other party had acted quite secretly for her, it was easy to know everything with just a thought. After becoming a trainee deity, even without the internet, she had developed some omniscient traits. Jiang Chen shook his head. "A mere mercenary corps, where do they get the guts? Which force is behind them?" "The United States," Jiang Qiqi replied. Jiang Chen nodded, not surprised. On this planet, only that troublemaker could pull off such a thing. First, eliminate the influence of the Black Hole Mercenary Corps, then settle accounts with the United States, Jiang Chen said. Jiang Qiqi nodded. Should the group make some response? Jiang Chen said, let the group issue a notice to inform the local authorities to capture the rioters within 24 hours, or the Jiang family will take measures. Understood, Jiang Qiqi replied, issuing the order, then looked at Jiang Chen and asked, should we have the young lady come back now? Jiang Chen shook his head. Let's wait until she comes back tonight. It's not a big deal, no need to make her rush back. Jiang Xinan was still at Ruweixing, learning to be the city lord and managing the entire Ruweixing while cultivating to improve her strength. His daughter's cultivation level was still a bit low. She needed to reach the foundation establishment stage as soon as possible. Got it, Jiang Qiqi nodded. Let's go, accompany me for a walk, Jiang Chen said, picking up his coat and leaving the manor with Jiang Qiqi, heading to the street. The bombing of the Jiang Group's 3 overseas branches sparked intense discussion when it reached the domestic audience. Online. Oh my god. Is it still 2023? Are there really such terrifying terrorists? Ha ha, the Jiang family is monopolizing, and those overseas capitalists couldn't hold back. Exactly, blowing up 3 overseas branches of the Jiang Group is clearly a warning. If the Jiang family doesn't change, the next bomb might be thrown directly at the Jiang Group's headquarters in Zijinbei. This is Huaxia, they can't act so recklessly here. Don't underestimate the madness of capital. The Jiang family's interests are too great. I wonder how the Jiang family will respond. What can they do? It's just a private enterprise. What can they do in such a situation? I hope the authorities can step in. Everyone, look, the Jiang family has issued a notice. Seeing the Jiang Group's movement, netizens quickly opened the Jiang Group's official website. The Jiang Group's announcement was very simple. It notified the local authorities to capture the rioters within 24 hours, or the Jiang family would take measures. As soon as this announcement was released, it caused an uproar among the public. No one expected the Jiang family to issue such a notice. Were they going to stand firm? The global public had mixed reactions to this announcement. Ordinary people were surprised, then quickly dismissed it. This incident seemed to be the work of ordinary terrorists. But anyone with a bit of intelligence knew that there must be a powerful force behind it. The most likely culprit was the United States. The Jiang Group, as just one enterprise, how could they have the courage to confront them? However, those with some status became serious upon seeing this announcement. They knew that the Jiang family was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Since they had issued this announcement, they would definitely do something in response to this. Excited some ambitious individuals who thrived on chaos. The last time the 7 major conglomerates fell, it fed quite a few people. If such a feast could happen again. After wandering around for a while, Jiang Chen and Jiang Shaoqi strolled to the Jiang Group building. Chairman's office. Boss, this map shows the various bases of the Black Hole Mercenary Corps around the world. Should we strike? Jiang Shaoqi pulled out a map dotted with dozens of red points. Jiang Chen counted and found a total of 37 red points scattered across the globe. Of course, excluding Huaxia. This demonstrated the vast influence of the Black Hole Mercenary Corps. Is this their headquarters? Jiang Chen asked, pointing to a red dot in the Pacific Ocean. Jiang Shaoqi glanced at it and said, yes. In that case, let's take action, Jiang Chen said. Jiang Shaoqi asked, aren't we waiting for 24 hours? Jiang Chen replied, the 24 hours are for the local authorities to capture the thugs. What does that have to do with us destroying the thugs' bases? Jiang Shaoqi blinked. Was it unrelated? Jiang Chen thought of something and added, by the way, don't we have some missiles under our control? For this operation, our people don't need to lift a finger. Let's just let those missiles do their job. Jiang Chen had sent so many people around the world, including cyborgs, soldiers from barracks, and others. These people were not idle. Not to mention missiles, they even had control over several nuclear weapons. As long as Jiang Chen wanted, he could create a few small suns at any time. Jiang Shaoqi pursed her lips and nodded, okay. Pacific Ocean, a certain island. This place is only a few hundred nautical miles from the American coast. The headquarters of the Black Hole Mercenary Corps is located here. Armed men patrolled the island with cold expressions. Around the surrounding waters, there were armed speedboats. Once a suspicious target was spotted, they would immediately strike. Charlie, the Jiang Group from Huaxia has issued an announcement, said a black man in a building at the center of the island holding a tablet, his tone filled with mockery. Oh, let me see, said a burly man named Charlie, taking the tablet and glancing at it. He laughed and said, I am very much looking forward to the measures the Jiang Group is about to take. Hans, what do you think they will do? Charlie, don't be careless, the black man warned quickly. At the headquarters of the Black Hole Mercenary Corps, on an unmarked island on the map, Hans said, the 7 major conglomerates were wiped out too quickly and too cleanly. The Jiang Group might possess some unknown power. Charlie shook his head and said, this time, dealing with the Jiang group is not as simple as a few conglomerates. It is a coalition of the Western world. Destroying 3 branches of the Jiang group is just an appetizer. Just wait, after this warning, if the Jiang group is sensible, it will be fine. If not, there will be even bigger surprises waiting for them. This operation, even Huaxia cannot stop. The development of the Jiang group and its disregard for the Western world had thoroughly angered the West. If it weren't for Huaxia being one of the rogues, the Western forces led by the United States would have long initiated sanctions against the Jiang group and international organizations. Hans frowned and asked, why? Is the Western world so determined to deal with the Jiang group this time? Is it just for their battery technology? He believed that just the battery technology alone was not enough to unite the Western world. After all, Huaxia was not to be underestimated. Charlie paused and said, you know about laser weapons, right? Hans nodded, yes, the latest weapon developed by Huaxia is very powerful. Charlie nodded, according to intelligence, this laser weapon is very likely developed by the Jiang group. God? How is that possible? Hans exclaimed. Charlie shrugged, the fact is, the Jiang group has a weapon manufacturing plant in Huaxia. The laser weapons in Huaxia are all procured from the Jiang group. Besides laser weapons, the Jiang family may also possess other weapons of mass destruction, which could be the reason they were able to annihilate the 7 major conglomerates overnight. Adding to this, with the Jiang family's hostile attitude towards the West, you should understand, the Jiang family poses a threat to the Western world. What we need to do is eliminate this threat. The news struck Hans, and after regaining his composure, he nodded, saying, understood. Charlie smiled and said, but Hans, you are right, the Jiang family is somewhat mysterious. We must remain vigilant. As the saying goes in Huaxia, we cannot repeat the mistakes of the 7 major conglomerates. Order all bases to increase their vigilance and see what tricks the Jiang family has up their sleeves. However, the premise is that they have to find us first. Hans, do you think that chairman of the Jiang family can find us? Charlie laughed heartily, speaking of vigilance, but his expression showed he was completely unconcerned. The Black Hole Mercenary Corps had stood strong for so many years, and their headquarters location, along with their armed bases spread across the globe, had never been exposed. This was Charlie's confidence. Just as Hans was about to say something, a piercing alarm suddenly echoed across the island. What is this? Hans and Charlie exchanged glances, their expressions changing. This was an air raid alarm. They hurriedly left the room and looked up at the sky. When they saw clearly, Charlie's face changed dramatically, and he shouted, not good, it's missiles. After shouting, he ran towards the air raid shelter. But it was too late. Missile after missile struck the island, erupting with thunderous sounds. Hans, Charlie, and many mercenaries on the island were instantly engulfed by the terrifying explosions, completely powerless to resist. Only the patrol boats that were farther away from the island managed to escape this disaster. They watched the explosions on the island, their eyes wide, shouting in panic for God. After the explosions, the vast island was plowed through. The entire island was almost blown to the bottom of the sea. At the same time, similar scenes were occurring around the globe. In South America, Africa, and other regions, missile bombardments were happening. Africa was hit the hardest by the missile strikes. There was no helping it. After all, Africa was chaotic. The Black Hole Mercenary Corps had built numerous armed bases there. Such scenes of missiles flying around were rare on Blue Star, but they shocked major global powers. They quickly began investigations and wanted to take action, but by the time they reacted, the missiles had successfully struck their targets. The major powers soon discovered that the targets hit by the missiles were the various bases of the Black Hole Mercenary Corps, spread across the globe. After further investigation, they learned that the Black Hole Mercenary Corps had just attacked 3 overseas branches of the Jiang family group. Then, the Black Hole mercenaries faced a devastating counterattack. This investigation result made the expressions of the major powers subtly change. It was almost unnecessary to guess. It could be almost certain that this was the work of the Jiang family. If the 7 major conglomerates were destroyed, they might speculate that it was the Jiang family. But in this incident, anyone who wasn't a fool could guess it was the Jiang family. However, how was this accomplished? Where did those missiles come from? After some investigation, they found that those missiles did not come from a single power but from multiple powers around the world. There were those from the United States, Russia, various European countries, South American countries, and so on, big and small nations alike. This was somewhat chilling. The major powers hurriedly checked their own weaponry, and the results were grim. They all called Huaxia, called the Jiang family group, wanting to hold them accountable. But in response, the Jiang family group claimed ignorance. At the press conference, the spokesperson innocently stated, the Jiang family is just a technology company and does not have such power. They hope the global media will show restraint and not hastily place blame on the Jiang family. This left many global powers speechless. Were they really trying to play innocent? The Western powers led by the United States wanted to find evidence of the Jiang family manipulating other countries' missiles to bomb foreign sovereign territories. Then they planned to unite the world to sanction Huaxia. After all, this time Jiang Chen had too many missiles under his control, and they all came from different countries. This could be considered a mistake or perhaps a sign of indifference, an indifference to whether the outside world would discover it. This operation was based on a principle of proximity. Whichever force had missiles closest to the Black Hole Mercenary Corps base, they borrowed missiles from them without targeting anyone specifically. The major powers wanted to find evidence, but after searching high and low, the Jiang family had done it too cleanly. There was not a shred of evidence to be found. This left the various countries helpless. The United States was especially furious. Were they really going to swallow this silent loss? While the outside world was in turmoil, the villa at Zijinbei Manor was very calm. Around 6 in the evening, Jiang Xinan returned home from Ruweixing and listened to Jiang Shaoqi recount the events of the day. Jiang Xinan was surprised. She never expected her father to take such a big step to annihilate a global force in just one day, something that had never been imagined before. However, thinking about their current strength, she felt relieved. In front of the villa's floor-to-ceiling windows, Jiang Chen was on the phone. A call from the authorities. With the officials, Jiang Chen neither concealed anything nor explained everything clearly. He said what needed to be said and left out what didn't need to be mentioned. At Zijinbei Manor, in the villa, Jiang Chen spoke with a high-ranking official for about 10 minutes, discussing what needed to be discussed and expressing the Jiang family's stance, which was to support the development of Huaxia. He believed that as a Huaxia person, supporting Huaxia's development was the right thing to do. The Huaxia authorities had always maintained a supportive attitude towards the Jiang group, and he should reciprocate. Behind the scenes, the authorities had unknowingly helped Jiang Chen and his daughter fend off numerous assassination and kidnapping attempts. Although those attempts were trivial for the latter, it was still a bond of friendship. He had traded many technologies with Daishuer, such as material technology, which could be collaborated on with the authorities. In fact, Huaxia's technological level was not low. Many high-end technologies could be produced in Huaxia, it was just that the materials did not meet the standards. Moreover, this phone call basically confirmed for the authorities that the operation of the missiles to strike the Black Hole Mercenary Corps base was indeed likely orchestrated by Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen did not explicitly state it, he also did not deliberately conceal it. This unsettled the authorities. In no time, they held an emergency meeting to discuss their next steps. For instance, how to respond to the pressure from the Western powers led by the United States, how to deal with the Jiang family. These were all matters that needed consideration. The Jiang family was no longer just a simple private enterprise. The power they possessed was something even Huaxia had to take seriously. Not to mention anything else, just consider laser weapons. 1. Could speculate, aside from laser weapons, whether the Jiang family had developed other weapons? And if the Jiang family could control missiles from various countries, what about nuclear weapons? The thought sent a chill down one's spine. After a round of discussions, the Huaxia authorities decided to maintain the status quo and deepen cooperation. At Zijinbei Manor, in the villa, Jiang Chen hung up the phone, walked over to the sofa, and sat down. He looked at Jiang Shaoqi and said, "Today, we only destroyed the major bases of the Black Hole Mercenary Corps. That's not enough. There are still a large number of mercenaries active outside, and these people cannot be spared." Understood. I have already located the remaining mercenaries. The Black Hole Mercenary Corps has a total of 3,700 personnel outside, divided into 3 groups, hiding in Africa and South America. I will immediately dispatch combat-type bionic soldiers to eliminate this batch of mercenaries, Jiang Shaoqi replied. Jiang Xinan was astonished. There are still so many? She hadn't expected that even after the Black Hole Mercenary Corps had been destroyed, there were still thousands armed outside. Jiang Shaoqi said, "The Black Hole Mercenary Corps is an international mercenary organization with a vast influence, backed by the first hegemon of Blue Star, so naturally, there are many personnel. This is just a small portion, most of them followed the bases and perished in the Sea of Flames." Jiang Xinan nodded, picking up a tablet that contained information about the Black Hole Mercenary Corps. Members of the Black Hole Mercenary Corps, most of whom are veterans from the Western world, with some being retired special forces. Their individual combat strength is formidable, skilled in using various modern equipment. To be honest, such a force could easily wipe out some small countries. Yet, they were effortlessly annihilated by her father. Send a few soldiers to accompany the bionic units, Jiang Chen said after some thought. Although the combat-type bionics are also strong and adept at using various modern weapons, their computational power is exceptional. However, bionic combat strength ultimately has its limits. This time, when clearing out the remnants of the Black Hole Mercenary Corps, they would surely face an ambush from Western forces. Simply sending bionics would be somewhat inadequate. Sending a few soldiers from the barracks along would ensure absolute safety. Each Barak soldier possesses the strength of the nascent soul stage, easily capable of destroying a city. Such combat power would not be threatened even if the Western forces deployed nuclear weapons. At the nascent soul stage, withstanding nuclear weapons is a trivial matter. Moreover, how could a living person with extraordinary strength and extreme speed possibly be hit by nuclear weapons? Understood. Jiang Shaoqi nodded in agreement, her thoughts moving as she issued the order. In the Barak's cave, the soldiers who were training received the command and immediately dispatched 3 soldiers to soar into the air, heading towards Africa and South America to coordinate with the bionic units. Boss, it's all arranged, Jiang Shaoqi said. Jiang Chen responded with a sound of acknowledgement and fell silent. In Africa, at a certain location. Jason, is it really useful for us to stay here? Will the Jiang family people really come? Don't you have any intelligence? In a patch of grass, a muscular black man in camouflage whispered to his companion. Of course it's useful. Most of the remnants of the Black Hole Mercenary Corps are here. Since the Jiang group has destroyed the Black Hole Mercenary Corps' base, they definitely won't let these unstable factors exist. They will surely send people to eliminate these remaining mercenaries. We just need to stay here and wait for them to come to us. At that time, we can catch them all at once. In the words of Huaxia, this is called guarding. Yes, it's called waiting for the hare by the stump. God, the Huaxia language really is, said the man named Jason. The black man nodded in response. Alright, I hope those damned Huaxia people hurry up and come. The bugs here are really terrible. Jason said, just endure it. After this mission, we won't have to worry for the rest of our lives. Just as he finished speaking, 2 cold lights flashed by, and the bodies separated. Indeed, no need to worry anymore. A woman approached, glancing at the 2 headless corpses on the ground, curling her lip. She was one of the soldiers sent to carry out the mission, appearing to be around 25 or 26 years old. She looked quite good, with short hair and a spirited demeanor. She found this mission very boring. As a platinum-level powerhouse dealing with a group of mortals who hadn't even reached the limits of humanity felt like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Of course, her presence was merely to oversee. There was no need for her to take action personally. The main concern was to guard against the Western forces going mad and using weapons of mass destruction. At that moment, sounds of fierce battle erupted from the surrounding forest, accompanied by shouts, gunfire, and explosions. Such commotion would typically carry far, but it was all concealed by the woman's means. The remnants of the Black Hole Mercenary Corps, only a few kilometers away, remained completely unaware. Soon, a fully armed bionic unit appeared, reporting, "Mission accomplished, all 823 enemies ambushed in the forest have been annihilated." The woman nodded and said, "Alright, continue with the operation." "Yes," the bionic unit replied, turning to leave, leading a group of bionics towards the factory a few kilometers away. Not long after, intense gunfire erupted in the factory. About half an hour later, the gunfire ceased. The bionics returned to report, "Mission accomplished." The woman nodded and said, "Good, proceed according to plan." After she finished speaking, she soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. Blue Star Magic City. Jiang Chen received reports from his subordinates. Learning that everything was going smoothly and that the Western countries had not made any extreme reactions for the time being, he then went with his daughter to Ruixing to begin their training for the night. This night, the international scene was quite lively. Especially in Africa, it could be said that the sound of gunfire was everywhere, and chaos reigned. In the United States, in a white building, 5-star General Kessler listened to his subordinates' report. Upon learning that the troops sent to ambush the Jiang armed forces had been completely wiped out, his brows furrowed. It should be noted that for this plan of waiting for the rabbit, they had dispatched 3,000 elite troops. These were well-equipped elite troops, armed with the most advanced weapons in the world. Yet, 3,000 elites were sent over, and not even a splash of water was stirred? This left Kessler both angry and alarmed. What kind of power did the Jiang group possess? Moreover, where did Jiang's armed forces come from? Their satellites monitored the Jiang group in Zijin Bay 24/7. But according to satellite surveillance, everything appeared normal. Jiang did not have the foundation to cultivate armed forces. Fortunately, those 3,000 elites were retired soldiers from various Western countries belonging to mercenaries. If they had been active duty soldiers, losing so many would have been a huge problem. Mercenaries, after all, work for money. If they die, they die. This Jiang group really doesn't make things easy, Kessler frowned. General, could there be intervention from Huaxia behind this? Jiang alone shouldn't have such power, right? A staff officer said. Kessler shook his head. Logically speaking, Jiang did not have such capabilities. But his intuition told him that this incident was likely not orchestrated by Huaxia. Although Huaxia was strong, it couldn't silently eliminate 3,000 elites. However, on the other hand, if Huaxia didn't have that capability, how could a mere company like the Jiang Group possess it? Surprisingly, there was indeed a possibility. Since the rise of the Jiang Group, the Western powers led by the United States had never ceased their investigations into Jiang. The more they investigated, the more mysterious it became. First of all, how did the Jiang Group's research team, which seemed quite ordinary, manage to develop so many cutting-edge technologies? Even the laser weapons equipped by Huaxia were provided by Jiang, which was simply unimaginable. It was said that Jiang had a secret research team, but this was too mysterious. No matter how they investigated, they couldn't find a single clue. Furthermore, before the emergence of Zhurong No. 1, the Jiang Group was just an ordinary private enterprise. How could they have the capability to cultivate a secret team? Research is a very costly endeavor, and even many countries cannot sustain it. What foundation does Jiang have to develop so many epic-making technologies? In addition, there were many other things about the Jiang Group that were hard to understand. For example, the construction speed of Zijinbei was quite abnormal. In just a few months, a modern commercial area was built, including a 600-meter-tall building. It was simply ridiculous. There were many other similar abnormal phenomena. All these circumstances combined were enough to indicate that Jiang had a great secret. This was also the reason why the Western powers, regardless of the cost, wanted to take down Jiang. Even if they couldn't take it down, they wanted to destroy it. In translation, this means they were afraid. Or rather, they were both greedy and fearful. Not only General Kessler of the United States, but other Western powers involved in the operation were also shocked. Those were 3,000 well-equipped elites. How could they have been wiped out without even a splash? To be eliminated so silently was terrifying. Some believed that Huaxia might have acted in secret. Others thought this was merely the power of Jiang. Jiang was too mysterious, possessing extraordinary armed forces, which was understandable. The Western world generally speculated that the Jiang Group might have obtained alien technology. This theory gained the approval of most people. This left the Western powers both greedy and wary, because they could not fathom how many more tricks Jiang had up its sleeve. What kind of weapons did they possess? Did they have weapons comparable to nuclear arms? The turmoil on Blue Star did not disturb Jiang Chen. However, things were not calm on his side either. His magical power surged dramatically, showing signs of advancing to the mid-stage of the Golden Core. Naturally, he did not hesitate and took out a large number of heavenly materials and earthly treasures to break through. The breakthrough at this small realm did not produce any unusual phenomena, but within him, a tremendous change was occurring. His Dantian was expanding. His magical power, both in quality and quantity, had significantly increased. His strength had at least multiplied several times. In the practice of cultivation, a night passed quickly. January 1, 2024. According to the Gregorian calendar, this marked a new year. However, for the people of Huaxia, the new year only truly begins after the Lunar New Year's Eve. In contemporary society, many festivals and various aspects are calculated according to the Gregorian calendar. People generally count days using the Gregorian calendar. In the morning, after finishing his cultivation, Jiang Chen and his daughter crossed through the portal and returned to Blue Star. At the Zijinbei Manor, in the villa, the family of three sat at the dining table having breakfast. Jiang Xiaoqi took a sip of porridge and reported to Jiang Shun about the international developments from last night. Last night, the Jiang family sent people to forcibly eliminate the remaining forces of the Black Hole Mercenary Corps, and also wiped out the joint armed forces sent by the Western powers, which caused a huge uproar. Just last night, the combined forces of the Western Coalition and the remnants of the Black Hole Mercenary Corps numbered around 7,000. This was no small number. In modern times, often after a war, not many people die. Take the recent war in the United States, which lasted for over a decade, resulting in just over 2,000 deaths. Yet last night, nearly 7,000 people died in just one evening. After listening to Jiang Xiaoqi's report, Jiang Chen showed no particular reaction. He was thinking about today's match. He wondered what kind of friend he would be matched with today. A male? A female? Or perhaps from another race? Speaking of which, many of his friends had matched with friends from other races. For example, Wu Yang from the island world matched with a werewolf, and Dai Shuweier matched with an elf. By the way, he had also matched with a member of another race, the Little People, Ina, just last month. Dad, I'm going to check on the group today, Zhang Xinan said. After last night's massacre, she estimated that the Western powers might take further action. Jiang Chen nodded and said, I'll give you access to the space-based satellite. If the Western powers continue to stir trouble, you don't need to hold back. Understood, Jiang Xinan nodded. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoqi's expression changed, and she said, "Boss, the matter has been exposed." Jiang Chen was taken aback. "What?" Zhang Xiaoqi replied, "We controlled missiles to bomb the global bases of the Black Hole Mercenary Corps, including last night's operation," it has been reported by a media journalist named Tina, causing global discussions. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and looked at Zhang Xiaoqi. "What? Media is so powerful?" This incident, whether it was controlling missiles to destroy the global bases of the Black Hole Mercenary Corps or sending people to clean up the remnants of the Black Hole Mercenary Corps. Wait a minute. These matters were not secrets to major powers, but to ordinary people, they were indeed hidden. Yet, this matter was exposed by a journalist. In the villa, Zhang Xiaoqi waved her hand and a virtual screen appeared in midair, saying, "Boss, miss, here are the related news reports." Jiang Chen glanced at it and raised his eyebrows again. This journalist named Tina is not simple. She actually uncovered the causes of all the events that happened in the past 2 days. The news detailed the Jiang Group's 3 overseas branches being attacked by the Black Hole Mercenary Corps. Then, the global base of the Black Hole Mercenary Corps was subjected to targeted missile strikes. From a timing perspective, it was too coincidental. Journalist Tina stated that this was likely a retaliation by the Jiang Group. However, it was still unknown how the Jiang Group managed to do this, as those missiles came from different powers, which was simply unbelievable. This news article also included several photos of ruins, labeled as a certain base of the Black Hole Mercenary Corps. The news also reported that last night, a small-scale armed conflict occurred in a certain region of Africa. It is said that one of the armed factions involved is a remnant of the Black Hole Mercenary Corps. The armed group attacking the remnants of the Black Hole Mercenary Corps is likely the hidden armed force of the Jiang Group. Attached are several photos. They are images of bioengineered soldiers attacking a factory, taken from inside the factory looking out. This means that the photos were captured by someone from the Black Hole Mercenary Corps just before their death and were sent to a media reporter. They were determined to expose the Jiang armed forces even in death. Well, from a certain perspective, they have succeeded. This photo marks the first exposure of the Jiang Group's armed forces, although it is merely a trivial faction. Additionally, this news article reported many secrets about the Jiang Group, such as the fact that they own a weapons manufacturing plant, among other things. "Boss, should I delete the related topics?" Zhang Xiaoqi asked. Although this news has spread globally, with her abilities she could still manage to erase all related discussions online. Admittedly, she couldn't do anything about the newspapers. But in this internet age, if discussions disappear online, things will quickly quiet down. Why delete? Zhang Chen waved his hand and said, "We are Loki, but there's no need to hide. Since it's been exposed, let it be exposed. It's no big deal." Alright then. Zhang Xiaoqi had nothing more to say. Regarding the exposure of the incident, Zhang Chen remained quite indifferent. However, the outside world had already stirred up a huge uproar, especially among Chinese netizens, who had always thought that the Jiang Group was just an ordinary business company. But this news suddenly informed everyone that the Jiang Group possesses its own armed forces, a force of at least several thousand well-equipped individuals. Brothers, I'm so shocked I can hardly speak. Oh my god. I was so naive. I always thought the Jiang Group was just an ordinary business company that had to endure bullying, but I never expected. I seriously doubt the authenticity of this news. What capability does the Jiang Group have to control so many missiles? The Jiang Group actually has a weapons manufacturing plant. Isn't that normal? We have several private weapons manufacturing companies in China. I still can't believe that the Jiang Group has only risen for about half a year. How could they possibly cultivate such a formidable armed force in such a short time? They have money. There's a restricted area in Zijin Bay prohibiting all unrelated personnel from entering. I have a bold idea. Let's celebrate. The Black Hole Mercenary Corps finally got their comeuppance. Does the brother upstairs have a story? The news statistics say that the Jiang Group has killed at least 10,000 people this time. They are simply butchers. Right, the news said that there were dozens of Black Hole Mercenary Corps bases attacked. Assuming each base hit only 1,000 people, that adds up to several tens of thousands. Oh my god, it's the 21st century and there's still such brutality? The person upstairs is either a saint or bad. When the Black Hole Mercenary Corps destroyed the Jiang Group's branch, were the dead not human? Is there a problem with their retaliation? According to insider information, the Jiang Group had long withdrawn their overseas branch employees back to the country. So, the people who died in those 3 branches were all temporary workers. Real temporary workers. Anyway, that group of mercenaries isn't good either. If they die, they die. I can't understand why some people sympathize with mercenaries who kill without blinking. Discussions were rampant on Chinese social media. And not just in China, netizens worldwide were hotly debating. At this moment, some people recalled the announcement issued by the Jiang Group yesterday. At the time, everyone had paid little attention to that announcement. But as it turned out, they had sent the culprit to the heavens that very day, and that kind of decisiveness was chilling. In Magic City, companies or individuals connected to the Jiang Group were all exchanging glances, especially the Yin family from the Magic City, who had some conflicts with the Jiang family. Back then, Yin Hao from the Yin family, under Zhao Siqi's inducement, attempted to kidnap Jiang Xinan. At that time, Jiang Chen presented evidence and demanded an explanation from the Yin family. The Jiang Group had just completed the launch of the Zhurong No. 1 battery and had reached cooperation agreements with domestic battery companies, their power at its peak. The Yin family did not want to confront the Jiang Group head-on, so they sent Yin Hao in. At that time, the Yin family felt quite aggrieved. Even those who had a poor relationship with Yin Hao felt a deep sense of humiliation. However, at this moment, the Yin family could only feel fortunate that they had backed down at that time. Otherwise, or to put it another way, if the Yin family were not in Huaxia but in some foreign country, perhaps the Yin family would no longer exist? In any case, after this incident was exposed, it had a significant impact on the Jiang Group. Especially in business, the cooperation negotiations that had originally been at a standstill suddenly became smooth. This is the change brought about by strength. Of course, some people were paying attention to the official stance of Huaxia. The Jiang Group, as a Huaxia enterprise, surprisingly had an armed force, and although this force was overseas, if the officials took it seriously. However, they waited and waited, but nothing came. After all, the officials had long suspected that the Jiang Group might have a hidden force. When the 7 major consortiums were wiped out, everyone began to speculate. It was just that at that time, it was still uncertain. This news merely confirmed it. In the villa, amidst the external disturbances, Jiang Chen also went online to check. After scrolling through a few trending comments, Jiang Chen shook his head. He got up and went upstairs back to his room, communicating with the club, and began the 9th friend matching. Zijinbei Manor, 2nd floor of the villa. In the room, Jiang Chen stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and calmly said, "Start matching." Matching. Successful, constructing communication space. Construction complete, enter. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he found himself in a garden bursting with flowers, like a fairyland. Looking around, Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. What a beautiful scene. A faint floral fragrance wafted in, refreshing and uplifting. He was somewhat looking forward to this friend. He guessed it should be a female friend this time. After all, such a beautiful scene surely wouldn't be prepared for 2 big men. Just as he thought of this, his expression stiffened, recalling his communication space with Tianhong, that peach blossom forest. At that time, he had wondered if it would be a female friend. The result was a rugged man. Why hasn't anyone appeared yet? After waiting for about 2 or 3 minutes and still seeing no one, Jiang Chen muttered to himself, could it be another special friend this time? Scanning the surroundings with his spiritual sense, he confirmed there was no one. He estimated that the friend must have been delayed by something urgent, so he didn't mind and began to stroll around the garden. The garden constructed by the club was very large. The scenery was beautiful, pleasing to the eye. Good taste, young master. Not long after, a hoarse male voice came. Jiang Chen turned around and saw a young man in his 20s, dressed in a brocade robe embroidered with dragon patterns, appearing behind him. This brother, eh, miss? Jiang Chen was about to greet him, but upon closer inspection, he exclaimed, recognizing that this person was cross-dressing. This was true cross-dressing, with obvious male characteristics. It was not like what was portrayed on television, where one could easily tell. The person was taken aback, not expecting Jiang Chen to recognize her true gender at a glance. She then smiled and spoke again. Young master has good eyesight. This time she used a female voice, crisp and pleasant. Jiang Chen chuckled lightly, looking at the other person's ancient costume. He cupped his hands and said, "Miss, your disguise is quite impressive." This was the truth. If it weren't for his strong spiritual power, he wouldn't have recognized her. The woman smiled, reaching up to touch her face, and her appearance changed slightly. Previously, she had some masculine features, but now she was truly a woman, with delicate features and fair skin. She could be described as a beauty of national grace. Then, she pressed down on her throat, and the obvious Adam's apple disappeared. At that moment, she no longer had a trace of masculine traits, truly resembling a beauty who had stepped out of an ancient painting. The only sense of incongruity was her outfit. She should have changed into a beautiful long dress. However, this attire. Jiang Chen glanced at her, somewhat surprised, and said, "Looking at your outfit, it resembles a dragon robe. And you're dressed as a man, could it be that?" He thought of a possibility. The woman smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself. I am Gu Ziqing, the emperor of the Daqing Empire." You should have guessed, I disguised myself as a man to become this emperor. At the end, Gu Ziqing sighed. She had once thought about being an emperor in her female form, becoming a female emperor of her time. But in her world, the ideology of valuing sons over daughters was too strong. Being a daughter, let alone becoming an emperor, was considered a crime even for frequently showing one's face. In helplessness, she could only disguise herself as a man. Jiang Chen sensed her helplessness and said nothing, introducing himself. I am Jiang Chen from a technological world. Gu Ziqing smiled and said, I can tell. Oh, Jiang Chen smiled. Gu Ziqing continued, yes, my first matched friend is also from a technological world, and her attire is very similar to yours. As she spoke, she exclaimed, technology, such a marvelous system, has helped me immensely. Her words were sincere. When she first ascended the throne, her position was unstable, and the court situation was complex. It was during those difficult times that she joined the Transcendental Club. The first friend she matched with was also from a technological world. It was with that friend's help that she quickly stabilized her throne. Of course, the help here was not only in material aspects but also in ideas. For instance, how to govern a feudal dynasty, how to enhance productivity, etc., which opened her eyes and made her more adept at managing the court. Jiang Chen curiously asked, what is the technological level of the world your friend is in? Gu Ziqing thought for a moment and said, she told me that they have already developed spaceships and are preparing to explore the moon. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen understood this was a civilization on the verge of leaving its home planet. The level of civilization was higher than that of Blue Star, but still far inferior to Dai Shuayer's Kanglan Star. That's impressive, stronger than the civilization I belong to, Jiang Chen said. Gu Ziqing nodded. She was not familiar with these matters and did not elaborate. Jiang Chen took out 2 chairs and a tea table, saying, come, let's drink tea while we chat. Okay, Gu Ziqing smiled and sat down opposite Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen activated his magical power, boiled a pot of water, took out a box of tea leaves, and brewed a pot of spiritual tea. In no time, the fragrance of tea wafted through the air, paired with the beautiful garden scenery, the feeling. Good tea, Gu Ziqing sniffed and her eyes lit up. Lifting the cup to take a sip, she exclaimed in surprise, this is spiritual tea, right? Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. Gu Ziqing marveled, what a rare item. Jiang Chen laughed, is it really that rare? Gu Ziqing replied, yes. My world is just an ordinary one. I only came into contact with various precious materials after matching with a transcendent world. That friend of mine sent me some spiritual tea and spiritual wine. I'll let you try it another day. Jiang Chen became interested. What kind of transcendent world is that? What cultivation system do they follow? Gu Ziqing said, they practice Taoist arts and possess various incredible means, able to perform all sorts of miraculous spells. Jiang Chen was surprised. Taoist arts. He guessed it should be similar to cultivation and celestial arts, belonging to the same celestial path system. Then, they began to talk about Gu Ziqing's world. Gu Ziqing did not hold back, laughing, my world actually has martial arts as well. But how should I put it? The level of martial skills is too low. The top masters in the martial world, when placed in some transcendent worlds, are merely just beginners. Jiang Chen suddenly realized that her world should be similar to the kind of world found in Jin Yong's martial arts novels. I'm pretty much the same here, aside from technology. There are no extraordinary elements, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Gu Ziqing replied, my first friend, her world also only has technology, no extraordinary elements. When she learned that my world has martial arts, she was extremely excited. That's quite normal, Jiang Chen expressed her understanding. What? Modern person doesn't have a martial arts stream? Especially for those of her generation, deeply influenced by martial arts films and novels, they often fantasize about walking on rooftops. Even he was no exception. Is it normal? Hearing Jiang Chen say this, Gu Ziqing tilted her head, recalling her first friend. When she heard that her world had martial arts and martial arts sects, she was so excited. She picked up her teacup and took a sip, a look of nostalgia appearing on her face as she said, my friend is named Chen Xian, a wealthy young lady. I've heard her say that her family's assets are over 100 billion. I'm not quite sure what that means, but in short, they are very rich. According to her, it's enough to rival a nation. She said she has been a martial arts fan since childhood, dreaming of walking on rooftops and wielding a sword to roam the world, and insisted on pestering me to teach her martial arts. Unfortunately, the martial arts in my world are too low level, and it's hard to see results in a short time. But even so, she was unwilling to give up. I had no choice but to agree. Unfortunately, after studying with me for 2 months, she didn't improve much. It wasn't until we matched with an extraordinary world that she gave up practicing martial arts. To be honest, I owe a lot to Chen Xian for being able to secure my throne. The food, books, and various technological creations she traded to me are nothing short of miracles in my world. Her world has an extremely high food production, with an output of 3,500 pounds per acre. It's hard to imagine what kind of scene that is. What a prosperous era. When talking about Chen Xian, Gu Ziqing wore a gentle smile. It was clear that she had deep feelings for her first friend. Jiang Chen could understand this. A wealthy young lady from a modern technological world and an emperor of a feudal dynasty newly ascended to the throne facing instability and difficult circumstances. The reactions that could arise from their collision. Just think of the protagonists in time travel novels merely knowing some future trends and having a bit of technological knowledge. With a slightly advanced perspective and thoughts, they can achieve great success in ancient times. Not to mention the connection between two worlds. In the technological world, many inconspicuous things can cause a huge sensation when brought to Gu Ziqing's world. Common items like glass, soap, cement, and even iron smelting technology. Don't time travelers often get rich from these few things? As an emperor, with these items, it wouldn't be difficult for Gu Ziqing to quickly stabilize her throne and develop her power. Of course, the premise is that this emperor has the capability. If she were a useless emperor, even the greatest advantages would be wasted and it would only benefit the court's parasites. What is the Taoist technique you mentioned? Jiang Chen asked curiously. It's this, Gu Ziqing said, extending her hand, and a Bagua illusion appeared above her palm. Under Jiang Chen's gaze, this illusion quickly transformed, depicting natural phenomena like earth, water, fire, wind, and thunder. With a wave of her hand, the gentle natural phenomena in her hand instantly turned into a violent attack, destroying a sea of flowers that looked like a fairyland. Jiang Chen watched, a phrase popping into her mind, the way of nature. Could it be that the so-called Taoist technique is about cultivating the way of nature? Understanding the natural way of heaven and earth and transforming it into one's own power? That's impressive, Jiang Chen said, giving a thumbs up. Gu Ziqing smiled and said, I'm only a second-level Taoist. Now, still quite weak. Jiang Chen asked curiously, how is the cultivation realm of Taoist techniques divided? Gu Ziqing didn't hide it and said, the cultivation of Taoist techniques is roughly divided into 3 major stages and 9 realms. The first to third realms are Taoists, the fourth to sixth realms are Taoist priests, and the 7th to 9th realms are celestial masters. I am currently a second-level Taoist, just having stepped into the threshold of cultivation. Speaking of which, she paused and said, by the way, there is a realm before the Taoist, which is the Tao Child. This is a foundational realm. Jiang Chen nodded. The Tao Child realm is quite similar to the body refinement stage in the cultivation system. This classification of realms is a bit rough. Jiang Chen chuckled. Gu Ziqing nodded. It's okay. Actually, in Taoist cultivation, the classification of realms is just a rough distinction. True. Strength depends on one's comprehension and mastery of Taoist techniques. I see. How about we spar a bit? Jiang Chen asked. Sure. Let's find an open space, she said, clearly interested in Jiang Chen's cultivation system. She could sense that Jiang Chen was stronger than her. The two found an open area. Be careful, Jiang Chen said, and threw a fireball. Gu Ziqing didn't hold back either, using her Taoist technique to conjure a wall of earth to block the fireball attack. In the exchange space, there was no worry about injury, so neither held back. In an instant, the garden was filled with howling winds and thunder. The two systems had many commonalities. Strictly speaking, they were both about cultivation. It was just that the systems and methods of practice were different. So your cultivation system is about immortality? After the sparring ended and she learned about Jiang Chen's system, Gu Ziqing was surprised. Yes, have you heard of it? Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Gu Ziqing nodded. I heard Xiao Qian mention it. When she knew I practiced Taoist techniques, she said it was like cultivating for immortality. I didn't expect there really was a system for immortality. Jiang Chen laughed. The myriad worlds are vast, and there are countless systems for cultivation and becoming stronger, so it's not surprising. Strictly speaking, Taoist cultivation is also for longevity. Gu Ziqing nodded. The two returned to the tea table and sat down. Jiang Chen asked, is there anything you need here? They had gotten to know each other, and it was time for the next step. Yes, in Jiang Chen's view, making friends in the club roughly divided into 2 stages. First, getting to know each other. After some conversation, Jiang Chen found that he got along quite well with Gu Ziqing. During their exchange, he noticed that Gu Ziqing was deliberately restraining her imperial aura, making herself appear like an ordinary person. Also, when she chatted with him, she consistently referred to herself as I instead of I, the emperor. It made sense, they were both club members. In this club, even an emperor couldn't be too proud and certainly couldn't act like one. Hearing Jiang Chen's inquiry, Gu Ziqing picked up her teacup, took a sip, and said, do you have any methods for getting someone pregnant? Quietly, like a normal pregnancy? Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment, unable to help but glance at her. Was she preparing for the succession of the Throne? Gu Ziqing's face turned red and she said, don't get me wrong, I am. I understand, you're preparing for your harem, right? Jiang Chen paused for a moment before realizing. Gu Ziqing, disguised as a man, ascended the throne, favored her harem, and the issue of succession was indeed a troublesome matter. Thinking of this, he looked at Gu Ziqing oddly, wondering how she managed to favor her harem. Did she just leave them hanging? That would easily raise suspicions, right? After all, which emperor would leave their beauties hanging? If it were an old emperor, it could be understood, as he might truly be incapable. But she was still very young. Gu Ziqing seemed to see through Jiang Chen's thoughts. She felt a bit embarrassed, her face slightly flushed, and glanced at Jiang Chen, speechless. What are you thinking about? Not thinking anything bad, just curious. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. In the exchange space, in the garden that resembled a fairyland, Gu Ziqing shook her head and said, there's nothing to be curious about. When it comes to intimacy, just use a mesmerizing Dao technique to let her feel the joy of being together. Jiang Chen blinked. Just a mental sensation? What about the physical aspect? Gu Ziqing's face turned red and she shot Jiang Chen a glare. Was that even a question? Of course, she would have to do it herself. What else could it be? Jiang Chen laughed heartily and changed the subject. By the way, when you first ascended the throne, you probably hadn't practiced Taoist techniques yet, right? Gu Ziqing understood his meaning and said, when I first ascended the throne, there were enemy nations eyeing us from outside, and inside, there were rebel armies in revolt. The vassal kings in various regions were also restless. Plus, at that time, I hadn't married yet, and the harem only had a few concubines. I could easily brush it off with a reason like, the court is in turmoil, and I have no heart for romantic pleasures. 3 months ago, I got married. At that time, I had made progress in my cultivation and used my Taoist techniques to confuse the empress. However, while this might work for a short time, if the empress doesn't become pregnant for a long time, it would still be a troublesome matter. As she spoke, a hint of worry crossed her face. Disguising as a man was exhausting, and she feared being discovered one day. Fortunately, she had joined the club and practiced her Taoist techniques, otherwise, she truly wouldn't know what to do. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and said, what about in vitro fertilization? Gu Ziqing shook her head. Shao Qian mentioned this to me. The process is too complicated, with various checks and the need to select. It's too easy to be found out. And, sigh. In short, it's just not feasible. After all, she was a girl, not very old, and an unmarried maiden. Discussing such matters always made her a bit embarrassed. Jiang Chen stroked his chin in thought and said, for the short term, I really can't think of any solutions. I can ask some other friends for you. That would be great. Thank you. Gu Ziqing nodded. This answer was within her expectations. After all, it wasn't her first time consulting friends, and she had been disappointed many times before, so this time she wasn't as disappointed. Jiang Chen smiled and asked, how many matches have you completed? You must be close to silver. Now, this is the 9th time. Next month, when I complete the 10th match, I can start the process to upgrade to silver membership. Gu Ziqing's face lit up with anticipation. Ha ha, just like me. Perhaps we can both become silver members at the same time. Jiang Chen laughed. Gu Ziqing smiled and nodded. That would be nice. Upgrading to silver membership requires some training. We need to be prepared. Jiang Chen acknowledged this with a hum. He was well aware. After a moment of contemplation, he said, right now, we are ordinary members and we can't access anything too advanced. Maybe once we become silver members, we will have a way. It seems we have no choice. Gu Ziqing nodded. Seeing her mood a bit low, Jiang Chen smiled and said, actually, with your current strength, even if your identity as a female emperor were exposed, it wouldn't be a big deal, right? Gu Ziqing, as a second-stage Taoist, had strength equivalent to a foundation-building cultivator. Although this level of cultivation wasn't high in an ordinary martial arts world, it was top tier. With her strength, she didn't need to go through all this trouble. She could easily suppress anyone who defied her. Hearing this, Gu Ziqing sighed. I have thought about suppressing everything with force. Shao Qian also suggested I do that. After all, disguising as a man is too exhausting. If possible, I would prefer to be myself. But doing so would inevitably cause chaos in the world. Even if I could suppress everything, making the court officials fear me and appear to submit to me on the surface, they would definitely not be honest behind the scenes. There's no way around it. My world has a strong preference for sons over daughters. To change the mindset of the subjects and have them accept my identity as a female emperor will take time and patience. Once their patience runs out and they recognize reality, only then will they truly submit. But that sounds too troublesome. It might be better to maintain the status quo. Anyway, I have practiced Taoist techniques, so even if I disguise as a man, it's not as exhausting as before. Jiang Chen understood her thoughts upon hearing this. Gu Ziqing continued, actually, there's another concern I have about not doing that. Jiang Taoist friend, are you familiar with the trials for upgrading to silver membership? Jiang Chen nodded. I know a bit. The trials for silver membership are quite difficult. To increase the chances of passing, it's best to have a completely personal force to assist. Although Jiang Hong, Dai Shuer, and the others couldn't reveal too much about silver membership. Due to rules, some things didn't need to be explicitly stated. Just a hint was enough for Jiang Chen to guess most of it. Gu Ziqing hummed in agreement and said, "So, my basic situation cannot be disturbed for now." Jiang Chen stroked her chin and asked, "But can you freely mobilize the power of the Duching court?" "Not for the time being," Gu Ziqing admitted candidly. "But I can use the emperor's identity to draw blood from the Duching court and cultivate a force that completely belongs to me." Jiang Chen responded with an "oh" and looked at her oddly. Gu Ziqing picked up her teacup and took a sip, saying, "Actually, to put it bluntly, I am still too weak. If I were strong enough, I wouldn't have so many concerns." Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed, she was only a second-tier Taoist now, and facing an army of 1,000,000 would still be somewhat troublesome. If she were a Taoist master or even a celestial master, she would be fearless. "Besides the method to make people pregnant, do you need anything else?" Jiang Chen asked with a smile. Gu Ziqing set down her teacup and said, "Do you have any treasures that can enhance soul power?" Jiang Chen filled her cup and smiled. "Actually, I do." Gu Ziqing was pleasantly surprised. "That's great." Jiang Chen curiously asked, "Is your Taoist cultivation system related to soul power?" Gu Ziqing nodded. "Indeed, the understanding of Taoism and the power one can exert are all related to soul power." Jiang Chen nodded and took out 2 items, a second-tier soul crystal and a bottle of sealed soul energy. Gu Ziqing, whose soul power was not weak, sensed the pure soul energy from these 2 items. Jiang Chen pointed to the 2 treasures and said, "You can give it a try." Gu Ziqing nodded, reached for the soul crystal and began to draw energy from it using her cultivation method. As she felt the soul energy entering her body, a smile appeared on her face. However, this energy contained quite a few impurities and needed to be refined before it could be absorbed. After spending some time refining that energy, she picked up the bottle of sealed soul energy. Jiang Chen taught her how to use it. Following the method, she attempted to absorb it. This time, her eyes shone even brighter. The pure soul energy entered her body and required little refining to transform into her own power. "Good, this is a great treasure," Gu Ziqing exclaimed in delight. With these 2 items, she could be promoted to a 3rd-tier Taoist in a short time. Thinking of this, she calmed down and began to consider what chips she could offer. She was also an old hand who had matched 7 or 8 times and was well aware of the rules involved. Gu Ziqing understood that while the club was a social platform to gain the help of friends, the prerequisite was that you could offer something satisfactory to them. After all, everyone was a stranger before, and there was no reason to help you for free. Of course, once everyone became familiar and maintained good relationships, exchanging gifts was also acceptable. Gu Ziqing pondered, and after thinking it over, it seemed that the only thing she could currently offer was that. "Do you have subordinates to cultivate?" Gu Ziqing asked. Jiang Chen nodded. "Definitely." Previously, he had only thought about cultivating subordinates for use on Blue Star. After learning about the promotion information for silver members in the club, he placed even more importance on cultivating his subordinates. "How do you ensure their absolute loyalty?" Gu Ziqing asked with a smile. Jiang Chen blinked and looked at her, guessing something. Seeing that Jiang Chen did not answer, Gu Ziqing no longer kept it a secret and said, "I have a treasure that can cultivate the loyalty of subordinates." "What is it?" Jiang Chen asked. Gu Ziqing smiled and took out a faceless stone statue. Jiang Chen looked at the statue, and with his spiritual sense extended, he sensed a peculiar power within it. How should he describe that power? In his perception, it was directed at the mind. "What is this?" Jiang Chen asked directly. Gu Ziqing smiled and said, "You can call it a brainwashing statue. As long as subordinates worship the statue for a long time, they will develop loyalty to you. The specific effect depends on the individual situation. For example, if a person is already your subordinate, after worshipping the statue, their loyalty will greatly increase and the possibility of betrayal will be eliminated. If it's a newly recruited subordinate, they need to worship for a while, about 15 days or so, and then they will develop loyalty towards you. The longer the worship lasts, the higher the loyalty will be. If it's someone who harbors resentment against you, it will take longer. It really depends on the intensity of the resentment. In such cases, it might take about 1 to 3 months to wash away all the resentment and turn them into a loyal follower. The above 2 situations are relatively simple. There's another scenario where someone has a deep-seated grudge against you, and to make them wash away that hatred and be loyal to you, it will take even longer. Again, it depends on the level of hatred. It could be as short as a year or as long as 10 years. Jiang Chen listened to Gu Ziqing's introduction while looking at the statue, feeling a strange sensation. That said, things that can change a person's mindset are indeed quite bizarre. Gu Ziqing continued, sounds strange, right? Actually, the principle behind this is quite simple. It subtly persuades a person to convince themselves. For example, if a robber's child has had their parents killed by you, at first that child will harbor intense hatred towards you, a grudge that feels irreconcilable. But after that child worships the statue, they will start to self-persuade, for instance, that you had your reasons for killing their parents. Their parents were robbers, unforgivable criminals who deserved to die, and so on. Over time, the hatred will gradually fade. Your image will be magnified in their mind, ultimately leading to loyalty. After all, you are the hero who killed the robbers. I heard from Xiaoqian that in her world there is a profession called a hypnotist, a master of psychology. There's also an illegal organization called a pyramid scheme. In fact, the statue's ability is not much different from those professions, just more effective. Jiang Chen's expression was peculiar. Just more effective? Those pyramid scheme leaders and hypnotists, no matter how skilled, couldn't wash away a person's hatred, let alone make them loyal to their enemy. It's a remarkable thing. Jiang Chen looked at the statue and asked, where did this statue come from? I crafted it, Gu Ziqing said, lifting her chin proudly. Jiang Chen was genuinely surprised this time. He thought it was some rare artifact from another world, but it turned out. Aren't I impressive? Seeing Jiang Chen's astonishment, Gu Ziqing felt even prouder. As an emperor, she should ideally remain composed. Even if her heart was tumultuous, her face should still be calm. However, she felt that in a space for communication, it was best not to act too aloof. After all, they were all fortunate beings from the same universe. No one was weaker than the other, so why put on airs? You are impressive. Tell me more specifically, Jiang Chen said. Gu Ziqing nodded and explained, it's actually a type of spiritual Taoist technique. By collecting some soul-related materials and casting the technique, you can craft it. However, this thing has its own level classifications. The levels are not complicated, they are divided into 3 tiers: heaven, earth, and man. This statue of mine belongs to the man tier and can currently only brainwash practitioners at the Taoist stage. Once they break through to the Taoist stage and advance to the Taoist master, it may be possible to break the spiritual technique. Of course, even if they break the technique, the hatred that has been washed away will not return. After all, it's self-persuasion, not a true reversal of thought. You could say that once the spiritual technique is broken, loyalty can no longer be guaranteed. That's still pretty good. Jiang Chen calculated, the Taoist stage is equivalent to the period from qi refining to golden core. In fact, the materials used for this statue could easily create a statue of the earth tier. But due to my insufficient cultivation, I could only craft a statue of the man tier. Once I break through to the Taoist master stage, I can upgrade the statue. Gu Ziqing added. Jiang Chen nodded and asked, how do you use this thing? By dripping blood to recognize the master, Gu Ziqing replied. Jiang Chen, what a traditional way to recognize a master. Gu Ziqing continued. After recognizing the master with blood, you will have a connection with it.at this moment. You can choose to shape the appearance of the faceless statue. You can mold it into your own likeness or something else. Maintaining a faceless image is also an option. Jiang Chen nodded and said, not bad, not bad. It can be exchanged. Gu Ziqing blinked and said, this brainwashing statue is not easy to refine. Not to mention it requires a large amount of rare spiritual materials. It will also consume a lot of my cultivation and mental effort. Jiang Chen chuckled. Name your price. Gu Ziqing pondered for a moment and said, 10,000 bottles of soul energy. That's too much. Jiang Chen looked at her speechlessly. This woman is really asking for a lot. Although this brainwashing statue is magical, its level is not high and it's not worth that price. Gu Ziqing shook her head. Is it too much? I don't think so. It is indeed at the human level now, but it can be upgraded. Once I break through to the Taoist level, I can upgrade it to the earth level. Jiang Chen blinked. Free upgrade? Gu Ziqing rolled her eyes and looked at him without speaking. Jiang Chen chuckled. What about considering soul crystals? Gu Ziqing shook her head, not considering. The cultivation efficiency of soul crystals is too slow, and she is currently very short on time. She wants to break through to the third realm of Taoist before the silver member promotion trial. It would be best to break through to the Taoist level in one go. Using soul crystals for cultivation, it seems that this goal would be very difficult to achieve. Brothers, what do you think is a suitable price? In the communication space, in the garden, Jiang Chen and Gu Ziqing haggled for a while and finally settled on a price of 900 bottles of second-level soul energy. That's a 10% discount off her original quote. This price is actually not low. For Jiang Chen, this thing has some value. It can be placed in Ruweixing to cultivate a batch of absolutely loyal agents to manage the indigenous people of Ruweixing. But how should I put it? The value is limited. After all, he has a barracks and millions of synthetic humans under his command, so he doesn't really need this thing. Moreover, he already has a plan for dealing with the primitive humans of Ruwashing, intending to use divine beings for education and management. Overall, this thing is useful to him but not very impactful. However, acquiring it as a form of foundation is also not bad. After all, not everyone has a barracks, and friends from other worlds might pay a high price to exchange for this thing. That's how middlemen work. No matter what the item is, whether it's useful to oneself or not, as long as it has value, it can be traded. Things that are useless to oneself might fetch a sky-high price in another world. For example, Tian Hong, as an emperor, needs this thing to cultivate a group of absolutely loyal subordinates, especially with the silver member promotion trial. For Gu Ziqing, this price is also acceptable. She quoted 10,000, which was already a sign of asking for a high price. After all, this brainwashing statue is not of high level, only at the human level, and can only brainwash and control cultivators of the third realm and below. The third realm Taoist is equivalent to the golden core stage. Jiang Chen discussed with her that once she breaks through to the Taoist level, she could upgrade this thing to the earth level at a low price. An earth level statue can brainwash and control a sixth realm Taoist, equivalent to a Dongshu stage powerhouse. To be honest, this treasure is quite powerful, but for Jiang Chen, it is somewhat of a side dish. If you change it to someone else, it would be a divine object. Especially for a power leader, if there is a divine artifact that can ensure absolute loyalty from subordinates, which leader wouldn't be tempted? After all, human hearts are hard to gauge. Once the deal was made, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate and took out 900 bottles of soul energy to give to Gu Ziqing. Gu Ziqing then handed the brainwashing statue over to Jiang Chen. With the transaction completed, both of them relaxed. They continued to drink tea and chat. Gu Ziqing shared some interesting stories from the palace, especially regarding the harem, which Jiang Chen found very amusing. Sigh. After I ascended the throne, with external troubles and internal strife, the situation became chaotic, and even the palace was not peaceful. Recently, a fake eunuch actually sneaked into the harem. Gu Ziqing sighed. Jiang Chen was surprised. A fake eunuch? Gu Ziqing nodded. Yes, it's fake. Although the other party disguised themselves well, my cultivation in Taoist arts has reached a level where such disguises cannot fool me. How did you deal with that fake eunuch? Jiang Chen asked, his expression strange. I captured him and castrated him, Gu Ziqing replied. After discovering him, I immediately apprehended him. I used Taoist arts to extract his identity and background, then castrated him. Sigh. But he was just a pawn, an infiltrator from a rebel faction, seemingly looking for something. The specifics, even that fake eunuch wasn't clear about. Gu Ziqing felt a bit of a headache. Ever since she ascended the throne, the world had hardly been peaceful, mainly because the previous emperor had committed too many sins. The two chatted for about a quarter of an hour before Gu Ziqing suggested taking her leave. Brother Jiang, the puppet I left behind is about to run out of time. I need to go back. Gu Ziqing stood up and cupped her hands in salute. As the emperor, she couldn't disappear for too long. Before entering the communication space, she had left a Taoist puppet behind. That thing was of a lower level and couldn't last too long. Alright, we'll meet again next time, Jiang Chen said as he stood up. Gu Ziqing smiled, wiped her face, pressed on her Adam's apple, and transformed back into her male form. Then, she chuckled softly and vanished from the spot. Jiang Chen smiled as well and followed suit, disappearing. In Magic City, at the Zijin Bay Manor. In the bedroom on the second floor, Jiang Chen appeared. He checked the time, it was already noon. And he had spent the entire morning in the communication space, mainly because he had a good rapport with Gu Ziqing and there were plenty of topics to discuss. Leaving the bedroom, Jiang Chen went to the living room on the first floor. In the kitchen, Jiang Xiaoqi was preparing lunch. Jiang Chen sat down next to the sofa, brewed a pot of tea, and picked up a tablet to check the public opinion. Online, the internet was still bustling and the topic of the Jiang group had not lost its heat. He opened a short video platform and casually scrolled through a few videos, all of which featured news about the Jiang group. Clicking on the comments section was relatively harmonious. Boss, it's time to eat, Jiang Xiaoqi's voice came. Jiang Chen responded with an put down the tablet, and got up to head to the dining room. Today, Jiang Xiaoqi made pepper salt ribs, which looked great and tasted even better. Xiaoqi, shift the online public opinion a bit. It's not good to be constantly discussed, Jiang Chen said after taking a piece of rib. Okay, Jiang Xiaoqi replied, not making any moves but continuing to eat with Jiang Chen. However, in her mind, she was already taking action. Before long, a scandal about a top celebrity cheating burst onto the headlines of major platforms. The heat surrounding the Jiang group's related topics quickly diminished. Boss, it's done, Jiang Xiaoqi said. Jiang Chen nodded, picked up the tablet, and opened a network platform, discovering that the heat of the Jiang group's topic was rapidly declining. With each refresh, it dropped several ranks. Netizens also noticed this. Some had already guessed that it might be the Jiang group or the officials trying to reduce the heat. However, more netizens didn't care about that. Upon seeing the celebrity's infidelity, they pounced on it like mice on rice, eagerly consuming the gossip and venting their emotions. Watching the rapidly changing public opinion online, Jiang Chen shook his head. After lunch, Jiang Chen had some free time in the afternoon and was preparing to check on the Chen Dixing. Suddenly, there was some movement from the club. Chen Xing contacted him. He had always been in touch with Chen Xing. Besides the monthly weapon transactions, they would also occasionally meet for drinks or a big meal. After all, the conditions in her post-apocalyptic world were limited. Even with ample food, the quality and taste couldn't compare to the carefully prepared dishes. On Blue Star, if he remembered correctly, she had already been promoted to silver member, right? Hello, beautiful. Jiang Chen sent a message. Chen Xing. She was rendered silent by Jiang Chen's beautiful. After a moment, she sent a message. Is it convenient? Let's meet in the communication space. Jiang Chen. Definitely convenient. Good. Chen Xing sent a single word and then went silent. Jiang Chen was a bit curious. What did Chen Xing want to contact him for at this time? He didn't think too much about it and went to his bedroom on the second floor, quickly entering the communication space. In the communication space, on the dilapidated square, Jiang Chen saw Chen Xing. Today, Chen Xing was dressed in a silver battlesuit, her long hair casually tied in a ponytail, exuding a sharp aura, like a female warrior, just coming off the battlefield. What's this? Seeing Chen Xing's outfit, Jiang Chen was surprised. Since he met Chen Xing, apart from the first few times, she had always dressed casually, like a girl next door. But today, Chen Xing said, I just finished a battle. Jiang Chen frowned. Did war break out again at your base? Not at the base, but at the club, Chen Xing replied. Jiang Chen understood immediately and asked, did you undergo the promotion trial? Last month, in December, Chen Xing completed 10 matches. The month after completing 10 matches, one must undergo a promotion trial. If she passes, she will become a silver member. Yes. Chen Xing said. How was it? Jiang Chen asked with concern. I passed, Chen Xing replied. Congratulations, Jiang Chen smiled, genuinely happy for her. Chen Xing pursed her lips, seemingly pleased with Jiang Chen's congratulations. After a pause, she took out a box. This is for you. Jiang Chen blinked and looked at her. Chen Xing, a gift for you. Jiang Chen laughed. What is it? Open it and you'll know, Chen Xing said. Curious, Jiang Chen opened the box and inside was a pair of black-framed glasses. What is this? Jiang Chen picked up the glasses, unable to discern their purpose. Scanning with his spiritual sense yielded nothing. This item was a unified whole, and he couldn't sense anything. This is a peculiar item from a special world called causal identification glasses. They can identify your relationship with a person, including the loyalty of your subordinates and the friendliness of your friends, Chen Xing explained. Jiang Chen blinked. It was another item related to loyalty. Causality, how sophisticated. Seeing Jiang Chen silent, Chen Xing continued, you should know that it's very difficult to pass the promotion trial alone. If you have the support of your subordinates, the success rate will increase significantly. But human hearts are hard to gauge. With these glasses, you can eliminate hidden dangers. Jiang Chen smiled. A trade? Chen Xing frowned, displeased. I said it's a gift for you. Ha, this thing is too precious. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. To be honest, this item was quite valuable. It could detect the loyalty of subordinates, a coveted artifact for any leader. However, it seemed useless to him. This thing is useless to me, Jiang Chen said helplessly. Chen Xing frowned. You haven't cultivated a force? I have, but my subordinates are a bit special. They are all locked in loyalists, so. Jiang Chen shrugged. Chen Xing understood. She pursed her lips, intending to offer a goodwill gesture, but the result? Of course. Still, thank you. Seeing Chen Xing's disappointment, Jiang Chen quickly added, but this thing would be more useful to you, right? Chen Xing replied, I already have one. Oh. Jiang Chen responded, and the two fell silent. The atmosphere became a bit awkward, so he had to find a topic. You just completed the trial and haven't had lunch, right? I'll prepare a few dishes. Want to have a drink together? By the way, you don't have anything else to do next, right? Sure, I'm not busy, Chen Xing answered simply. Jiang Chen nodded. Then wait a moment. After saying that, he vanished from the spot. Watching Jiang Chen disappear, Chen Xing pursed her lips. Sighing, she left the communication space as well. In the bedroom on the second floor of the villa, Jiang Chen appeared. He went downstairs and looked at Jiang Shaoqi. Shaoqi, prepare a few dishes. I want a drink with a friend. Okay, Jiang Shaoqi replied, standing up. Jiang Chen nodded, watching Jiang Shaoqi walk towards the kitchen. Looking down at the causality identification glasses in his hand, he curiously put them on. His mental energy fluctuated slightly, as if binding with the glasses. Once he wore them, his vision seemed to enter another dimension. He curiously looked at Jiang Shaoqi in the kitchen, and a line of information appeared. Causality identification. Target Jiang Shaoqi is your subordinate. Loyalty to you, 100. Utterly loyal. Jiang Chen nodded. Not bad. He walked out of the villa, became invisible, and floated in mid-air, watching the pedestrians coming and going on the street. He casually picked a female streamer who was checking in and conducted an identification. Causality identification. This target has no causal connection with you. Friendliness level 0. Stranger. Jiang Chen nodded. Indeed, they didn't know each other, so how could there be any feelings of fondness or aversion? He then identified several passers-by, and the situation was similar. He arrived at the Jiang Group building and looked at a young girl at the front desk. Causality identification. This target is your subordinate. Loyalty to you, 25. Belongs to a normal employment relationship. Jiang Chen nodded. This was an ordinary employee, which was indeed an employment relationship, no problem. Next, he identified the group employees one by one. Causality identification. This target is your subordinate. Loyalty to you, 35. Has basic loyalty. Causality identification. This target is your subordinate. Loyalty to you, 42. Has basic loyalty. Causality identification. This target is your subordinate. Loyalty to you, 91. Absolutely loyal. After a round of testing, Jiang Chen clarified the value relationships. Generally speaking, 10 to 30 belongs to a normal employment relationship. I pay you, you work, it's that simple. 31 to 60 indicates a certain sense of belonging to the group. Generally speaking, they won't betray, which is basic loyalty. 61 to 90 indicates a deep bond with the group. As long as the company doesn't disband and he, as the boss, hasn't done anything to betray them, they won't betray. This is relative loyalty. 91 to 99 indicates absolute loyalty. As long as you haven't done something that would provoke public outrage or deeply hurt people's feelings, they won't betray. As for the value of 100, it is a conceptual value. Ordinary people cannot reach this value. Only soldiers in a barracks or special beings like Xiaoqi can reach this value. Jiang Chen looked at a woman in professional attire, appearing to be around 26 or 27, whose loyalty level was surprisingly high at 91. That seemed a bit exaggerated. The vast majority of employees in the group had values around 10 to 30, belonging to a normal employment relationship. Only some management reached the value of 31 to 60. Going further, the values of 61 to 90 were rare. He invisibly roamed the entire group, and only a few executives reached this value. As for the absolute loyalty of 91 to 99, there was only one in the entire group. Even Hao Donglai didn't reach this value, with a loyalty level of only 88. But how could an unfamiliar person achieve a loyalty level of 91? Who would believe it? It should be noted that there wasn't a single employee in the entire group with a negative value. Could it be that there wasn't a single trader in the Jiang Group? That was clearly impossible. The Jiang Group was a big tree attracting the wind, and it was under the watchful eyes of countless people. Every day, some people with ulterior motives tried to infiltrate the group. There were also some group employees who faced various temptations from the outside world. From time to time, an employee couldn't resist the temptation and sold out group information. However, with Jiang Shaoqi monitoring at all times, once someone with ulterior motives or someone selling company information was discovered, they would be quickly eliminated. To date, the Jiang Group had no idea how many business spies and internal traitors had been cleared out. The prison in Magic City was almost overflowing. Those who could end up in prison were actually lucky. Many others didn't even get the chance to go to prison and simply disappeared from this